Chapter 946 Kings Descend. Those crazily cursing experts received a blow from some unknown energy, and their heads exploded. The spiritual strength contained in Long Chen's roar had followed their voices back to the source. Those people in the midst of shouting were instantly locked down by his spiritual strength. In truth, the majority of those people shouting belonged to the remote heaven gang. They had simply hidden themselves in the crowd to control the atmosphere. As a result, over 1,000 people were killed. Those people didn't have high cultivation bases. They had mostly been at the Xianxian realm or below, and they were simply shouting for effect. Long Chen, you demon, this merciless slaughtering of the righteous path just further proves that you need to be put down, shouted the remote heaven gang's patriarch. A war flag appeared in his hands, and that flag had the immortal character for remote on it. That was the remote heaven gang's top treasure. Its history could be traced back to the ancient era. The reason the remote heaven gang was called that was precisely because of this flag. The remote heaven flag flapped. Heaven and earth changed color as a powerful pressure descended upon Long Chen. I've long since wanted to see the power of your remote heaven gang's protective treasure. Ouyang Chuyu sneered and took out the heaven-catching drum. Booming sound filled the air as the heaven-catching drum began to fight against the remote heaven war flag. The Xuantian Dao sect is pig-headed and harboring a devil king. Everyone, we must suppress these villains, shouted the patriarch to the other half-step kings. Ouyang Chuyu, your Xuantian Dao sect really is intolerable. Do you think you can control the entire eastern wasteland? HMPH, to protect the righteous path, don't blame us for using numbers to bully you, sneered one of the other half-step kings. Along with the other 6 half-step kings, they took out king items. Boundless pressure descended upon Ouyang Chuyu. Brothers, kill every last person here, said Long Chen. He was just about to erupt with all his power and see if he could block a king item's attack. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out from the sky, shaking everyone's eardrums. People felt like the world had lost its color, as if time had paused because of that shout. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly raised their heads. They saw a white-robed elder in the sky standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The elder was tall and skinny. He wore fiery red clothes, and there was an image of a pill cauldron on his chest. That pill cauldron had a beautiful mountain valley carved onto it. Although others didn't sense anything from him, Ouyang Chuyu and the other half-step kings were all appalled. King Realm, that person's aura was reserved so it wasn't possible to tell his cultivation base. But the fluctuations of heaven and earth all turned sluggish due to his appearance. Only half-step kings were able to sense this person's terror. Is the righteous path so energetic that it can afford to kill its own people? Asked that elder furiously. Senior comes from Pill Valley. Excellent, please get justice for our righteous path. The remote heaven gang's patriarch hastily cupped his fists and bowed. In truth, he was filled with regret. He knew that even if they exterminated the Xuantian Dao sect because of Long Chen, the Xuantian Dao sect's head sect still wasn't something they could offend. And so he had intentionally spread the news of the Devil Execution Conference in advance to some larger powers. One of those was Pill Valley. According to his plan, Pill Valley and the others should have only arrived after Long Chen was killed. They were there to be witnesses, and when the Xuantian Dao sect's people arrived, they wouldn't be able to do anything. But no matter how meticulous the plan was, accidents always occurred. He hadn't expected Pill Valley's experts to arrive so quickly. It threw a wrench in his plans, but he could only force his way through this unexpected situation and have the Pill Valley's king take charge. The appearance of a king immediately caused the scene to calm down. Even Long Chen hadn't expected kings to appear. Now it was troublesome. Long Chen wasn't afraid of half-step kings, but he definitely didn't have a chance against a king. Ouyang Chuyu had told him just how big the difference between a half-step king and a king was. It was an unbridgeable gap. At this time, over 10 men and women flew over as well, all wearing Pill Valley's robes. They all appeared very young. There were 7 golden lines at the front of their chests. That caused Long Chen to be extremely startled. 7 lines represented that they could refine 7th-tier medicinal pills. And their cultivation bases were all at the late sea expansion. Some were even at the peak. Those people stood behind the elder, icily looking at the people below. Their eyes were full of arrogance, as if they were looking at ants. However, with such a high cultivation base and the ability to refine 7th-tier pills, they had the qualifications to be arrogant. Long Chen, do you know your sins? The Pill Valley's king shouted at Long Chen. Senior, shut up. This isn't somewhere you can speak, said the king, cutting off Ouyang Chuyu's words. Ouyang Chuyu was enraged. He was going too far. Even without investigating the rights and wrongs of the matter, he directly interrogated Long Chen. This was completely unfair. Long Chen, do you know your crimes? He shouted again, but this time a powerful pressure crashed down on Long Chen. Does it have a damn to do with you? In fact, none of this has anything to do with you. Did you run out without taking your medicine this morning? Said Long Chen. Arrogant brat, absolutely courting death. Master, let me go out and kill this brat. The disciples from Pill Valley immediately shouted furiously, ready to attack Long Chen immediately. HMPH, as expected, you are arrogant and don't know what respect is. No wonder all I heard on the way was how presumptuous you were and how you colluded against your own sect. Just looking at you is disgusting. There's no need to waste so many words. Follow me back to Pill Valley, said the king. He was just about to take action when fierce spatial fluctuations appeared. Sorry, but it seems this matter isn't just up to your Pill Valley. Otherwise, the face of the Central Plains ancient races will be lost. A black-robed man appeared. He had 2 horns on his head, and his long hair fell naturally. There were faint flames within his eyes. Space began to violently twist because of his appearance. Everyone was startled. Another king had appeared. What do you think you're doing? Asked the Pill Valley's king. The black-robed man wasn't servile nor overbearing against him. Long Chen used despicable methods to slaughter my ancient races, experts. The Alliance Master has ordered me to investigate, so unfortunately, I cannot allow you to bring him away. The Pill Valley's king was clearly intimidated upon hearing that. Sorry to arrive late. This Long Chen killed too many of my ancient family alliance's disciples. Lord D. Long has ordered me to capture him alive. Just at this moment, a flying boat appeared in the sky. The boat was put away, revealing a middle-aged man. 3 kings had now appeared. Ouyang Chuyu was shocked. She didn't understand how this matter had drawn all of them over. After all, she had long since asked the head sect for reinforcements. But those reinforcements still hadn't arrived before these 3 kings. Ouyang Chuyu didn't know that the Remote Heaven Gang's patriarch had long since released the news. He had calculated everything properly, but there had still been a slight mistake. The 3 kings were truly too fast. Seniors, Long Chen committed innumerable vile crimes. It is better to execute him to get justice for the righteous path, and Ji Chengkong rose and bowed. As a generation's expert, he wanted to express himself. After all, the 3 of them were kings. If they were to take a liking to him, he would be like a fish that leapt over the dragon gate. He was unwilling to stay forever in the Remote Heaven Gang. Shut up, this is not a place you can speak. Who do you think you are? Shouted a young man from Pill Valley. Ji Chengkong was infuriated, but he didn't say anything. He simply smiled slightly. Meng Qi and the others were all nervous. They hadn't expected this matter to develop to this point. It was troublesome now with 3 kings. The 3 kings didn't say anything for a while as they stood in the air. From their eyes, it was possible to see that they were communicating with spiritual strength. After a long while, the Pill Valley's king announced, "We have decided to first bring away the criminal known as Long Chen." He extended his hand, just about to attack. Ha 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 ha. Long Chen suddenly raised his head and laughed. That laughter was full of disdain. "Brazen criminal, you still dare to be brazen with death waiting for you," shouted one of Pill Valley's disciples. A pair of wings appeared on his back, and a terrifying heat roasted the sky. 4 colored runes revolved around him. A huge flame spear pierced toward Long Chen, arriving in front of him in an instant. It was as quick as lightning and contained a terrifying aura. This one attack shocked everyone. A scale-covered hand shattered the flame spear, and another hand slapped across that person's face. Chapter 947 Expert Reinforcements. Blood splashed. That Pill Valley disciple's head exploded and a translucent figure shot back. This slap had destroyed his physical body. Only his soul escaped. That was the terror of alchemists. Even when their physical bodies were destroyed, their souls could exist independently. They were different from ordinary experts. Alchemists cultivated spiritual strength. Even after losing their bodies, they could unleash powerful spiritual attacks. "Bastard, you destroyed my physical body. I'll kill you, your entire family, your..." That person's roar was cut off by a lightning arrow. His soul exploded. "Okay, I'll kill you instead." Long Chen had intentionally been merciful just now. He knew that even if he destroyed his physical body, this alchemist could have found another body and continued cultivating. But Long Chen quickly realized he had made another foolish mistake. They weren't merciful to him. His mercy had caused them to threaten to kill him and his family. Long Chen immediately realized his mistake and killed him. This all happened so quickly that even the Pill Valley's king couldn't react. That person who had gone out just now was one of his genius disciples who had reached late sea expansion. His combat power was extremely strong. That was why he hadn't stopped him. He just viewed it as a trial for his disciple. But who would have thought that this talented disciple of his wasn't able to bear a single blow from Long Chen? He hadn't even had a chance to save him. Everyone was startled. One reason was because of Long Chen's strength, while another was his guts. He actually killed a king's disciple right in front of him. Courting death. The Pill Valley's king immediately erupted in fury. The veins on his forehead bulged and killing intent erupted. Killing a master's disciple, right in front of them, was worse than a slap in the face. Old ghost, do you see what this is? Long Chen smiled coldly and suddenly took out a medicinal pill. The Pill Valley's king's expression instantly changed. Tiger Dragon Heavenly Explosion Pill. And peak grade. How do you possess such a medicinal pill? Why should I tell you, you sanctimonious hypocrite? Long Chen's gaze moved across the other two kings. The reason you've decided to capture me has nothing to do with upholding justice or getting revenge for your clansmen. You're just a pack of greedy dogs. You want my secrets, but you still put on such an act, nauseating. That's enough. Long Chen, you're the one who has committed innumerable crimes. Everyone in the righteous path knows about those things. Do you think anyone would believe your words? Even if you have a peak-grade Tiger Dragon Heavenly Explosion Pill, so what? You aren't even at the peak of sea expansion. If you consume it, it would be a miracle if you didn't immediately explode. But even if your body doesn't immediately die, just how much of the pill's power do you think you can release? And once its effect has passed, your meridians will be destroyed, and you'll be no different from a cripple. I'd advise you to not struggle uselessly. Perhaps you feel wronged, but you can trust my Pill Valley. Pill Valley is always neutral and fair. If you had reasons for your actions, we won't kill you. In fact, we'll help you prove your innocence. Don't be obstinate. That will not just cause you to lose your own life but will also implicate innocent lives, said the Pill Valley's king. Just now, he had almost directly attacked to kill Long Chen. But Long Chen was right, he wanted his secrets. Hearing this, the Xuantian Dao sect's experts were infuriated. This was absolutely shameless. They clearly wanted his life but were actually demanding he go peacefully. Fuck off, you damn kings. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, don't fall for it. Since we've all come, we don't have any plans of leaving alive. Let's go all out, roared a disciple. Go all out. All of them roared and took out their weapons, prepared for a fight to the death. Originally, they had been a bit afraid due to the arrival of a king. But now seeing that these three kings didn't give a damn about the truth and directly called Long Chen a criminal, they were all infuriated. Shut up, you ants don't have the qualifications to speak, shouted the black-robed ancient race expert. His voice wasn't loud, but it somehow rang like thunder in everyone's ears. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples felt their heads buzzing, and blood leaked out of their ears. They collapsed on the ground. Only a few sea expansion experts were able to resist. Long Chen, since you want to persist in going about things the wrong way, don't blame me for bullying the weak. HMPH, a peak-grade Tiger Dragon Heavenly Explosion Pill isn't enough to save your life. Roared the Pill Valley's king. Is that so? I don't believe that. This peak-grade Tiger Dragon Heavenly Explosion Pill can not only preserve my life, but it can allow me to leave here safely. Most importantly, once I leave, I will kill every last person here, including those idiots by your side. Sneered Long Chen. Long Chen was confident. He was very clear on the power of the pill in his hand. For an ordinary sea expansion expert, consuming it would mean certain death. But he had the green dragon battle armor. He could definitely endure the medicinal energy. At that time, his power would be 10 times greater than normal. Even if he couldn't beat a king, he could clean up the trash by their side. Then he could use the lightning body blink to escape. No one could stop him. The Pill Valley's king's expression changed. The attack Long Chen had used just now had shocked him. Although he hadn't seen it clearly, Long Chen's explosive speed did cause him some worry. Now seeing Long Chen so confident, he became a bit unsure. But he sneered, even if you can endure that pill's energy, your body will be crippled. Although it's just a 7th tier pill, it is an ancient pill. Only before the change in heaven and earth could a peak sea expansion expert consume it safely. But the world has changed, and the current age's cultivators cannot compare to ancient cultivators. Furthermore, that is a peak-grade pill. The chance of you being able to digest it is less than 10%. Even if you do, with me present, there's no chance of you harming a single hair on my disciples' heads. I'd advise you to not resist. Think about yourself and about the people by your side. His meaning was extremely obvious. He no longer bothered with the charade and laid the threat bare. Even if Long Chen escaped, none of the people by his side would survive. You shameless bitch, were all your thousands of years wasted as a dog? Guo Ran couldn't help but curse. HMPH, there's no need for me to think about anything. I, Long Chen, never submit to threats. If you dare to attack my people, then I will break out of your encirclement, conceal my identity, and bitterly cultivate until I am at the peak of the martial path. Then I'll get revenge for all of them, said Long Chen calmly. The current situation had far surpassed his expectations. But he had already thought things through before coming here. He would no longer hesitate. Even if what was ahead was a den of dragons and tigers, he would still go. He would no longer painstakingly scheme against others. Starting now, when he sensed a threat, he would go all out to eliminate it. He found that after that domineering moment from the Julie secret realm, he had gradually become apprehensive again and his guts had only grown smaller. He had become more and more reliant on intelligence instead of power. But intelligence was deceptive. No matter how many trump cards you prepared, they would never be enough. Little Snow was an example. So he gave up on that. If he died, then he died. He wouldn't retreat. HMPH, do you think you'll have that chance? Sneered the ancient race and ancient family alliance's kings. They both extended a hand, and the world was bound by endless runes. Space became locked. Long Chen didn't even have a chance to devour the peak-grade Dragon Tiger Heavenly Explosion pill. A large hand reached toward him. It was like the world was frozen around him. But a cold smile appeared on Long Chen's face. His divine ring appeared, and 4 stars revolved in his eyes, but this spatial power still didn't break. However, when green scales covered his body, a sacred aura erupted and his spatial bindings shattered. Long Chen tossed the medicinal pill into his mouth. There's no need to go so all out. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. 2 chi waves erupted, and the ancient race's king and ancient family alliance's king were both blown back. The ancient race's king was sent flying and vomited blood, while the ancient family alliance's king was slashed on the shoulder and cut in 2. His blood splashed through the air. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. Long Chen had only just tossed the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Explosion pill into his mouth when he stopped and didn't consume it. He looked at that familiar figure with disbelief. A sword slowly returned to its sheath. A man stood in front of Long Chen, and there was a 30-meter black hole in the sky in front of him. The void had been cleanly cut apart just like this. That blackness seemed to be able to devour anything. Just looking at it would make a person feel like their soul was being drawn in. After that, the injury to the void healed in a single breath. It was an unforgettable scene. Long Chen, it's been a few years. Your ability to cause trouble only grows stronger. That man turned around. Long Chen, Meng Qi, Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, and all the disciples who had originally been part of the 108th monastery all had their jaws drop. Chapter 948 Feng Xingli. His aura had completely transformed, but his outer appearance was still the same. His sword was sheathed on his back, and he wore snow-white robes. They were delighted. This was the 108th monastery's sect leader from back then, Ling Yunzi. He had actually appeared here. With one slash of his sword, he cut a king in 2. However, that king used some unknown technique to reconnect the 2 parts of his body. He looked in shock at Ling Yunzi. Other than Ling Yunzi, there was a middle-aged man in the air as well. Just now, a slash of his sword had blown back the ancient family alliance's king. He was extremely tall and muscular. It was like snakes were wriggling beneath his skin. He was bursting out with energy. He had a broadsword almost just as tall as him on his back. He was like an immovable mountain as he stood there. "You're from the heaven-splitting battle sect?" demanded the ancient family alliance's king. Hearing that he came from the heaven-splitting battle sect, Long Chen didn't find it odd at all. As soon as he had attacked, he had sensed the aura of split the heavens. Although the move he had used wasn't split the heavens, he couldn't have mistaken that aura. That large man didn't even glance at the king. He turned to Long Chen. Not bad, little fellow. Due to this medal, you won't be beaten too badly. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like thunder in everyone's ears. They all knew this person had to be a king and wouldn't bother trying to flaunt his power in front of them. His voice was probably just like that. Even from this distance, his voice shook their eardrums. If they were closer, wouldn't they go deaf? Long Chen didn't know what was happening, but he knew he was helping him. There was no need for him to throw away his life anymore. Many thanks for helping, Senior. Long Chen hastily bowed. The large man waved his hand. Don't do so many useless things. The reason I've come here is because I was ordered to come support you. Today, if you want to kill someone, then go ahead and kill them. If someone dares to interfere, I'll cut off their heads. Ah, speaking of which, who are you? How have I never heard of you in Central Plains? It seems you are very powerful. He turned to look at Ling Yunzi, battle intent soaring in his eyes. Junior brother is Ling Yunzi. Greetings, Senior. Ling Yunzi smiled. Ling Yunzi, why does that sound so familiar? Ah, didn't the Heavenly Sword sect obtain a peerless genius with that name who has already comprehended the Annihilation Sword Tao? Is that you? Said the Heaven-Splitting Battle Sect's man. I am simply indebted to the Heavenly Sword sect's master and cultivating there. Senior brother overpraises me, said Ling Yunzi. Although his words were very calm, just hearing the name of the Heavenly Sword sect was enough to shake everyone. The Heavenly Sword sect was extremely famous on the Martial Heaven continent. They only had a few hundred members, but they only accepted sword cultivators, and only sword cultivators that had comprehended sword intent at that. They were different from other sects and rarely interfered with mundane matters. They were like a group of hermits that had isolated themselves from the world to cultivate. They rarely had any interactions with the rest of the world, but they were exceedingly terrifying experts. Anyone could try to join the Heavenly Sword sect. As long as they passed the test regarding the Sword Tao, they could join. After that, they would enjoy all the Heavenly Sword sect's resources given to sword cultivators. However, the test was extremely strict, and focused on the Sword Tao. The probability of passing was less than 1 in 10,000, and the price for failure was death. It was a cruel trial. But every person who managed to pass would have their name carved onto the Heavenly Sword sect's Heavenly Sword tablet at the front of the sect. It had been many years since someone had managed to pass the trial and join the Heavenly Sword sect. But over a year ago, Ling Yunzi had managed to pass, and when his name had been carved onto the Heavenly Sword tablet, it had caused his fame to explosively grow. That was why this heaven-splitting battle sect's king would feel that his name was very familiar. He asked, don't the Heavenly Sword sect's experts only cultivate the Sword Tao and not interfere in mundane matters? Why have you run over here? In truth, the Heavenly Sword sect doesn't require its members to act in any way, nor does it restrict our freedom. It just requires us to act according to our heart. There are some seniors who already have no ties to the rest of the world, so they don't even leave the sect. There are also some who are completely engrossed in the Sword Tao and don't care about anything else. However, I was never able to let my heart rest, and so the sect let me come out to settle my affairs. And now you see the result. Ling Yunzi smiled at Long Chen. You have a relationship with Long Chen. The large man was startled. Not just any relationship. The reason I could attain my current height is all because of Long Chen. So whoever tries to make things hard on Long Chen today will meet their death. Ling Yunzi looked at the three kings, his voice was flat but full of unquestionable resolve. Hearing that Ling Yunzi was this powerful because of Long Chen, everyone was startled. Even Long Chen was startled. Long Chen didn't know that Ling Yunzi's Annihilation Sword Tao was something he had comprehended after helping him erase the lightning tribulation energy within his body. He had comprehended the essence of annihilation, opening a completely new path for himself. Long Chen, as you get stronger, your ability to cause trouble also grows. Ling Yunzi looked from Long Chen to the mass of experts below. Hee, many thanks sect leader for your praise, laughed Long Chen. Now that Ling Yunzi and this large man from the heaven-splitting battle sect had arrived, the crisis had been resolved. Long Chen's mood was no longer so heavy. He wanted to ask Ling Yunzi what he had done during the past few years for his cultivation base to grow to such a shocking level, but now wasn't the time. Only a man who dares to cause trouble is a real man. If you flinch and cower when you do everything, what's the point of living? Originally, I was in seclusion, but I was ordered to take a trip here. TCH, that was irritating, so I was going to give you a beating to vent. However, your display is very satisfactory, so I won't. I'll leave this beating for later, laughed the large man from the heaven-splitting battle sect. He patted Long Chen on the shoulder. Booming sounds rang out when his palm struck Long Chen's shoulder. He felt like his bones were about to break. Hee, although you're a bit small, this courage is not bad. Haha, truly not bad. That large man examined Long Chen from head to toe like he was a treasure, causing Long Chen's hair to stand on end. Senior, said Long Chen. Don't call me senior. What an irritating word. I am Feng Xingli in rank 3rd. You aren't one of the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples yet, so you can call me 3rd uncle. If you aren't satisfied to be suppressed by me in terms of seniority, then hurry and raise your cultivation base. When you become a king, you can call me 3rd brother, said Feng Xingli. Everyone was startled. How was it that Long Chen had such a close relationship with a king from the heaven-splitting battle sect? The remote Heaven Gang's patriarch's expression became extremely ugly. The matter had developed out of his control. They could only watch. They didn't even have the qualifications to speak. Seeing 2 kings stand by Long Chen's side caused the other kings to be startled and infuriated. The king from Pill Valley icily said, "Are you really going to harbor a criminal like Long Chen?" Ling Yunzi was about to reply when Feng Xingli took the initiative. There's no need for so much bullshit. Although you're from Pill Valley, you can't represent Pill Valley's higher-ups. You still aren't at that level. Furthermore, when did the righteous path's matters become something you can stick your nose into? Meddlesome dog. You. The Pill Valley's king was infuriated. Feng Xingli's words were too ugly and didn't give him face in the slightest. You. What you? I am here to support Long Chen, and if you refuse to accept that, let's fight. If you don't want to fight, then fuck off. What's the point of all these useless words? Feng Xingli frowned irritably. The heaven-splitting battle sect's people all like to be direct. They would rather fight with their fists than their tongues. Bastard, my Pill Valley received an invitation to come here to get justice. As for you, raged the Pill Valley's king. Old bastard, do you want to try cursing me again? Feng Xingli's expression sank. His hand reached toward the broadsword on his back. The instant he grabbed the hilt, the world turned still. A powerful aura locked onto the Pill Valley's king. If he dared to move, he would meet a thunderous attack from Feng Xingli. The lock of a king was incomparably terrifying as heaven and earth seemed to be suppressed. Each person felt like their heart was about to leap out of their chest. You. The Pill Valley's king was startled and infuriated. Although he knew that the heaven-splitting battle sect's people were all blockheads who didn't talk reason, this was far too domineering. Pill Valley's position was extremely high. Each sect had to be respectful and deferential to them. After all, they all relied on Pill Valley's medicinal pills. So Pill Valley's people were all arrogant and looked down on others. But Feng Xingli didn't accept that. The other Pill Valley's disciples all tottered on the verge of collapse just from being near Feng Xingli's lock. The other 2 kings didn't know what to do. The heaven-splitting battle sect's people were all madmen. No one wanted to provoke them. I didn't think this place would be so lively. For all of you to come here for my Xuantian Dao sect's matters truly make me endlessly grateful. An elderly voice rang out. 2 figures appeared far away, crossing the distance in an instant. Chapter 949 I don't care what illness you have. The 2 elders had white hair and lean faces. They gave off a feeling of the immortal Dao. With their white robes, they looked like immortals who had walked out of a painting to grace the mundane world. It was like they might vanish with the wind at any moment. Disciple Ouyang Chuyu greets elders. Ouyang Chuyu hastily bowed. These 2 were kings from the head sect. The person at the front appeared exceptionally old, but from the features of his lean face, it was possible to tell he had to have been very handsome in his youth. The other one had an icier face. His lips were thin, his eyebrows were thin and long, and in general, he gave off an unfriendly feeling. Ouyang Chuyu, as the sect master of the Xuantian Dao sect, you should be the leader of the righteous path here. How could you have done such crazy things? When did the righteous path's people begin slaughtering each other? The icy elder shouted at Ouyang Chuyu. Ouyang Chuyu lowered her head and didn't reply. She knew that this elder was doing this on purpose. It was like a family head scolding 2 children for fighting. No matter what, they had to first scold their own child, and only then would they investigate what had happened. That was the way for them to seem magnanimous. Disciple knows her wrongs. Ouyang Chuyu was experienced and she obediently apologized. Only then did the icy elder nod. The other elder bowed slightly toward Ling Yunzi and Feng Xingli, saying, I am Li Changfeng, and this is my junior brother, Lu Minghan. He is a law enforcement elder from the Xuantian Dao sect. To have bothered all of you because of the Xuantian Dao sect's matters shames me. Li Changfeng's voice was simple, not fast or slow, not servile or overbearing. It was extremely comfortable to listen to. And paired with his mannerisms, it was as if he was saying this was what an expert should act like. HMPH, my Pill Valley doesn't meddle in other people's affairs. People were wronged and needed trust, and so they asked us to get justice for them, said the Pill Valley's king in response to Li Changfeng's words. Now that he was talking to someone reasonable, he clearly didn't have so many misgivings and directly expressed his dissatisfaction. He hadn't dared to do that with someone as unreasonable as Feng Xingli. Madmen were the most terrifying ones. Feng Xingli narrowed his eyes but didn't say anything. He couldn't be bothered with this kind of battle of tongues. It wasn't as delightful as using his sword. Ling Yunzi also didn't say anything. Now that the Xuantian Dao sect had come to take charge of this matter, he could just watch. HMPH, it was the disciple raised by your Xuantian Dao sect that colluded with the aboriginals in the immemorial path and slaughtered your own people, shouted the ancient race's king. Does that have anything to do with you? It was our own people, so who do you think you are? Did you personally see me do that? Long Chen cut him off. All the righteous experts are saying so. If others said you were my son, would you call me dad without hesitation? Long Chen cut him off once more. His words were hostile but still correct. Whether or not he had killed people from his own sect, it had nothing to do with the ancient races. As for the ancient race's king, he almost fainted from rage because of Long Chen's interruptions. But you also colluded with the aboriginals to slaughter my ancient race's elite disciples. Isn't that right? He roared. He, a grand king, was infuriated to the point where he quivered and his hair stood on end. Guo Ran and the others had to admire Long Chen's sharp tongue. Yes, this time you're right. But why did you have to release all these farts before this? Was it to make you sound righteous and just? Or was it because some of you just had to paint a certain person as an irredeemable villain so that you could have more justification? Sneered Long Chen. You, no matter how you put it, you killed my ancient race's disciples. You can't twist that truth, can you? Everyone, let's calm down and discuss this. Why don't we sit and figure out this problem together? My Xuantian Dao sect is famous amongst the righteous sects and has tens of thousands of years of inheritance. I trust everyone is aware of our reputation. If Long Chen truly did do something wrong, we definitely won't harbor him from justice, said Li Changfeng. Hearing that, the three kings had no choice but to go along. Right now, it was no longer possible for them to forcibly bring Long Chen away. They could only think of something else. They all descended from the sky, landing on the stage in front of the remote Heaven Plaza. The seats on the stage were all occupied by the kings. Long Chen and the others could only stand below the stage. Long Chen, tell us, why did you kill so many people from the righteous path and so many ancient race experts? Asked Lu Minghan sternly and coldly. Ouyang Qiuyu hastily cast a glance at Long Chen. These were the same unspoken rules as for her. They would chide him a bit, but it was just for show. She was indicating for him to endure it, because Long Chen hated this kind of thing. It was like he was a criminal. But for Ouyang Qiuyu, he didn't retort. Shameful, do you not know how to use polite honorifics? Who taught you how to speak to your seniors? Shouted Lu Minghan. According to regular etiquette, Long Chen should have first bowed, then called him senior, and addressed himself as disciple. But Long Chen didn't care about any of that. Pay attention to your tone. I respect you because of your position, which is high enough to preside over justice, but when it comes to your inner quality as a person, I loathe people like you, said Long Chen icily. Ouyang Qiuyu and the other experts from the Xuantian Dao sect all jumped in shock. Long Chen was absolutely obstinate. If an almighty king wanted to chide you a bit, why not just simply call him senior? Seeing that Long Chen dared to contradict Lu Minghan, the Pill Valley's experts all smiled derisively. Chortling even rang out in the air, putting Lu Minghan on the spot. Little brute, you, well, aren't you the old brute? Raged Long Chen. Ha 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 ha. Feng Xingli couldn't help but laugh. Ling Yunzi also shook his head helplessly. Long Chen's temper hadn't changed even after all these years. Courting death. Lu Minghan was absolutely infuriated. Originally, this should have been just an ordinary preamble, but before he could even ask anything, Long Chen cursed at him and made him want to explode. What, you want to attack? That's good, I've been waiting for a while. Seeing Lu Minghan stand up, Feng Xingli also stood, patting his sword hilt. Everyone, calm down a bit. It's hot today, so it's easy to lose your temper. Haha, Long Chen, why don't you explain what happened in your own words? Said Li Changfeng. In truth, he was bitterly smiling inside. This junior brother of his was extremely stern and icy. That was related to the fact that he was from the law enforcement hall, so his tone was naturally a bit overbearing. Normally, the ones he faced were just junior disciples. Those disciples had to endure whether they wanted to or not, but Long Chen refused to accept that. If he wanted to use a berating tone, then he could accept that. After all, he was the senior. But calling him a brute was insulting his mother. He couldn't accept that, which was why he warned him to pay attention to his words. Then Lu Minghan refused to accept that and still cursed him. Long Chen's fury had immediately erupted, and he directly cursed back. That made it so Li Changfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was no way to resolve that, as it had been Lu Minghan that started things. If this continued, he would just embarrass himself more. So he hastily took over. I'm a bit mad right now and my head's messy. So I'll let my brother speak for me. Guo Ran, you can explain, said Long Chen. He really was a bit angry. In fact, just now when Lu Minghan had cursed him, he had almost exploded. He found that he was getting more and more angered. His ability to control himself was weakening. Me, Guo Ran was a bit apprehensive. What, do you not dare go bring out the bravery you have when you normally act like a poser, said Long Chen. Guo Ran really was nervous. Kings were existences that didn't exist within the eastern wasteland. But as soon as he heard the word poser, his eyes brightened. That word gave him limitless courage. This matter happened like this. My boss is a godlike hero, a genius amongst geniuses. My boss is Long Chen. When we just entered the immemorial path, it went without saying that Guo Ran's tongue was also exceptional. Although he was a bit nervous at the beginning, he quickly became accustomed and a colorful story was painted by him loudly and smoothly. He explained everything about the enmity between them and the ancient races. From the beginning, it was always Yu Chenghao provoking Long Chen. Later, the ancient races had continuously forced them into conflicts. All of this was explained in detail. All Guo Ran's words were true, and Long Chen didn't ask him to lie. There was also no need to lie. This explanation was no more than a formality, so Long Chen couldn't be bothered to do it himself. The Xuantian Dao sect was strong. Even if Long Chen said that he didn't like the way Yu Chenghao looked and so he had killed him, the Xuantian Dao sect could come up with a million reasons to protect him. If Pill Valley was strong, then even if Long Chen explained how he had been wronged in a million ways, it wouldn't have a damn use. Whether or not he was in the right depended on power. All of this was just a bunch of senseless rules. But the righteous path liked to play this game, and they played it a lot. They liked to see who played better, who had a better strategy, or whose tactics were the most supreme. With Ling Yunzi and Feng Xingli standing by Long Chen, who would dare to touch his head? So Long Chen couldn't be bothered to play that game. But if they wanted to play, they could play by themselves. Since Guo Ran liked to be in the spotlight, he could play with them. From now on, Guo Ran would have an amazing story to brag about. When he was just at early sea expansion, he dared to tell a story to kings. After cursing them over and over, they didn't even dare to interrupt. Of course, who would believe him? Bastard, even if there was a conflict between the two of you, there was no need to slaughter all our elite disciples. You don't have a leg to stand on. Furthermore, I don't believe you. The ancient races are always neutral, we never bully others. Raged the ancient races king. According to Guo Ran's story, it was the ancient races that were too overbearing, willing to slaughter people for any random resources. The conflicts grew step by step all because of them. Do you have an illness? If you don't believe me, why listen to me explaining it all? You could have said something sooner and saved me the effort. Guo Ran cursed the ancient race expert. Brat, you're courting death. He raged. Temporarily put aside your anger. Although this is just a one-sided story, why don't you have some of your ancient race disciples tell their side? Said Li Changfeng. As soon as he said this, all the wily old foxes understood what he was doing. Chapter 950. A person should be magnanimous. All the wily old foxes immediately understood Li Changfeng's words. The Xuantian Dao sect's attitude was to simply smooth things over and protect Long Chen. This was no investigation. When the ancient races brought out their own disciples to testify about what had happened, all that would happen was that both sides would criticize the other. They could make up all kinds of lies. After all, there was no third party to testify. It wasn't as if they could call out the Aboriginals from the immemorial path. As a result, this matter would be smoothed over. At the very most, the Xuantian Dao sect might pay some compensation to the ancient races for them to bury their dead. Let's not talk about the ancient races for now. Long Chen killed so many people from the righteous path, and thousands of them came from my ancient family alliance. How do you explain that? Said the ancient family alliance's king. He wasn't stupid. Seeing that the Xuantian Dao sect wanted to protect Long Chen, he immediately tossed out what had happened with the righteous path. At the same time, he cast a glance to the remote heaven gang's patriarch. Ji Chengkong immediately walked out and respectfully bowed, saying, reporting to seniors, this disciple has evidence here that proves Long Chen colluded with the Aboriginals to kill righteous experts. Here is the photographic jade. Ji Chengkong activated a photographic jade. An image of a battlefield appeared in the air. That battlefield was Drake Mountain. It revealed how Meng Qi had been fighting against righteous experts to save the Aboriginals. Oh, why is there just that one girl? Where are the others, and the other scenes? Asked Li Changfeng. Everyone was in a life and death battle, so it was only possible to record this little bit, said Ji Chengkong. It's because if they show too much, it'll expose their secrets, sneered Guo Ran. Bullshit. Do you dare to let that woman come out and testify? Raged Ji Chengkong. Long Chen, is this image real? Asked Li Changfeng. His meaning was obvious. Long Chen should say it wasn't real, and simply say that they were being framed. Then they could continue smoothing things over. It is. Long Chen nodded. Haha, what a good child. Then is there anything that isn't revealed in just this scene? Why did you collude with the Aboriginals? Li Changfeng couldn't help but laugh. His laughter was a bit helpless. He was sure Long Chen had understood his intentions, but he had still said this. He didn't know what drugs he was on. This doesn't count as colluding. Before this, my boss was chased down by countless experts led by Shui Yu and Yu Chenghao because of his treasures. Guo Ran told them about how the Aboriginals had saved Long Chen after being chased down by those two. He didn't go into very much detail, but to sum it up, the Aboriginals were actually good people. Seeing Long Chen's heaven-shaking handsomeness was enough to cause gods and ghosts to weep. The Aboriginals had thought him to be a good person and saved him. They had become friends with him and very close ones at that. But when it came to how Ji Chengkong had laid down a trap for Long Chen and intentionally drawn over the Aboriginals as bait, Guo Ran went into great detail. When he finally mentioned how Ji Chengkong's trap had involved working together with the corrupt path to kill Long Chen, it immediately caused an uproar amongst the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. Ji Chengkong, you shameless bitch, you're too despicable. Don't slander others. What proof do you have? We were cleaning up the traitors in the righteous path, and the corrupt path just happened to come. We had no relation at all, sneered Ji Chengkong. Do you really think you handled things perfectly? Ji Chengkong, you overestimate yourself. Do you think that other than you everyone else is stupid? Long Chen smiled slightly. A photographic jade appeared in his hand. He tossed it directly to Li Changfeng. He activated it, which revealed a scene in the air. Ji Chengkong's expression changed. The first scene in this photographic jade was of the person he had sent to Shui Yu to establish their cooperation. Then more familiar faces appeared, all talking with corrupt path. They were clearly discussing the plan, and even he himself appeared in it. Bastard, this is fake. That person isn't me, roared Ji Chengkong. Now he was afraid. He hadn't expected that this kind of scene had been recorded. In reality, this was something made by Shui Yu. Once his aide had been killed, this thing had been noticed by Qing Yu when she had gone through his possessions. That's not you. Okay, then it's not you. But there's also an image of both your armies gathering together. Tell me, how was I supposed to find enough fakes to set that up? Asked Long Chen lightly. Li Changfeng smiled. It was no wonder Long Chen was so calm. He had absolute proof in his hands. That photographic jade was like a knife that had viciously stabbed through the remote heaven gang's heart. Everyone was startled by it, and the patriarch's expression completely changed. Shouldn't the person from the remote heaven gang come out and say something? Sneered Lu Minghan. This matter was too obvious. All of this had been caused by the remote heaven gang, and not only had their scheme been brought to light, but the price of colluding with the corrupt path was the annihilation of the entire sect. You little bastard, you dared to do such a heretical thing. Unexpectedly, the remote heaven gang's patriarch roared furiously and sent a palm toward xianxia. But as soon as he moved, Looming Han raised his hand. Spatial strength extended hundreds of meters, and the remote heaven gang's patriarch, a half-step king, became unable to move. Rashly killing someone before this matter is settled isn't good, don't you think? If he is wronged, wouldn't that make you feel embarrassed? Sneered Looming Han. He waved his hand. Runes appeared in the air, forming chains that bound the patriarch. Although he was a half-step king, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Seeing that, the other half-step king's expressions changed. They felt that this situation today was about to go very badly for them. Brother from Pill Valley, you were invited here to uphold justice, correct? Then please, go ahead and say your verdict. After all, for a member of my Xuantian Dao sect to be the judge would be inappropriate, said Li Changfeng. The Pill Valley king's expression was extremely unsightly, and the other two kings were about the same as well. The person from the ancient family alliance was especially irritated. Right now, he couldn't say a word. There was the ironclad evidence that Ji Changkong had led the righteous experts to collude with the corrupt path in order to kill Long Chen. There was no way to retort. Although those people had partially been used by Ji Changkong, and their deaths were a bit unjust, there was no reason for him to make things hard on Long Chen. The ancient race expert also had to shut his mouth as Yu Changhao had been part of the collusion. The three forces had joined hands to handle Long Chen. Although he hadn't been part of the attack on Drake Mountain, Guo Ran had revealed more images that were completely irrefutable. All his reasoning had been ruined because Ji Changkong had made a critical error. That had even implicated the ancient races, so he didn't even know what to say. His people had been killed, but there was no good excuse for him to make things hard on the killers. The ancient races were always neutral. Cooperating with the righteous path or the corrupt path was taboo. Now that they had cooperated in a fight between the righteous and corrupt paths, their deaths were simply wasted. Cough, I didn't expect the remote heaven gang to be so impetuous. The truth of this matter has come to light, let the remote heaven gang be disbanded, said the Pill Valley's king. Brother truly is wise. Li Changfeng smiled. He gave Pill Valley a way out of their embarrassing situation. Although now everyone was clear about what had happened, Li Changfeng didn't want to ruin the Xuantian Dao sect's relationship with Pill Valley. No matter how strong the Xuantian Dao sect was, they still relied on medicinal pills. Although this person couldn't represent Pill Valley, it was best not to offend him either. Since that's the case, the Pill Valley's king understood Li Changfeng. He was giving him face, and he was just about to announce that the remote heaven gang had been disbanded when he was cut off. It seems I am the victim, right? Pill Valley Senior, can you help me get revenge? Said Long Chen suddenly. The Pill Valley's king glared at Long Chen. He was starting to hate this brat, having an urge to crush him beneath his fingers. Long Chen had caused him to lose face by killing one of his disciples right in front of him. Now, he didn't even have an excuse to get revenge for that disciple. Although his expression was calm, killing intent was boiling within him. Long Chen, although you were wronged, as part of the righteous path, you should be magnanimous. Only then can you accomplish bigger things, lectured the Pill Valley's king. HMPH, ignorant and unbearably coarse, without this magnanimity, it's obvious he is nothing more than a butcher, sneered someone in the crowd. This person was one of the alchemists from Pill Valley. Seeing that Long Chen had caused a shocking reversal and was now proven innocent irritated him, so when Long Chen had contradicted his master, he had immediately sneered at him. The people on the stage were all kings, so he didn't have the qualifications to sit there. He could only stand below the stage, not far from Long Chen and the others. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was very clear to the surrounding people. The insulting tone within it was overflowing. Guo Ran's expression sank. He was just about to retort when a blood-colored light shot out suddenly. That person was blown to bits, splashing his fellow alchemists with blood. Long Chen's attack had come suddenly and unexpectedly. No one had thought he would dare to kill one of the Pill Valley's disciples right in front of a king. That was his second disciple slain. Long Chen lazily rested his saber on his shoulder and disdainfully looked at the Pill Valley's king. Sorry. Chapter 951 Kill them all. Everyone was silent. Even the kings were dumbfounded. What did he think he was doing? Was this brat crazy? All he had done was insult him and he killed him. And right in front of his master. And he thought it would be okay with a sorry. Ouyang Chuyu's soul almost fled out of fright. She felt like she was going crazy. What was Long Chen planning? The Dragonblood warriors didn't bat an eye upon seeing one of the Pill Valley's experts be killed like a chicken. That kind of indifference to death made their blood boil. This was their boss. This was what it meant to be domineering. Guo Ran was clenching his fists, filled with worship. This was truly being badass. Killing one wasn't satisfying enough, so directly killing another was best. In truth, just speaking so frankly to a group of kings and even cursing a king to their face was enough to raise Guo Ran's posing realm. But he still couldn't be compared to Long Chen. Long Chen was the truly badass one. Even Ling Yunzi wiped his forehead, feeling a slight headache. This temperament of Long Chen's hadn't changed. Instead, he had only grown more crazy. Only Feng Xingli nodded with delight. He almost clapped his hands and praised. In his opinion, this was how a man should act. But Li Changfeng and Lu Minghan's expressions changed. Long Chen clearly didn't know how to appreciate kindness. How could he do something so overboard? What they had done before had already calmed things down. With just a bit more, this whole matter would have been resolved. What did you say? The Pill Valley's king almost exploded. Flames erupted around him, and it felt like the whole world had ignited. He was truly furious. No, not furious. He was on the edge of exploding. Each of his words was spat out through clenched teeth. Sorry, said Long Chen very apologetically. Just sorry, he raged. Ah, I suppose, I've said sorry, and this matter is already over. Isn't it just one dead person? Don't be so petty, stay calm. With your age, is it worth making such a fuss over such a small matter? Said Long Chen. What nonsense, you killed 2 of my disciples. I'll make you pay with your life. Pay with my life? Why? Asked Long Chen. You killed someone, so you have to pay with your life. Are you an idiot? No. Just because you kill someone doesn't mean you have to pay with your life. Although you've suffered wrongs and 2 of your disciples have died, you should be magnanimous. Only then can you accomplish bigger things, advised Long Chen. Everyone looked oddly at the Pill Valley's king. These were the same words he had said to Long Chen. Now they understood why Long Chen had killed that person. It was to shut his mouth. He really was brazen. When I first joined the Xuantian Dao sect, my sect leader told me a certain thing. When others don't understand anything and simply advise you to be magnanimous, you should maintain your distance from them, because when they're killed, they'll splash you with blood. Back then, I was too young to understand. But now that I think about it, the principles behind it are truly profound. Sect leaders' wisdom truly is as vast as an ocean. Long Chen looked at Ling Yunzi with heartfelt admiration. Did I ever say something like that? Ling Yunzi was stunned inside. But then he quickly understood Long Chen was using him, pulling him down with him. Brother, this principle of yours truly is profound. With just a glance, I can tell you're erudite. Truly worthy of praise. Feng Xingli gave Ling Yunzi a big thumbs up. Ling Yunzi bitterly smiled. He had never said anything like that, but he also couldn't explain. He could only go along with Long Chen. Long Chen, you did this on purpose. The Pill Valley's king glared at Long Chen, filled with killing intent. No, I wouldn't dare to admit to that. Let me just say it again, this matter is already in the past, and people should be magnanimous so that they can do bigger things. Only like this can people work together sincerely and raise each other to greater heights. As part of Pill Valley, I'm sure you understand this principle. Could it be that you advised me to be magnanimous, but you aren't magnanimous yourself? If even you can't be magnanimous, how do you expect me to be? You should lead by example, said Long Chen. You're just twisting words. This was people's first time feeling a trace of sympathy for that old man. Looking at how his hair was standing on end, they didn't know if he would directly die of anger. The Pill Valley's disciples had finally learned their lesson and backed further away. They also didn't dare to say anything. I'm twisting words, but then what about you? Just because a few of your disciples were killed, you want me to pay with my life. But when so many of my companions died because of Ji Chengkong's schemes, you wanted me to be magnanimous. Is your head full of shit? You think just disbanding the Remote Heaven gang is enough to quell my hatred? You're just going to let these murderers roam the world. Why should you be allowed to stop me from getting revenge? Because you're a king, because you're stronger than me. Just because your position is higher than mine, you can rule over everything. Fuck the hell off, old bastard, let me tell you, I've seen far too many of you. Idiots who like to put on a sanctimonious appearance while clearly having filthy goals. Just looking at you disgusts me. From the moment I came here, I didn't hope for anyone to save me. I don't fear death, so why do you think I'd fear an idiot like you? Toward the end, Long Chen's voice grew louder to the point that it shook the sky. Thinking of Little Snow's death caused his killing intent to surge beyond control. Calm down, Long Chen. We all know your grievances. Speak, what do you want? Said Li Changfeng helplessly. Long Chen was not an ordinary disciple right now. Ling Yunzi and Feng Xingli supported him, and no matter what evil things he had done, they would protect him. Furthermore, the two of them were extremely powerful. Although they hadn't said anything yet, the Pill Valley's king was about to attack, and the two of them would not just sit still and watch. He didn't have a great understanding of Ling Yunzi, but he had a profound understanding of how crazy the madmen from the heaven-splitting battle sect were. They never talked reason. While the situation could still be controlled, he hastily opened his mouth. He felt a headache. In all his years, he had never seen a disciple like Long Chen. There was no way to suppress him. My requirements aren't high. Anyone here who raised their fists to kill me should be killed instead, said Long Chen. A cold gasp escaped from everyone. He wanted to kill essentially everyone from the righteous path. Long Chen, many of the people here are innocent. They were simply baited to come by the remote heaven gang, said Li Changfeng. He felt that Long Chen was going too far. Innocent, haha, do you know how many people here clearly knew I was framed but still came out to suck up to the remote heaven gang? Do you know how many people don't give a damn about my innocence, with their only goal being to get a favor from the remote heaven gang? If the situation was reversed, once I was killed, would they think of the word innocent when they turned their butcher's blades toward the rest of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples? Sneered Long Chen. Li Changfeng was stumped. As one of the higher-ups of the Xuantian Dao sect, he couldn't be biased toward the remote heaven gang. But if the remote heaven gang was disbanded and then all these righteous experts were killed, the Xuantian Dao sect's name would be tarnished. Let me tell you then, they wouldn't. They wouldn't hesitate despite knowing your disciples are innocent. They would cut off all our heads to show their loyalty to the remote heaven gang, making them the dominant power here. In this world, there aren't any innocent people, there are only greedy and foolish people. Greedy people know the truth but act like they don't, while foolish people simply don't know the truth but will still raise their blades with everyone else. They don't need to know the truth, all they need is to win the favor from the remote heaven gang. Those foolish people aren't worth pitying, as they have their own heads. If they can indiscriminately kill people without first determining the truth, can they get off unpunished? Can foolish people ignore other people's lives? Can foolish people randomly harm others? So being foolish is the reasoning of these innocents. Long Chen's voice resounded through the air, causing countless experts' expressions to change. Yes, by coming here to the remote heaven gang, they didn't care at all about whether or not Long Chen was innocent. Since they can slaughter my brothers, why can't I slaughter them? Suddenly, Long Chen's wings appeared and he shot into the sky. Two huge dragons flew out, releasing powerful roars. With Lei Long and Huo Long bringing out their true bodies, endless lightning and flame energy raged in the air. Icy killing intent erupted out of Long Chen. He was like an asura who had come to reap lives. All the experts who had been invited by the remote heaven gang were horrified. A sensation of death welled up within them. Chapter 952. Put down your burden. Long Chen, you dare. The Pill Valley's king and Lu Minghan both shouted furiously. Long Chen was actually arrogantly ignoring their decision. Even Li Changfeng found it slightly hard to bear. Long Chen was too obstinate and didn't even give face to kings. Seeing Long Chen filled with killing intent, Ling Yunzi sighed inside. It seemed there really was nothing Long Chen wouldn't dare to do in this world. HMPH, there's nothing that I, Long Chen, don't dare to do in this world. If you have the power, then come and kill me. However, you don't have the power to change me. Even the heavens don't have that ability, shouted Long Chen. The two dragons coiled around Long Chen, constantly roaring. A powerful aura enveloped everyone present. Long Chen, let us off. We didn't know you were framed. Please. Countless people were terrified by Long Chen's killing intent. Long Chen had two kings fully supporting him, and no one could force him to submit. If Long Chen wanted to, then they would all die. Originally, they were all people with high status and dignity, but in the face of death, that pride was broken and they begged for mercy. If those two seniors hadn't come to support me, then once I was killed, would you let off the 100,000 disciples of the Xuantian Dao sect when they begged for mercy? Roared Long Chen. The two dragons suddenly exploded in power. A powerful pressure crashed down on them, one that even caused the kings to change expression. They hadn't thought that Long Chen could release such a terrifying attack without a king item. Once that attack was released, then other than those who had reached half-step king, everyone else would be killed. Long Chen, if you kill this many people, you will be hunted down by the world's righteous path. Are you planning on becoming enemies with the entire righteous path? Shouted Li Changfeng. Although Long Chen was obstinate, Li Changfeng truly felt he was a good sprout. Even if he was placed in the central plains, he could release his brilliance. He couldn't bear to see Long Chen commit such an offense. If Long Chen only killed the ringleaders, then that was fine. But killing this many, especially when they were all from the righteous path, would make it so even the Xuantian Dao sect couldn't protect him. In fact, they might even have to personally execute him. He didn't want to see a genius fall like that. Ling Yunzi only calmly watched. He didn't say anything nor did he do anything to stop him. He didn't even express his point of view. He was the one who understood Long Chen the most. Divergents could never walk a normal path. It wasn't odd for them to do all kinds of crazy things. Feng Xingli's eyes were shining. This unbending stubbornness of Long Chen's was what he liked the most. He was already holding his sword hilt and made his determination known that no matter what anyone said or did, he would bring Long Chen back to the heaven-splitting battle sect. Do the two of you not want to say anything? Li Changfeng turned to Ling Yunzi. He couldn't be bothered to ask Feng Xingli, as he knew that was useless. Ling Yunzi shook his head. No one can change the things that Long Chen decides on. It's just like he said, you can kill him, but you can't change him. In any case, no matter what trouble Long Chen causes, I will help him shoulder it. Even if it costs me my life. Li Changfeng sighed. He no longer tried to change his mind. He had already done everything he could. If Long Chen wanted to obstinately do things his way, he had no way to stop him. He could only watch as such a heavenly genius was destroyed. He was full of pity. Long Chen stared at the terrified faces below. But thinking of Little Snow's death, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Back then was the same as now. Ji Changkong had gathered a group of celestials from the righteous path, and they also hadn't cared whether or not Long Chen was framed. They had just wanted to suck up to Ji Changkong. Although Little Snow hadn't died to their hands, they couldn't escape the fact that they were related. They were accomplices in his death. If there is another life, I would want to be with you again. Those were Little Snow's final words to Long Chen before dying. It was just one sentence, but it contained boundless emotion and longing. Long Chen would never be able to forget that pain. Long Chen's eyes were scarlet as he activated the double dragon destruction. He was going to kill all the helpers the remote heaven gang had gathered. Long Chen, don't. This isn't you. A graceful figure flew in front of Long Chen, her white robes and long hair fluttering in the wind. Appearing like an immortal from a painting, she stood right in front of him. Meng Qi, you. Long Chen was startled and hastily stopped his attack. Long Chen, release your hatred. Your hatred has blinded you, turning you into a completely different person. If you really kill them, you won't feel any better. You'll just feel more pain. In truth, you also know that if they truly were wicked beyond redemption, then you wouldn't have hesitated for so long. You would have killed them without a frown. But you hesitated, unable to do so because you still have a kind conscience inside you. You're trying to wipe that conscience away, but you can't. You're simply trying to use the hatred from Little Snow's death to force yourself into becoming a heartless killer. But it's useless. You are kind inside, and once you kill them, it will just cause you to feel more lost. The yardstick upon which you judge your own morality will be broken, and you won't be able to find your life's goal. Long Chen clenched his fists. It was Meng Qi who understood him the best. Pain filled Meng Qi's eyes. She gently stroked Long Chen's sharp and determined face. We know the pain in your heart, so we don't want you to feel more pain. Killing these people is simple, but it won't erase the pain of Little Snow's departure. Let them off, not because you pity them, or because you're lowering your head to anyone, but because of your brothers and sisters. Each one of us will not hesitate to fight to the death for you, but none of us want to see you hurt. Only once you choose to release them will you regain your freedom, allowing you to walk down your endless cultivation path. We all still have many things to do. If you just keep accumulating burdens on your back, sooner or later, you'll collapse. Releasing those burdens is also putting down the burden in your heart. Boss, just treat them like a fart. They're useless and will forever be useless. We just need to settle the bill with the ringleaders. Boss, someone as grand as you doesn't need to set yourself against a group of ants. I'm sure Little Snow also wouldn't want you to do such a thing, said Guo Ran. Boss, just have them scram. We're still waiting for you to lead us to greater heights, shouted the Dragonblood warriors. Long Chen looked at Meng Qi. He saw endless warmth within her beautiful eyes, warmth that made his heart feel less pain. He recalled the two dragons. The atmosphere that had been like a taut bowstring instantly relaxed. Those quivering righteous experts collapsed on the ground. Only now did they realize they were covered in sweat. They were all delighted. It seemed that they would escape with their lives. Thank you. Long Chen tightly hugged Meng Qi. With his face in her hair, smelling her scent, he felt a sense of peace and content he hadn't had since Little Snow's death. Meng Qi's words were absolutely right. He had already started becoming bedeviled. Little Snow's death had filled him with pain. Although he had slaughtered experts from all sides in the immemorial path, the fury in his heart hadn't lessened at all. Upon returning to the martial heaven continent, he first exterminated hundreds of thousands of experts from the corrupt path, and then even used the eastern wasteland belt to slaughter the ancient races, elites. According to reason, after killing this many people, the hatred in his heart should have gradually faded. But instead of feeling relieved, he just felt more hatred. Meng Qi allowed Long Chen to realize that a problem had already occurred in his heart. If he continued killing, it might become irreversible. Then he would sink down to become a bloodthirsty berserk devil. He would never be happy no matter how many people he killed. If Long Chen wasn't able to be happy, then the people by his side wouldn't either. His pain was all their pain. For his brothers and sisters, he had to put down the burden in his heart. He still had a long path to walk in the future. Meng Qi tightly held onto Long Chen, her eyes misty. Long Chen had suffered a great deal, but he had bottled up it inside, refusing to share any part of it. He was the soul of the Dragonblood Legion. He was carrying an incredible weight on his shoulders. If it was anyone else, they would have long since crumbled under the pressure. But Long Chen carried that weight without complaint or regret. Long Chen was just a human. There were times where he felt sorrowful, helpless, and hesitant. But Long Chen continued to bring them charging forward courageously. On the other hand, they were unable to help him much. Meng Qi sometimes hated herself for being useless and unable to help him more. Seeing that Long Chen had given up on his attack, Li Changfeng sighed with relief. Ling Yunzi on the other hand acted as if none of this had anything to do with him. As his comprehension into the sword Dao grew deeper, he was becoming transcendent, isolating himself from mundane things. "Tch, you were stopped by woman." Still not unyielding enough, muttered Feng Xingli. He let go of his sword hilt. The three kings who had come to bring Long Chen away were all disappointed. They had all wished for him to attack. Everyone else can leave, but the remote heaven gang's people must remain behind. Of course, that includes the traitors from the Xuantian Dao sect, said Li Changfeng. The remote heaven gang's patriarch, Ji Chengkong, Ji Hongling, and the others turned ashen. Chapter 953 Continuous Sinister Schemes. Everyone from the remote heaven gang turned pale. But they rejoiced to see that Li Changfeng only picked out a few ringleaders who had participated in this matter, including the patriarch, Ji Chengkong, and a few dozen others. As for the Xuantian Dao sect's traitors, they didn't even have a place to cry. Zhao Wuji tried to kill himself, but he didn't prevail. He and Yu Qianshan would have to endure the Xuantian Dao sect's #1 punishment. Thinking of the 5 heart-living lotus, the two of them fainted. They despaired. As for the other disciples, although they weren't to suffer that #1 punishment, betraying a sect was a grave taboo. They would definitely die. Unfortunately, death was a blessing they wouldn't receive. Once everyone had been escorted away, the only one remaining was Ji Changkong. Long Chen stood in front of him. "Do you have anything to say? Long Chen, you brute, if you have guts, then kill me." "You," sneered Ji Chengkong arrogantly. Pow! Guo Ran slapped him in the face. But without his armor, it was his own hand that ended up hurting. "You want me to kill you in a fury? You really like to scheme. There's no saving you," said Long Chen indifferently. "Not good." Suddenly, Ouyang Chuyu let out a startled cry. The jade plate on her waist was rapidly flashing. Someone's attacking the Xuantian Dao sect. "Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you were still one move too slow. Even if you kill me, so what? Your Xuantian Dao sect has been razed to the ground by Shui Yu and the others. You won't be able to kill me, but I've killed every last dog remaining in your Xuantian Dao sect." Ji Chengkong crazily laughed. Lu Minghan's expression sank. You actually colluded with the corrupt path to harm my Xuantian Dao sect. Old fool, Long Chen really was right to curse you as an idiot. I've long since colluded with the corrupt path, so why wouldn't I collude with them again? I had a grasp over all the Xuantian Dao sect's movements from the start. Originally, the ones that came here should have been attacked and killed, while the corrupt path destroyed the Xuantian Dao sect's foundation. Regretfully, we lost, but so what? Tens of thousands of your Xuantian Dao sect's disciples are about to die because of me, ha ha ha. Laughed Ji Chengkong. Courting death, Lu Minghan extended his hand, about to kill him. But Li Changfeng held him back. Killing Ji Chengkong now was letting him off too easily. Fury can't resolve problems. Let's hurry over to the branch sect. Li Changfeng waved his hand. A mile-long flying boat appeared and everyone hastily jumped onto it. What Li Changfeng hadn't expected was for not only Ling Yunzi and Feng Xingli to get on, even the other three kings got on. The flying boat wasn't able to fit everyone. In the end, they only brought along their peak fighters, such as the monastery heads and the Dragonblood Legion. At the same time, they brought Ji Chengkong and the others. Long Chen was surprised to see that this flying boat didn't really fly. Instead, it tore straight through space. Spatial transportation. Long Chen was startled by this capability. In truth, the only reason why it was capable of this was because the Xuantian Dao sect's coordinates were recorded within it. This speed was much greater than flying, but to bring this many people back to the Xuantian Dao sect would require at least an incense stick's worth of time. Thinking of how the defenses of the Xuantian Dao sect were currently, everyone knew that it wouldn't even be able to last a few breaths. This incense stick's worth of time was too long. Ha ha ha, I really want to see what your expressions will look like once you see your home covered in corpses and burned to the ground, ha ha ha. Ji Chengkong laughed until Long Chen hit him in the face. He also broke his jaw, making it so he couldn't speak. Ji Chengkong let out a pained groan, no longer able to laugh. Long Chen inserted his spiritual yuan into Ji Chengkong's body. Ji Chengkong immediately felt his body become much more sensitive. Before Ji Chengkong could even prepare himself, a foot landed on his crotch. An indescribable pain, magnified 10 times, tore through his body. He spasmed, curled up, and then stiffened. His body continued to twitch, and a certain vein popped up on his forehead, looking like it might explode at any moment. His eyes were protruding out of their sockets. I didn't expect that your appearance could become so overflowing. So talented. Long Chen icily stared at Ji Chengkong. He pressed his foot on his jaw and then gently pushed down. The sound of bones breaking made everyone's hair stand on end. That sound of bones grinding against each other even made the kings appear unnatural. This kind of torture was too vicious. They could all tell that Long Chen had used a secret art to amplify Ji Chengkong's senses, making his sense of pain 10 times greater. In such a scenario, just being pricked by a needle would feel unbearably painful. Ji Chengkong, due to my beautiful wife's enlightening words, I've become magnanimous. As long as you endure the 5 hard-living lotus punishment, I can leave the enmity between us as is. However, your mouth is so filthy, and you actually want to infuriate me, so I kill you. So if you want to play, I will play with you. A cruel smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Meng Qi blushed and rapped Long Chen a few times. He was always so crass without paying attention to the situation. But the fact that he was talking like this meant he had returned to his old self. He had walked out of the shadow of Little Snow's death, allowing her to sigh with relief. Long Chen continued, did you think I wouldn't see through your little scheme? I'll show that the Xuantian Dao sect that is still the same as ever, with each one of its disciples safe. However, your mouth is irritating, so I've decided not to listen to you any longer. You can just sing instead. Yes, just like that. Although that grunting is very irritating to listen to, it's much better to listen to than when you talk. Everyone cast a sympathetic glance at Ji Chengkong. He could have provoked anyone, but he provoked Long Chen. Wasn't that just asking for it? Bones ground, and Ji Chengkong's pained grunts continued to ring out. The Dragonblood warriors were fine, as Long Chen had long since led them onto a different kind of path. But even the kings found this a bit unbearable. That sound was like nails on a chalkboard. It was an indescribable, hateful sound. Guo Ran, come over and try it. My foot is getting tired, said Long Chen. Guo Ran hastily went over and imitated him. He stamped his foot on Ji Chengkong's jaw, causing him to instantly vomit blood. Fool, pay attention to your power. Use the tip of your foot and evenly distribute your power, rubbing back and forth. With Long Chen's guidance, Guo Ran quickly grasped the quintessence of it. That hair-raising sound once more began. The Pill Valley's king almost couldn't bear it. Several times, he opened his mouth, but no sound came out. This sound was driving him crazy, but he was afraid of Long Chen cursing him once more. Long Chen was like a dung-covered stone. He was both smelly and hard. He dared to curse even his sect's higher-ups. That was why he, the ancient race's king, and the ancient family alliance's king all didn't make a sound. They simply acted as if they were busy concentrating on something inside. They even suspected that with Long Chen's ruthlessness, even if Ji Chengkong died, he might still torture his corpse. In all their years of cultivation, they had seen countless people. But they had never seen such a domineering youth. Domineering wasn't even enough to describe it. At early sea expansion, he didn't even place kings in his eyes. That was absolutely crazy, and their first time seeing such a thing. Suddenly, the sky brightened. They flew out of space, appearing right outside the Xuantian Dao sect. When they appeared, they saw a couple hundred foundation forging experts crazily attacking the Xuantian Dao sect, as well as 5 half-step kings guarding the outside. There were also 2 elders standing the air, letting loose runes that crazily attacked the Xuantian Dao sect's protective formation. Those 2 were shockingly kings. Li Changfeng and the others were stunned upon arriving. They had been prepared to see the Xuantian Dao sect destroyed and its attackers fleeing upon seeing them. In that case, the only thing they would be able to do was to launch a vicious counterattack. But seeing 2 kings attacking the formation with it only trembling, not breaking, they were shocked. Furthermore, those 2 kings were sweating. They had clearly been attacking for a long time. Are the Xuantian Dao sect's protective formations all so terrifying? The Pill Valley's king was stunned. He hastily circulated his spiritual strength to probe the formation. Yuan Spirit Stones. There are actually so many Yuan Spirit Stones. He saw Shui Wuan within the Xuantian Dao sect, with thousands of Yuan Spirit Stones being arranged according to a certain pattern around her. That was the core of the protective formation. With Yuan Spirit Stones supporting it, the protective formation was strengthened over 100 times. Even kings needed time to break it. All the kings were moved by the Yuan Spirit Stones. Those were exceedingly precious existences within the martial heaven continent. The 2 corrupt paths kings saw the huge flying boat suddenly appear with a mass of kings on it and were shocked. Chapter 954 Killing Shuiyu. The corrupt path's 2 kings didn't even think before turning to flee. Rumble. A huge broadsword crashed down toward them. This was Feng Xingli's attack, and it felt like the world was filled with this sword. Whether you went into the heavens or dove into the earth, you couldn't possibly dodge it. All the kings were startled by Feng Xingli's power, especially the kings from Pill Valley, the ancient races, and the ancient family alliance. Although their cultivation bases had all reached the king realm, in terms of actual combat power, practically no one could challenge the heaven-splitting battle sect's fighters. Split the heavens 3. Both the corrupt kings were drawn into his attack. The 2 of them hastily activated their king items to block. Space exploded. Everyone was shocked to see their king items both shatter from just this one attack. The ancient race's king gulped. He thanked his luck that he hadn't provoked Feng Xingli, or he would definitely have died. The 2 corrupt kings coughed up blood. One of them suddenly took out a yellow talisman and crushed it. Not good, it's a heaven-fleeing talisman. Li Changfeng instantly recognized the rune. That was a treasure that had circulated down from ancient times. Such talismans were things that practically no one could make in the current era. If he wasn't full of despair, that king also wouldn't have had the heart to waste such a treasure. Feng Xingli refused to believe it and once more attacked. But inconceivably, his attack went right through the 2 of them. It was like they were just a shadow. His attack was unable to reach them. One of the corrupt kings sneered, Xuantian Dao sect, just wait. We'll return. After crushing the heaven-fleeing talisman, they were surrounded by strange runes. Space began to twist, and it was possible to see that they were about to be teleported away. Suddenly, the sound of a sword coming out its sheath rang out like the roar of a dragon. A blinding light pierced through the void. Those 2 corrupt kings were both blown apart. The soft snick of a sword returning to its sheath sounded in everyone's ears. They all looked in shock at Ling Yunzi. That attack had come from him. They didn't dare to believe it. His attack was able to ignore spatial fluctuations and break the heaven-fleeing talisman. Although sword cultivators were supposed to be the #1 attackers, Ling Yunzi's sword seemed to have already reached a higher realm. That kind of realm was something none of the other kings here could touch. Everyone, there's no need to be so surprised. Junior's sword Dao is a bit special and has a special effect against that kind of spatial energy, explained Ling Yunzi calmly. Although he was calm, the other kings' hearts clenched. That sword attack of his was absolutely horrifying. It was full of destructive will that no one could block. Although Feng Xingli's attack had also been amazing, its power was within the scope of their understanding. But Ling Yunzi's attack made them see something from a higher realm. Do you really think you can escape now? Shui Yu, do you think I'm not here? The deaths of their 2 kings caused panic amongst the corrupt experts. They fled in every direction, but by this point, that was not possible. Long Chen ignored everyone else and arrived right in front of Shui Yu, blocking his escape route. The corrupt path's half-step kings were killed by a random blow from Looming Han. But after killing the half-step kings, he stopped. He didn't kill the foundation forging experts. Guo Ran and the others charged forward. Their surging morale that was supposed to have been used against the remote heaven gang now ended up on the corrupt path. Long Chen. Shui Yu stared at Long Chen with terror. Double dragon destruction. Long Chen didn't waste any words. He directly unleashed his strongest attack, and Shui Yu immediately vomited blood. A scale-covered hand then slammed onto Shui Yu's body, directly blowing him apart. His soul was also extinguished. Long Chen was all too familiar with Shui Yu's techniques. Originally, even if he had wanted to kill him, it would have taken a few exchanges to do so. But Shui Yu had been too terrified of him to even fight back. As a result, he was killed in an instant. Long Chen found it a bit unexpected that he had killed him in one blow. He also found it a bit hard to accept. Standing in the air, he sighed. He should be happy to have killed Shui Yu. Little Snow's death was now fully avenged, and he could put down the burden in his heart. But in reality, he had already put down that burden after Meng Qi's plea. So he didn't know what he was feeling now that he had killed Shui Yu. The chief offenders had been killed, but Little Snow hadn't been revived. Meng Qi's words were right. The only reason he had wanted to kill so many people was to vent. He wanted to numb the pain and guilt he felt for Little Snow. Although Little Snow had died, there was a chance for his revival. The body wouldn't be his, but the soul and memories would remain. Then Little Snow would be the same Little Snow. Long Chen suddenly felt as if he was incredibly weary. He needed to change his tempo, or with this kind of mental state, there was no way for him to deal with future challenges. He had to find his hopeful and energetic self. Suddenly, a furious roar brought him back to reality. He saw a wild summon the barbarian blood bronze body and kill a foundation forging expert. Meng Qi, Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, Guo Ran, Yu Zifeng, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan were also going all out. Even the Dragonblood warriors were in the fray. Seeing all these incredibly powerful disciples battling across realms as if it were easy made Li Changfeng feel like flowers were blooming in his heart. He hadn't expected that this eastern wasteland branch of the Xuantian Dao sect would give birth to such a terrifying batch of disciples. That was especially true of Meng Qi, Ji Yuyong, and the others. They were killing foundation forging experts easily. In fact, these disciples might even be a match for the head sect's elites. Ling Yunzi stood there with his hands clasped behind him. From the start, he only had eyes for Yu Zifeng. At this point, Yu Zifeng had killed over 10 foundation forging experts. Other than Wild, he was the one who had killed the most experts. That clearly showed the terrifying attack power of sword cultivators. Over 200 foundation forging experts from the corrupt path didn't even last a couple of hours before being exterminated to the last. Not one of the Dragonblood warriors had died. That kind of combat power was shocking. Since everyone has come so far, why not have a chat inside the Xuantian Dao sect? Said Li Changfeng. Then we'll disturb you. The Pill Valley's king immediately agreed. Feng Xingli and Ling Yunzi also agreed. Seeing that their sect master had returned with this group of unfamiliar people, the disciples that had remained in the Xuantian Dao sect were all confused. Big sister, it's been hard on you. Long Chen smiled at Shui Wuan after she dissipated the barrier. Wuan, let me introduce you. These two are seniors from the head Xuantian Dao sect, said Yang Chuyu. Disciple greets seniors. Shui Wuan quickly bowed. It's fine, go back and rest. Chuyu, you and Long Chen come over. Let's talk, said Li Changfeng. As a result, the three kings from Pill Valley, the ancient races, and the ancient family alliance, as well as Ling Yunzi and Feng Xingli, were invited inside the palace within the Xuantian Dao sect. They all sat down. In this kind of situation, let alone Long Chen, not even Ouyang Chuyu would normally be allowed to participate. But Li Changfeng had grasped Long Chen's temperament. He didn't dare to make him stand, or he didn't know what would happen. Compared to Long Chen, Ouyang Chuyu was trembling in fear. But Long Chen didn't stand on courtesy, sitting in a chair without a care. He knew a good show was about to start. Li Changfeng started things off, saying, "Due to Long Chen's matter, everyone has rushed over here from so far away. I, Li Changfeng, will represent the Xuantian Dao sect in thanking you all for your care." The three kings from Pill Valley, the ancient races, and the ancient family alliance said a few courteous words. But Feng Xingli refused to play along with this, impatiently saying, "We're all busy, so if you have something to say, hurry up and say it. After I say a few final words to Long Chen, I have to be on my way." His words were coarse, but Li Changfeng didn't get angry because of them. He knew that the heaven-splitting battle sect's people were simply like this. Even when speaking to their elders, they spoke like this. "All right then, to save everyone's time, I'll get to the point. Do the brothers from Pill Valley, the ancient races, and the ancient family alliance, have anything to suggest on how Long Chen's matter was handled?" asked Li Changfeng. The three kings exchanged a glance. It was the ancient races king who said, "The ancient races always developed peacefully without interfering with the righteous path. We've been harmonious for many years. But this time, Long Chen went too far. Even if he had conflicts with the ancient races disciples, he could have simply said them out loud and everyone could have properly resolved their grievances without killing. Furthermore, he killed far too many." A snickering sound from Long Chen caused him to come to a sudden stop. Chapter 955. Not having any of it. We could have resolved our differences with words. Who do you think your ancient races are? They were absolutely tyrannical within the immemorial path, forcing aside anyone who found treasures before them, and if they resisted, they would kill them. Do you not know the character of your ancient race disciples? Although you claim to be neutral, just how many outrageous acts have you committed? A wolf shouldn't act like a sheep," sneered Long Chen. "Long Chen." Ouyang Chuyu pushed Long Chen lightly, meaning that he should take it easy. The ancient races king's expression sank. "Even if the ancient races were in the wrong, you can't just slaughter them all." "Did I slaughter them all? Didn't I leave you with quite a few?" Long Chen smiled icily. "Quite a few, my ass. Tens of thousands entered, but only a few thousand escaped. Furthermore, not one of the peak experts remained." He raged. "So what? The winner is king, and the loser is nothing. If I lost, not one of my people would have lived. By not killing all of them, I was already being nice to your ancient races," said Long Chen indifferently. "You're absolutely shameless. You didn't kill them all because you didn't have that chance. Considering how vicious you are, if you had the chance, you wouldn't have let any of them live. You're not me, so how would you know that? Didn't I end up releasing the righteous experts in the end? Are your eyes too blind to see how I always repay enmity with kindness?" asked Long Chen. You, do you still not know how to speak? Furthermore, don't point at me with your finger. Did your parents not tell you that pointing at people is rude?" The ancient race expert was about to go crazy. When it came to power, 10 Long Chens were not his match. But when it came to a battle of tongues, 10 of him would still be toyed to death by Long Chen. He took a deep breath and forced himself to stay calm. Then when the ancient races later came to the Xuantian Dao sect to reason things out, "Why did you kill them all? Reason things out? Are you sure your brain isn't made of crap? When you reason things out with others, do you first destroy their sect and torture their people? Those idiots from your ancient races were going to destroy the entire Xuantian Dao sect. Instead of killing them, was I supposed to treat them to a meal? Are you sure your head is screwed on right? You know what? Speaking of which, didn't you just say that even if others were in the wrong, you couldn't slaughter them all? So why didn't those ancient race experts just properly talk instead of wanting to kill us? When you try to advise others, you should first think about your own conduct," sneered Long Chen. The ancient race expert clenched his fists so hard that they turned white. He realized a cruel fact. When it came to eloquence, he wasn't even close to the same level as Long Chen. If this continued, he would just lose more face. He switched topics, shouting, "What did you use to kill them all?" Everyone's ears perked up. Back then, Long Chen had used the Eastern Wasteland Bell. That scene had been recorded with photographic jades. But the images recorded by the photographic jades were muddled and unclear. All it showed was a blinding flash of light. After that flash, the king items shattered and their wielders were killed. Those photographic jades had been transmitted popularly throughout the Eastern Wasteland. All the kings present had seen them and were very curious as to what that terrifying weapon was. That was just a fart, said Long Chen. Impossible. You're lying. It's the truth. When the air is bottled up for too long in the body, it will ferment and become another kind of energy. When the sunlight, wind, temperature, and atmosphere have all reached the perfect level, then adding on some exterior force, it's possible to release a heaven-shaking power, said Long Chen. What a fart, raged the ancient race expert. You're right, it really is an amazing fart. With this one fart, I killed your ancient race experts. Long Chen nodded. He naturally wouldn't say anything about the Eastern Wasteland Bell. He was just trying to infuriate this bastard. Before leaving, the Eastern Wasteland Bell had told Long Chen to keep its existence secret. Otherwise, it would bring boundless karma. Although he still didn't know what exactly the existence known as karma was supposed to be, he could sense the Eastern Wasteland Bell's kind intentions. So he chose to trust it, and he didn't say a thing about it. This irritating attitude infuriated the ancient race expert. But he was unable to do anything to Long Chen. So you refuse to tell the truth, is that it? I'm telling you the truth. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about that. Long Chen shrugged. With Ling Yunzi and Feng Xingli here, he didn't have anything to be afraid of. Ling Yunzi supported him 100%, and Long Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that he was a true expert amongst experts. He was worthy of being a sword cultivator. With such a powerful backer, if he really acted cowardly, then he wouldn't be Long Chen. In truth, the main goal for all these experts in coming here was to find out about that mysterious weapon. Any of their powers would go crazy to obtain such a treasure. But since Long Chen refused to say, the ancient race expert didn't dare to push him. The atmosphere became awkward for a long moment before Li Changfeng said, since Long Chen refuses to say, let's just let that be. After all, that's one of his personal secrets, and it doesn't threaten any sect. He can keep it secret without harm. Furthermore, that thing left as soon as it finished attacking. I'm sure with everyone's wisdom, you all deduced that someone like Long Chen is unable to control such a terrifying weapon. The Pill Valley's king said, we know that, but such a dangerous thing shouldn't be kept in a child's hands. Young people are impetuous, and who knows if in a fit of worry, whether or not he'll lose control of himself. We're doing this for Long Chen's own good. Long Chen was amazed by this level of shamelessness. They were clearly trying to find some clues regarding the Eastern Wasteland Bell's whereabouts, but apparently, it was for his own good. Long Chen was just about to retort when Ouyang Chuyu viciously glared at him. That glare gave him a chill. Although Ouyang Chuyu was a half-step king with 1,000 years of experience, Long Chen's display today was making her worry that her soul would flee in fright. His conduct was pushing the limits of her imagination. Even as a youth, she hadn't dared to think of the things Long Chen was doing. The Pill Valley's king had clearly expressed that he wouldn't continue investigating, so she had an urge to put a stopper in Long Chen's mouth so that he couldn't continue speaking. Right now, she was praying for time to go faster so that these powerful kings would hurry up and leave. Each time a king got angry, she would be on the edge of her seat, afraid Long Chen would be killed with the swat of a palm. Many thanks, senior brother, for your kindness. Long Chen is young, and as his seniors, we didn't teach him properly, causing you to worry, laughed Li Changfeng. Long Chen was speechless. Seeing Ling Yunzi's calm face, it seemed he was used to this kind of thing and numb to it. As for Feng Xingli, his mouth was curled into a mocking sneer. Is there anything else? If not, I'll leave first. My back has been bothering me lately. I'm tired, so I think I'll take a nap. Long Chen stood, stretching his waist and yawning. He really was tired. The pressure had been extremely great during this time. With Meng Qi's help, he finally relaxed, and only then was he able to sense how tired he was. Lu Minghan's expression sank. He was about to chide him when a look from Li Changfeng stopped him. He definitely didn't want to see Long Chen once more curse Lu Minghan in front of these people, nor did he want them to become any more hostile. He was already clear on Long Chen's temperament. He definitely couldn't be handled with ordinary means. Long Chen's decision to leave caused Li Changfeng to smile without saying anything. But the kings from Pill Valley, the ancient races, and the ancient family alliance all didn't know what to do. They looked at each other. The Pill Valley's king thickened his face and said, Long Chen, it seems you gained quite a bit in the immemorial path. Long Chen sneered inside. After he had come back from the immemorial path, the Dragonblood warriors had all become celestials. That was a shocking move, and Long Chen had long since expected someone would ask him about it. Patting some dust off his sleeves, he indifferently said, My gains were all right. I can just barely keep myself clothed and not hungry. I wonder, just how many Yuan spirit stones do you have? Asked the Pill Valley's king. Why do you want to know? Long Chen stared at him. Cough, what I mean is, if you do have more, I can represent Pill Valley to purchase a few, he added. Purchase? I doubt it'll be that simple. If I bring out the Yuan spirit stones, you'll ask me to compensate you. I killed your 2 disciples, I killed that many ancient race experts, and I killed so many disciples from the ancient families. But you want to purchase Yuan spirit stones from me? Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Your people are dead, so you'll ask these 2 elders for some compensation. There's no way to further investigate your people's deaths, so you want to get a few Yuan spirit stones instead. For a person to be shameless to this extent, I really have to admire you. Were all your years of cultivation spent on thickening your face? I don't mind telling you that everything I have, I risked my life for. You want to take what's mine? Fuck the hell off. All your losses were caused by yourselves and are unrelated to me. Don't play this kind of game with me, because I'm not having any of it, sneered Long Chen. The 3 kings' expressions sank. Chapter 956 The Essence of Greed. Long Chen, pay attention to your words. Don't be rude, shouted Yang Chuyu. Inside, she grumbled. Just what was this little brat thinking? Even if he wanted to refuse, couldn't he have just directly said that he didn't have any? But he just had to insult them. Those were kings he was insulting. Being disrespectful to them was a slap in their faces, and so Yang Chuyu was driven to anger. Courtesy is for reasonable people. But I can't be courteous to hypocrites wanting to kill me. These 3 came here with the excuse of avenging their dead, but it was all for my secrets. If it weren't for sect leader and 3rd uncle, who knows how I would be captured, or even what torture I would be suffering. You want me to be polite to such people? It's just regretful my cultivation base isn't high enough, or I'd personally cut off their heads, said Long Chen indifferently. The 3 kings' expressions turned ugly. Of course what they wanted was Long Chen's secrets, but having that stated so openly infuriated them. Now they not only wanted to learn about the Eastern Wasteland Bell, but they also wanted the Yuan Spirit Stones. Yuan Spirit Stones were extremely precious in the Martial Heaven continent. Other than the Eastern Wasteland Bell and the Yuan Spirit Stones, the most important thing was how Long Chen had been able to turn ordinary people into celestials. That was an ability every power desired. Good brat, you have some courage. Just say it and 3rd uncle will help you cut off their heads, laughed Feng Xingli. Everyone jumped in fright. If such words had come from another person, they would think it is nothing more than a threat. But anyone who understood the heaven-splitting battle sect knew that these fellows didn't know what a threat was. If they said they would do something, they would do it. But Long Chen shook his head. Many thanks for your good intentions, but I'm a man. I will personally avenge my enmities. Li Changfeng sighed with relief. He really had been worried. One was young and impetuous, while one was incomparably tyrannical. They could do anything. Long Chen, you're slandering us. I, Lu Tianhua, am someone with status and prestige within Pill Valley. How could I possibly do something so immoral because of greed? Said the Pill Valley's king. The other 2 also glared at Long Chen, appearing infuriated. Now they even looked down upon Yang Chuyu a bit as well as Long Chen. Just now when Feng Xingli had grabbed his sword, they had turned green with fright. But as soon as Long Chen refused, they once more displayed their insulted expressions. Lu Tianhua, Long Chen's eyes suddenly lit up and he sneered. Having stayed in the Pill Tower for quite some time, he had learned quite a few secrets from Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong. The major matters of the Pill Tower were all reported to an elder Lu of Pill Valley. Thinking of that, Long Chen said, Lu Tianhua, you really are brazen. You ignored Pill Valley's rules to interfere with the mundane world's matters. Good, very good, I look favorably upon you. Nonsense, what are you saying? Lu Tianhua immediately became uneasy. He regretted reporting his name in his fury. He suddenly realized that when Long Chen had heard his name, his eyes had brightened slightly. It seemed he knew some things. Lu Tianhua, I'm not talking nonsense. I'm sure you know the best that if the remote heaven gang wanted to ask for help from Pill Valley, they would have to go through the Pill Tower. In the Eastern Wastelands, Pill Tower is supervised by you, Lu Tianhua. When you received the news, instead of reporting it to Pill Valley, you came here on your own in an attempt to get selfish profit, said Long Chen. Lu Tianhua was stunned. He hadn't expected that Long Chen would know so much. Even Li Changfeng and the others were startled, as even they hadn't known this. Who said I came here selfishly? I only came here due to the higher-ups' orders. I came here to mediate things with kindness. Long Chen waved his hand, cutting him off. Don't you think it's boring to spout such nonsense? You're the one most clear on the truth. Right now, you should just say your prayers. Pray that this matter doesn't grow any bigger. If your opponents learn about it, they'll inform the Pill Valley's higher-ups. Then your good days will come to an end. Although Lu Tianhua concealed himself well, everyone here, with the exception of Feng Xingli, was a wily old fox. They all saw through some clues. Li Changfeng smiled, admiration in his eyes. He hadn't expected that Long Chen would know so much at such a young age. He was even able to handle Pill Valley's expert. Long Chen, don't talk rubbish. Brother Lu Tianhua came here with good intentions to mediate things. That kindness is something that blinds the sun and the moon. No matter how you put it, being peaceful is best for everyone. If we can turn a big matter into a small matter, and then just wipe away that small matter, wouldn't it be wonderful for all? Said Li Changfeng. His words subtly implied that the three of them should not go too far. After all, Long Chen was standing on the right side of things, and the Xuantian Dao sect would protect him. He was essentially saying that if their attitudes were better, there might be some room for negotiations. But if they weren't, then they had better be prepared for this matter to blow up into a huge one. If they made things hard on the Xuantian Dao sect, the Xuantian Dao sect could also make things hard for them all. Li Changfeng's meaning was clear. Everyone should just try to peacefully discuss a way to let this matter be, and then this matter would be over. This counterattack of Long Chen's was extremely effective. The one Li Changfeng had been most worried about had been Lu Tianhua, but now Lu Tianhua was caught by Long Chen. He didn't dare to do anything more, so now this matter was easy to handle. Furthermore, Long Chen's guess was also entirely correct. In such a huge power like Pill Valley, who didn't have a bunch of opponents competing with them? Lu Tianhua was silent, indicating he was retreating from this matter. He had never seen a person like Long Chen. He was practically a madman. But the most terrifying thing was that this madman knew how to use his brain. Long Chen was someone who dared to do anything. Before he was assured of being able to kill him, he didn't want to provoke him further. As soon as they saw that he didn't speak, the other two kings sensed things had taken an unencouraging turn. The ancient races, King said, no matter who is right or wrong, when you look at the results, it is my ancient races that suffered the most harm. Brother Changfeng, don't you think you owe us an explanation? He didn't want to talk to Long Chen, as he had tasted the sharpness of Long Chen's tongue. A single sentence from him could choke him, so he'd rather talk to Li Changfeng. He represented the ancient races, and even if they were in the wrong, so many of them had died. That was a slap in the face to all the ancient races, and he had to gain back some prestige. Otherwise, the ancient races' dignity would be gone. The ancient races and ancient family alliances kings had come with the approval of their higher-ups. If they didn't even dare to make a sound after suffering such losses, they would become the laughingstock of the cultivation world. Li Changfeng nodded. That is true. Just looking at the results instead of the course of events, it does seem like Long Chen went a bit too far. Long Chen was just about to open his mouth when Yang Chuyu pulled him by the neck and clamped a hand over his mouth, not letting him say a word. She was definitely afraid of Long Chen now. Li Changfeng pretended he didn't see Yang Chuyu's actions, continuing, but after all, Long Chen is young. He's only in his early 20s, and his ability to understand right and wrong is still in the midst of developing. This matter can't be blamed on children. If someone needs to be blamed, then the only ones to blame are the older fellows like us. We didn't give enough care to our children. Long Chen, no matter what the reasons for your actions were, you killed too many people, and that's wrong. Even if it was justified, it's not justified to kill so many. For peace and harmony, split a few of your Yuan spirit stones with them as an apology. You shouldn't feel so aggrieved. As they're all people with status and prestige, they have to maintain their dignity no matter what. You'll understand when you grow up, so be a good child. Li Changfeng talked gently as if he was chiding a child and telling him to apologize. There was no way around that, as Long Chen was only amenable to soft coaxing like this. If he pushed him too hard, it would be over. Only then did Ouyang Chuyu let go of him, letting him speak. Looking at Ouyang Chuyu's beseeching expression, Long Chen sighed. Fine, an arm can't beat a leg, and a man can't beat a pack of wolves. Considering the sect master's face, I'll bring out everything I have. A bitter expression of pain washed over Long Chen's face. The three kings were delighted. Long Chen had formed a relationship with the aboriginals in the immemorial path, so they had definitely gifted him quite a few Yuan spirit stones. Just from the Yuan spirit stones supporting the Grand Protective Formation, it was clear Long Chen had to have an enormous amount. Ah, thank you. You know, the truth is that we were all ordered by our higher-ups and had no choice but to come here. Otherwise, we wouldn't have thrown away our face to make things hard on a child, said the ancient family alliance's king. Exactly, we were also forced. After all, we're all people with certain statuses, and we had no choice. Ah, I won't talk about it, said the ancient race's king. But the light shining in his eyes completely sold him out. Good child, we definitely won't let you suffer. If you need anything in the future, just send a message to Pill Valley. I, Lu Tianhua, will definitely come to support you. When Long Chen had said that he would bring out everything, Lu Minghan's expression had changed, and he had been about to say something when Li Changfeng stopped him with a look. Here, this is everything I have. From now on, we can unite and work together peacefully. Long Chen extended a hand, ignoring their nonsense. That pained expression was still on his face. When the three of them saw what was in Long Chen's hands, their applause and praise came to a sudden stop, and their expressions turned incredibly ugly. Are you trying to dupe us? The Lu character in Lu Tianhua is a different one from Lu Minghan. Chapter 957 No need to pay when you play someone to death. Sparkling Yuan spirit stones lay in Long Chen's hand. They were definitely Yuan spirit stones, as their specific spiritual Yuan seeped out of them. However, there were only 3 pieces of them in his hand. Yes, just 3. The 3 kings glared at him, their eyes almost spitting flames. Thinking of how Long Chen had put on such a pained expression, then adding on their previous expressions of delight, these 3 Yuan spirit stones were a resounding slap in the face. Who has time to dupe you? Everything else I had was used on the protective formation. Now, I only have these 3. They're the only ones I have for my own use, raged Long Chen. The 3 of them didn't believe a word he said. He was clearly being a cheapskate, but they were powerless to do anything. Hand over your spatial ring and let us investigate it. If there really is nothing, we'll leave, said the ancient family alliance's king, his eye on the spatial ring Long Chen was wearing. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Fuck off, why should I let you investigate my spatial ring? It's mine." The 3 of them immediately assumed he had to have plenty of Yuan spirit stones in his spatial ring. The ancient race's king shouted, "HMPH, if you really were telling the truth, then hand over your spatial ring. If you really don't have any, we'll leave just like this. You really are intolerable bullies. Lu Tianhua, what do you say?" demanded Long Chen. Lu Tianhua immediately became stuck in an awkward position. Although he was greedy for Long Chen's Yuan spirit stones, he also felt that offending a madman like Long Chen wasn't a smart decision. The gains might not make up for the losses. But in the end, he stood with the other 2, thickening his face and saying, "Long Chen, don't make a fuss. It's rude to try duping people as prestigious as us." Ouyang Chuyu sighed inside. A small sea expansion brat had forced a king to this point, making it so he could only say such cowardly words. Perhaps only Long Chen was capable of that. Lu Tianhua continued, "But we won't bully you. You killed 2 of my beloved apprentices and exterminated countless members of the ancient races and ancient families' disciples. How about you just split us half the Yuan spirit stones in your spatial ring?" Li Changfeng nodded inside. Lu Tianhua had already conceded. Li Changfeng's guess was that since Long Chen could use over 1,000 Yuan spirit stones on the protective formation, he had to have at least around 10,000 Yuan spirit stones. Parting with half of them might be a bit painful, but Long Chen really had caused too much trouble this time. Even his heart was pounding hard. If this matter could be settled just like this, it was probably the best case scenario. Alright, those are your own words. Here, Long Chen harumphed and took off his spatial ring, tossing it to Lu Tianhua. Lu Tianhua extended his divine sense into it, and his expression instantly became exceedingly ugly. This spatial ring was incredibly precious. It had reached the treasure item level. The space inside was dozens of miles wide, and there were even tens of treasure items inside it. The medicinal pills, armor, and materials inside were innumerable. There was a yuan spirit stone inside. Yes, just one. It lay there, isolated and alone. Its sparkling light was like a silent laugh of derision. HMPH, you're the one who said that you would only take half. Originally, I only had 4 yuan spirit stones after setting up the grand formation, so now you have to give me back one of the 3 I gave you. Then I can properly hoard those 2 yuan spirit stones, sneered Long Chen. Long Chen had long since expected such a scene. All his valuables were within the primal chaos space. This spatial ring was just bait for others. With just a thought, he could move items from the spatial ring to his primal chaos space. The spaces and treasures inside were essentially connected. To make his spatial ring seem more real, he had even added a few treasure items. But they were all garbage. Most of them were damaged. Considering what had happened in the immemorial path, it would only make sense for him to have some battle spoils. If he didn't even put one treasure item inside, it would appear fake. As for the treasure items obtained in the battle against the corrupt path, they had all been given to Yang Chuyu. The king items had broken, and Long Chen hadn't kept any of the treasure items. They had all been left for Yang Chuyu so that she could raise the Xuantian Dao sect in the future. I don't believe you. You definitely left your yuan spirit stones on one of your confidants. Raged the ancient races. King Wen Lu Tianhua passed him the spatial ring. Idiot, yuan spirit stones are spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. Only my treasure class spatial ring is able to just barely manage to store the yuan spirit stones. The others don't have such a high-level spatial ring, sneered Long Chen. Hearing that, they realized it was the truth. Was that supposed to mean Long Chen only had this spatial ring? Then they would basically be leaving empty-handed. Furthermore, from his confidence, he didn't seem afraid of them investigating further. Then thinking of his feigned, changed expression, they all realized they had been duped. They had already promised that they would leave like this. To go back on their word was just smearing themselves. Which one of you was the one who said? Long Chen was just about to continue pushing them when Li Changfeng suddenly said, Long Chen, there's no longer any need for you to stay here. Bring our 2 guests to experience the Xuantian Dao sect scenery. Don't neglect your respected guests. Li Changfeng also realized that no one could force Long Chen to spit out more yuan spirit stones if he didn't want to. He directly began to act as if Long Chen really didn't have any more of them. There was no longer any need for Long Chen to stay here. This disobedient disciple should be sent off as quickly as possible. Only once he was gone would this matter be easier to settle. All right, then disciple will take his leave. Long Chen bowed slightly to Li Changfeng. After all, the feeling he got from Li Changfeng wasn't that bad. He was someone worthy of respect. Ling Yunzi and Feng Xingli disapproved of this kind of negotiation, especially Feng Xingli. He was sneering disdainfully at their display. The 3 of them left. Ling Yunzi said, Long Chen, you can accompany senior brother Feng for now. I came over here not just to see you, but also to see Zifeng. I'll go see him first. Once Ling Yunzi had left, Feng Xingli patted Long Chen on the shoulder and said, Brat, you have some guts. I like it. Feng Xingli greatly appreciated Long Chen. He had always thought only the heaven-splitting battle sect could raise a figure like him who was unafraid of heaven or earth. Third uncle, you came this time too. Probed Long Chen. Come, let's find a place to talk. Long Chen hadn't expected that the place Feng Xingli would choose was a secluded valley outside of the Xuantian Dao sect. On the way, Long Chen learned that when Feng Xingli had been roused out of meditation to go handle his matter, he had irritably started a fight with his senior who had ordered him. Unable to defeat the senior, he could only dejectedly come over. Hee, I was pretty pissed when I got here, but now I'm happy. I didn't expect you to be this mature, laughed Feng Xingli. Third uncle, you rushed all the way here over for this little one. Long Chen was grateful. He hadn't expected the heaven-splitting battle sect to look after him so well. Don't talk about such useless things. The matter from the Julie secret realm has already passed. Our heaven-splitting battle sect protects its people, but that also depends on the person. Our disciples have to be tough and courageous. A greedy little fellow willing to work together with others to kill someone for greed can't count as a disciple of my heaven-splitting battle sect. The fact that you killed him is a good thing, or it's unknown how much embarrassment he would have brought to the sect in the future. That little fellow transmitted the second form of Split the Heavens to you last time, and he also received some benefits from you in return to the sect. When he did, the sect found you to be a red-blooded man who cares for ties and relationships. And so it was decided that we would not pursue you for learning Split the Heavens. Furthermore, you were pretty good, killing expert after expert during this time. The higher-ups are satisfied, especially with what you did in the immemorial path. To tell the truth, the heaven-splitting battle sect needs fearless geniuses like you. Your ability to cause trouble is perfect. Even the old man said that although you haven't formally been accepted into the heaven-splitting battle sect, you will still be viewed as one of our disciples, said Feng Xingli. Long Chen really hadn't expected the heaven-splitting battle sect to be so magnanimous and understanding. Instead of finding trouble for him because he had killed one of their disciples, they took him in as one of their own. Come, don't just stupidly stand there. Use the second form of Split the Heavens with your full power, said Feng Xingli. Full power? What, are you afraid you'll kill me? HMPH, the stronger your attack, the better. If you satisfy me, I'll give you a pleasant surprise. Long Chen laughed at himself. What was he worrying about? Feng Xingli was a king, and he wasn't able to threaten him. Then be careful. Long Chen took a deep breath. Taking out Blooddrinker, a fierce aura soared into the sky. Come, don't disappoint me. Long Chen's divine ring appeared behind him, 4 stars revolved in his eyes, and green scales covered his body. His aura continued to rise over time, causing intense rumbling. Good brat, you have some skill, praised Feng Xingli. The reason he was so excited wasn't because of how powerful Long Chen's aura was, but because of that terrifying will erupting from the depths of Long Chen's soul. That will could shatter the world, and perfectly accorded with the will of Split the Heavens. Chapter 958 Split the Heavens, Divine Runes. Not only had Long Chen summoned the 4-star battle armor, but he had also brought out the green dragon battle armor. His power was pushed to its absolute peak. Feng Xingli let out a single punch, stopping Blooddrinker barehanded. A powerful chi wave blew Long Chen away. This is the power of a king. Long Chen was shocked. Long Chen felt like his arms were about to break. Although he had always had a high opinion of a king's power, he hadn't expected that he was still so much weaker. Feng Xingli hadn't even taken out a weapon. Barehanded, against his strongest attack, he injured him. The difference in power was like heaven and earth. Originally, Long Chen had thought that he would have the power to fight against kings once he consumed the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Explosion Pill. But that confidence was shattered by one punch from Feng Xingli. Your arms didn't break, ha ha ha, your physical body is quite strong. Feng Xingli's eyes shone as he looked at Long Chen. Third uncle's power is mighty. I'm completely convinced, said Long Chen sincerely. Hehe, you don't need to be discouraged. In truth, my fist contained the power of my cultivation base. It was imbued with powerful spatial strength, so I'm surprised your arms didn't break, and you didn't even cough up blood. Don't blame me for being vicious. If I didn't test your true power, I wouldn't dare to transmit the 4th form of Split the Heavens to you, said Feng Xingli. The 4th form, Long Chen was ecstatic. As his cultivation base grew, the 2nd form of Split the Heavens was no longer able to keep up with his power. With your power, cultivating the 3rd form of Split the Heavens should be no problem. But it's still not enough to cultivate the 4th form. Even I can only barely use it. However, it's unknown when I'll see you again, and since your physical body is this powerful, you should be able to cultivate the 4th form within 2 or 3 years, said Feng Xingli. Thank you, third uncle. In truth, the Split the Heavens you've learned are nothing more than the superficial forms. My guess is that the 1st form you obtained is something that a traitor of the heaven-splitting battle sect took. We have many disciples that can come into contact with the 1st form, but only once you cultivate to the 3rd form will you learn the truth. After all, Split the Heavens is our most powerful technique. How could it be so easy to cultivate? Although you obtained the chi circulation portion and can use it, you haven't grasped the divine meaning of Split the Heavens. However, you, Long Chen, are truly talented. You know you have to go through all 18 acupuncture points in one go to use the 2nd form instead of pausing at the 9th. Furthermore, your will corresponds with the principles of Split the Heavens. Even without obtaining the divine meaning of Split the Heavens, you are able to release the 2nd form with such power. That's extraordinary, but although its power is immense, it's still not the true split the heavens. Today, I'll show you how to truly use split the heavens. Suddenly, Feng Xingli took out his broadsword. He gripped it with both hands, his feet slightly apart. An invisible current of qi flowed around him. Look closely at how I circulate my spiritual yuan. Feng Xingli's spiritual yuan gradually began to soar, and Long Chen clearly sensed its movements. It was circulating in the same way his own did. But when his spiritual yuan entered his acupuncture points, a faint rune would light up within them. When that rune lit up, his spiritual yuan would explosively grow in power. What are these? Long Chen was shocked. These are split the heavens divine runes. They are nourished within the acupuncture points. It's like you're raising experts within your body who will go all out to help you once you use split the heavens. Now, be careful. Feng Xingli's power burst forth. His spiritual yuan poured through 18 acupuncture points, growing in power 18 times. Feng Xingli slashed his sword down at Long Chen. Break! Long Chen roared furiously, also slashing down with the second form of split the heavens. Both their moves were the same, but Long Chen was horrified to see that when his attack struck Feng Xingli's sword image, it instantly shattered. Long Chen shot back like a shooting star, piercing straight through the mountain behind him. He almost vomited blood. This attack was absolutely terrifying. This attack is something I released with a C expansion cultivation basis power. Now you should understand why split the heavens is the priceless treasure of my heaven-splitting battle sect, said Feng Xingli. Long Chen wiped off some blood at the corner of his mouth, a fervent look in his eyes. Split the heavens was actually much stronger than he had imagined. The stronger it was, the more exciting it would be for him. Third uncle, teach me, said Long Chen. He was unable to control his own excitement. Yes, but before that, there are a few things you must know. After learning split the heavens, you cannot transmit it to anyone. Hee, but that really is worrying over nothing. Without a body as powerful as yours and the heaven-splitting battle sect's unique cannon, others would simply kill themselves if they tried to use it, said Feng Xingli. Getting back to the point, the old man told me not to investigate your secrets. So no matter what technique you use, the sect won't care. You just can't transmit split the heavens to others. Other than that, right now, you still haven't joined the heaven-splitting battle sect, but you are still one of our disciples in name. The heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples must be united like brothers. You can fight, you can mess around, but you can't be vicious to your own brothers. That is a grave taboo. I trust your character, but I am afraid you might lose control of your temper. So, if you do find some disciples from the heaven-splitting battle sect annoying, you can beat them, but you can't kill them, said Feng Xingli. Don't worry, third uncle, I will never forget the kindness the heaven-splitting battle sect has shown me. I'm not someone who forgets kindness, said Long Chen. He was sure that the straightforward men of the heaven-splitting battle sect would be much easier to get along with than the people in the Xuantian Dao sect. Furthermore, considering he was still in the Xuantian Dao sect, he wouldn't have a chance to even interact with any disciples from the heaven-splitting battle sect. Furthermore, I can't be bothered to say so many useless words. In any case, I trust you. Open your soul to me. I will transmit the method for condensing and raising split the heavens, divine runes. 6 hours later, even with Long Chen's powerful spiritual strength, he felt incredibly dizzy after being imparted split the heavens, secret techniques. This was an extremely important part of split the heavens, and Feng Xingli didn't dare to be careless. Not only did he transmit the core of the techniques, but he also added in his own experience and tips, as well as some taboos. Many thanks for this favor, third uncle. Don't learn from those idiots and play around with these useless means. The heaven-splitting battle sect doesn't care for trivial things. If you're grateful, just remember it in your heart. Just saying thanks has no meaning. You've now learned the way to raise split the heavens. Divine runes. However, this is a very slow process. You must do it steadily. Once the divine runes grow strong enough, you'll see how strong split the heavens is. I've also transmitted the third and fourth forms to you, but remember, with your physical body, you absolutely cannot use the fourth form until you reach foundation forging. Otherwise, your body will explode, warned Feng Xingli solemnly. Split the heavens had harsh requirements when it came to a person's physical strength and energy. However, its requirements for a person's cultivation base were low. When Feng Xingli had transmitted the technique to Long Chen, he had carefully examined his physical body and meridians. He found that Long Chen's physical body was even stronger than he had thought. But that made him worried that Long Chen would be young and impetuous. If he tried to use the fourth form, then it would be best if he failed to fully activate it. If he did and hadn't reached foundation forging, he would definitely die. Alright, I've done everything I came here to do. I'll be leaving, said Feng Xingli. Third uncle. Long Chen was unwilling to part. Although Feng Xingli was offhand and casual, he looked after him just like an elder. Long Chen was incredibly grateful. Don't cry like a woman. That courage that you brought out when you killed people right in front of kings is what makes you a man. Although the old man doesn't like it when I talk so much, let me just say some final words. The Xuantian Dao sect sanctimonious fellows are irritating. I despise them, so if you're one day bullied, remember to send a message to the heaven-splitting battle sect in the Central Plains. We'll help you. Okay, I'm really leaving now. Feng Xingli laughed and pressed his foot down. He vanished from Long Chen's vision. He had come and left so suddenly, but his refreshing and no-nonsense attitude was something Long Chen wouldn't forget for a long time. Looking in the direction Feng Xingli had left, Long Chen felt like he was in a dream. He felt overwhelmed by the heaven-splitting battle sect's favor and had never imagined that they would look after him so well. I'll definitely remember this favor and repay it when I can. Wait, I forgot to give him some Yuan Spirit Stones. After all, Yuan Spirit Stones were treasures that contained the original primal chaos energy when the world first formed. The energy within it was also beneficial to kings. But they were treasures that were most needed for sea expansion and foundation forging. They allowed a person to cultivate rapidly, which was why they were precious enough to cause people to go crazy for them. Feng Xingli had left. Long Chen sorted out his feelings and returned to the Xuantian Dao sect. When he did, he saw a chaotic scene in front of him, as well as furious roars. Those voices were familiar. Long Chen hastily rushed over and saw that the Xuantian Plaza was filled with disciples. Pushing through the crowd, he reached the center. He saw Guo Ran and the others, with Li Changfeng and the king surrounding them. Lu Tianhua was cursing at the Dragonblood warriors. Long Chen frowned. Then glancing at the ground, he realized what had happened. A strange expression appeared on his face. Chapter 959 Punishing Guo Ran. Long Chen, did you do this on purpose? Long Chen had just squeezed his way to the front of the crowd when Lu Tianhua roared furiously at him. All the young experts from Pill Valley that had come with him were lying on the ground, their faces beaten and bruised. One of them had even lost both his legs. Guo Ran and the others seemed embarrassed when they saw Long Chen. Guo Ran said, "Boss, they provoked us first by insulting you over and over." "Nonsense, we didn't do anything like that." Those Pill Valley's disciples were terrified to see Long Chen. If they admitted they had said bad things about him, they might lose their lives. Although their master was standing right beside them, he wasn't able to give them a feeling of safety. Two of them had already been killed by Long Chen right in front of him. Didn't you just say that the Dragonblood Legion is a pack of barbarians who have yet to become civilized? Boss is the leader of the Dragonblood Legion, and by insulting the entire Dragonblood Legion, how are you not insulting Boss? Said Guo Ran. Hearing this, then looking at the disciples on the ground, Long Chen could guess what had happened. Guo Ran was never good at being peaceful. If he didn't act like a poser for a day, he wouldn't be able to calm down. Moreover, these disciples from Pill Valley were all incredibly arrogant and they looked down on others. It was very likely for a conflict to erupt between the former and the latter. As for whether that conflict was started by Pill Valley's disciples or whether Guo Ran had intentionally baited them, that was a bit harder to say. However, Guo Ran was definitely a wicked character. Having dared to beat them to this state, he definitely hadn't left any evidence for them to say that he had started things. Long Chen, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will end you. Roared Lu Tianhua. On this trip to the eastern wasteland, he had not only lost two of his disciples and been unable to get revenge, but his remaining disciples had also been beaten black and blue. He had completely lost all his face. Don't point at me with your finger. Long Chen frowned. You. Lu Tianhua was enraged, but thinking of Long Chen's temperament, he put away his hand, saying, Long Chen, you must give me an explanation. Li Changfeng didn't have a good opportunity to interject here. He couldn't help but sigh inside. The previous trouble Long Chen had caused had just been settled through negotiations, and he had just been about to send the three of them away when they encountered Lu Tianhua's disciples that were beaten into this state. He had a headache now. But he also knew that Lu Tianhua wouldn't dare to do anything to Long Chen. At most, he would get Long Chen to lower his head and apologize in order to win back some face. Ouyang Chuyu was clenching her teeth furiously. Things had just been settled perfectly, but then another matter erupted. She had an urge to throttle Long Chen. His ability to cause trouble was unrivaled beneath the heavens. What happened? Long Chen ignored Lu Tianhua, asking Guo Ran about the disciples on the ground. They were rude to us. At first, we just ignored them. After all, boss, you told us not to provoke others if they don't provoke us. If others provoke us, we endure a bit, and if they provoke us again, we pull them up by the roots. So when they acted all badass, we just calmly watched, solemnly studying their poser arts. Later, they felt like just bragging wasn't satisfying enough, and so they asked to exchange some pointers with us. Ji Yuyong told them, "We're not skilled in such nonsense and only skilled in killing people. Boss doesn't let us randomly bicker." When they heard that, their faces became as long as donkeys, and they began braying insults at us. Then this brother jumped out. Guo Ran pointed to the fellow that only had his upper body remaining. They really knew how to play. Flames billowed out of their bodies, sometimes forming lotuses, sometimes forming weapons. Those big changes were truly impressive. I'm not scholarly enough to describe it in detail, but in any case, it was incredibly amazing to watch. Boss, you know that we're all poor villagers who have never seen the real world. Looking at their marvelous display, we naturally had to pay a fee as appreciation. Otherwise, others would look down on us. Furthermore, I can count as having some status. When I felt my pocket, I found that there were a few dozen gold coins inside. So I tossed them to the ground. Although we're poor, we still understand rules. Considering what a marvelous show they had put on, we couldn't be stingy. If there is an appreciation to show, we should show it. Then, this fellow suddenly charged toward me, saying my conduct was an insult to him. Wild found him displeasing to the eye, so he beat him a bit. In the end, they all came at us, wanting to beat us, and the result is what you see here, said Guo Ran as if he had been mistreated. Everyone's expressions were odd. Li Changfeng looked from the crafty Guo Ran to Long Chen and sighed inside. As expected, a master would raise the same kind of disciple. With a boss like Long Chen, all the people below him were also sure to be uncontrollable characters. But the shocking thing was that Guo Ran and the others were so strong. Those Pill Valley's disciples were all rank 4 celestials and had all reached the late sea expansion realm. Yet, they had still been beaten so miserably. In truth, they were simply unaware that these Pill Valley's disciples all lived like princes and had always been flattered by others. Their strength in relation to their cultivation base was greatly lacking. As for the Dragonblood Legion, having followed Long Chen for so long, they were all vicious people who had killed their way out of piles of corpses. Although they normally didn't give off much of a dangerous feeling, when they fought, everyone would tremble at their killing intent. To Guo Ran and the others, the Pill Valley's disciples were nothing more than fat sheep in fancy clothes, impressive looking but useless. But then you shouldn't have been so vicious to your opponents. Lu Tianhua still twisted the truth to suit him. Long Chen's expression suddenly sank, and he scolded Guo Ran. How could you cause such trouble? This caused Guo Ran and the others to jump in surprise. They didn't know why Long Chen would suddenly get so angry. Had they done something wrong? Long Chen raged, "What have I taught you all this time? Our Xuantian Dao sect is the leader of the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path. We have to be an example for all. But look at what you've all done. Tell me, don't you think it's embarrassing? Were all my teachings just whine through your ears?" Long Chen's scolding caused Lu Tianhua's expression to improve slightly. This could count as lowering his head to Pill Valley. In the end, youngsters losing in a little scuffle didn't affect Pill Valley's prestige. The only reason why Lu Tianhua was so furious was because he had been stifling a belly full of rage all this time. Although Li Changfeng had represented Long Chen to apologize to them all and had also given them some compensation, he was still irritated. He had lost 2 of his beloved apprentices instead of gaining what he had wanted, causing him to lose all his face. However, he was also helpless to do anything about it. That rage had been brewing this entire time. Then when he walked out and saw that the rest of his disciples had been beaten so badly, well, anyone would find it unbearable. But now that Long Chen was scolding Guo Ran and the others, his expression became a bit better. Lu Tianhua knew to get going while the getting was good. He was just about to have Li Changfeng state their punishment, which would be no more than a single cane, but Long Chen's next words made him almost pass out. Guo Ran, you've got a big brain. But why can't you remember anything useful? You think with your current ability, you can become a spendthrift. Do you remember how hard we had to work for just a few points in the 108th monastery? TCH, you threw out dozens of gold coins in one go. How generous. Do you know how hard we have to work to get that much money? I always tell you to be frugal. Money is always the most important thing for any power. Guo Ran, although you're my best brother, you've committed an unforgivable mistake. Don't blame me for being merciless. Long Chen clenched his teeth. No, boss, please. Please, give me another chance. A horrified expression crept over Guo Ran's face, and he knelt on the ground next to Long Chen, holding his leg, wailing. Everyone was startled. What was Long Chen about to do? To cause Guo Ran to be so terrified, was he going to kill him? Or was he going to expel him from the Dragonblood Legion? The others didn't understand, but the Dragonblood Legion did. All of them knew what was happening, and Meng Qi sighed deeply, shaking her head. On the other hand, Tang Wan was stifling her laughter. I've decided. Long Chen hardened his heart. Boss, no, I'm begging you, on account of how long we've been together, how much loyalty I've shown you, please don't. Look, I'll take back the money right now. Here, I'll give it all to you. Please boss, just pretend this never happened. Guo Ran picked up all the gold coins and offered them to Long Chen with both hands raised, pitifully staring at him. Looking at the tears in Guo Ran's eyes and how pitiful he looked, everyone felt emotional. As for Long Chen, he almost kicked him away in fury. It was just a play, so was there any need to act so over the top? He almost coughed up blood from watching. Long Chen didn't dare to look at him as this bastard's expression was too powerful. He was afraid he'd laugh. Looking into the distance, he indifferently shook his head. Rules are rules. No one can change them, including myself. So I have to do this. Everyone held their breath. Long Chen grabbed Guo Ran's neck, shouting, I'm going to garnish 1 year of your salary. Don't you like showing off? Don't you like being generous with your money? Well, for the next year, don't even think of getting a single copper coin from me. As his words resounded throughout the plaza, everyone turned into stone statues. Chapter 960 Departing one by one. Boss, don't. I have so many women in my family, so many babies that need my support. They live off my salary. Guo Ran's face was covered in tears and snot. That's enough. Lu Tianhua's hair stood on end from rage. They were clearly just playing with him. He had given them a way to step down when he thought that Long Chen was giving him face. However, it was a complete waste of time. This was too much. No one would play with people like this. After beating someone, they were now wrangling over a few gold coins. Lu Tianhua had no choice but to stop this nonsense. Long Chen, I wasn't haggling with you over the gold coins. Raged Lu Tianhua. You weren't. Ugh, why didn't you say so sooner? Long Chen sighed. To Guo Ran, he said, all right, since they're not going to pursue it, this matter can end here. I won't garnish your salary. Many thanks, boss. Guo Ran's mournful expression vanished. The speed at which he returned to his old self defied imagination. Long Chen, don't try to avoid the important thing. I was talking about how your people beat my disciples. There was nothing wrong with that, said Long Chen righteously. How many times do I have to say it? Don't point at me with your finger. Have you gone senile with age? Raged Long Chen. What's wrong with youngsters exchanging pointers? Furthermore, it was all caused by your people, but you don't feel ashamed to cry foul. What? When you win you laugh, but when you lose you cry. Only you can win, but others can't. What kind of logic is that? If you are brazen enough to come and wag your tail in front of other people's faces, you had best be prepared to be slapped. If you bare your butt to others, be ready to have your ass kicked. Choked laughter erupted from countless people. These words were amazingly profound, the pinnacle of conciseness and comprehensiveness. All right, a fight between youngsters isn't something seniors should interfere in. Young people should have that energy. The earlier youngsters suffer, the better it is for their future. Brother Tianhua, let's just leave this matter as it is. With your magnanimity, there's no need for you to quibble with a child, said Li Changfeng. He had no choice but to try and advise Lu Tianhua. Looking at his infuriated expression, he had to admire Long Chen. Whether it was combat power, the sharpness of his tongue, or his ability to cause trouble, he was practically peerless. According to regular methods, he should have given his guest face and first chided his own child. But with Long Chen's temper, he felt uneasy doing that, so he instead advised Lu Tianhua not to quibble over this. He, a grand king, was quibbling with a child over face. Well, if he could win, then that would be fine. But the main thing was that he couldn't win, so he was just losing more face. Even if Li Changfeng wasn't present, Long Chen had Feng Xingli and Ling Yunzi supporting him. He, Lu Tianhua, wouldn't dare to touch even a strand of hair on Long Chen's head. So in Li Changfeng's opinion, continuing to set himself against Long Chen was foolish for Lu Tianhua. Fine, Long Chen, let's just wait and see. Obviously, although Lu Tianhua was a king, he was incapable of just brushing off such a matter. He came from Pill Valley, and he was used to being arrogant and getting his way. Even though he was leaving things as they were, he said some final words to express his fury. Just at this moment, a person squeezed their way through the crowd. That person was Yu Zifang. He said to Long Chen, "Boss, sect leader Ling Yunzi has left. He asked me to give this to you and to tell you to be careful." Lu Tianhua had been in the midst of leaving, but when he saw what was in Yu Zifang's hand, he came to a shocking stop. A king from the Bloodkill Hall. That was a human head with a fierce mask on it. And although it wasn't possible to see its true face, that terrifying pressure that came from it caused all the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples to tremble. That was the head of a king. Li Changfeng, Lu Tianhua, and the others were all shocked. That was no ordinary king, but a terrifying assassin king. That mask was a sign of his origins, the specific mark of the Bloodkill Hall. Just thinking of a king-level assassin caused the kings to tremble. Assassins were the most terrifying professions. Even if their actual combat power was weaker than yours, they still had 1,000 ways to kill you. Killing someone in the same realm was incredibly easy for them. That was why all those kings were fearful. Why would a king from the Bloodkill Hall come here? Everyone was startled and looked at Long Chen. It seemed there was only one reason for him to come. In the immemorial path, the corrupt path, the righteous path, and the ancient races had taken heavy losses. But the ones to be completely annihilated were the Bloodkill Hall. They had been too concentrated in one location. All the experts below Huang Junmo had been gathered on the ground and exterminated with one attack. Not one of them lived to tell the tale. Could it be that the Bloodkill Hall is ignoring their own rules? Did they send a king to assassinate Long Chen? Li Changfeng's face was dark. The Bloodkill Hall was loathsome, as they were a pack of monsters who would kill anyone for money, even their own parents. They were assassins with no morals, but everyone knew they had one rule, and that was that they would never assassinate someone in a lower realm than them. But now, one of their kings had snuck their way into the Xuantian Dao sect. If they were to say that he had just come for fun, no one would believe it. Haha, Long Chen, congratulations on having the Bloodkill Hall place their sights on you. I wish you a long life, said Lu Tianhua delightedly. Then he brought out his flying boat and took all his heavily injured disciples away. The ancient races and ancient family alliances kings also left. Their emotions were about the same as Lu Tianhua's. But their delight in Long Chen's misfortune was covered up by their shock and terror. That king-level assassin had definitely been targeting Long Chen, but he had been killed by Ling Yunzi. That kind of power was absolutely terrifying. It was said that the Bloodkill Hall did not accept missions to assassinate sword cultivators, because sword cultivators' spiritual perception was extremely refined. It was difficult for the assassins to even approach them. This had further proved that sword cultivators were the bane of assassins. With such a terrifying figure supporting him, they didn't dare to have any thoughts of doing anything to Long Chen. Although Ling Yunzi had left, the head he had left behind was a shocking display of power. Long Chen was also a bit surprised to see a king-level assassin, but this was within his expectations. He had known the Bloodkill Hall wouldn't take this matter lying down. For the Bloodkill Hall to slap its own face and break the rule it had established was a bit out of his expectations. However, after a moment of shock, Long Chen wasn't scared. His fourth star was completed, and his spiritual perception had only grown stronger. Furthermore, Feng Xingli had imparted split the heavens, divine runes to him. Once he condensed those, he wouldn't fear anyone. Even if he couldn't beat them, he would feel assured of being able to get away. Senior Ling Yunzi left. Why was he in such a rush? Asked Long Chen. It's unclear. Senior didn't say. Yu Zifang shook his head. After giving him the head, Ling Yunzi had left just like that. His actions were incomprehensible. Zifeng, your heavenly Tao energy. Long Chen suddenly took a closer look at Yu Zifeng. The fluctuations of heavenly Tao energy had disappeared from his body. Senior erased my heavenly Tao energy, saying that while it could help me now, it would be a hindrance to me in the future. The gains don't make up for the loss. For a sword cultivator, just one sword is enough, said Yu Zifeng. Li Changfeng and Lu Minghan were deeply shaken. Just what kind of power did Ling Yunzi possess for him to be able to wipe away a person's heavenly Tao energy? He was able to turn a celestial into a normal person without causing any damage to them. That was incomprehensible. Long Chen came to a sudden comprehension. Ling Yunzi was right. Sword cultivators walked a different path than others. He had almost accidentally harmed Yu Zifeng. Fortunately, Ling Yunzi had righted that mistake. Now that Ling Yunzi and Feng Xingli had left, Long Chen couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed and frustrated. Since Phoenix Cry, he had always relied on himself. He had never depended on others, but this time, this matter had grown to a shocking level. Ling Yunzi and Feng Xingli's arrival had caused him to feel how nice it was to be protected. He was extremely grateful. Once everyone scattered, Long Chen was called over by Ouyang Chuyu. Within a private room, Ouyang Chuyu hesitated for a long time before saying, "Long Chen, do you really not have any Yuan spirit stones left?" "I do, but I won't give them to just anyone," said Long Chen directly. He knew that Lu Minghan and Li Changfeng had pressured her into asking this, or Ouyang Chuyu definitely wouldn't have asked. "Then have you thought about offering a few of those Yuan spirit stones to your seniors? You'll gain more benefits, and when you enter the head sect," said Ouyang Chuyu. "Let's just forget about that. Just our Eastern Wasteland's Xuantian Dao sect is rotten to its core. It's not hard for me to guess what the situation will be like in the head sect. If I offer up Yuan spirit stones, I won't be able to obtain anything I want. Instead, I would become someone who ends up being promoted through bribes, and that's definitely not worth it. So it's best for those things to stay in my hands. If I encounter things I need in the future, then I might trade them. So no matter what, I won't give them any Yuan spirit stones. Big sister, you can go back directly and tell them there's nothing for them. When I was powerless, when I needed help, did they help me? Now that I have some good stuff, they came here to talk about morality and principles. Did they think I'm an idiot?" sneered Long Chen. If Ouyang Chuyu needed them, then Long Chen wouldn't even frown before giving them to her. But he wouldn't give them to others. Ouyang Chuyu knew Long Chen's temperament, so she didn't try to change his mind. Long Chen left just like that. But a day later, he got a message to go see Ouyang Chuyu again. As soon as he stepped to the palace, Lu Minghan appeared in front of him, his expression icy. Chapter 961 Fury soars into the heavens. Looking at Lu Minghan's icy expression, Long Chen instantly understood what was going on. "What, are you in such a hurry? Soft tactics don't work, so you're trying some hard ones. To trick me by pretending to be the sect master, are you trying to interrogate me?" said Long Chen. Lu Minghan coldly said, "Long Chen, you are a disciple of the Xuantian Dao sect. It was the Xuantian Dao sect that raised you. If you don't even know how to repay kindness, how are you any different from an animal?" Long Chen sneered, "Don't put it so sanctimoniously. All you want is my Yuan spirit stones. Well, let me tell you the truth, I don't have any Yuan spirit stones." "Do you think I'm so easy to fool?" snorted Lu Minghan. "Whether you believe it or not, I don't care. Furthermore, what's mine is mine. Don't use the name of ethics to extort me. Who do you think you are? If I owe the Xuantian Dao sect, then the ones I owe are Ling Yunzi, Shui Wuan, and Ouyang Chuyu. As for you, you only came here to get some benefits. Are you looking to raise your merit to the sect to get promoted?" "Not a bad plan," said Long Chen disdainfully. "Long Chen, I'm only going to ask once again. We aren't greedy for your Yuan spirit stones, we are doing this entirely for your own good. If you hand over your Yuan spirit stones, the sect will help protect them for you. That way, you don't need to worry about others getting greedy for your treasures," said Lu Minghan. "Thank you for your care, but I think you're worrying over nothing. I don't have any treasures, so there's no need to worry over my safety," said Long Chen indifferently. "Brute, you're looking to die," raged Lu Minghan. "You're the one looking to die, you old bastard." Long Chen had long since realized that this fellow wasn't a good person, so he cursed right back. Right now, he couldn't expose the fact that he had more Yuan spirit stones. This wasn't just a problem of Yuan spirit stones. The divine mortal molting elixir and 10,000 spirit blood were also absolute treasures. He was sure that the Dragonblood Legion's display, which had relied on these treasures, had been noticed by these wily old foxes. Long Chen had hundreds of millions of yuan spirit stones in his primal chaos space right now. That was the result of all the immemorial path's aboriginals sending their yuan spirit stones to him. But he couldn't hand over a single one. The yuan spirit stones would just be a start. Once he started handing them over, he would be doomed. Through that, they would force him to hand over the divine mortal molting elixir, 10,000 spirit blood, and perhaps even the heavenly Tao fruits. So even if he died, he couldn't hand them over. One concession would lead to a total collapse. He had already declared his position with Ouyang Chuyu. He wouldn't hand them anything. He trusted Ouyang Chuyu as she would definitely protect his secret. As for Shui Wuan, there was no need to say anything about that. No one would be able to get the slightest bit of valuable information out of her about Long Chen. So all he had to do was stubbornly repeat that he had none and refuse to give them anything. Brat! Lu Minghan suddenly sent a palm toward him. Long Chen smashed a fist forward, summoning the green dragon battle armor. He had to go all out against a king. HMPH, don't overestimate yourself, sneered Lu Minghan. When Long Chen's fist smashed onto Lu Minghan's palm, there should have been a huge explosion. Their power should have blown apart the palace and drawn over all the Xuantian Dao sect's attention. Then he would be safe. But Long Chen was startled to find that it was like his fist had struck cotton. It only caused a muffled sound. His power vanished like it had never existed, and his hand was caught. A terrifying energy instantly confined him. It was like millions of steel bars had constricted him, making it so he couldn't move an inch. In front of a true king, you are just an ant. You want to resist? Keep dreaming. Since you don't appreciate kindness, I'll personally go through your memories. Lu Minghan placed a finger on Long Chen's forehead. Spiritual strength poured into his mind. Long Chen was startled and enraged. If this bastard were to go through his memories, then the 9-star hegemon body art, primal chaos bead, and eastern wasteland bell would all be exposed. He hastily circulated his spiritual strength to defend. HMPH, your spiritual strength is not bad, but it's still not even close to enough. Break! Lu Minghan snorted, and vicious spiritual strength smashed against Long Chen's mind. Blood poured out of Long Chen's orifices. Lu Minghan's berserk spiritual strength was too strong. A king's spiritual strength wasn't something he could resist. Lu Minghan, what do you think you're doing? Just as Long Chen's defenses were about to completely collapse and his memories were about to be exposed, the door to the room was blown apart. Li Changfeng furiously charged in. Senior brother, this Long Chen refuses to recognize kindness. I'm forcing him to tell us his secrets. Lu Minghan ignored Li Changfeng's arrival, continuing to bring forth more of his soul energy to break Long Chen's final barrier. Lu Minghan, if you don't stop, don't blame me for not caring about our relationship. Li Changfeng's face was ashen. His hand was gripping the sword on his back, and a fierce aura locked onto Lu Minghan. Senior brother, you. The sound of a sword coming out of its sheath rang out. Li Changfeng's expression was firm. An unwilling expression appeared on Lu Minghan's face, but he was extremely intimidated by Li Changfeng. He released Long Chen. Lu Minghan had just released Long Chen when Long Chen's hand viciously struck across his face. Lu Minghan hadn't expected Long Chen to dare to strike him, and as a result, half his face caved in, and a bunch of yellow teeth scattered to the ground. Lu Minghan, fuck your mother. Long Chen was completely infuriated. After slapping him, Blood Drinker appeared in his hand. Split the heavens 3. Even Li Changfeng hadn't expected Long Chen to suddenly attack. And he was using such a powerful move at that. Lu Minghan didn't have a powerful physical body. Imbued by the green dragon battle armor, Long Chen's slap had almost caused his head to explode. By the time he reacted, Long Chen's saber chi had reached him. It was too late to form hand seals, and the only thing he could do was to use the simplest defense, circulating his spiritual yuan to form a barrier around him. This hasty defense was made by a king, but it was still cut through by Long Chen's attack. Lu Minghan vomited blood, flying back. He slammed into a pillar in the palace, causing the whole palace to crumble. Dust flew everywhere, and the Xuantian Dao sect shook. All of the disciples rushed over in surprise, just barely managing to see the scene of the Xuantian Dao sect's palace crumble to the ground. Heavens, isn't that the king? Lu Minghan. As the palace collapsed, a figure flew out of it, a deep cut on the front of his body. He had almost been cut in two. Everyone was horrified. What person was terrifying enough to heavily injure a king? Looming Han, you rat bastard, die. Suddenly, the crumbling palace exploded. Long Chen charged out at Looming Han. Kill Looming Han, cut him down. The Dragonblood warriors had no idea what was happening, but seeing Long Chen so enraged, they all charged at Looming Han. Ouyang Chuyu and Shui Wuan also appeared. But they were lost, because Looming Han had just sent them a message that he had something to discuss with them. They had been patiently waiting for him this entire time, but even after an hour, he hadn't appeared. When they sensed Long Chen's aura when he destroyed the palace, they finally realized something was very off, and they rushed over just in time to see this scene. The Dragonblood warriors were charging at Looming Han. Wild was the first to arrive. Using the barbarian blood bronze body, he came smashing down with a huge bone club. Fuck off. Looming Han was infuriated at being injured by Long Chen. That attack had been strange. It contained a special energy within it, or it wouldn't have been able to break his defense. Seeing Wild arriving, he let out a single punch. Wild was blown back, vomiting blood. A king's power was truly terrifying. But Wild was also extremely powerful, and Looming Han received a backlash. His just fused injury once more split open, causing blood to splash. Tang Wan Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Yu Zifeng's attacks all arrived. They didn't care what was happening. As long as Looming Han was an enemy of Long Chen's, they would fight to the death against him. Ants, all of you can die, roared Looming Han. His body began to shine. Yellow springs devour souls. Just as Looming Han was about to counterattack, a huge spiritual blade slashed down. Looming Han felt like countless needles had stabbed his soul. Ji Yuyong and the others' attacks landed on Looming Han's body. But they were startled to find that their attacks were unable to break the defensive light around his body. Just at this moment, a blood-colored saber viciously slashed through Looming Han's neck. Blood spurted into the air along with the head. All the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples were like wooden statues. They hadn't even understood what was happening before Long Chen cut off a king's head. After cutting Looming Han's head, he extended a hand, launching a lightning arrow at it, wanting to completely kill him. Zan Heaven and Earth Seal. Li Changfeng finally took action. Countless chains appeared throughout heaven and earth. Everyone was bound by them, including Looming Han's headless body. Looming Han's head flew back to his neck. Through some unknown means, and he instantly healed. Li Changfeng, release me. I'll kill all these damnable brats, roared Looming Han. Chapter 962 Suppression. Looming Han had just attached his head before he began to roar furiously. Killing intent soared out of his body. A Grand King had been injured by a group of Sea Expansion disciples, and even had his head cut off. That was an unbearable insult. Looming Han, calm down, shouted Li Changfeng. Shut up, how am I supposed to calm down? I'll kill that bastard Long Chen. Break. Looming Han roared furiously. Majestic energy suddenly erupted from within his body, causing heaven and earth to shake. Have you gone insane? You want to obliterate the entire Xuantian Dao sect? Shouted Li Changfeng. Looming Han was using his core energy. The core energy of a king would destroy the Xuantian Dao sect. Shut the hell up, release me from these nuisance chains now, or I'll do anything I want. Roared Looming Han. Looming Han and Li Changfeng were both from the head sect, but they were from two different departments. Li Changfeng was part of the Elders' Hall, while Looming Han was part of the Law Enforcement Hall. When it came to official titles, Li Changfeng's position was a level higher than Looming Han's. But because Looming Han came from the Law Enforcement Hall, his position was rather special. The Law Enforcement Hall's elders all had the power to punish disciples and elders. An insufferable culture had begun brewing there, and their way of speaking to others was loathsome. But because of their special power, the other elders had to endure it, which only stoked the flames of their arrogance. Although this mission was being led by Li Changfeng, Looming Han didn't respect him much. In his fury, he didn't care anymore. Fury brought more fury. Li Changfeng finally stopped restraining himself. He originally didn't like the people from the Law Enforcement Hall, especially not when they acted like this. Be suppressed. Li Changfeng's expression was dark as he formed new hand seals. The chains binding Long Chen and the others released and bound Looming Han. Chain after chain rapidly whirled around Looming Han. He was tightly bound into a ball. Li Changfeng, you dare to suppress me? I, Bound by these chains, he found his power suppressed, and he was unable to release any of his techniques. His furious roar was cut off suddenly as the chains began to move even faster. Even his head was bound, until he eventually became a chain cocoon. Li Changfeng was ashen. Lu Minghan was completely unreasonable. With a wave of his hand, the ball of chains that was Lu Minghan disappeared. Long Chen, come with me. Long Chen and the others hadn't even reacted to what was happening when Li Changfeng extended a hand. Not allowing Long Chen to resist, the two of them disappeared. Long Chen was shocked. Although they were both kings, Li Changfeng was much stronger than Lu Minghan. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist him. He finally understood just how far he was from a king. The two of them appeared on a mountain that was tens of thousands of miles from the Xuantian Dao sect. He didn't know what technique Li Changfeng had used to bring him here. This trip to the eastern wasteland was handled poorly, sighed Li Changfeng. Senior. Long Chen didn't know what to say. Li Changfeng waved his hand, saying, "This matter isn't your fault. Of course, it can't be blamed on me either. I'll have to go back and report on this mission now. However, before I go, let me warn you, Long Chen. Being too stubborn will make you lose more. Whether you want to view me as an elder or just an old senior, it doesn't matter. After all, you are one of my Dao sect's disciples. I don't want to see your temper provoke a calamity. Although you had people come to support you this time, luck isn't dependable. You shouldn't always depend on such an ephemeral thing." Li Changfeng was giving him his heartfelt advice. He felt pity for him, but his temper also gave him a headache. Long Chen bitterly smiled. He knew Li Changfeng was being kind, but what other way was there? Whether he was low-key or wildly arrogant, he seemed doomed to have a bumpy life full of frustrations. Since the results either way were the same, why not do as he pleased? Why always concede and compromise? It was one thing if yielding would make him safe. Then he would yield. After all, he had people he cared about. But yielding didn't make things safer, it just made things worse. More people would think he was easy to bully, not hesitating to trample over him. So why yield then? I'll remember Senior's golden words of wisdom. Long Chen bowed slightly. Long Chen wasn't actually someone who didn't know how to repay kindness. He knew exactly who had been good to him. As for your secrets, I'm not interested in them, and the Dao sect isn't interested in them. But you have to remember, when 5 fingers extend, they aren't all united. In a sect with as many people as the Xuantian Dao sect, it's difficult to avoid some people who have wicked thoughts. So be careful in the future. Always try to leave some thoughts for the consequences instead of just losing your mind in a fit of rage, said Li Changfeng. Yes. Long Chen could only nod. Having completed the 4th star of the 9-star hegemon body art, his senses were only growing stronger. He was extremely sensitive to feelings of kindness or wickedness. No one could trick him. So from the start, Long Chen had known that Lu Minghan wasn't a good person. The only thing in his heart was greed, and so he wasn't courteous to him at all. There's still half a year until the branch sects, elites can gather for the head sect's disciple selection. Once you pass, you'll be able to cultivate in the head sect. The Central Plains is the true place for heavenly geniuses to cultivate. As for the Eastern Wasteland, you'll understand how insignificant it is in the future. Alright, people really do talk more as they get older. I have to return to the head sect to report on this matter. If there's anything you don't understand, you can go ask your sect master. Li Changfeng's figure suddenly vanished from Long Chen's sight. Long Chen didn't even know what direction he had gone. The Central Plains. Long Chen was a bit apprehensive and excited. He had long since heard that the Central Plains was a holy land for cultivation. Geniuses covered the land, and no matter how talented you were, you would be drowned by countless other geniuses. He also knew that the Skywood Divine Palace was in the Central Plains. In other words, only by going to the Central Plains could he see Chu Yao again. Thinking of Chu Yao, of their interactions in Phoenix Cry, a fire lit up in Long Chen's heart, as well as some grief. Chu Yao was a peaceful girl who didn't like fighting. She was easily satisfied, but to protect Long Chen, to make herself stronger, she had left the Eastern Wasteland and had gone to the incredibly distant Central Plains. All of that had been for him. However, Long Chen felt uneasy. His origins were a mystery, one that had been perplexing him for a long time. Instead of feeling like he was getting closer to the answer, as his cultivation base grew, all he felt was that this world grew vaster with him. Before he reached the peak of the martial path, he was not to investigate his origins. That was what that unknown servant had said before disappearing. Back then, Long Chen had thought that the servant should have been a Xianxian expert. But back then, he hadn't understood what a Dao transformation was. But now he knew. Only Celestials possessed the qualifications to do so, and they had to have at least reached the 4th rank. Transforming into the Dao required the assistance of spirit blood. The servant had turned himself into nothingness and severed all karma related to him, all to protect Long Chen. He shook his head, forcing out those unsteady thoughts. No matter how strong his enemies were, no matter how terrifying they were, there was no need to have so many misgivings since he had made his choice. Furthermore, once he went to the Central Plains, he wouldn't be alone. Chu Yao was there, and he had also sensed Yi Zichou's aura in the immemorial path. He was sure she would also go to the Central Plains. In fact, perhaps she was already there. Other than that, he thought of a certain person who liked to laugh and show off. That person's face was still a bit immature and baby-like. He was Mo Nian. According to his grandfather, Mo Nian would definitely become an amazing figure now that he was a celestial. He had to go to their ancestral land in the Central Plains to receive the inheritance. Back then, Mo Nian had said he would soar and reach the peak of the continent. Thinking of that, Long Chen felt a burst of warmth. He didn't just have enemies. He also had friends he could depend on. The thing that Long Chen found odd was that a person he had been expecting hadn't appeared. Where was Leng Yuyan? She hadn't appeared during their attack against the corrupt path, and she also hadn't appeared when the corrupt path had attacked the Xianxian Dao sect. Had she already left the eastern wasteland? Or was she in seclusion? After thinking about it for a while, Long Chen decided to not bother with her. In any case, her target was him, not the others. There was nothing to be afraid of. Another matter that rested in his heart was the eastern wasteland bell. He didn't know where it had run off to. If he had a chance, he would definitely get it to owe him another favor. Then he really would be unstoppable. Long Chen's thoughts were chaotic for a while as he thought of many things. Some things were exciting and some things were nerve-wracking. The Central Plains would be his bigger playing field. Long Chen suddenly thought of those 4 idiots that had undergone tribulation in the immemorial path. Perhaps he would be able to encounter them in the Central Plains. Fuck, there are really too many idiots. How am I supposed to be low-key? Am I supposed to just let them step all over me? Long Chen spat on the ground. The best way to handle these idiots was to viciously slap them in the face. Only once their faces swelled up to the same size as their asses would they remember their lessons. Although Li Changfeng had advised him kindly, Long Chen had his own experience. He decided to continue according to his own style. He returned to the Xianxian Dao sect and told Ouyang Chuyu that Li Changfeng had left. Ouyang Chuyu was currently infuriated. Li Changfeng had been enraged by Looming Hand's actions and couldn't bring himself to see Ouyang Chuyu again. Although it hadn't been his fault, he was too embarrassed to see her. Big sister, I need to ask you a serious question. Long Chen suddenly thought of something. Chapter 963 Cooperation. What is it? Ouyang Chuyu was a bit surprised. Just how did you dispatch those 3 old ghosts? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen knew that those 3 kings hadn't left kindly after not getting anything from him. He wanted to know what Li Changfeng had given them to have them leave. The matter's already passed, so don't bring it up again. As long as you're safe, it's fine. Money is well spent if it's used to avert a disaster. Ouyang Chuyu couldn't look Long Chen in the eyes. HMPH, I knew that they would give you a vicious blow. Just how much did they take? Long Chen was speechless as he stared at Ouyang Chuyu. About everything. Ouyang Chuyu's expression was extremely unnatural. Everything? What does that mean? Everything in the storehouses, all the Yuan spirit stones used to strengthen the formation. What the fuck? Long Chen's eyes almost popped out of his head. That was too vicious. Long Chen, money can be earned if it's lost. Do you know what a calamity you provoked this time? Being able to spend this money to buy your life is amazing. Said Ouyang Chuyu. In her opinion, as long as this money was spent to protect Long Chen, losing a fortune was fine. Furthermore, it wasn't as if she had control over this matter. It was all negotiated by Li Changfeng. In her opinion, this result was extremely satisfactory. If I had known this earlier, I would have had Guo Ran completely cripple those disciples, said Long Chen hatefully. In order to enrich the Xianxian Dao sect, he had given all the 2 great battle spoils to Ouyang Chuyu. But as a result, They had all been taken by those three. Long Chen's heart was about to drip blood. Although he wasn't stingy, his battle spoils couldn't be given to just anyone, especially not his enemies. That was what made him furious. Alright, so your pocket is completely empty now. No wonder you're not busy reconstructing the building despite it being turned into this state. Long Chen was speechless. You rotten brat, I have no money, and you destroyed the palace. Are you trying to make me so poor I have to live outside? Raged Ouyang Chuyu. Even the representative mark of the Xuantian Dao sect had been destroyed, and she had no money to repair it. Don't worry, I'll just build you another. One that's even bigger and grander. It'll make the Xuantian Dao sect 10 times more amazing than before. Long Chen smiled. He had absolute confidence in these words. He had a mountain of treasure items, and there were quite a few weapons, medicinal pills, armor, and secret tomes that were useless to him. He was in the midst of figuring out how to handle those things. Big words. Reconstructing the Xuantian Dao sect requires an ocean's worth of material and people. I've sent an application for more money, but I don't know how long it will take for the first wave of money to arrive. The Xuantian Dao sect will probably be a pile of ruins for several years, sighed Ouyang Chuyu. Having stayed in the Xuantian Dao sect for so long, this place was her home. Anyone would feel the same if their home was ruined. Big sister, your spirit blood has been made up for, and you were originally a rank 3 celestial. You should be able to become a king soon, then you can join the head sect. Why stay here? Asked Long Chen. Ouyang Chuyu shook her head. You don't understand. I've been here for too long. My heart is here. Furthermore, I'm too old now. I don't have that vigor of youth, nor do I have the will to continuously advance. I'd rather stay here until I'm dead. What? Big sister, you look so young and beautiful. Do you still remember how I treated you like a little sister at first and almost seduced you? Laughed Long Chen. What? You even have interest in an old fossil like me? Laughed Ouyang Chuyu. Big sister isn't old. Cultivators live for countless years. Whether a person is old depends on their heart, said Long Chen. You want to have me and Wuan go with you to the head sect? You should give up on that thought. We don't want to have to worry about you any longer. We've both discussed it, and we're going to peacefully stay here. With two of us, we'll have company. As for going with you, HMPH, we want to live for a few more years. Spare us. Ouyang Chuyu shook her head. In truth, Ouyang Chuyu cut him off, saying, Long Chen, we both understand you. We know you want what's best for us. But you have a fatal flaw, and we don't want to become your burdens. We'll be very safe here, and so that's basically helping you. Once you reach the peak of the martial path, if you still remember the two of us, you can come back. Then we'll profit from your prestige and enjoy what it feels like. But that's not now. Looking into Ouyang Chuyu's eyes, Long Chen could understand that Ouyang Chuyu and Shui Wuan's decision was the smartest one. But he also didn't want to part with them. However, he could accept this proposal. While they were talking, a person came over to report that someone wanted to talk with Long Chen. Brother Wenlong, haha, it's been a long time. In his own private room, Long Chen fiercely hugged Zheng Wenlong, who he hadn't seen in a long time. Haha, Long Chen, Long Chen. I thought that you would start to suspect me since it took me so long to get here. It looks like I was worried for nothing, laughed Zheng Wenlong. As soon as Long Chen had returned to the Xuantian Dao sect, he had sent someone to notify Zheng Wenlong that he had some business to discuss. But Zheng Wenlong had only appeared now. Trusted people shouldn't be doubted, and suspicious people shouldn't be trusted. Since I've chosen to trust you, I'll trust you to the end. Sit, let's drink some tea. I have some big business to discuss with you. Long Chen smiled. The two of them sat. Zheng Wenlong opened his mouth first, excitedly saying, Long Chen, do you want to guess where I was these past few days? Long Chen was surprised. Where you were? Could it be? You were promoted. Haha, yes, I was in the Central Plains. In just a few years, with my hard work, I've managed to defeat the disciples from the other regions and become an assistant guild leader within the Wuxian sect. Although there are a total of 8 assistant guild leaders, I'm the youngest one in all of history. Zheng Wenlong was full of excitement and pride. This position had to be extremely important. So Brother Wenlong managed to reach the Central Plains first. Here, let your brother celebrate for you. I have some wine here. Long Chen took out a jar. No, my Wuxian sect's disciples aren't allowed to drink wine. We have to maintain clear heads, said Zheng Wenlong. Long Chen didn't force him. Using tea as wine, they toasted. Long Chen said, "Your promotion is great news to me. It just so happens that the business I have for you is big." Zheng Wenlong laughed, "Hee, I know. When I returned, someone told me what happened. I know about everything, and I have to say, you really are vicious, Long Chen. You're even more vicious than last time in the Julie secret realm. Speak, what is it that you need? Do you need my help getting rid of some corrupt weapons? Are you looking for short-term profit, long-term profit?" His last question was in regards to how urgently he needed the money. If it was urgent, he could immediately start selling them, lowering the profit in exchange for speed. But if it wasn't urgent, he could sell them over several months, or even several years. "I don't have time to care about those things. If you're interested, just give me an all-inclusive deal, and then you can slowly sell them off for more personal profit," said Long Chen. He tossed Zheng Wenlong a ring. Although he had long since been prepared, when he saw the items inside the spatial ring, he was still shocked. There were hundreds of treasure items inside, and all of them were above average. Various medicinal pills, secret tomes, and spiritual items packed inside it. Just estimating their value would take several days. "Brother Long Chen, you really are my lucky star. I only just got promoted, and you're sending me such huge business," exclaimed Zheng Wenlong. "This is just part of it. I want enough money to reconstruct the Xuantian Dao sect, and I also have some other treasures I want you to appraise and give me an estimate. I'm not prepared to take out these treasures right now, but I need to know if there's a marketplace for them. Also, help me stay on the lookout for some rare and strange treasures." Long Chen took out 1 drop of divine mortal molting elixir, 1 drop of 10,000 spirit blood, and 1 yuan spirit stone. Zheng Wenlong's eyes almost popped out. Those 3 were priceless treasures. Each one of them was enough to cause a huge disturbance. "Thank you." Zheng Wenlong gratefully looked at Long Chen. The fact that he had brought out these 3 things for him to see meant he had absolute trust in him. If news of these 3 things spread, it would bring countless killers to him. But Long Chen hadn't hesitated to show him. "These 3 are peak treasures that people can't buy no matter how much money they have. So I can't give you real value for them. But since you aren't in a hurry, I'll investigate once I go back and try to get an accurate estimate. I'll also go through the recent auction news and see if there's anything you're interested in. As long as you say the word, I'll find people to get it for you. As for the money you urgently need, I have the authority to lend you plenty of spirit stones. Even if you wanted to expand the Xuantian Dao sect by 10 times, it should be enough." Zheng Wenlong patted his chest confidently. People always said that rich people sounded assertive. Now, Zheng Wenlong's imposing attitude was becoming more and more amazing. The 2 of them had been cooperating for a long time, so they figured things out in just a few sentences. Zheng Wenlong left full of excitement, and Long Chen also felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Chapter 964, Condensing the Divine Runes. It went without saying that Zheng Wenlong's efficiency was astonishing. On just the second day, he sent him 30 million high-grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. This clearly showed the level of Zheng Wenlong's position. High-grade spirit stones were things only experts above Shantian could absorb. Although they couldn't compare to Yuan spirit stones, they were still rare items on the martial heaven continent. With this money, Ouyang Chuyu finally smiled and the haze from the past few days blew away. She praised Long Chen for his abilities. These 30 million high-grade spirit stones immediately turned Ouyang Chuyu into a wealthy and imposing sect master. She immediately sent out a call for people. The sects that had participated in the battle against the corrupt path rushed over, while the larger sects also sent out people. Reconstructing the Xuantian Dao sect required a huge amount of manpower in addition to resources. After sending him 30 million high-grade spirit stones, Zheng Wenlong then sent him a huge mass of material. There was enough material to fill up half the Xuantian Dao sect. Long Chen had to prostrate himself in admiration toward Zheng Wenlong. He not only sent resources, but he also sent capable craftsmen. They were the highest level craftsmen in the eastern wasteland, so now Ouyang Chuyu didn't need to worry about that. Ouyang Chuyu didn't stand on courtesy when she saw how rich Long Chen had become. In any case, the trouble had been caused by him, and Long Chen had promised to reconstruct the Xuantian Dao sect to 10 times its previous size. Ouyang Chuyu and Shui Wuan worked through the night designing and planning the new construction. Discussing it with the craftsmen, they quickly settled on the final details. The very next day, they got to work. But just as the construction was underway, an unexpected event occurred. Countless righteous experts were making their way over. With the ending of the remote heaven gang, the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path was completely dominated by the Xuantian Dao sect. Since they were in the midst of reconstruction, it was the perfect time to suck up. Millions of righteous experts worked for free for them. The construction became much easier thanks to that. They had money, material, craftsmen, and workers. Liang Chuyu and Shui Wuan excitedly stared at the diagram of the construction as they constantly directed people. It was like they had returned to their youth and were personally constructing a new home for themselves. Their laughter didn't pause at all during this time. Seeing the two of them working so passionately, Long Chen didn't bother them. He brought the Dragonblood Legion to a secluded mountain, and after excavating a hole, they began cultivating. The Dragonblood warriors had just advanced to see expansion. After experiencing consecutive large battles, their auras had stabilized firmly. Long Chen directly used Yuan spirit stones to form a formation, and he took out the immemorial altar lamp. The Eastern Wasteland Bell had taught him how to use it. It wasn't an offensive weapon, but a priceless treasure used to assist cultivation. It contained the blessing of supreme experts from the ancient era. The flame inside could draw out the heavenly Taos and shine upon a person's heart, allowing them to enter a perfect meditative state where they felt immeasurably closer to the heavenly Taos. When people normally cultivated, they first needed to expel random thoughts and enter a meditative state. Once their minds were empty, they would attempt to connect to the heavenly Taos. This was extremely difficult, and the effect was different for every person. Sea expansion was a realm where the difference in cultivation speed was the greatest. By this realm, cultivators had to have already begun to touch heaven and earth's laws. That made sea expansion an extremely important foundational realm. It wasn't as simple as simply expanding the sea. But with the immemorial altar lamp, under its light, everyone felt warm and relaxed. It was like they had returned to a state of fetuses within their mother's wombs. Their spiritual yuan naturally circulated. Even without meticulously doing anything, they felt the lamp guiding them to an indescribably miraculous state. Long Chen was shocked to see that everyone's qi seas were slowly surging. They were undergoing a slow, second expansion. Even without pills, they can expand their seas a second time. It's no wonder the Eastern Wasteland Bell said that the immemorial altar lamp is amazing. But Long Chen found that it had no effect on him, nor Wild. He was just sleeping, an innocent smile on his face. "Wild, how about you go play? Remember the landmarks, so you don't get lost," said Long Chen upon seeing how bored Wild was. After so many battles, Wild had used up all his rations. The best thing for him was to go out and get more. However, although Wild promised he wouldn't get lost, Long Chen still gave him a special talisman. Through that talisman, Long Chen could sense his general location. Although it couldn't give him a specific location, its sensing distance was extremely great. It would be easy to find him if he got lost. After handling Wild, Long Chen decided to act as a protector over everyone as they cultivated. He also began studying the secret part of Split the Heavens that Feng Xingli had taught him. Although he could use the third form of Split the Heavens, in truth, he didn't feel like its effect was too great. Without having condensed the divine runes, back when he had used it against Looming Han, the only reason Long Chen could have injured him was because Looming Han had been careless. If it had been Feng Xingli using the third form of Split the Heavens back then even if Looming Han had been completely prepared, he probably would have died. What profound principles! Each rune contains a profound connection to each other. Is a human really capable of coming up with something like this? Long Chen sighed inside. He had only just begun studying the first 9 runes, but he was instantly drawn into the intricate principles within them. Each one of them represented a different law, a different meaning. As for what their meanings were, Feng Xingli had directly told him not to ask, because he also didn't know. In any case, Feng Xingli just cultivated it according to the instruction of the old man from the heaven-splitting battle sect. But when Long Chen looked at these divine runes, he seemed to understand a kind of principle. It felt like he understood what they meant, but when he carefully thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. The club beats the tiger eats the chicken eats the insect eats the club. Each complements each other, but they also counter each other. Long Chen focused, circulating his spiritual yuan through the first 9 acupuncture points of Split the Heavens. Within each acupuncture point, he left behind a spiritual yuan cyclone. At the center of each cyclone, he left a strand of divine sense. Each strand of it contained a different kind of energy. The heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples found it incredibly difficult to do so. This was like planting a seed within the 9 acupuncture points, with the spiritual yuan as the fertilizer and the divine sense as the spiritual seed. Each seed contained the embryonic form of the divine rune. It was a slow process, almost a bit like incubating an egg. Due to cultivating the heaven-splitting battle sect's cultivation technique, their disciples didn't have a very strong spiritual strength. So controlling it in this manner was incredibly difficult. But Long Chen finished this first step in an instant. All he needed to do was awaken the divine runes with his spiritual strength. But this process was complicated, as it wasn't just one divine rune at a time, but all 9. He had to split his spiritual strength into 9 portions to nourish them at the same time. Furthermore, he had to split his spiritual strength evenly so they grew at the same pace. If they became imbalanced, they would essentially be ruined. If that happened, he would have to erase them and restart. Due to his powerful spiritual strength, he also had great control over it. The 9 embryonic forms quickly formed within his acupuncture points and began to grow. They became clearer and clearer. When the 9 divine runes fully appeared, Long Chen's expression suddenly turned grave. He softly chanted, "To split the heavens of the universe, my soul energy condenses. Split the heavens, divine runes, appear." This was a mnemonic Feng Xingli had taught him. This was his first time chanting it, and he felt like it sounded nonsensical. But after a while, he could feel a mysterious kind of energy within the world. This energy was formless and invisible, but he could sense it. The 9 divine runes in his acupuncture points lit up as if they were coming alive. They began to slowly revolve. Each divine rune seemed to possess its own life and will. They were connected to his soul, so it was like 9 newly born babies starting to become active. Does this mean there really are God's blessings in this world? Long Chen's heart pounded wildly as he examined the movements of the 9 runes. This energy wasn't his. After chanting the mnemonic, that mysterious energy had helped him fully activate the spirit of the 9 runes. When Feng Xingli had explained the activation of the runes, spirits, he had explained it vaguely, merely saying that he would understand when the time came. Now he finally did understand. This kind of thing couldn't be described with words. Having succeeded in condensing the divine runes, Long Chen's confidence rose. It had been extremely easy, and he was just about to start condensing the next 9 when a disciple suddenly came over to report that someone was looking for him. Chapter 965 Aunt Yu. Xiao Chen. Although she wore a white veil, that pair of beautiful eyes could steal a person's soul. With that lithe figure that seemed to have come out of a painting, who else could it be but Yu Xiao Chen? Long Chen was delighted and surprised. Long Chen, this is Aunt Yu. Yu Xiao Chen was also delighted to see Long Chen. But she first politely introduced a woman beside her. This woman appeared to be in her late 20s. Tall and with a high bun, she wore majestic robes that gave her an indescribable grace. Junior Long Chen greets Aunt Yu. Long Chen hastily bowed. It seemed this was Yu Xiao Chen's family elder, so he had to be careful. You are Long Chen. As expected, you have some skills. No wonder my family's sacred daughter would be seduced. Aunt Yu laughed without the slightest arrogance, seeming extremely satisfied with Long Chen. Aunt Yu, Yu Xiao Chen turned red, clearly not having expected her to be so direct. Hee, Aunt Yu overpraises me. Junior, I dare not accept such praise. In Long Chen's excitement, he almost called himself junior brother. That would be too embarrassing. Aunt Yu said, there's no need to be embarrassed. I'm not going to butt into the affairs of youngsters. Long Chen, Yu Xiao Chen praised you into the heavens within the clan. I'm just here to help her seal the deal. Aunt Yu, if you don't stop, Yu Xiao Chen's face was too thin compared to Long Chen. She couldn't bear it. Alright, fine. Then let's get to the point. Aunt Yu stopped teasing Yu Xiao Chen. She waved her hand, and Long Chen felt heaven and earth twist. An unknown energy separated them from the rest of the world. Long Chen was shocked. Just what level of expert was this Aunt Yu? How could she be so terrifying? Just what energy was this? It wasn't teleportation. They seemed to be within the chaotic flow of space, and he was unable to see anything outside. It was just the 3 of them within this strange space. Long Chen, I represent the original devil race in expressing our sincere thanks. Aunt Yu bowed deeply toward him. Long Chen hastily bowed back, saying, Aunt Yu, I can't accept such a thing. You can. Our original devil race owes you far too much. To tell you the truth, the original devil race has currently been forced to the brink of death. If there still wasn't a change, we really might have ended up exterminated, sighed Aunt Yu. Long Chen shook his head. The only reason I did what I did was for myself. Our cooperation is mutually beneficial, so there's no debt to owe. Aunt Yu smiled slightly. Xiaochen has told me about your matters. I came over this time to see if you needed any help with anything. If you have any troubles you can't resolve, I can help you. Long Chen's heart shook. He knew she meant that if he had any opponents he couldn't handle, she could help him. I don't have any right now, but I definitely will in the future. I'm very confident in my ability to cause trouble. Long Chen patted his chest confidently. Did you bring the list? We did, but there's a lot on it, said Yu Xiaochen awkwardly. The skyscraping worlds, resources were limited, and they were lacking a great deal. Although this list only contained the things they urgently needed, there were hundreds of them on it. That made Yu Xiaochen feel uneasy. Long Chen looked over the list and saw the majority of them were medicinal pills. He couldn't help but ask, the original devil race doesn't have any medicinal pills. Yes, that's why medicinal pills are the things we need urgently. Many people have been stuck at bottlenecks for too long without being able to break through. There are also some who ended up with problems while advancing and left flaws on their foundations. If those flaws aren't repaired, it will gravely affect their future advancements, said Yu Xiaochen worriedly. This matter was incredibly important to the original devil race. Medicinal pills in general were extremely important to cultivators. Otherwise, Pill Valley wouldn't possess such a high position. The entire cultivation world depended on them. Long Chen, although it's a bit much. Yu Xiaochen sobbed. Only once she had gone back to get this list did she learn a few secrets. The original devil race had too many people, and because they didn't have medicinal pills to assist them, problems would occasionally occur in people's cultivation. Those people would be tormented by pain all day, and some even became bedeviled and needed to be sealed. She hadn't known about that last time, but when she brought back quite a few medicinal pills, the entire original devil race had celebrated. Only then had she known how much pain the original devil race had been in. Leave it to me. Medicinal pills aren't a problem for me, said Long Chen. Thank you. Yu Xiaochen couldn't help being surprised by how confident he was. Hearing his promise, she was relieved. Right now, she understood what kind of person Long Chen was. He never promised anything he wasn't assured of. However, the quantity is too great. I'll need some time, said Long Chen. No problem, no problem. We'll just wait, said Yu Xiaochen hastily. Long Chen pondered it for a moment. How about this? Let's first handle the urgent cases. Right now, the Xuantian Dao sect has had a falling out with Pill Valley, so buying medicinal pills from them would be difficult. But I have some back channels. Yu Xiaochen and Aunt Yu's expressions changed slightly upon hearing that the Xuantian Dao sect had had a falling out with Pill Valley. They both knew medicinal pills were provided by Pill Valley. What back channels? Asked Yu Xiaochen. I'll go get some healing medicinal pills from the Huayan sect and buy a few more from other sects. Those pills will be for those with the worst problems. Then I'll cooperate with the Huayan sect. I'll give them pill formulas and have them refine a huge amount of healing pills. Once all your people are better, they can then refine other pills for you, such as those for cultivation. The eastern wasteland is basically dominated by the Xuantian Dao sect now. The corrupt path is heavily injured, and the ancient races don't dare to make a move. During this time, you can establish a secret base. On the surface, you'll be engaging in some minor business, but in reality, I'll have the Xuantian Dao sect and Huayan sect open back channels for you. With the two of them supporting you, no one will dare to provoke you. It would be best if your business involves rare things that few others are involved in. The fewer your customers, the better. It would also be best if your business is the kind that only reveals itself every few years. You understand what I'm saying, right? Said Long Chen. I understand. Aunt Yu nodded. Before coming, she and Yu Xiaochen had been a bit nervous, as this matter involved the future of the entire original devil race. But this quick analysis of Long Chen's easily resolved the problems that had been crushing down upon her like a mountain. They were both delighted. Furthermore, Long Chen talked like they were one family, making them feel even closer. We shouldn't delay things. Let's split up. I'll go notify the Huayan sect, and on the way, I'll use the sect master's name to gather medicinal pills. Aunt Yu, you go and find a suitable city. Buy a plot of land and establish a stronghold. Also have a few of your race's clever people come to manage it. If you don't have anything to do, you should also temporarily oversee it just to be safe, said Long Chen. Aunt Yu was surprised by how completely Long Chen handled things. She couldn't help but feel a kind of admiration. With him present, she no longer had to worry about anything. I'll accompany Long Chen here. Aunt Yu, you can go first, said Yu Xiaochen. But looking at Aunt Yu's teasing smile, she blushed. I'm just trying to support Long Chen. Even once Aunt Yu left, Yu Xiaochen continued blushing. Long Chen took a deep breath and brought her into the mountain cave. It was time to face what he had to face. This must be junior sister Xiaochen, right? Long Chen always talks about you. When he returned to the cave, he saw that Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er were already awake and guarding the entrance for everyone else. Meng Qi was the first to speak. I'm Xiaochen. Greetings, big sisters, said Yu Xiaochen nervously. She hastily bowed toward the two of them. Good sister, let's sit and talk. Long Chen, there's nothing here for you, so you can scram. Don't eavesdrop on us sisters. Tang Wan'er glared at Long Chen. Being glared at by Tang Wan'er, Long Chen's worried heart instantly relaxed. He felt incredibly grateful to Meng Qi. He knew that Meng Qi had long since explained things to Tang Wan'er. Tang Wan'er was naturally a jealous person, but as long as she didn't explode at the start, it meant things were going very smoothly. Thinking of when they could all finally be together, his expression became absent-minded. Wipe away your saliva and go. We sisters have important things to discuss, said Meng Qi. She understood Long Chen far too well, and she pushed him off. Long Chen was incredibly excited. A weight that had been resting on him was finally lifted, and he felt full of energy. He gathered all the workers' sect leaders and gave them a list of medicinal pills he urgently needed. Seeing Long Chen converse with them, those sect leaders were incredibly excited. They all ordered disciples to go back to their sects and bring all their stores of those medicinal pills. Their enthusiasm was at a level that shocked Long Chen, and their efficiency made him speechless. On the very next day, countless pills appeared in front of him. Long Chen directly gave them 3 times the money that Pill Valley would sell them at. Although quite a few said that they didn't want his money, Long Chen still gave it to them. He didn't like owing favors. Half a day later, Aunt Yu returned here. She was also extremely efficient. The stronghold was already established and only required her to send some people to run it. When Long Chen gave her a huge pile of medicinal pills, she was indescribably grateful. She directly left for the skyscraping world. Saving her people was the most pressing thing. After sending off Aunt Yu, Long Chen once more had a meeting with Zheng Wenlong. When he mentioned he wanted to cooperate in terms of alchemy, Zheng Wenlong became ecstatic. The profit from medicinal pills was the greatest in this world. Long Chen gave Zheng Wenlong over 10 medicinal pill formulas in one go. They were all pills that didn't exist in the outside world. Pill Valley had never sold them, and their medicinal effect was extremely great. Zheng Wenlong almost fainted from joy. Last time he had cooperated with Long Chen like this, he had earned a hefty sum. Even now, money was flowing into his pockets. Armed with these new medicinal pills, Zheng Wenlong promised to properly use them and give a fierce slap to Pill Valley's face. Chapter 966. Down below, there's nothing. The matter with Zheng Wenlong was settled. The pill recipes Long Chen gave him were all 7th and 8th tier, as well as a few peak 6th tier ones. Each one of them was at least 30% more effective than similar pills sold by Pill Valley. They would definitely cause a blow to Pill Valley once they entered the marketplace. In any case, the Huayan sect was already Pill Valley's rival, so they weren't afraid of its reprisal. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement, as Long Chen needed the Huayan sect to refine a huge amount of those pills. On his own, the amount of pills he could refine was limited. He had already handed off a portion of the medicinal pills the Dragonblood Legion required to Zheng Wenlong to handle. Stealthily returning to the cave, Long Chen didn't directly walk in. From a distance, he heard tinkling bell-like laughter. Only then did he dare to enter. But when he heard what they were saying, he immediately wanted to turn and flee. You two don't know, but back then, Long Chen was absolutely evil. Right in front of me, he peed on someone else. Oh, Long Chen, you've come just in time. Sister Xiaochen might not believe me, so why don't you personally explain what you did? Tang Wan'er's sharp eyes instantly saw Long Chen, who was in the midst of trying to sneakily slip away. The 3 of them had been chatting this entire time. They had been talking about Long Chen, and it was unknown who started it, but they began to talk about his embarrassing moments. Tang Wan'er had immediately thought of when she had first encountered Long Chen. With all three of them turning to look at him, Long Chen had an urge to bury himself. Even if his face was thicker than a city wall, he felt a burning sensation on it. What nonsense! That was clearly a tactic to drown my enemies, raged Long Chen. Back then, when he had just entered the territory of the Xuantian monastery, a fellow had found him displeasing and wanted to kick him aside. As a result, Long Chen had thrown him into the river. That person had refused to take it lying down, and he began to furiously curse him. Long Chen had then used his drowning tactic against the fellow, displaying it in a grand and open manner. Tang Wan'er had been flying over and had criticized him for being a rogue. That was the first time they had met. Now that it was mentioned again, Long Chen felt embarrassed. Looking at Long Chen's red face, the three women erupted in laughter. This expression of Long Chen's was too rare. TCH, keep laughing. Sooner or later, you'll all be grabbing the bed rails and biting the sheets, Long Chen thought to himself. Just thinking about it made his heart beat faster. Right now, Yu Xiaochen wasn't wearing her veil, and the three of them were gathered together like flowers in bloom. They were all different kinds of beauty that made his heart itch. Hey, what's the point in just laughing? Let's play a game, Long Chen laughed sinisterly. What game? Pearl in the dark, laughed Long Chen, his eyes shining. Pearl in the dark, the name's a bit interesting. How do you play? Tang Wan'er didn't notice that Meng Qi had closed her mouth. Hee, I'll place a pearl on your collar, and then blindfold myself. Then, you can't move, and we see how long it takes me to find the pearl, laughed Long Chen. What's so fun about that? Aiya, you pervert, raged Tang Wan'er. She saw Long Chen's gaze roving around her body as if looking for a place to search. Alright, don't mess around anymore. Long Chen, come and sit. It's rare for us all to have time like this, said Meng Qi. Long Chen sighed with relief inside. Tang Wan'er didn't show any irritation at Yu Xiaochen. In fact, the two of them were chatting quite happily. That made him cast a grateful glance at Meng Qi. Then she gave him a warm smile that caused his heart to shake. He suddenly thought of his bath with her in the spirit world. Every inch of her body looked like it had been crafted by a god. Thinking of that moving feeling in her bashful gaze, it unconsciously began to affect him. Looking at Long Chen's fiery gaze, Meng Qi blushed. She understood Long Chen far too well, and she knew exactly what he was thinking. Long Chen, tell us a story, said Tang Wan'er suddenly. No, said Long Chen. Scoundrel, are you looking for a beating? Tang Wan'er raised her small fists menacingly. Helplessly, Long Chen said, fine, you want a story. Once, there was a eunuch. Long Chen suddenly refused to keep going. Tang Wan'er didn't know if she was being conned, so she asked, and then? Long Chen sighed, an expression of grief on his face. With a quiet, sad voice, he said, and then, there's nothing. Tang Wan'er raged. What kind of story was this? There was nothing to it. Meng Qi scolded him, rogue. Yu Xiaochen also came to a comprehension with Meng Qi's scolding. Pervert. Tang Wan'er was confused for a long while before she finally understood his words. Her fists rained down on him. After a brief scuffle, they stopped being so constrained. Yu Xiaochen asked about the matter with the medicinal pills, and he explained what had happened, allowing her to fully relax. During the next few days, Long Chen also cultivated, condensing the split the heavens, divine runes. He condensed 27 of them easily. In other words, he had condensed all the runes for the third form of split the heavens. But when he tried to condense the fourth form's runes, he felt a burst of pain at his acupuncture points and gave up. If he forced it, there was the danger of his acupuncture points rupturing. He hadn't dared to keep going. It was no wonder Feng Xingli had said not to try using the fourth form without reaching foundation forging first. But even so, he had the first 27 runes condensed. Now he just needed to nourish them. As an alchemist, Long Chen had special means to do so. He could use medicinal pills to allow those runes to absorb energy faster. However, it was still an extremely slow process. Fortunately, he wasn't in a hurry right now and devoted a great deal of time to cultivating. During this time, with the assistance of the immemorial altar lamp, the Dragonblood Legion had expanded their seas to a peak. Each one of them now had a chi-si of 3,000 miles. Furthermore, their cultivation bases also rapidly advanced dozens of times faster than going all out cultivating with medicinal pills. With the immemorial altar lamp, they didn't need to bitterly cultivate. Each day, it felt like they were sleeping as they entered a profound state. In that state, their cultivation bases progressed at astounding speeds without causing their foundations to become unsteady. Furthermore, it also advanced their mental realms. In that dream-like state, they comprehended many things they hadn't even thought about before. While the Dragonblood Legion cultivated blissfully, the Xuantian Dao sect was undergoing daily change. Millions of experts were working day and night, and huge constructions rose into the sky one by one. They were built so fast that people found it unreal. Day by day, time flowed on. After 5 whole months, Long Chen and the others all came out of seclusion. They had no choice but to come out as the Xuantian Dao sect's construction had been completed. Now, the Xuantian Dao sect was 10 times grander than before. Its palace soared into the clouds, appearing luxurious, grand, and imposing. The plaza was made of all new material, and there was a formation supporting it. The patriarch's statue had also been reconstructed, shining brightly like a mirror. The entire Xuantian Dao sect had changed, giving the air a feeling of energy. With the construction finally over, today was a celebration. The Xuantian Dao sect was filled with tables. The fine wine and delicacies had long since been prepared. When Long Chen and the others appeared, it caused an uproar. Everyone saw that after 5 months, the Dragonblood warriors had gone from early sea expansion to mid-sea expansion. Ji Yuyong, Guo Ran, and the other captain-level experts had even reached the 7th heaven stage. They were at late sea expansion. It had only been 5 months. This cultivation speed was absolutely shocking. Looking at them, even foundation forging experts had to sigh emotionally. This world would be theirs in the future. Long Chen finally understood why the immemorial altar lamp was an exceedingly precious existence even in the ancient era. Its ability to assist cultivation was truly heaven-defying. Everyone's cultivation bases had soared during this time. In the first month, they had all reached the 3rd heaven stage. Then their cultivation speeds had begun to slow down. But that was only in comparison to their previous speed. Compared to the outside world's cultivation speed, it was still shocking. Long Chen had also found some rules about the immemorial altar lamp. It also allowed people to establish their foundation quickly, letting their foundation become flawless. But as their cultivation bases grew, the effect lessened. In truth, this was intentionally done by the immemorial altar lamp. At the beginning, Long Chen hadn't understood. But then he had realized that the immemorial altar lamp was different from ordinary treasures. It had its own rules. The higher the realm, the more it would withdraw its blessings. It had those using it go out and comprehend some things on their own. Otherwise, they would form a dependence on it. If people formed a dependence on it, then that wouldn't be helping, but ruining their futures. Forming a dependence would be a destructive blow to a cultivator, which was why it pulled back its blessings. This was also one of the reasons it was such an amazing treasure in the ancient era. It was most useful in the early stage of a realm. In the middle stage, its blessings would lessen, and by the late stage, it essentially had no effect. During the celebration, Long Chen saw Feng Gayan and the others that had fought with him. They laughed and drank until they were dizzy. The celebration lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. At this point, the Xuantian Dao sect was the overlord of the eastern wasteland. No one could resist them. Once the celebration was over, the various sects left. Through this interaction, they were put at ease by the Xuantian Dao sect's attitude. They all received considerable payments for their work. Once all the guests had left, the Xuantian Dao sect's people continued celebrating for 3 days. The Xuantian Dao sect had now reached an unprecedented state of unity. They were all aligned, mentally and physically. Several days later, at dusk, a large flying boat slowly descended upon them. Here, Long Chen says that what he did was Shui Yan Qi Jun, drowning of the 7 armies. In Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, a general flooded the Han River, drowning his enemies. When Tang Wan asks, and then, the literal meaning is, down below. Tang Wan and down below. Long Chen, down below. There's nothing. Chapter 967 Move out, target, the Central Plains. When the flying boat arrived above the Xuantian Dao sect, Liang Chuyu hastily went out to greet it. The flying boat had a flag waving to indicate its affiliation, the Xuantian Dao sect. The Xuantian Dao sect it indicated was not the branch sect within the eastern wasteland. It was the head Xuantian Dao sect located in the Central Plains. Every 10 years, the head sect would send flying boats to the branch sects to bring disciples who met the qualifications back to the head sect. Those disciples all had to have reached sea expansion, and they needed to be no older than 50. Ouyang Chuyu, leader of the Eastern Wastelands branch sect, greets senior from the head sect. Ouyang Chuyu hastily bowed. Long Chen and the others had no choice but to follow. But Long Chen merely bent his waist slightly to indicate that he was bowing. In reality, Long Chen looked down on this move. The flying boat took a full incense stick's time to descend. The people on it refused to show themselves, intentionally waiting for all the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples to gather and bow to them. That was irritating to him. Stairs descended from the flying boat. A group of people walked down, all their auras vast like a sea. The person at the front was a middle-aged man with a stern face. His long hair fell to the back of his head, and his brows were raised, giving off a strict feeling. "Is everything prepared?" he asked Ouyang Chuyu. Reporting to senior, "Everything is prepared. This time, the Eastern Wastelands branch sect has a total of 417 people who qualify to be sent to the Central Plains to take the test," answered Ouyang Chuyu. The truth was that other than the Dragonblood Legion, there were few that met the qualifications. Amongst those remaining people, some were disciples sent from other sects. Their sects had entrusted them to the Xuantian Dao sect, as their own sects didn't have the power to properly raise them. If they were sent to the Xuantian Dao sect, they could go to the Central Plains. These sects felt that holding back their disciples was worse than letting them go to another sect. If their disciples could take root in the Central Plains and gain some skills, when the time came, they might come back and bring them over to the Central Plains as well or improve their original sect. This was emotional persuasion. If it paid off, then it would pay off extremely well. Those disciples that were sent off might leave their family or partners back in the sect. They were like a kite string connected to them, making it so when they did gain power, they wouldn't forget to repay their original sect. In accordance with the rules, we will leave in 3 days to give the disciples time to say goodbye to their friends and family. "Arrange a residence for us," said the middle-aged man. His voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with unquestionable dignity. "Yes, the arrangements have long since been prepared." As Ouyang Chuyu spoke, sea expansion elders came forward to lead them away. A total of 38 people came off the boat. Only that middle-aged man's aura was reserved so that no one could tell his cultivation base. However, the pressure he gave off made it unquestionable that he had to be a terrifying king. The others who came off the boat were all young disciples. Their cultivation bases were all at foundation forging, but their auras were extremely condensed. Just like the middle-aged man, they gave off an immense pressure. Once they had left, Guo Ran speechlessly said, "They really know how to be posers. We came out to greet them, but they didn't even glance at us." Long Chen nodded. Ouyang Chuyu and Shui Wuan, along with the other higher-ups, had left with that middle-aged man's group. The disciples remaining didn't quite know what to do. "Let's scatter." Long Chen waved his hand, telling the disciples to go do whatever they were doing before. This had been nothing more than a show. "Long Chen, I have to leave." Once they returned, Yu Xiaochen reluctantly opened her mouth. "Sister Xiaochen, you're not going to stay with us." Tang Wan'er grabbed Yu Xiaochen's hand. "Aunt Yu said I can't go with Long Chen to the Central Plains," said Yu Xiaochen. "Why not, Long Chen? Go ask Aunt Yu to have Xiaochen accompany us," said Tang Wan'er. During this time, Tang Wan'er had surprisingly begun to stick up for Yu Xiaochen, because Yu Xiaochen was younger than her and naturally naive. Tang Wan'er treated her as a little sister that needed protecting. When she was with Meng Qi, she felt herself to not be sensible or mature enough. But with Yu Xiaochen, she felt like she had a true partner, and the two of them had been chattering incessantly this entire time. "It's not a good time for Xiaochen to accompany us to the Central Plains." Long Chen shook his head. Yu Xiaochen began to cry, causing Tang Wan'er to be infuriated. "You scoundrel Long Chen, what are you talking about? Sister Wan'er, don't make things hard on Long Chen. The Central Plains are where the world's strongest experts reside. It's not a good idea for me to go with you there," said Yu Xiaochen. Long Chen was helpless. There was no way around this, as there were just too many experts in the Central Plains. According to Aunt Yu, some were approaching the level of gods. If Yu Xiaochen went, it would be all too easy for her identity to be exposed. "Don't worry, once I establish myself in the Central Plains and build up a new stronghold, we can still be together, comforted Long Chen as he held Yu Xiaochen's hand. I know, I don't want to part, said Yu Xiaochen. Don't worry, it won't be too long. We'll quickly meet again. There are still many things for you to handle here in the Eastern Wasteland, but I've already told Zheng Wenlong to send all the medicinal pills to your new stronghold. Just get through this hard time. Zheng Wenlong was already in motion, gathering hordes of alchemists and teaching them the new pill formulas. He had done repeated tests with the pill formulas and had confirmed that there were no problems with them. He was already starting to refine them in bulk. It was the same as the bone-tempering pills. Long Chen would first get a bulk order of them, and only then would they be sold on the market. Right now, Long Chen was in a race against the clock. The matter of the medicinal pills was now no longer as desperate as 5 months ago, as a huge number of medicinal pills had reached the original devil race's disciples. With new cultivation resources, those disciples broke through bottlenecks, delighting the entire original devil race. In front of everyone's unwilling gazes, Yu Xiaochen left. But this parting was temporary. The Eastern Wasteland was currently enjoying an unprecedented level of peace. Everything was extremely calm. The corrupt path, the ancient races, and the ancient family alliances matters had all been handled. Although the Eastern Wasteland's corrupt path had taken heavy losses, the righteous path didn't move to completely exterminate them. They left this leeway, so the corrupt path also didn't dare to commit a huge taboo and send their experts to the Eastern Wasteland. Perhaps in the righteous and corrupt path's higher-ups' eyes, the fight in the Eastern Wasteland was nothing more than a game. A temporary win was just that, temporary. However, the corrupt path truly did hate Long Chen to the bone now. This time, he had slapped them in the face extremely viciously, and more than once at that. The ancient races and ancient family alliance were compensated, and so they had won back some face. But Long Chen was sure that once he arrived in the Central Plains, things would not be very peaceful. As for the Bloodkill Hall, he had always been on guard against them, but he had heard that the head Ling Yunzi had cut off had been sent back to the head Xuantian Dao sect. The Xuantian Dao sect had sent the Bloodkill Hall a warning, but as for what the result was, none of them knew. To sum it up, Long Chen was enjoying a rare moment of peace in the Eastern Wasteland. But once he entered the Central Plains, that peace wouldn't necessarily continue. Furthermore, the Central Plains was packed with many geniuses, and Long Chen didn't like his odds of continuing this peace. Time truly passed quickly. The third day arrived in what felt like the blink of an eye. In front of Yang Chuyu and Shui Wuen's reluctant gazes, Long Chen stepped onto the flying boat with everyone else. The flying boat began to shine, and then instantly disappeared from the Xuantian Dao sect's sight. Everyone felt a feeling of loss. That troublemaker has finally left. Yang Chuyu didn't feel the slightest relief as she watched the flying boat depart. Instead, she felt mournful. That's right, he can finally cause trouble for others. We're free. Shui Wuan smiled, but tears streamed down her face. Ever since knowing Long Chen, she had viewed him as a little brother. He had never treated her as a monastery head, and she had never treated him as a disciple. But now that he had left for a place full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers like the Central Plains, with his temperament, he might never come back. Their smiles were covered in tears. Shui Wuan didn't quite know what feeling she had for Long Chen. Normally she gave him a strict face, afraid if she was too lax with him, he would end up causing his own death. But now thinking of his simple-minded smile, she felt it to be so warm, so intimate. But now it was gone. Sister, people need space to grow. If he's to be a dragon, he has to soar into the sky. Don't be too sad. Yang Chuyu patted Shui Wuan's shoulder. Do you think Long Chen will return? Asked Shui Wuan. She understood Long Chen's temper far too well. Now that he was going to the Central Plains, either heaven and earth would flip, or he would die a miserable death. And the probability of the latter was much higher. That's not something we can know. All we can do is not bring him more trouble, as well as pray for him. Yang Chuyu looked into the distance and sighed. She really was worried about Long Chen now that he had left. Long Chen and the others only realized that the flying boat was its own space once they got on it. It was much bigger than it appeared on the outside. Furthermore, on the flying boat, they could see everything outside. The flying boat was see-through from the inside and was also shockingly fast. As soon as it started moving, the Xuantian Dao sect disappeared. That made them all feel a bit mournful. Everyone had emotions. The feeling of leaving a familiar place for a foreign land was one of both excitement and nervousness. Even Long Chen felt that contradictory feeling. He wanted to stay behind and enjoy his peaceful life longer. But he also wanted to go to the Central Plains and investigate his origins. Although he wasn't actually doing any investigating, he knew his parents had to have shocking origins. Right now, he didn't have the qualifications to investigate. If he tried with his current power level, he would probably just get himself killed. Other than the mystery of his origins, he also had hot blood flowing through his veins. He thirsted to compete with other peak geniuses, wanting to step onto a larger playing field and see a vaster sky. You are Long Chen, get out here. Long Chen and the others had just taken a seat within the boat when a person at the front icily shouted. Chapter 968, a show of power to blunt their arrogance. The person demanding Long Chen come out was a foundation forging expert. Long Chen had known since before getting on the flying boat that these people were disciples from the Xuantian Dao sect's previous generation. 10 years a generation, and they were already foundation forging experts. It was truly amazing for them to be foundation forging experts in their early 30s. Furthermore, he saw that they were all at least rank 2 celestials. Some were even rank 3 celestials. Such geniuses were much stronger than the ordinary foundation forging experts he had encountered before. In the Eastern Wasteland, with their cultivation bases, they could establish their own sects. But in the Central Plains, they were no more than ordinary disciples. The one shouting at Long Chen was a man with long hair that scattered naturally around him. He seemed to possess a certain amount of status, as the others listened to him. Although he appeared indifferent and didn't look directly at them, Long Chen clearly saw him eyeing Meng Qi and Tang Wan with his peripheral vision. Looking at his arrogant manner, Long Chen knew exactly what kind of fart he was about to release. I don't have time for you, said Long Chen icily. His voice caused the head sect's disciples' expressions to change, especially the man at the front. His expression sank, and his aura began to rise. Long Chen, you don't want to join the head sect? He shouted coldly. Are you the patriarch of the sect? Sneered Long Chen. It seems you aren't. Since you aren't, it seems you're bragging a bit too much. If you really had any position in the Xuantian Dao sect, you wouldn't have run over here to handle such a matter. A poser routine that lacks any technique or skill like this is something we've all long since stopped playing. Long Chen, I, Wang Meng, challenge you to a battle. Shouted that person. He took out a badge that was made of an unknown material. It was like metal but not metal, like wood but not wood. The Zan character was carved into it, and the back had Wang Meng's name. I'm busy. Long Chen shook his head. Hee, it's not up to you. According to the Xuantian Dao sect's rules, disciples are permitted to exchange pointers. You either accept or scram from the Xuantian Dao sect, said a different senior disciple. Oh, there's such a thing. Long Chen frowned. Haha, are you afraid now? Coward, sneered another disciple. Guo Ran, who had been sitting there silently up until now, finally couldn't endure it anymore and stood up. He sneered, idiot, if it weren't for your robes, you'd already be dead. You want to provoke my boss? Thank your lucky stars he doesn't care about the shouting of ants. What's all this fuss? A stern shout rang out. It was the voice of the middle-aged man, but he didn't reveal himself. Reporting to Elder Shah, disciple is acting entirely within the rules. I haven't overstepped any of them, said Wang Meng. Elder Shah's emotionless voice rang out. The Xuantian Dao sect does have a rule permitting disciples to exchange pointers. But it is restricted to the same realm. If you suppress your cultivation bases to see expansion, you can do what you want. Disciples of the Eastern Wasteland, the Xuantian Dao sect has its own rules, and everyone must respect them. Although some rules are a bit annoying, you only have 2 paths to follow. Either leave the Xuantian Dao sect, or endure. If you don't want to leave and you also don't want to be restricted by the rules, then it's very simple. All you have to do is become strong enough to resist the entire Xuantian Dao sect. But if any of you had that power, I'd guess that you'd have long since established your own sect instead of joining the Xuantian Dao sect. These outer sect disciples were suppressed harshly back then as well, so their resentment is now falling on you. This is an annoying tradition, but it can't be changed, at least not by you. To put it nicely, the point is to blunt the sharpness of the newcomers, making them easier to manage. It's to avoid you not knowing how high the heavens are and being tyrannical. That's not good for your cultivation. But in truth, talking about that is useless. Rules are rules, and it doesn't matter whether you like it or not. And don't act like children. After cultivating for so long, You should know this is a world of the strong. If you don't step over others, others will step over you. If you don't kill your enemies will kill you. I don't want to hear any complaints about how this is unfair. If anyone dares to say anything like that, I'll immediately toss them out. Elder Shah's words caused everyone's hearts to shake. It seemed the Xuantian Dao sect's rules were even harsher than they had thought. They suddenly realized that this group of people had definitely also been bullied by the disciples of the generation above them. Now the roles were reversed, and they were ready to vent. Just what was this supposed to be? A show of power to make them less arrogant. Before giving them the candy, they first beat them a bit. Those disciples that had just joined the Xuantian Dao sect were startled and enraged. The majority of them were rank 2 celestials. Feng Gayan and those like him hadn't come as he had chosen to stay within his sect. He had wanted to come, but his sect leader's longevity was running out. A disciple owed a heavy debt to his master and sect, and as a result, he sacrificed this chance and stayed behind to become his sect's leader. These ordinary disciples were enraged, but they saw that the expressions of all the Dragonblood Legion were completely flat. Even the ordinary Dragonblood warriors didn't reveal the slightest emotion, as if this was nothing. Did you hear Elder Shah clearly? You can't refuse, so are you going to obediently come over to be beaten, or do we need to pick our targets? But don't worry, we're very gentle to female disciples, especially the beautiful ones, ha ha ha, laughed a senior disciple while he looked at Meng Qi, Tang Wan and the other beautiful women, a wretched smile on his face. Elder Shah, is it permitted to kill people while exchanging pointers? Asked Long Chen. No, Elder Shah's voice once more rang out. What if someone accidentally kills someone? Long Chen continued asking. The reason doesn't matter. That person will be expelled from the Xuantian Dao sect. What if someone heavily injures or even cripples someone else? What happens then? As long as they're not dead, it's fine. Oh, disciple understands. Long Chen nodded. Long Chen's expression was flat, but those familiar with him all knew that he was getting angry. These people might end up very unlucky today. HMPH, cowards. Don't worry, no one will take your little lives. Your senior apprentice brothers will teach you how to behave and what respect is. It's very beneficial to you, as it helps you avoid running into walls over and over once you enter the sect. So you should thank us, laughed a senior disciple, gazing at them as if they were lambs for the slaughter. But they quickly realized that while a few did look at them with the unease and terror they had expected, the majority of them were looking at them like they were idiots. That infuriated them. Wang Mang glanced at one of the people by his side, and that person immediately jumped out. Pointing at Long Chen and the others, he sneered, who dares to come out and fight? That person released his powerful aura, but his realm was suppressed to the peak of sea expansion. As he released his aura, the flying boat quivered and its space suddenly rapidly expanded. A huge martial stage appeared. That person flew onto the martial stage, icily staring at Long Chen and the others with a derisive sneer on his face. Brother Long, let me go. Wild was infuriated at looking at this fellow and wanted to go up. No, it's not permitted to kill people. He won't be able to receive a single blow from you before dying. Long Chen shook his head. Let me, said Yu Zifeng. No, your sword Dao has just formed. Once you use it, you should only use it for killing blows. If you don't have any intent to kill, it will blind your Dao heart. Long Chen shook his head once more. Right now, Yu Zifeng's heavenly Dao runes had been wiped away by Ling Yunzi. He was focused completely on comprehending the sword Dao. With the help of the immemorial altar lamp, he had seen the path he needed to walk. He had formed an embryonic form of his own personal sword Dao. In this kind of situation, he couldn't just randomly attack. On the off chance that it had a negative impact on him, then it would be completely not worth it. Everyone heard Long Chen refuse for the two of them to go up. The senior disciple on the martial stage was infuriated. This was a naked insult. Bastard, get the hell up here. Looks like I'm the most suitable one. Ji Yuyong smiled, and rubbing his shiny head, he walked out. Okay, be careful, safety first. Long Chen nodded. Ha ha ha, safety first. Today, I'll turn your bald head into a broken head, shouted the senior disciple. He suddenly shot forward, unleashing a fist at Ji Yuyong. Powerful winds whirled around his fists. Within this sealed boat, it caused a loud roaring sound that made people's hair stand on end. The expressions of the disciples that had just joined the Xuantian Dao sect were all ashen. Such power was something they didn't have the power to resist. Even if their opponents were suppressing their cultivation bases to see expansion, they weren't on the same level. But what startled them was that this fierce fist was suddenly caught by a large hand, and the owner of that hand was Ji Yuyong. Idiot, you didn't even understand what boss was saying. Safety first means making sure I don't accidentally kill you. After saying that, Ji Yuyang's arm suddenly bulged and an explosive power came from it. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, the senior disciple was still powerless to resist even as he fought all out. He was thrown to the ground, and the sound of bones breaking caused people to wince. When Ji Yuyong raised that person from the ground again, they saw that this senior disciple had been turned into a lump. All his bones had been shattered, and he was unconscious. Other than the Dragonblood Legion, everyone else was struck dumb. Chapter 969 Only imitated, never surpassed. A lump of flesh flew over to the Xuantian Dao sect's senior disciples. Does anyone else want to curb the arrogance of the newcomers? Come, challenged Ji Yuyong. Ji Yuyang's bright head combined with his fierce expression made him seem like a large monster. Adding on how he had just defeated one of the senior disciples in one move, he appeared exceptionally imposing. HMPH, arrogant brat, I'll handle you. Another senior disciple flew onto the stage, immediately summoning his runes and attacking. Having gained experience from the previous person, he immediately let loose a magical art. They had all realized that these newcomers weren't as easy to handle as usual. As a result, he immediately used the magical art he was most proficient in. Although his cultivation base was suppressed to see expansion, it was at the peak of see expansion. As a foundation forging expert, his proficiency in magical arts was much deeper than a see expansion disciple. With just a wave of his hand, his magical art shot out. His cast time was extremely short, making it so there was practically no chance to interrupt him. This was an absolute advantage they had even though their cultivation bases were suppressed. Their proficiency in magical arts usually allowed them to completely suppress the newcomers. Strength wasn't something that could be judged purely by cultivation base. This was why the newcomers were always bullied by the senior disciples. Even with cultivation bases in the same realm, the older generation disciples had 10 extra years of experience. This difference was extremely great. This senior disciple in particular would count as above average in this group. He saw that Ji Yuyong was a powerful brute force fighter, so he didn't fight him head-on. Ji Yuyang's fist smashed onto the runic fist image, shattering it. What? All the senior disciples were startled. But seeing Ji Yuyong suddenly release a powerful pressure containing blood qi, all their expressions changed. Spirit blood. Ji Yuyong had activated the power of his spirit blood. After refining the 10,000 spirit blood, he had condensed his own core runes. His spirit blood attribute increased the power of his physical body. This was the most terrifying thing about 10,000 spirit blood. A person who originally had no spirit blood could use it to excavate their potential in the area they were most proficient in and condense their own core runes. For example, a disciple might be proficient in 2, or even 3 attributes. However, those attributes wouldn't be balanced, making it so each one of them was useless. After refining 10,000 spirit blood, they could increase their ability in all of those attributes, and they could also choose to condense their core runes with one of the attributes. Once the core runes were condensed, then with the assistance of the 10,000 spirit blood, their new spirit blood would possess only one attribute. That way, all their talent would be concentrated, giving them immense power. This was the heaven-defying power of 10,000 spirit blood. In the immemorial path, Lord Heavenai had given Long Chen over 1,000 drops of 10,000 spirit blood. Other than what he had used on the Dragonblood Legion and a small portion, Long Chen had sent over 500 drops to Yu Xiaochen. Not only that, but other than the rank 4 heavenly Dao fruits, he had sent all the others to Yu Xiaochen. In other words, he had sent her tens of thousands of heavenly Dao fruits. Other than those two things, anything he had extras of, he had sent her. He was going all out to equip this ally of his, giving himself a powerful backer. In Long Chen's mind, there was no such thing as a good or bad person. There were only enemies and allies. Even if the original devil race was wicked beyond redemption, as long as they sincerely helped him, he wouldn't mind forming a pact with the devil. However, Long Chen didn't feel that the original devil race's people were evil. Back in the immemorial path, he had seen murals showing the human race bowing to the original devil race. There was also the fact that the Eastern Wasteland Bell had lost control and furiously cursed when it had heard that the original devil race was being hunted by the whole world. That meant there were some problems with what was publicly known. But even ignoring all that, Long Chen trusted Yu Xiaochen, and since he trusted her, he would trust her fully. Practically everything he had accumulated had been given to her. He also hadn't wanted to part, but his mind told him that they couldn't be seen together in the open yet. Long Chen had intentionally handed Yu Xiaochen a long list of things to handle so that she would be busy instead of wallowing in sadness all day. Right now, Long Chen only had a few rank 4 heavenly Dao fruits remaining. As for the Dragonblood Legion, even the squad leaders were rank 4 celestials. The remaining rank 4 heavenly Dao fruits he had weren't enough for everyone else, and so he decided to have them temporarily stay as rank 3 celestials. Ji Yuyong wasn't just a rank 4 celestial, but he was also someone who possessed exceedingly pure spirit blood. Once he activated it, his power was incomparably terrifying. The senior disciple's expression changed upon seeing his magical art being shattered in one move. He was just about to switch moves when he saw Ji Yuyang's blinding head grow closer and seemingly brighter. Ji Yuyang's head smashed into that senior disciple's nose. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The senior disciple's face looked like it had been smashed by a hammer. It caved in, and with a miserable cry, he flew back. Long Chen was speechless. When did the Dragonblood Legion begin fighting like this? Boss, how was this move of mine? Ji Yuyong laughed. His attack had struck cleanly. It was truly not bad. Wipe off the snot from your head before you speak. Looking at the blood and mucus on Ji Yuyang's head, Long Chen was speechless. I forgot. Only now did Ji Yuyong react. Rubbing his head, it felt slimy. Looking at his blood and snot-covered hand, he himself felt a wave of nausea. No longer in the mood to fight, Ji Yuyong jumped off the stage and quickly washed it off. Although he wasn't misophobic, this was just too disgusting. Guo Ran now pointed at Ji Yuyong, using him as an example of what not to do. Do you see? This is the result of trying to be a poser without having any skill. If you want to be a poser, you have to look at the situation, the people, the time, the weather, the light, the angle, the size, the enthusiasm, etc. As Dragonblood warriors, each one of our movements relates to boss's face. Our slogan is, no being posers without assurance, and no being posers without any technique. Meng Qi and Tang Waner turned their heads away in embarrassment, refusing to look at Guo Ran. This kind of wording was unbearably vulgar. But of course, none of the men by Long Chen's side were refined and elegant. They were always casual and carefree, often spouting such coarse language. They were mostly used to it now. If you want to be a poser, you have to follow boss's example. I've studied boss's posing for 20 years, but I've only managed to imitate him, never surpass him. You disciples, listen well. Our boss is a professor of posing. You can try being posers at other times, but don't try it in front of my boss. My boss has a simple principle. Posers need a beating, and the manner doesn't matter. So if you don't want to be beaten, you better behave, said Guo Ran. Long Chen didn't say anything. He glanced sideways at Guo Ran. Day by day, Guo Ran's ability to spout nonsense grew. Now he even dared to tease him. He was only 21. How was Guo Ran supposed to have followed him for 20 years? Could it be that ever since he learned to talk, Guo Ran had been by his side, studying? Although he was a bit displeased to be used in this manner, Long Chen still felt that this kind of carefree, joking manner made them much closer. Guo Ran's shouting caused the senior disciples' expressions to sink. As a result, one of them jumped onto the martial stage. He furiously glared at Long Chen, but after a long while of hesitation, he pointed at one of the ordinary Dragonblood warriors. You, get up, here. Originally, he had been planning on challenging Guo Ran, because Guo Ran's aura was extremely weak. But as soon as he had been about to say it, he suddenly stopped. Something as unusual as that had to have something behind it. Since Guo Ran dared to say such things, even daring to use Ji Yuyong as an example of what not to do, he had to be at least on Ji Yuyang's level. So he chose someone else. That Dragonblood warrior stepped onto the stage, and the senior disciple immediately launched a magical art. A runic wall crashed toward the Dragonblood warrior. The Dragonblood warrior suddenly released his blood chi, destroyed the runic wall with a single punch, and grabbed his opponent's hair, slamming his head into his knee. He slammed him 3 times, and that pitiful senior disciple felt like his head was spinning. His ears buzzed, and he stumbled around for a while before collapsing on the ground. What? Another one who possesses spirit blood, and a rank 3 celestial at that. All those senior disciples were startled. Contrary to Ji Yuyong, this dragonblood warrior wasn't so strong. In order to instantly defeat his opponent, he had summoned his heavenly Dao runes and spirit blood power at the very start. I refuse to believe all of you have spirit blood. Another senior disciple jumped onto the martial stage. Rank 3 celestials had a definite heavenly Dao suppression over rank 2 celestials, but that effect was only apparent in battles against the same realm. Since they were foundation forging experts, the heavenly Dao suppression didn't have much effect on them. All they were afraid of was the power of their spirit blood. Hee, little fellow, you're quite smart. You've seen through our weak point with just a glance. Yes, there truly are people without spirit blood among us. In fact, they don't even have heavenly Dao energy. If you're lucky, you might be able to pick them out, laughed Guo Ran. The Dragonblood warriors also laughed. In the Dragonblood Legion, the ones who weren't celestials were Long Chen, Yu Zifeng, and Wild. Thinking of the results if the senior disciples encountered them, they all became excited. That senior disciple didn't have that luck though. He picked out a squad leader, and in just a moment, he was lying on the ground. The senior disciples' expressions only grew uglier. 4 people had gone out to fight, and 4 people had been beaten black and blue without the slightest ability to resist. You, come out, I challenge you. The squad leader didn't feel satisfied after beating one person. He beckoned to one of the senior disciples. I refuse. With your spirit blood, you can release unbeatable power, while I have to suppress my cultivation base. It's unfair, said the senior disciple. As soon as he said that, the senior disciple disappeared. Chapter 970 Fool. What happened? Everyone was startled by this sudden change. They hadn't seen how this person had disappeared. Even Long Chen's guard went up, as this change was too sudden. Heavens, he's flown out. Someone let out a startled cry. Looking outside the flying boat, they saw a figure rapidly shrinking and disappearing. Although it had just been an instant, they had still managed to see that senior disciple's look of despair and terror. I've already said that anyone who dares to say that something is unfair in front of me should be ready to be thrown out. Did you treat my words as just wine through your ears? Just at this moment, the cold elder Shah appeared in front of them. They felt pity for that disciple. Just because he had said something was unfair, he had been thrown out. With how large the eastern wasteland was, it was unknown if he would be able to find his way back. HMPH, he should count himself lucky. This place is still above the eastern wasteland. With his cultivation base, he has a high chance of being able to live to find a cultivation city and return to the Xuantian Dao sect. A bit further and we'd have entered the region of the martial heaven sea. Then he'd have died. I don't care if you're a newcomer or an old disciple, you better all remember that rules are rules. When you don't have the power to break them, be well behaved, said Elder Shah. This was Long Chen's first time feeling that Elder Shah wasn't so dislikable. Although his refusal to compromise or bend was displeasing, after this event, Long Chen realized that he should simply be a stubborn old man. He was the kind of person who followed the rules no matter what. Although this kind of person wasn't someone easy to like, he also wouldn't cause others to feel too much dislike for him. Now that he understood his temper, things would be much easier. Did you hear him? Elder Shah has said that as long as we don't break the rules, anything goes. Whoever wants to go challenge them can go ahead. Don't miss this opportunity. It's not just any time that you can beat the senior generation disciples. Furthermore, while you beat them, they can't even release their true power and can only use the sea expansion realm's power. Whether it's for tempering yourself or probing how strong the experts from the Central Plains are, it's a great opportunity. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Said Long Chen. His words caused the senior disciples to be infuriated. Why was it that at their generation, things were reversed? When they had come to the Central Plains, they had been bullied. Now that they finally had a chance to repay the favor and teach a lesson to these brats, they were once more the bullied targets. One of the Dragonblood warriors jumped onto the martial stage and pointed at a senior disciple, directly challenging him. With Elder Shah present, that disciple didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately jumped onto the martial stage and began a fierce fight with the Dragonblood warrior. But what startled everyone was that the Dragonblood warrior didn't release his spirit blood. He fought without it. Why aren't you activating your spirit blood? Are you looking down on me? Shouted the senior disciple. He felt like he was being looked down upon. He would rather be defeated than suffer this insult. Since you can't use your full power, then I'll also hold back. Furthermore, I'm a rank 3 celestial while you're only rank 2. I already have such an advantage, so if I activated my spirit blood, it would be unfair. Let me see just how strong the experts of the Central Plains are. Even if I lose, I won't use my spirit blood, said the Dragonblood warrior. Runes filled the air as his fists danced. Other than not using his spirit blood, he wasn't holding back at all. Elder Shah's expression was still icy, but a bit of praise appeared in his eyes. It was rare to see such a courageous disciple. Hearing this, the people who had fought before immediately felt regret. Other than some satisfaction from being posers, they had gained nothing. The right decision was to see just how strong the Central Plains experts were. Hey, what are you all looking at me for? When you were being posers, you looked so happy. Now you want to push all the responsibility on me. Guo Ran glared back at the few people that were glaring at him. Those people didn't say anything. They just watched the battle. That Dragonblood warrior's cultivation base was at the 5th heaven stage of sea expansion, and 3 colored runes revolved around him. As for the senior disciple, his cultivation base was suppressed to the peak of sea expansion. With each wave of his hand, runes shot out. His techniques were extremely refined. This was the skillful control of a foundation forging expert. The Dragonblood warriors' expressions grew graver as the battle progressed because they were now at a disadvantage. The power of these senior disciples was now finally showing. Although their cultivation bases had been suppressed, their skill in magical arts was unmatched. They came in an unending stream with almost no cast time and left no openings between their moves. The Dragonblood warrior exchanged over 100 blows against the senior disciple, testing all kinds of methods, but was unable to escape from his disadvantageous position. Suddenly, he shouted, "Be careful." A saber appeared within his hand. A fierce aura sword and berserk killing intent caused everyone to turn cold. His saber slashed out 3 times in a row, each time shattering his opponent's attack. On the 3rd time, it blasted through his opponent's runic shield and stopped less than an inch from his head. A drop of blood fell from the senior disciple's head. That quiet sound struck like a hammer in all the senior disciples' hearts. The instant the Dragonblood warrior had brought out that saber, it had felt like he had transformed into a bloodthirsty fiend. His boundless killing intent had shaken them to their core. The senior disciple had been terrified and instantly defeated. Seeing this, Long Chen couldn't help but shake his head. They were more like greenhouse flowers that possessed power but couldn't release it. It went without saying that the Central Plains experts were powerful. But when it came to the firmness of their wills, they were much weaker than the Dragonblood warriors. You've lost. How boring. You didn't lose to me, but to the terror in your heart. The Dragonblood warrior shook his head and returned to his side. That senior disciple remained on the martial stage for a long time, and only after a while did he react. He turned completely red when he realized the meaning of his words. When the Dragonblood warrior had released his killing intent, the senior disciple had been enveloped by a sensation of death. In that instant, the first thing he had thought of was to flee. But then he immediately thought to himself that his opponent wouldn't dare to kill him. However, what if he did end up dying? His head had been a complete mess. That made him ashamed. Now he didn't even feel like a cultivator, or a man. Elder Shah didn't say a word. He stood there like a statue, but he also didn't leave. Following the senior disciple's defeat, the Dragonblood warriors began a series of challenges. Some of them even said that they wouldn't kill them so they could attack as they pleased. But whenever the Dragonblood warriors released their killing intent, it made it impossible for their opponents to believe that. Feeling that killing intent enveloping them, the senior disciples were unable to release even 80% of the power they should have been able to. Over 10 of them were defeated in a row. The Dragonblood warriors were starting to get less excited, feeling like such a battle didn't have any meaning. Long Chen had long since told them not to fight any meaningless battles. The reason they were fighting now was merely to test the strength of the Central Plains experts. But now the senior disciples were too terrified to fight. Originally, they had thought that the threat of death would allow the senior disciples to release their true power, thinking it would be oil on fire. But instead, it was like water on fire, and their flames had extinguished. So what was the point of still fighting? The Dragonblood warriors lost the desire to fight. The other experts had an urge to fight, but then they also didn't dare to. If you don't even dare to lose, what qualifications do you have to win? Said one of the Dragonblood warriors. That encouragement finally tipped the scales. Someone immediately went up to fight. As a result, he was beaten in just a moment. But now, a loss was just a loss, and he didn't suffer any humiliation. In the past, the newcomers would all be bullied by the senior generation in order to grind down their sharpness. It was to avoid them being arrogant once they arrived in the Central Plains and refusing to be managed. But this generation was different. These senior disciples didn't dare to go too far now. They were afraid of provoking the Dragonblood warriors. The ordinary disciples weren't a match for the senior disciples, while the Dragonblood warriors weren't interested in wasting time on the senior disciples. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. "You, girl, do you dare to fight me without activating your spirit blood?" Suddenly, Wang Mang, who had been silent throughout these proceedings, jumped onto the martial stage and challenged Meng Qi. Courting death. Wang Mang's actions immediately infuriated the Dragonblood warriors. Meng Qi was always peaceful, isolating herself from battles whenever she could. She was like a fairy beyond the mundane world. Furthermore, she was clearly a soul cultivator. For Wang Mang to dare to challenge a soul cultivator, he definitely had a protective soul item. Combined with the limited space of the martial arena, he had an immense advantage over Meng Qi. He was truly sinister. "Wang Mang, I don't know if you are really this stupid or you were bribed by someone. But you've succeeded in infuriating me. How about this, Wang Mang? I'll give you a chance. I, Long Chen, possess no spirit blood, nor am I a celestial. I'll fight you. You can use your full power and not suppress your cultivation base at all. We'll have a life and death battle," said Long Chen coldly. Toward other people's insults, disdain, and contempt, Long Chen could brush it off with a laugh. But he didn't allow others to touch his reverse scale. Everyone jumped in fright, especially those senior disciples. They looked in horror at Long Chen. Was he crazy? He wanted to challenge the Foundation forging Wang Man to a life and death battle. Only the Dragonblood warriors had excited expressions as they all looked forward to seeing Long Chen fight. Each time, they would feel their blood boiling. Wang Mang's expression changed, because in that instant, a terrifying sensation of death rose in his heart. That feeling was like a death god was staring at him. "That is against the rules. It is not permitted," said Elder Shah, his voice icy without the slightest emotion. Chapter 971 Extorting a Confession. "Long Chen, let me handle it. I know what to do." Meng Qi slowly walked forward. She floated onto the martial stage, her white robes and black hair billowing. She looked like she had walked right out of a painting, appearing indescribably graceful and sacred. Seeing Meng Qi come onto the martial stage, Wang Mang's heart shook. A bad feeling rose within him. He had long since thoroughly examined the disciples from the eastern wasteland. Meng Qi had very weak heavenly Tao fluctuations, and she seemed harmless. Furthermore, she was a soul cultivator, and so he thought her to be the weakest target in the Dragonblood Legion. But once Meng Qi came onto the martial stage, despite her appearing tranquil and calm, an intense feeling of unease appeared in Wang Mang's heart. "Wang Mang, you shouldn't have tried to use me to infuriate Long Chen. From your eyes, I can see your greed and guess your goal. For you to want to provoke Long Chen so much, you're clearly using your position for selfish purposes. You have a hidden agenda. That's enough." Senior disciples teaching the new disciples is the tradition of the Xuantian Dao sect. "You can't change it, so don't waste so many words," shouted Wang Mang. But anyone with sharp eyes could tell he was putting on a fierce act to hide his panic. Meng Qi had clearly guessed right. "I was just warning you out of the kindness of my heart. But since you don't want to be grateful, forget about it. Be careful, because an underworld soul magical armor won't provide you with much safety." Meng Qi shook her head. Underworld soul magical armor. The senior disciples were startled, while the Eastern Wastelands disciples didn't know what it was. This armor was something that came from a magical beast only the size of an ordinary ox. Its body was in the shape of a pangolin, but its scales were exquisite and practically transparent. It was an extremely rare magical beast capable of soul energy attacks. Its hide could be manufactured into a soul item that could make someone practically immune to spiritual attacks. That was because its spiritual strength was stored in every one of its scales, and those scales possessed shocking absorptive properties. However, underworld soul magical beasts were extremely rare, as well as crafty. They were sensitive to danger, which made their armor exceedingly precious. It was unexpected for Wang Mang to be able to possess such a rare thing. What was even more unexpected was that Meng Qi could see through her opponent's trump card before even attacking. "So what if you know about the underworld soul magical armor? You'll still be helpless against me." Wang Mang was startled, but there was no way for him to stop now. With a shout, he charged at Meng Qi. 3 colored runes formed a sea around him. Forming hand seals, a huge runic spear condensed in the air and shot toward her. Bastard! The Dragonblood warriors became even more infuriated. This bastard instantly used his full power in such a terrifying move. He was going too far against a soul cultivator. Suddenly, a roar rang out. A huge claw smashed down, shattering the runic spear. A huge earth dragon appeared. It opened its mouth, spurting out golden flames that enveloped Wang Mang instantly. "You're a beast tamer." Wang Mang was startled. He hastily condensed a runic barrier around himself against the earth dragon's flames. He had only just blocked the earth dragon's flames when a bird cry rang out. A red-eye sacred blood phoenix appeared above him and its true feather rose. The runes on its feather circulated and a red light suddenly shot out. Wang Mang's barrier shattered and the red ray continued. Wang Mang was horrified. This was no spiritual attack, and his armor had no effect against it. It would take his life like this. The red-eye sacred blood phoenix had reached the 8th rank under Meng Qi's care. Furthermore, since Meng Qi could direct it, its divine ability was now able to achieve many times the effect of it attacking alone. This was the most terrifying aspect of beast tamers. A magical beast wasn't frightening. But a magical beast with intelligence was, especially one being controlled by a beast tamer. Although the magical beast's intelligence was low, their divine abilities were hereditary. When adding on the technique and timing of the beast tamer's direction, their power was brought to a pinnacle. Zon scale armor. At this life and death juncture, Wang Mang couldn't have so many misgivings. He released his foundation forging cultivation base, forming a huge runic shield to block this attack. He had no choice but to go all out, because using a sea expansion cultivation base, this defense of his wouldn't have been summoned fast enough. Only by using a foundation forging cultivation base had he been able to instantaneously use this magical art. Shockingly, the runic shield Wang Mang summoned with his foundation forging cultivation base also shattered upon being struck. But fortunately, the red ray also disappeared. Before Wang Mang could even sigh with relief, a huge tail swung over. That was the earth dragon's tail. Under Meng Qi's control, the timing was perfect. By the time Wang Mang sensed it, he had already been struck. Wang Mang wildly vomited blood, feeling like his body was about to be torn apart. He flew back. Be suppressed. Meng Qi's soul-suppressing tower appeared, and it descended, smashing into Wang Mang's body. When the soul-suppressing tower rose once more, everyone was horrified to find that Wang Mang had been turned practically flat, like a housefly that had been slapped against the wall. However, he hadn't died. His body was flat, but his head remained. That was the result of Meng Qi being merciful, or it was unknown how many times over he would have died. But his underworld soul magical armor was shattered. Everyone was silent, even the Dragonblood warriors. They had never seen Meng Qi use such domineering techniques. Previously, when Meng Qi killed people, her enemies would always lay on the ground like they were simply sleeping. It was never so bloody. You challenged me in order to infuriate Long Chen. I really can't understand why you people would be so stupid as to constantly test Long Chen's bottom line. He's tired, and he's suffered enough. His shoulders are under enough weight, but you still want to step on him. Since you're so foolish, then I also won't mind dyeing my hands with blood and becoming a bloodthirsty devil. Meng Qi indifferently looked at the terrified Wang Mang who was lying in a pool of his own blood. Meng Qi was always tranquil and never liked fighting. But then Little Snow had died. Long Chen's heartbroken cry showed just how powerless and aggrieved he had felt. That scene was deeply imprinted in her heart. On that day, she swore to no longer be a benevolent woman. She wanted to share Long Chen's burden, and if she had to become a blood-soaked devil to do so, she didn't mind. In the cultivation world, there was no clear yardstick for right and wrong, kind or cruel. Now, she no longer cared. She was tired of caring about what was right and what was wrong. What she wanted was to protect Long Chen. Long Chen had given them so much that it was too much. He was tired, and what Meng Qi wanted was to share as much of his burden as she could. Looking at Meng Qi's face, her words echoed in Long Chen's heart and he felt a warm current inside. He was indescribably grateful to have such women, as well as slightly distressed. He felt like he had wronged them by having them by his side. "Speak, why did you target us?" demanded Meng Qi, looking at the flat lump on the ground. She had no pity for him. I am following the rules." "Ah, Wang Mang wanted to quibble when a burst of pain erupted from his soul. It was like millions of needles were piercing him. Elder Shah. Save me. He wailed. Elder Shah didn't move. His expression was still cold as he indifferently said, that wouldn't be in accordance with the rules. As the challenger, you have to take responsibility once you lose. I'm going to die. She wants to kill me. You're just watching as I die. Wang Mang was constantly wailing from the pain Meng Qi was causing him. But his body was unable to move. According to the rules, once you die, I will cancel her qualifications to join the Xuantian Dao sect, said Elder Shah indifferently. It was like nothing could interest him. Release me. Release me. I'll tell you. It was a senior apprentice brother from the law enforcement hall. He told me to take care of you. Wang Mang finally submitted. Law enforcement hall. Long Chen and the others instantly understood. This should be something caused by Lu Minghan. But that also seemed wrong. Lu Minghan should understand Long Chen's power, so why would he send people to their deaths? After thinking about it for a bit, Long Chen understood. This was definitely related to how Li Changfeng had captured Lu Minghan. Two elders fighting would definitely cause a wave in the Xuantian Dao sect, and most likely, the disciples from the law enforcement hall had gotten wind of it. Wanting to suck up to Lu Minghan, they had told Wang Mang to take care of Long Chen and the others. Without even thinking about it, it was obvious Wang Mang had to have received quite some benefits from those people to follow their orders. Otherwise, without having received a heavy bribe, there was no way he would continue to antagonize Long Chen by challenging Meng Qi once he had seen how strong the Dragonblood warriors were. Most likely, he had just wanted to embarrass Long Chen a bit. Then he could report his success back. After all, not doing work after being paid was no good. But this work's price was extremely great, almost costing his life. Long Chen snorted coldly. His gaze swept through the other senior disciples, causing their hair to stand on end. It has nothing to do with us. We had no idea, cried those disciples in terror. Now that this matter was done, Elder Shah turned to leave. But Long Chen suddenly said, Disciple has some things he would like to ask. Elder Shah, can you teach me? Chapter 972 The Unimaginable Central Plains. Long Chen hastily stopped Elder Shah upon seeing he was about to leave. He had many things he wanted to ask this elder, but he just hadn't had an opportunity. Elder Shah frowned slightly. What things? Just some matters pertaining to the Central Plains and the Xuantian Dao sect, said Long Chen. According to the rules, elders truly do have the responsibility to answer pertinent questions asked by disciples. Go ahead. Everyone was surprised that Elder Shah didn't refuse. Those senior disciples were especially perplexed. This Elder Shah was incredibly cold. On the way here, he hadn't spoken more than 3 times. But Long Chen had seen through Elder Shah's character after a few interactions. Although Elder Shah's cultivation base was terrifying, as a person, he was very straightforward. He did everything according to the rules. The reason he didn't speak much wasn't because he was acting arrogant. Long Chen had misjudged him previously. Some senior disciples helped heal Wang Mang off the martial stage. They gave him medicinal pills, and he circulated his heavenly Dao energy to heal. His body quickly inflated as he recovered. Meng Qi's last move had been too vicious, so for him to fully recover would take a certain amount of time. That was because Meng Qi was also a celestial, and her attacks contained heavenly Dao energy, which made the wound harder to heal. Everyone hastily grouped up to listen upon hearing that Elder Shah was answering questions. They respectfully stood around him, even the senior disciples. Go ahead and ask them your questions first. If they can't answer, I will, said Elder Shah, indicating Long Chen to ask the senior disciples. He didn't like talking needlessly. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, go ahead and ask anything. We definitely won't hide anything we know, said a senior disciple. No matter how stupid they were, they could tell Long Chen was the most terrifying existence in this group. Although he hadn't fought, considering that he dared to challenge Wang Mang to a life-and-death match, they all knew he was confident. As for Wang Mang, he had used his foundation forging cultivation base in the end, but still been crushed. Therefore, they didn't dare to look down on Long Chen anymore. Their attitudes had completely reversed. Hearing this senior disciple call Long Chen senior apprentice brother made the others chortle. It was like they were the senior apprentice brothers. As for Elder Shah, he was indifferent. It was like he had long since known it would be like this. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you might not know this, but other than those with official posts, we all call the stronger ones senior. It has nothing to do with cultivation base or age. With your power, there might even be some seniors who are several centuries old who will call you senior apprentice brother, or perhaps even senior, explained that senior disciple. The Eastern Wastelands disciples couldn't help but find this rule odd. The Central Plains was truly different. Long Chen didn't care about such trifles. He got straight to the point. How many days will it take us to get to the Central Plains? Probably 3 months. The senior disciple bitterly smiled. 3 months. All the newcomers were startled. Even with this flying boat's terrifying speed, it would still take 3 months. Yes, and that's if nothing unexpected happens. We have to go over the Martial Heaven Sea Ring to get the Central Plains, then go through 9 supreme transportation formations before arriving at the Xuantian Dao sect. The newcomers took in a breath of cold air. 3 months of high-speed flying, and 9 supreme transportation formations. That was a bit too far, wasn't it? It was no wonder it was said that the Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Sea, and Northern Source were just some wild lands on the border of the continent. Now they learned that altogether, they took up less than a fifth of the Martial Heaven continent. The rest of it was the Central Plains. What is the Martial Heaven Sea Ring? Asked Tang Waner curiously. The Martial Heaven Sea Ring. That disciple looked toward Elder Shah. Go ahead, the legends say that, and no one knows if it's true, said Elder Shah. Legend says that the Martial Heaven continent underwent a huge war in the Immortal Era, and through a battle of gods and devils, the entire land shattered. A ring-shaped sea formed during that time. It is said that it is the result of a bracelet smashing into the continent. A bracelet? How is that possible? What bracelet would be that big? Demanded Guo Ran. That was simply unimaginable. It's just what the legends say. No one knows for sure as there are no accurate records. These are just legends that can't be trusted, said the senior disciple awkwardly. Back then, they had also scoffed upon hearing this legend. Just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Legends can't be trusted, but they're not necessarily groundless. The reason we can't believe it is because we haven't reached that realm. Long Chen shook his head. That was because he thought of the Eastern Wasteland bell. That damaged, half-dead bell was so strong that king items were like specks of dust in front of it. That had completely shocked Long Chen. Elder Shah looked at him and nodded slightly. This thinking won him a bit of praise. To have such wisdom at such an age was rare. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is right. The Martial Heaven continent's 5 great divine items have also never been seen, but who dares to say that they really don't exist? Originally, the Martial Heaven continent's 5 parts were around the same size. But once the Martial Heaven Sea Ring formed, the entire continent's terrain changed. The Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Sea, and Northern Source became much smaller. Gradually, those 4 regions became wild lands of no interest to anyone. And thus, the Central Plains became the true cultivation land of the Martial Heaven continent. The cultivators there are as numerous as grains of sand in a desert. Originally, the 4 regions had their own unique Dao paths, but when the ring-shaped sea formed around the Central Plains, those 4 regions lost a great deal of their core. What remains currently is just some bits and pieces, and the true inheritances. Well, you understand, said the disciple awkwardly. Everyone understood. That mysterious bracelet, which might not even exist, had caused a ring-shaped sea to form around the Central Plains. It had caused the most damage to the other 4 regions, causing a place like the Eastern Wasteland to be nothing more than a savage, uncivilized land. The Central Plains has millions and millions of sects, but our Xuantian Dao sect is well known even within it. It is on the same level as the heaven-splitting divine sect and heaven-suppressing magical sect. They are called the 3 great heavenly sects, said the disciple proudly. Being able to wear the Xuantian Dao sect's robes was clearly something to be proud of. Are the 3 great heavenly sects able to dominate the Central Plains? Asked Guo Ran. Probably. No, definitely not, said the disciple. Brother, the Central Plains is so large that you probably won't understand. Even we, who have stayed in the Xuantian Dao sect for a decade, after perusing countless tomes, only understand the slightest bits about the Central Plains as a whole, said another senior disciple. Sorry, I wasn't trying to argue. It's just that you were making the Xuantian Dao sect sound so amazing, so I thought that by wearing the same robes, I'd be something like a ruler of the world, said Guo Ran with no shame. The senior disciples relaxed a great deal. Previously, they had felt these fellows in front of them to be fierce monsters, but but now they found that they really were quite easy to talk to. All that can be said is that the Xuantian Dao sect can count as above average in the entire Central Plains. Practically everyone in the cultivation world has heard of it. Once you reach the Xuantian Dao sect, I guarantee you'll be stupefied by the sect's grandness. It's just that. Just what? Asked Guo Ran. It's just that this time, the Eastern Wasteland only sent over a pitiful number of disciples. It's the last place amongst the 4 regions. I remember in the last generation, there were over 20,000, but this time, said a senior disciple curiously. The truth was that while the remote Heaven Gang was powerful and dared to challenge the branch Xuantian Dao sect, they were unable to stop other sects from sending their disciples over. Every 10 years, when the Xuantian Dao sect was sending disciples over to the Central Plains, there would be a grand celebration. The head sect didn't really care that much about the branch sects as they were just some minor bases. Even disciples that weren't part of those branch sects could use the opportunity once every 10 years to try and join the head sect. This was the Xuantian Dao sect's confidence. They weren't worried about people with evil intent. They were sure that once these disciples arrived in the Central Plains, they would change. Their original intentions would be gone. In the eyes of the head sect, the struggles in the other 4 regions were insignificant, not worth a second thought. It was like children playing house. In truth, I'm also very curious, said Elder Shah. Long Chen was startled. Did you not ask Sect Master Yang Chuyu? It wasn't in accordance with the rules. Since it is not within the scope of my responsibility, it wasn't convenient to ask, said Elder Shah. Long Chen almost laughed. This Elder Shah really was hidebound by convention. He would rather keep his questions inside than ask. He could be counted as a marvel. Senior, apprentice brother Long Chen, why are there so few disciples from the Eastern Wasteland this time? Asked a senior disciple curiously. Oh. Long Chen immediately felt awkward. The answer wasn't really convenient to say. The other Dragonblood warriors also had awkward expressions, causing the senior disciples to look at each other. Just what was going on? What is there to be embarrassed about? Weren't they just slaughtered by us? It's not embarrassing, so why bother hiding it, said Guo Ran unashamedly. All the senior disciples were dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. But Guo Ran was already telling them a story about how Long Chen had led them to dominate the Eastern Wasteland. No wonder they sent me this time. I'm from the Sect Protection Pavilion. Originally, I wasn't supposed to be in charge of this matter. Elder Shah came to a sudden comprehension upon hearing how Li Changfeng had brought Luming Han away. Wang Mang, you should have heard of this matter. Go ahead, tell us. Long Chen coldly stared at Wang Mang, who was in the midst of recovering from his heavy injuries. Chapter 973. Don't forget your original heart. Wang Mang stiffened as he now understood just how pathetic he was. Why had he provoked a fiend like Long Chen? Guo Ran had explained why there were so few disciples from the Eastern Wasteland, and now he knew what kind of person Long Chen was. This isn't my fault. Stuttered Wang Mang. What hostility is there between the Law Enforcement Hall and the Elders' Hall? Said Long Chen. He wasn't interested in what bribe Wang Mang had received or who had used him. There does seem to be some conflicts between them, but I don't know the specifics, said Wang Mang. How could he, a small disciple, have the qualifications to learn about the matters between the higher-ups? The Xuantian Dao sect's interior is extremely complicated. Learning about those things right now won't do anything for you. All you have to remember is that as long as you don't break the rules, you'll be safe. If other people want to fight, that's their issue, said Elder Shah. No wonder you always talk about the rules, laughed Long Chen. This joke of Long Chen's caused everyone's hearts to shake. Although it was said with laughter, they all felt that it also contained some ridicule. But surprisingly, Elder Shah didn't get angry. He looked into the distance for a long time before saying, I was once like you as well, young, full of energy and hope for the future. Hee. Long Chen took over, saying, hee, regretfully, things never go as people want. There are always all kinds of obstructions, impediments trapping you like net after net. Day after day, year after year, a person eventually gets lost. Some people have long since forgotten their original hearts in the fight for fame, for profit. Then there are some people who end up like Senior, becoming a puppet that only knows how to follow the rules. Thinking about it, it really is sad. Long Chen. Meng Qi tugged on Long Chen, indicating that he should be careful with his words. He had no enmity with Elder Shah, so why would he offend him? Even the senior disciples trembled with fear. Long Chen was far too brazen. But what they found curious was that the cold elder Sha didn't get angry at all, nor did he reprimand Long Chen. Instead, he just calmly looked into the distance. The flying boat was still rapidly flying, and the mountains below quickly passed. However, the inside of the flying boat was completely silent. These are the rules. After a long while, Elder Sha indifferently tossed out some words. Hehe, disciple doesn't believe so. Rules are things the strong use to control the weak. The strong can infringe upon the rules, and the stronger ones can completely ignore the rules. As for the strongest ones, they are the ones who can change the rules whenever they want. In the Phoenix Cry Empire, I was to comply with the Phoenix Cry Empire's rules. In the Xuantian Monastery, I was to comply with the Xuantian Monastery's rules. In the Supermonastery, it was the same. But I didn't comply with those rules, because if I had, I'd have long since died a tragic death. So, once I reach the Central Plains, I'll follow the rules that are favorable to me. But as for those rules that suppress me, I'm afraid that disciple will be unable to comply, said Long Chen. Then you will be mercilessly exterminated, said Elder Sha. If I'm to be exterminated, then let me be exterminated. None of the Dragonblood Legion's warriors are afraid of death. We have our own principles and our own aspirations. I'm not worried they'll die, but I am worried they'll become the same as Senior, losing themselves within the crushing rules and becoming a walking corpse, sighed Long Chen. The Dragonblood warriors all understood Long Chen's meaning. He was using Elder Sha as an example of what not to do in order to warn them. Even someone as strong as Elder Sha had been turned into a machine because of the Xuantian Dao sect's rules. Rules killed people without them even noticing, erasing a person's will and devouring their ambitions. The most frightful thing about it was that it was like boiling a frog in water. It erased a person's heroism without them sensing the danger. The Dragonblood warriors thought about how they had followed Long Chen from the 108th Monastery, to the 36th Supermonastery, and then to the Xuantian Dao sect. Hadn't all those monastery heads and all those elders been silently sacrificed to these rules? They had also been young and full of hot blood once. But that hot blood and youthful vigor had been erased without them even knowing it. As a result, they ended up with some tired days of nothing. They schemed against each other in a game of mutual deception, caught in the web the rules had created for them. They had forgotten their original hearts. The 108th Monastery, the 36th Supermonastery, the Eastern Wastelands branch sect, they had been like vats of dye, each bigger and more contaminating than the last. According to that pattern, the Central Plains Xuantian Dao sect would be an even larger vat of dye. Even kings were silently lost to it. Looking at how a terrifying expert like Elder Sha had been turned into a puppet that was simply doing what he was told, it was like they were seeing their futures, and a cold chill ran through their bodies. If Elder Sha's present was their future, then they would rather die in a blazing fire of passion than become like him. Without goals, cultivation didn't have any meaning. Boss, we'll never forget our original hearts. No matter what realm we cultivate to, no matter what robes we wear, we will still be the same youthful men. If others refuse to allow that, we'll go all out against them, shouted the Dragonblood warriors. They knew that Long Chen was warning them to forever maintain their passion, their fervor. Are you using me as an example of what not to do? Said Elder Sha indifferently, but there was clearly a slightly bitter tone to his voice. Sorry, disciple was rude. Long Chen bowed slightly. He did feel a bit apologetic. There was no way around that. Through Elder Sha's words, Long Chen felt that the Xuantian Dao sect was definitely a muddled place. That reduced his excitement and anticipation by quite a bit. The Central Plains was definitely the playing field of the world's experts, but this beautiful field was constructed through the bones of countless geniuses. It was unknown how much merciless killing was behind it. Long Chen didn't wish for the Dragonblood Legion to become lost in these kinds of ideas. Once they were lost, it would be difficult to extricate them. That kind of ending was a sad one as well. If he wanted the Dragonblood Legion to stay complete, he had to lead them forward without hesitation and without submitting to anyone, including those unreasonable rules. Fighting against the rules might cause the entire legion to be destroyed, but they had to have that courage. They had to have the courage to risk their lives, to show their fangs, and only then would they be able to establish themselves within the Central Plains. Otherwise, they would be devoured by the countless heavenly geniuses present. Elder Sha sighed. The younger generation will surpass the old. Perhaps that kind of mentality is a good one. After saying that, Elder Sha turned and left, his figure appearing a bit lonely. But he also clearly didn't have a good opinion of Long Chen's conduct. Perhaps it was because he had experienced a great deal and seen plenty of geniuses who had ended up with tragic endings. And so he was already weary. Looking at his departing figure hardened the Dragonblood warriors' hearts even more. They even felt that Elder Shah was pitiful. He was someone who had been trampled by the rules. At the same time, they had to admire Long Chen for his vision. As the rudder of the Dragonblood Legion, Long Chen didn't just need unrivaled power, but he also needed exceptional wisdom. Those senior disciples were deeply shaken. Looking at the Dragonblood warriors' fervent gazes, they felt like they were being affected as well. How many disciples were there in total from the 4 regions last time? Asked Long Chen. There were over 370,000, said the senior disciple. How many? Long Chen couldn't believe his ears. A bit more than 370,000, the disciple repeated. 370,000. All of whom were sea expansion celestials. This number gave Long Chen a fright. It was no wonder they said that the Eastern Wasteland was the weakest region. Of over 370,000 people, only 20,000 had come from the Eastern Wasteland. That proportion made him speechless. There must have been quite a few heavenly geniuses amongst your generation, correct? Asked Long Chen. Yes, there truly were many. They were practically monsters, inhuman. We can only look up to them. That senior disciple bitterly smiled, clearly having received a great impact. Of those 370,000 disciples, although these senior disciples couldn't count as the weakest, they had still been on the edge of being washed out. They couldn't even count as elites, let alone heavenly geniuses. The most infuriating thing was that the Xuantian Dao sect's rules allowed many loopholes for senior disciples to bully them, and they could only endure it. This time, they had been sent to greet the newcomers. Originally, they had been hoping to vent some of their resentment. But instead it was the newcomers who gave them a warm welcome. After talking for so long, everyone became much more familiar with each other. The senior disciples didn't dare to be arrogant any longer. Instead, they began to talk with the Dragonblood warriors, subtly fawning over them. They found that each one of these Dragonblood warriors possessed extremely dense spirit blood. Such people would find it no problem to pass the trials and join the Xuantian Dao sect. They should all become inner sect disciples. These senior disciples were no more than outer sect disciples. They probably wouldn't be able to go to the inner sect in their lifetime. So forming good relationships with the Dragonblood warriors might bring them endless benefits. Even Wang Mang ran over to Long Chen to apologize, cursing himself for being deceived by other people's lies. He even said that he deserved 1,000 deaths for his actions. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to quibble with him. This was nothing serious to him, and he didn't bother pressing him for more details. Now that everyone was familiar with each other, they once more went out to exchange pointers. But this time, it was a friendly competition where both sides used their full power. The Dragonblood warriors used their spirit blood, while the senior disciples no longer suppressed their cultivation bases. These new battles were exceptionally intense. What startled the senior disciples was the fact that the Dragonblood warriors were shockingly powerful. In these intense battles, the killing intent they released made it seem like this was no exchange of pointers. It felt like they would kill them at any moment. But there were some senior disciples capable of fighting through the sensation of death. They released their true power, and in this kind of battle, the Dragonblood warriors were truly one level weaker. But if it was a true life and death battle, then that would have been a completely different matter. On the 7th day, the scenery around them completely changed. The mountains and plains vanished, replaced by a vast roaring sea. Chapter 974 Rampaging Sea Demons. A roaring sea appeared below the flying boat, stretching into the horizon without end. The blue water frothed and raged, with huge waves bigger than mountains crashing down. The Eastern Wasteland's disciples had never seen such a thing. In front of this huge sea, they felt themselves to be incredibly minuscule. Is this martial heaven sea ring very dangerous? Asked Guo Ran nervously. Very dangerous. In fact, the martial heaven sea ring is one of the 7 great danger zones. Although it's ring-shaped, just going through its width would take a full week of full-speed flying. Sea demons run amok within the sea, and they are exceptionally dangerous. In order to avoid disturbing powerful sea demons, we can't fly at full speed over it and can only stealthily slip our way through, explained the senior disciple. 7 great danger zones. The Central Plains is extremely large, and even we only know that the martial heaven sea ring is one of the 7 danger zones. Fortunately, it's very large, and so the danger is scattered, making it less fearful. However, it truly is one of the 7 danger zones, and every time you fly over it, you have to be careful. Using a smaller flying boat would actually be better, because it doesn't draw as much attention. But our flying boat is too big, and it's all too easy for powerful sea demons to notice us. If it was just ordinary sea demons, it'd be fine. Even if we ran into king-level sea demons, in other words, 9th-ranked sea demons, there would be nothing to fear. But if we meet sea demons above that, it'll be troublesome, said the senior disciple. Each year, countless flying boats disappeared over the martial heaven sea ring, and no one dared to guarantee being able to pass it with absolute safety. Sea demons, as in, magical beasts that live within the sea? Asked Guo Ran. You can put it like that, but they do have some differences from ordinary magical beasts. They have no crystal cores, but they have a needin inside that is even more valuable. However, sea demons are stronger and fiercer than magical beasts. It's unknown just how many terrifying sea demons are hidden within the depths of the sea. Suddenly, the flying boat shook intensely, causing everyone to reel. The flying boat fiercely tilted. No need to worry, it's just the storm zone. This is just some minor turbulence. This area is where the land's air stream clashes with the sea's air stream. In truth, this storm zone is the safest part of the martial heaven sea ring, said the disciple. How do you mean? Because this area doesn't have sea demons, as they don't like this environment. That makes it the safest. The storm zone wasn't very large. After just an hour's flying, they passed it. A beautiful, sunny sky appeared in front of them, one without any clouds. The sea was calm with only slight waves. It was a beautiful and peaceful scene. But as soon as they arrived here, the senior disciples tensed. The flying boat also slowed down, making less of a disturbance as it flew. Without any warning, a ripple appeared on the sea. A head bigger than a mountain broke through the surface of the water, and a huge spout of water smashed into the flying boat. The flying boat was struck and catapulted through the air. The people inside all became dizzy. What is that? Asked Guo Ran. Cyan-scaled monsters. They're extremely loathsome, as they enjoy attacking things that are flying over the water. If smaller flying boats are seen by them, then the attacks they unleash might destroy the whole boat. However, smaller boats were also harder to see, so there was less chance of being struck. Thus, they actually had quite an advantage. But the Xuantian Dao sect couldn't send one, because they hadn't known how many people they would be bringing back. For their mountain-sized flying boat to fly over the water, they truly were very eye-catching. Then why not have the flying boat fly higher? Then wouldn't they be able to avoid the sea demon's attacks? A good idea, but it won't work. The martial heaven sea ring is extremely strange. Up in the air, there are strange laws. The higher the flying boats go, the greater the resistance. It'll cause loud rumbling and be even less safe. Everyone couldn't help being startled. This martial heaven sea ring was too bizarre. They were nervous, as well as a bit excited. The flying boat was constantly shaken as occasional water spouts struck it. It was constantly forced to tumble through the air, making everyone lightheaded. It was difficult to bear. Fuck, is there an end to this? Cursed Guo Ran. He felt nauseated. Endure it. Once we're past this region, it'll be smoother. It was the same for us when we came, comforted a senior disciple. In truth, they all found this unbearable. It was like they were stuck in a ball, and the sea demon's attacks were like kicks to the ball. Each time they were struck, it made them feel worse. Meng Qi had it the worst. Tang Wan'er was supporting her, but within the flying boat, she wasn't able to help much at all. As a soul cultivator, Meng Qi's body was too weak. Her face was pale, causing Long Chen distress. Unable to bear it anymore, he stood up and said, Elder Shah, release the defenses. I'll make them scram. You have a method. Elder Shah was controlling the flying boat. In truth, he was also uncomfortable, but there was no way around this. Yes. Long Chen nodded. Elder Shah hesitated for a moment but then said, this region isn't very peaceful. You can't kill them, or the blood will draw more powerful sea demons. This was precisely the reason why he hadn't just attacked them. Don't worry, I understand. Fine. Elder Shah waved his hand, and the transparent barrier around the flying boat dissipated. Long Chen appeared at the front of the boat. Everyone else was tightly holding onto the flying boat. Now that the defenses had scattered, if they were struck, then when they were blown into the air, there would be nothing to keep them on the flying boat. Long Chen extended a hand, and a ball of lightning formed. Countless lightning runes circulated within it, releasing an ear-piercing rumble. The senior disciples were shocked. Even Elder Shah's expression changed. Heavenly tribulation lightning. How can he control the 9 heavens tribulation lightning? Long Chen tossed the lightning ball into the sea. It disappeared, and following that, countless mountain-sized bodies floated to the surface of the sea. They're all unconscious. Only now did everyone get a chance to get a good look at the cyan-scaled monsters. Their bodies were huge and protected by layers of scales. They looked like prawns, except that their bodies were absolutely huge, and there was a large cavity on their heads which they launched their attacks from. They accumulated water in their bodies, and through compression, they released their water spouts with extremely great power. However, they were extremely weak to thunder force. Long Chen had originally just been trying to drive them away. He hadn't expected that they would all fall unconscious from this lightning ball. I'll open a space and draw the cyan-scaled monsters into the flying boat. Kill them within the flying boat, and remember not to let them bleed. Their nidans contain pure water essence and are very valuable. Once we return to the Xuantian Dao sect, you'll be able to exchange them for the resources you need. Looking at the hundreds of cyan-scaled monsters on the surface of the water, Elder Shah couldn't help but do a little rule-breaking. At this time, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, perhaps it was because he had been influenced by Long Chen, but he felt like wasting these cyan-scaled monsters was too regretful. He activated one of the flying boat's functions, and rays of light shot down, like hands drawing them into the flying boat. The space inside the flying boat was much greater than what it appeared on the outside. Long Chen and the others didn't know what was going on, but they saw the senior disciples were delighted. The senior disciples killed the sea demons with spiritual strength and told Long Chen that other than their rations, they could also exchange resources they had gathered for resources they needed within the Xuantian Dao sect's pavilions. As outer sect disciples, the amount of resources they could gather was limited. So they needed to work hard to get them. In truth, coming out to pick up the Eastern Wastelands disciples was a lucrative mission. Other than their task to blunt the newcomers' arrogance, within a relatively safe zone in the martial heaven sea ring, they could hunt a few sea demons and exchange them for resources they needed. Before even reaching the hunting zone, they had already obtained this many cyan-scaled monsters. They were incredibly excited, because according to the rules, the resources obtained during the journey would be split amongst everyone. This was a typical case of first giving a slap and then giving a candy. First, the senior disciples were to give the newcomers a beating, and then to avoid them getting depressed, the senior disciples would hunt down sea demons and split the profits with them. This psychological tactic tempered the newcomers' arrogance and gave them newfound hope for their futures. It was quite the routine. But now it was different from before. It wasn't the newcomers profiting from the senior disciples. Instead, they were all profiting from Long Chen. They continued on their way. As long as more cyan-scaled monsters appeared, Long Chen would toss out a lightning ball and knock them unconscious. Thunder Force was their bane, and in front of it, their combat power was essentially zero. The flying boat peacefully flew along. Everyone wished for more attacks now so they could get more profit. I don't care about the nidans, but don't throw out the meat. Leave it for wild, said Long Chen. Long Chen saw that the senior disciples only took in the nidans, but they tossed aside the meat like it was trash. However, those corpses were what Long Chen and Wild wanted. Another couple hours passed and they had flown out of the region of the cyan-scaled monsters. But the amount of nidans they had gathered caused the senior disciples to smile ear to ear. Chapter 975 Hunting Region. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we're rich, exclaimed Wang Mang excitedly. They had gathered over 3,000 nidans. Splitting it equally, each one of them would get 6. That was extremely great wealth. Wang Mang had long since recognized and accepted the situation. After apologizing profusely to Long Chen and Meng Qi, he treated them all exceptionally respectfully. And due to the principle of not beating a smiling face, no one bothered quibbling with him over his actions. Everyone was familiar with each other and had forgotten about their previous hostility. Having obtained this many nidans, they were all happy. These cyan-scaled monsters were huge, but in truth, they were only 7th rank. However, within their homeland of the sea, their power was comparable to 8th rank magical beasts. That made their nidans even more valuable. In just a while, their profit was equivalent to half a year's rations in the Xuantian Dao sect. The senior disciples were incredibly excited, and at the same time, their reverence for Long Chen grew. However, Long Chen didn't feel much. Although these cyan-scaled monsters Nidans were valuable, he was an alchemist. He didn't lack this money. Furthermore, he had fought countless battles on his cultivation journey. There was one sentence that could sum up his experience: battle was the quickest way of getting rich. Although Long Chen had left behind a portion of the profits he had obtained in the eastern wasteland to the Xuantian Dao sect in Yu Xiaochen, he wasn't lacking money. He had Yuan spirit stones, peak-grade divine mortal molting elixir, and 10,000 spirit blood. They were all priceless treasures. And even if he didn't have such things, he also had his powerful alchemy skills. By refining a few rare pills, the money would flow in. Furthermore, he was currently cooperating with Zheng Wenlong. He brought the pill formulas, while Zheng Wenlong brought the manpower and means. He shouldn't be lacking money in the future. After passing through that region, Elder Shah had once more summoned the flying boat's barrier. Although they occasionally encountered a sea demon's attack on their way, their power wasn't strong and their numbers were low. They could essentially ignore those attacks. The flying boat continued for a full day and night before it began to slow down and came to a stop. "We've arrived at the hunting region." Wang Mang and the others were delighted. They had clearly been waiting just for this. This hunting region was something that generations of people had determined through countless years of experimentation with travel routes. People found that there weren't powerful sea demons in this region, so this became the Xuantian Dao sect's hunting region when returning from the eastern wasteland to the central plains. Different flying boats used different flying routes. Smaller boats could go in a straight line since they wouldn't draw the attention of sea demons. That made it so that smaller flying boats could cross the sea much faster than larger ones. Huge flying boats had to go in a twisting path to avoid the territories of strong sea demons. This particular route was something the Xuantian Dao sect had decided upon through countless trials. They had a certain understanding of the distribution of the powerful sea demons, and this region was a relatively safe one. They could undergo a short period of hunting here. Then, before they drew the attention of stronger sea demons, they were to immediately leave. Normally, this short period lasted 3 days. They hadn't hunted on the way here to avoid trouble on the way back, so this opportunity was something they had to properly grasp. The flying boat stopped above the sea. Wang Mang and the others had already made their preparations, and they began to cast bait into the sea. This bait could draw over sea demons from thousands of miles away. "Fellow disciples, let's go all out when the sea demons arrive. This is a benefit the sect gives us, and no matter how much we get, it'll be split equally between us. It's a rare opportunity, so work hard to kill more sea demons. We can only stay here for 3 days, said Wang Mang to everyone. Normally, he would have ordered them, but now he didn't dare to do so. Isn't slaughtering sea demons like this going too far? They didn't provoke us, said Meng Qi. She was somewhat unwilling to undergo such a large-scale slaughter of the sea demons. After all, as a beast tamer, she didn't want the sea demons to be slaughtered so recklessly. Senior apprentice sister, this time you're wrong. They aren't innocent. They're the scourge of the entire martial heaven continent, said a disciple. You were in the eastern wasteland, but you must have heard of beast tides, right? Yes, Meng Qi nodded. Beast tides were truly terrifying events. When the numbers of magical beasts grew too high, they would widen their territory, and that would inevitably clash with the human territory. Countless magical beasts would charge into human cities, terrifying everyone. The eastern wasteland's beast tide that you've heard of is nothing compared to when the sea demons attack. There are countless sea demons in the martial heaven sea ring, and every few years, they will gather on the shore and charge at the continent. If a region isn't able to hold them, they will kill countless innocents. When I was young, I barely escaped from those sea demons. But the rest of my family died to them, said that disciple. Looking back at his memories of that time, pain flashed through his eyes. He continued, there are just too many sea demons, and only by continuously slaughtering them can we barely maintain an equilibrium. That's why all the Central Plains powers will encourage hunting sea demons, some sects even have hunting targets. So you shouldn't feel any guilt for this. Compared to the magical beasts on the land, sea demons are all cold-blooded, merciless, and emotionless. How strange. Then the sea demons only attack the Central Plains and not the other 4 regions? Asked Guo Ran. That's because of the storm zones. The storm zones only exist on the side of the eastern wasteland and other regions. Due to the spiritual qi of the central plains, no such storm zones exist. In truth, the only reason why the eastern wasteland, western desert, southern sea, and northern source are able to survive is because of the storm zones. The central plains has its hands full just dealing with their own defenses, so no one would reinforce the outer 4 regions. Those 4 regions are nothing more than 4 villages for the central plains, explained the disciple. Suddenly, the surface of the sea erupted. A huge figure soared into the sky, charging for the flying boat. Everyone looked and saw it was a giant fish 300 meters long. But its mouth took up the majority of its body. Looking at its aura, it should have reached the 6th rank. Wang Mang waved his hand, and a golden light pierced through the fish's head. It was instantly killed. As soon as it was killed, a senior disciple slashed apart its body and took out a large needle from it. When the needle was extracted, it was the size of a house. But once it was exposed to the air, it rapidly shrunk until it was the size of a fist. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you can hold this along with the needles from before. Wang Mang handed the needle to Long Chen, along with a spatial ring. Previously, he had been the one directing people to handle the cyan-scaled monsters, and the needles were in his hands. Although these things were to be split equally, he wanted to express that he had no intention of stealing the spotlight from him. You can keep them. Forget about that unpleasant disagreement. We all trust you to handle this, so you can direct everyone. After all, you have the experience. Long Chen shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to spend the effort. The first fish was killed, and its corpse was tossed into the sea. This was done intentionally by Wang Mang so that its blood would draw over more sea demons. Elder Shah stood at the front of the boat, indifferently watching without making a sound. It was like he was an outsider unrelated to any of this. After just a moment, more sea demons began to charge out of the sea. Many of them had strange forms that the newcomers had never imagined. They had never seen such strange lifeforms. Some of the sea demons were like fish, but they had feet or were covered in barbs, and most curious of all, there was a frog-shaped one with only one eye. All kinds of strange forms appeared. But they had one thing in common, their brutal bloodthirsty nature. The first thing those sea demons did was devour the corpses of their comrades. Then they attacked the flying boat. The chance to get rich has appeared. Everyone, work hard, shouted Wang Mang. Forming hand seals, runes revolved around him. Countless arrows shot through the sea demons' midst. At this time, it was possible to see the true power of the senior disciples. The attacks they unleashed were incomparably refined. Sometimes an arrow would pierce a sea demon's body and directly take out its needle all in one move. That required incredibly precise control. Only the senior disciples took action at first, as they needed to be examples for everyone, teaching them how to effectively kill the sea demons and take out their needles. Different sea demons had needles at different positions. If the newcomers killed sea demons without extracting the needles, it would be a waste. Eventually, the Eastern Wasteland's disciples began to help as well. However, as sea expansion disciples, they had only just come into contact with magical arts, so their control was clearly worse. Many sea demon corpses fell into the sea with their needles still inside, wasted. Wang Mang's expression sank slightly. If this was before, he would have begun cursing these people for being useless. But now he could only endure. However, he felt a great deal of pain. That was money. The reason they were chosen for this mission was because they had planned and schemed for a long time. In fact, some had paid all their wealth as a bribe. If they didn't take advantage of this opportunity, they would end up losing out a great deal. So seeing these disciples hunt so clumsily, he was a bit panicked. Dragonblood warriors, go out as well. Foundation forging brothers, there's no need for you to kill the sea demons. Just extract their needles. We'll be in charge of our own duties, said Long Chen. He had to agree that the Eastern Wasteland's disciples were too clumsy. He saw that Wang Mang's nose had tilted from rage. The Dragonblood warriors took out treasure items. Cold rays of light shot out, killing the sea demons. Those sea demons were mostly 6th rank. There were only a few 7th rank ones, making killing them extremely easy. Seeing this, Wang Mang's expression improved slightly. The Dragonblood warriors killed each sea demon in just one attack, unlike the other disciples from the Eastern Wasteland. Now he just had to be in charge of collecting the needles, and their efficiency leapt. 2 hours later, they had gathered over 300 needles. But they were mostly all 6th rank needles. Long Chen frowned. Wasn't this just nonsense? Just how valuable could such things be? Wang Mang, come over. I need to ask you a few things. Long Chen suddenly beckoned to Wang Mang. Chapter 976. Don't say anything. What is it? Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Wang Mang, who was busy directing everyone, hastily ran over. If we continue like this, how much can we get after 3 days? Asked Long Chen. That's a bit difficult to say. But in the previous generation, which was when I came, each person obtained plenty of points after exchanging the Nidans with the Dao sect. For an outer sect disciple like me, that amount would take me 5 years of hard work to obtain normally, said Wang Mang. It must have cost you a great deal to get such a job, correct? Long Chen made a gesture with his hand, meaning money. Long Chen had seen this kind of routine many times. Yes, the only reason I could get this mission was because of the help from the law enforcement hall. So senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I truly am sorry, said Wang Mang. I've already said not to bring up that matter again. As long as you don't make yourself my enemy, I won't make things hard on you. If you want to follow me, I also won't treat you badly, said Long Chen directly. He could see that Wang Mang had many misgivings and was afraid he would make things hard on him in the Central Plains. Then he would really be doomed. But in Long Chen's opinion, he had just been used by others, and he could forgive that. If he wanted to join him, then he wouldn't be petty. Everyone could talk openly. Junior disciple greatly admires senior apprentice brother's magnanimity. If the positions were reversed, I wouldn't be able to have such an attitude, said Wang Mang. After talking with Long Chen for this long, he sensed that Long Chen seemed to have the bearing of a king. He didn't put on airs, nor did he boss around others. Instead, he would occasionally joke and curse with the Dragonblood warriors rather coarsely. But the more he acted that way, the more magnanimous he appeared. He was different from the experts Wang Mang had seen in the past. Long Chen possessed a kind of charisma that won him over. Let's get to the important topic. 7th rank Nidans should be more valuable than 6th rank ones. Why not draw over more powerful sea demons? Asked Long Chen. It's not that we don't want to, but that we can't. Sea demons normally have their own range of movement. If they don't smell blood, they won't be drawn over. So our profit is mostly up to luck, said Wang Mang. That's what it was. Then if we ended up drawing 8th ranked sea demons, or even 9th ranked sea demons, what would happen? Asked Long Chen. That's impossible. 8th ranked sea demons rarely appear, and 9th ranked sea demons are on the level of a king, said Wang Mang. Be quieter. Just tell me what would happen in that situation, said Long Chen. 8th ranked sea demons we can handle, but if a 9th ranked sea demon appears, Elder Shah won't just stand still. He'll end up taking action, said Wang Mang. Then what about the Nidan? Asked Long Chen quietly. According to the rules, everything obtained through the hunting is for the disciples. Even if the elder had to interfere, he cannot share in the profit. Senior apprentice brother. You. Wang Mang nervously stared at Long Chen. That's enough. There's nothing else, so just peacefully get rich. Don't talk too much. Long Chen's mind sank into the primal chaos space. He quickly picked over 10 medicinal ingredients. Refining them into powder, he also stealthily drew in some essence blood from the sea demons, using the earth flame to refine a special medicinal pill. This pill had no tear. It was Long Chen's own invention, and it didn't really have any value. But it could completely activate the power of the essence blood, and once it was tossed into the water, sea demons would all be drawn by the scent of the essence blood. Long Chen looked at the indifferent Elder Shah. A mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. If he had access to such a powerful helper, he should use it. Stealthily dropping the medicinal pill into the sea, he saw that no one noticed his actions. The medicinal pill dissolved and an invisible fluctuation spread. After completing this, Long Chen nonchalantly returned to the front of the bow. That was where Elder Shah was standing, so no one else dared to approach. But Long Chen did. Elder Shah, disciple has something he wishes to ask you. Do you recognize this? Long Chen handed a violet jade pendant to Elder Shah. Elder Shah received it. His pupils shrank. 9-line soul calming jade. And the most precious violet jade one. There's a formation within the jade. This is. Elder Shah's old hand lit up, shining the light onto the jade pendant. Long Chen saw countless speckles appear on the pendant. Although Long Chen didn't understand such things, he knew this was a kind of complicated formation. Does Senior know its origin? Asked Long Chen, his heart skipping a few beats. Elder Shah shook his head. This formation is too complicated. I've never seen it before, and I can't tell its origin. But this jade pendant is not something an ordinary family or power could possess. 9 lines is a representation of status, and considering the violet jade's quality, whatever power it came from is probably something that exceeds your imagination. Elder Shah looked at Long Chen. He had an urge to say something, but in the end, he kept his mouth shut. He returned the pendant back to Long Chen and returned to his indifferent appearance. Long Chen sighed inside. It seemed even Elder Shah's knowledge was limited. But he had still learned a bit. Elder Shah, could you perhaps refer me to a certain direction? Probed Long Chen. The world is large. It requires you to walk it with your own feet. What difference is there whether I answer you or not? Said Elder Shah lightly. Long Chen bitterly smiled. But his words were right. For him to learn about this now didn't really have any meaning. Once he reached that level, he would naturally learn the truth. Before he reached that level, what was the point of knowing? Elder Shah was clearly telling him that he didn't have the qualifications to know such things. Furthermore, Elder Shah strictly followed the rules. He didn't like trouble, and although he had questions inside, he didn't ask them. Of course, that was the main reason Long Chen dared to ask Elder Shah about this. Because Elder Shah's mouth was kept tightly shut, making it safe. Originally, Long Chen had wanted to continue questioning Elder Shah and see if he could learn about the structure of the entire martial heaven continent and the distribution of powers, but this reply of Elder Shah's clearly showed that asking would be useless. Many thanks, Elder Shah. Long Chen bowed slightly. Just as he turned to leave, Elder Shah opened his mouth once more. Let alone the entire martial heaven continent, just attempting to stand out within the Xuantian Dao sect will be very difficult. If you want to contend for supremacy within the entire continent, you should first set yourself up in the Xuantian Dao sect. A complicated expression appeared in Elder Shah's eyes, and he couldn't help but give Long Chen a final warning. Long Chen was startled. Elder Shah didn't like to speak, he hadn't revealed his cultivation base, and he always appeared like a wooden old man, but Long Chen's intuition told him his power was terrifying. Many thanks for senior's pointers, said Long Chen humbly. It wasn't anything important. Once you arrive at the Xuantian Dao sect, you'll understand that even if you can dominate the other 4 regions, you still won't have any superiority amongst the Central Plains heavenly geniuses. To sum it up, avoid pride and impatience, avoiding showing off your sharp point, be more evasive and sly, and your journey will be easier, said Elder Shah. Disciple understands. Many thanks. Long Chen bowed. Although Elder Shah was being subtle, his meaning was obvious. Long Chen might be the top amongst the disciples from the Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Sea, and Northern Source, but compared to the geniuses from the Central Plains, his foundation was lacking. He was losing right at the starting line. In truth, the reason why the Xuantian Dao sect had established branch sects in the 4 outer regions wasn't because they had many hopes for the disciples raised there. To put it frankly, the 4 outer regions' disciples were nothing more than cannon fodder, fireflies to show off the brightness of the moon. Elder Shah was warning him kind-heartedly. He had lived for a long time, and he had seen batch after batch of disciples who had gone to the Central Plains full of hope and passion, only to be given grievous blows from reality. He had seen countless promising geniuses fall one by one. Now he was almost numb to it. It was precisely because he was numb that he didn't have much interest in things anymore. He just did his job, following the rules. Rather than aiming for the best possible result, he just avoided making mistakes. Unfortunately, disciple stubbornness is something you've seen. No one can change me, not even the heavens. Others might find me foolish, but I am not a fish, so I don't know a fish's pleasure. In the same way, others are not me. What I want is to skyrocket, to be the kunpeng that breaks through the restrictions of the heavens. Even if I fail, I won't mind. If I didn't have those guts, living wouldn't have any meaning. However, disciple appreciates elder's kindness. If I have a chance, I will definitely return the favor, said Long Chen. Each person could have their own principles, and all those principles might sound right. But they might not suit you. As an expert, you needed to find your own belief, a truth that you believed in the most, a truth that wouldn't change after 10,000 years, a truth that wouldn't change in life or death. Long Chen's belief was that in his life, he had to go all out. From the day he had cultivated the 9-star hegemon body art, it was fated that he could not walk the ordinary path. Since he was different from others, why bother taking on their principles? Seeing that Long Chen's thoughts weren't affected at all despite his words, Elder Shah shook his head slightly and remained silent. Heavens, this many 7th-ranked sea demons. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out. Countless powerful oars rapidly approached the flying boat. They've finally been baited. Long Chen smiled. Returning to the deck of the boat, he stood with everyone else. Huge waves surged in the sea below. Chapter 977 Stunning Attack. Countless sea demons surged over from all directions, and over half of them were 7th-ranked sea demons. Brothers, the food has come. Hurry and kill them, shouted Wang Mang. Seeing this many 7th-ranked sea demons delighted Wang Mang. He thought of his conversation with Long Chen, and seeing his indifferent expression, he knew that these sea demons had something to do with him. 7th-ranked sea demons were equivalent to normal sea expansion cultivators. The Dragonblood warriors could kill them easily, and even the Eastern Wastelands disciples were able to kill them without much trouble. With Long Chen's orders, the senior disciples were only in charge of extracting the Nidans, which was extremely simple for them. This way, not even one Nidan would be wasted. Although only a portion of the Dragonblood warriors were participating, their terrifying killing power rapidly dyed the sea red. With all the 7th-ranked sea demons being killed, Long Chen asked Wild if he wanted them. After all, these sea demons were extremely ugly and strange. No human would want to eat them. But Wild didn't care about that. He said that as long as it was edible, he wanted it. Long Chen had everyone gather the 7th-ranked sea demons' corpses when they weren't busy extracting Nidans. Wild wasn't picky about food, so this was an excellent chance to gather rations. As time passed, more and more 7th-ranked sea demons appeared. We're rich. Wang Mang and the others were ecstatic. They had participated in the hunt last time, but they hadn't encountered this many 7th-ranked sea demons back then. In just a few hours, they had gathered more Nidans than what they had had over 3 days back then. This profit made them almost go crazy. As more sea demons appeared, it became harder for everyone. More and more Dragonblood warriors joined in. Elder Shah frowned slightly as he looked at this unending tide of sea demons. He was curious. He had never seen this many 7th-ranked sea demons being drawn over during a hunt. Suddenly, a roar rang out. A terrifying pressure caused everyone's hearts to shake. 8th-ranked sea demon. Wang Mang and the others were startled, and they hastily formed a formation. A huge figure appeared within the sea and flew into the air. It was a fish with 2 wings. This 3-mile-long fish covered the sun with its wings. Its mouth opened and water arrows rained down on them. Those dark green water arrows whistled over with a space-tearing noise, and they released a nauseating scent. They were clearly poisonous and shouldn't be touched. Collective shield. With Wang Mang the one with the most experience in the center of the formation, all the senior disciples formed hand seals. Light barriers manifested, covering everyone. Those light barriers were rapidly blown apart one by one, but in the end, half of them endured. The water arrows were unable to menace them. When the water arrows fell to the sea, quite a few sea demons were struck and their bodies began to emit smoke. The spots struck by the water arrows corroded. "What a terrifying attack!" exclaimed someone. If these water arrows had landed on them, they would have probably been corroded into a skeleton. Although Wang Mang hadn't fought sea demons on the sea before, he had participated in many battles and had plentiful battle experience. Otherwise, even if he had bribed people, he wouldn't have been able to become the leading disciple of this mission. "Everyone, this is a powerful 8th-ranked sea demon. We have to work together to handle it. Listen to my directions. First, we." Just as he was shouting, a sword image soared into the sky, shaking heaven and earth. It was stunningly beautiful, and like a flash of light, it disappeared in an instant. That huge winged sea demon was cut in half. Blood filled the air and it fell to the sea. Yu Zifeng sheathed his sword. That attack had been from him. Beautiful. Long Chen was the first to praise him. Yu Zifeng was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed Ling Yunzi had given him some pointers, and now that his heavenly Tao energy had been erased, he was even more terrifying. That sword seemed to fill the entire world. It was like there was some invisible power behind it that made it unstoppable, capable of slicing apart heaven and earth. Yu Zifeng was originally a genius of the sword Tao, but through Ling Yunzi's guidance, his comprehension of it had grown even greater. That attack had been full of the specific terror of sword cultivators. Even Elder Shah's expression changed. He hadn't noticed Yu Zifeng before this. Yu Zifeng wasn't very eye-catching, but once he attacked, he instantly killed an 8th-ranked sea demon, and so easily at that. That made Elder Shah re-evaluate Long Chen. Someone with Yu Zifeng's power wouldn't be drowned out even within all the geniuses of the Xuantian Dao sect. But such a figure was actually willing to follow Long Chen. Quick, grab the corpse. Wang Mang and the others were too stunned to react at first. The sea demon's corpse smashed into the sea, causing huge waves. They hastily used magical arts to gather the two halves of its corpse. Looking at the flat and smooth cut, they sucked in a cold gasp. Yu Zifeng's attack was refined to the point that it was unbelievable. The wound was completely straight as if drawn with a ruler, and it was right in the middle. The two halves were the same, and even its bones, which were comparable to treasure items, had been cut cleanly. Such a terrifying attack shocked them. "Don't just stare. Another one's coming," said Long Chen. Just at this moment, the sea surged. A huge figure rapidly grew under the water. "Die!" Ji Yu Yang shouted, and his spear unleashed a mile-long spear image that stabbed into the water. A huge body flew into the air. It was also an 8th-ranked sea demon. Its head had been pierced by Ji Yu Yang and it was dead. Only once they saw the corpse flying toward the boat did everyone react and dodge. The flying boat was bigger on the inside than the outside, so no matter how big the sea demon was, it would fit. Ridiculous. Wang Mang and the others were stunned. 8th-ranked sea demons were overlords of the sea in places like this. Even foundation forging experts would have to go all out to kill them, and there was a chance of being heavily injured in the process or even dying. But Yu Zifeng and Ji Yu Yang each killed them with one blow, and a seemingly simple blow at that. 8th-ranked sea demons were not things that 7th-ranked sea demons could compare to. Even their corpses were valuable. However, their Nidans were still much, much more valuable. To gain 2 8th-ranked Nidans made the senior disciples almost start dancing. Wild was also close to dancing with joy. Long Chen had said that all the sea demons' corpses would be his. He felt blessed. It seemed he wouldn't have to worry about getting hungry in the future, and he had an urge to start eating right now. "Another 8th-ranked sea demon," shouted someone, but this sea demon wasn't coming at them from the front, but charging out from right below the flying boat. The flying boat was knocked into the air, and countless people were thrown off and forced to hastily summon wings. With the flying boat knocked into the air, Elder Shah decided to keep it floating. That would make it more convenient when the battle started. "Someone, go out as bait," said Long Chen. Fighting on the flying boat truly wasn't convenient. "Let me." Guo Ran was the first to fly out and stopped about a mile from the surface of the water. He had only just paused when a huge mouth devoured him, causing Wang Mang and the others to let out startled cries. This show-off. Long Chen was speechless. Even now, he was pursuing his goals. The startled cries were cut short as the 8th-ranked sea demon's head exploded and a golden armored freak appeared. "I swept through the 4 seas, crossed 1,000 mountains, caused huge billows in heaven and earth, slaughtered demons, eliminated devils, plucked the stars and moon. If you want a chivalrous hero, you can come find me, Guo Ran. If you want to eat me, then we'll have to see if you have the teeth for that," said Guo Ran flashily. Long Chen facepalmed. Would this fellow die if he didn't show off for a day? There weren't that many outsiders here, so what was the point? It made others feel embarrassed for him. "Everyone prepare yourself. More and more sea demons are coming. So far, all we've had is the appetizer, and the full course is coming now." Long Chen could sense countless powerful auras rushing over. "Guo Ran, Ji Yu Yang, Wild, you'll fight at the front lines and draw the sea demons' attention. Meng Qi, Wan Zifeng, you'll launch long-distance attacks as support. Wang Mang, you're in charge of gathering the corpses and Nidans. When you're busy, make sure to focus on the big targets. Don't drop the melons because you're trying to pick up sesame seeds. As for the others, spread out. Squad leaders, you're in charge of any fish that slip through the net. Those not given a task, help Wang Mang gather the Nidans. Remember, we don't care about corpses below the 8th rank." Guo Ran, Ji Yu Yang, and Wild stood at the front. Guo Ran should have been placed at the back for support, but he liked to show off, so Long Chen let him. The Dragonblood warriors quickly spread out, finding the best spots for themselves. They didn't need any direction for that, as after so many life and death battles, they had long since come to a tacit understanding. As for Wang Mang and the others, they were also highly experienced. They quickly found their own positions in accordance with the Dragonblood warriors. As for the Eastern Wastelands disciples, they were clearly not so organized. They didn't even know where to put themselves. Suddenly, explosions came from the sea. Huge figures charged out, each one of them as big as a mountain and releasing powerful pressures. Chapter 978 Blood Dyes the Blue Sea. They're here. Wang Mang and the others were a bit nervous. Although they were foundation forging experts, they hadn't experienced a battle of this scope. There were over 10 8th-ranked sea demons charging at them. However, Long Chen stood indifferently with his hands clasped behind his back. Each one of the Dragonblood warriors had similarly relaxed postures. They didn't show any nervousness, because they had all experienced even more nerve-wracking battles than this. This little scuffle was nothing. The surface of the water exploded as huge figures charged at them. The first ones they charged at were Ji Yuyong and the others, as they were the closest. However, because 8th-ranked sea demons were so huge, despite the three of them having spread out, a few of them charged higher, going directly at Meng Qi and the others. Kill! Guo Ran shouted, and with a wave of his hand, 3 house-sized spheres flew into the open mouths around him. Their mouths were huge, so no matter how he tossed them, he wouldn't miss. These were his powerful bombs. As his cultivation base grew, his forging efficiency also increased, so it was no longer so painful to toss out his treasures. These cold-blooded sea demons had very low intelligence. Without even understanding what was going on, the bombs exploded in their mouths, causing their heads to explode. Guo Ran killed 3 8th-ranked sea demons in an instant. Although it was a bit lucky, this efficiency was shocking. Ji Yuyong had also erupted with his full power. Powerful blood chi soared from him, and his spear danced. He killed one in the first instant as well. As for Wild, he had summoned the barbarian blood bronze body. With a single smash of his hammer, he blew a sea demon to smithereens. His power caused the sea demon to explode along with its Nidin. Wild, pay more attention. If you hit them like this, you won't get anything. Long Chen was speechless. When would this fellow grow some brains? If he fought this way, its Nidin and corpse would be gone. What was the point of this? Oh, what should I do? Grumbled Wild. Go gently. Just hit its head. I'd rather you beat it half dead than make it explode, said Long Chen. Wild's intelligence almost seemed to shrink as he grew stronger. He couldn't even figure out something like this. All right, I'll listen to Brother Long, said Wild. It just so happened that an 8th-ranked sea demon was coming for him, and he once more smashed his club down. Blood mist filled the air. Once again, there was nothing left. Wild was dumbfounded. Long Chen almost coughed up blood. The difficulty in having Wild control his power was heaven-defying. Long Chen directly gave up and let him do whatever he wanted. Wild's brute power was appalling. Even Elder Sha was shocked. As the battle unfolded, his shock only grew. Wild, Ji Yuyong, Yu Zifeng, and all the others were displaying shocking combat power. That was especially true of Wild. His club clearly landed on the sea demons' heads, but it caused their entire bodies to explode. Even their incredibly tough Nidins exploded with them. This was a strange power that Elder Sha had never witnessed before. Wang Mang and the others were first incomparably shocked that Wild had such power. But then they became incomparably distressed. With each smash of his club, another 8th-ranked Nidin disappeared. They decided to do their best not to look over at Wild, as watching was too painful. Runes circulated around them, transforming into huge hands that constantly gathered the slain 8th-ranked sea demons. They didn't need to participate in the actual battle. Using their refined control over powerful magical arts, they were extremely adept at gathering the slain sea demons. With 36 of them working together, they barely missed any at all. Originally, they had been a group of 37, but one of them had been tossed out into the eastern wasteland by Elder Sha for saying something was unfair. At the front, Ji Yuyong, Guo Ran, and Wild were drawing most of the sea demons. Other sea demons managed to get by them, but the majority of them were 7th rank, and killing them was extremely easy. The occasional 8th-ranked sea demons that got by would be instantly killed by a few squad leaders working together. Everything went extremely smoothly. Meng Qi and Tang Waner didn't even need to do anything. Long Chen had them look after the group, but right now, no one needed their help. The panicked Eastern Wasteland disciples also began to calm down upon seeing the Dragonblood Legion handle this many sea demons. They found their own positions, occasionally launching an attack. If they didn't have a chance to attack, they used magical arts to help gather corpses. As time went by, the sea demons did not drop in number. Instead, more and more of them appeared, and they only grew stronger. In the beginning, their cultivation bases were only at the early 8th rank. But now mid-8th ranked sea demons were appearing. When they appeared, Wild became ecstatic. That was because he found that when he smashed a mid-8th ranked sea demon, at least some of their body would survive. Their Nidans were also intact. Wang Mang had been delighted at first to see this many sea demons, they were truly getting rich. But as more 8th ranked sea demons appeared, they gradually became afraid. They had killed over 100 8th ranked sea demons, and it was starting to be too much. As more and more 8th ranked sea demons showed up, they didn't even have time to gather the 7th ranked sea demons' Nidans, letting them fall into the sea. The sea was dyed red by the blood of the sea demons. Some corpses sank to the bottom, while some floated on the surface of the water, looking like floating islands, as well as huge burial mounds. Currently, thousands of miles of the sea was dyed red, and countless sea demons were crazily charging forward. Furthermore, their numbers and power only grew. Wang Mang felt a chill. But when he stealthily glanced at Long Chen, he saw that his expression was still calm, as if this intense battle before him was nothing more than a game that he didn't care about. Wang Mang took a deep breath and thanked his luck that he had acted pragmatically. He hadn't fought against Long Chen to the point of you die or I die. Thinking of that, he patted himself on the back for being wise. Long Chen hadn't shown off any shocking attacks. But Ji Yuyong, Guo Ran, Yu Zifeng, Wild, and the others were each more shocking than the last. From all this, Wang Mang could tell that Long Chen had to be more terrifying than he imagined. Wang Mang, don't get distracted. You've already lost an 8th ranked Nidan, called Long Chen. Oh, sorry. Wang Mang's runic hand had been destroyed by a sea demon, and as a result, an 8th ranked sea demon's corpse fell into the sea, lost. Don't be so worried. This is just the opening scene. Once you're accustomed, you'll be fine. Everyone further back, there's no need for you to attack. You should all focus on gathering the corpses. Dragonblood warriors, there's no need to hold back any longer. We've pretty much drawn them all over, so the moment's almost here. Said Long Chen. The opening scene, Wang Mang and the others involuntarily shivered. This kind of terrifying battle was just the start. Then what was the main act? Kill. Kill to your heart's content. The Dragonblood warriors roared, going all out to slaughter the sea demons. The current sea demons were growing stronger, and even late 8th rank ones began to appear. The Dragonblood warriors were starting to find things difficult. They all activated their spirit blood, each of them crazily attacking, and treasure items flew through the air, along with scarlet blood. With their spirit blood and treasure items, the 8th ranked sea demons were rapidly cut down by them. Their corpses tumbled down. Wang Mang and the others were red-eyed. They no longer had time to care about 7th ranked sea demons anymore. They had to focus completely on gathering the 8th ranked corpses. There were too many, so even Wang Mang and the other Foundation forging disciples found gathering them taxing. Even with the help of the Eastern Wastelands disciples, quite a few corpses fell to the bottom of the sea. Once the corpses fell into the sea, there was no way to bring them out. The heavenly Tao runes that they had condensed into hands could enter the water, but it would exhaust too much of their spiritual yuan. Seeing those corpses falling into the ocean, Wang Mang and the others were filled with pain, but they were helpless. They could only do everything they could to gather the slain 8th ranked sea demons. As the Dragonblood warriors erupted with power, the number of sea demons didn't drop. But all the sea demons were 8th rank ones now. They were like a tide, crazily charging forward. The Dragonblood warriors also seemed to have gone crazy. Each one of them was like a killing god, mercilessly slaughtering the sea demons. Toward the end, Wang Mang and the others were terrified by just looking at them. The Dragonblood warriors seemed like bloodthirsty fiends, completely different people from the ones who had chatted with them. They were merciless and cold, their killing intent causing their souls to tremble. This was the Dragonblood warriors' strongest state. That killing intent was something piled up from countless experts' bones. The number of sea demons continued to increase. In the end, their corpses were piled up like mountains on the sea. This shocking scene shook even Elder Shah. He was deeply shocked by what he was seeing. Careful. Suddenly, a huge crab-like sea demon charged in front of a Dragonblood warrior. It was a late 8th ranked sea demon, and because it was covered in tough armor, it had managed to break through their defenses. Its claws smashed toward the Dragonblood warrior, causing the others to let out startled cries. The Dragonblood warrior had only just forced back another sea demon, and there was no one around who could help him. A blood-red light slashed down, killing the sea demon. Chapter 979 9th ranked sea demon. The saber image slashed down, killing the heavily armored sea demon. Boss, the Dragonblood warriors cheered. As soon as Long Chen joined in, he killed a late 8th ranked sea demon. That sea demon's defense had been too powerful, with no weak points at all. Once it had charged into the Dragonblood warriors' midst, it had ruined their formations. Even Ji Yu Yang had been blown back by one of its pincers. How can he use the heaven-splitting battle sect secret technique? Elder Shah instantly saw through the origin of Long Chen's move. That's about enough. Meng Qi, wind things up, said Long Chen. Meng Qi nodded and extended her hands. Forming hand seals, she summoned her soul energy. Soul extermination, life-devouring art. A terrifying spiritual fluctuation spread, instantly covering the entire battlefield. The world seemed to come to a stop. This soul extermination life-devouring art was something she had used once before in the immemorial path. But at that time, she had been using it on fellow humans, and she hadn't used it to its full power. This time, she was using it on the berserk and cold-blooded sea demons. She had no misgivings, and she directly used up over half her spiritual strength to increase its power and range. The invisible ripple caused even the people behind Meng Qi to shiver. Wang Meng and the others felt like their souls were within a terrifying spiritual hand. As long as she wished it, their souls would be destroyed. Now Wang Meng realized how terrifying Meng Qi was. This soul energy was beyond all his expectations. Even with the underworld soul magical armor, he wouldn't be able to block this attack. Thinking of that, cold sweat covered his back. Those fierce sea demons stiffened. They lost their ability to think for a short moment. Meng Qi's soul art was terrifying, but due to spreading it over such a huge area, its power was scattered. It didn't have the power to kill such powerful 8th-ranked sea demons. Wind moon devours the heavens. Tang Wan Er's runes circulated, and millions of palm-sized wind blades shot out. This sea of wind blades rapidly spread, releasing ear-piercing sounds that pained people's eardrums. It felt like millions of needles were stabbing them, and other than the Dragonblood warriors, everyone's expressions changed. They had never seen such terrifying wind blades. This sea of wind blades instantly reached the army of sea demons. Like sharp blades cutting through tofu, the powerful 8th-ranked sea demons were instantly killed. Hundreds of 8th-ranked sea demons were killed by Meng Qi and Tang Wan Er's combination attack. Countless corpses piled up into a mountain, slowly dropping toward the sea. Heaven and earth were deathly silent. Only after a breath's time did Wang Meng and the others hastily order everyone to gather the corpses. Those were money. Before they sank into the sea, they grabbed as many as they could. This attack was too terrifying. All the sea demons had been killed, and they were able to descend closer to the sea to gather the corpses without worrying about being attacked. Hurry, we should leave quickly, said Elder Shah. Everyone hastily cleaned up the battlefield, but it was just too big. Some of the senior disciples were too greedy to even toss aside the 7th and 6th ranked sea demons. Elder Shah frowned, but he also felt leaving behind this many sea demon corpses would be a waste. So he simply waited. Long Chen, what are you smiling about? Why is your smile so evil? Tang Wan Er looked at Long Chen. Was I smiling? Long Chen shook his head. You might be able to trick others, but you can't trick me. Speak, what evil plot are you brewing? Tang Wan Er glared at Long Chen, raising a fist. You're overthinking it. I don't have so many evil thoughts. Well, the battlefield's about cleaned up, so we should return. Don't you see Elder Shah's face is starting to darken? Don't get scolded. Long Chen pulled Meng Qi and Tang Wan Er back to the flying boat. Tang Wan Er understood Long Chen too well. Seeing that smile on his face, she knew he was up to something. But if he refused to say, there was nothing she could do. There were too many people, so she was too embarrassed to beat him. She sneaked an arm around his waist and viciously pinched him, but she was unable to. This evil fellow had been prepared and had flexed his muscles. Tang Wan Er ground her teeth furiously, but she couldn't do anything. Has everyone gathered? Asked Elder Shah. Reporting to Elder, we've all come, answered Wang Meng hastily. Even now, they all felt like they were in a dream. Their gains were too shocking. If everyone split things evenly, Wang Meng estimated that even if he worked for 2 centuries as an outer disciple, he wouldn't be able to gather so much. Elder Shah nodded and controlled the flying boat. A barrier of light appeared over it, and it sped away. At this moment, Long Chen extended his arms and wrapped them around Meng Qi and Tang Wan Er's waists. They both blushed, not expecting Long Chen to be so brazen. Scoundrel, release me, there are so many people here, whispered Tang Wan Er. Careful, Suddenly, Elder Shah's expression changed. The flying boat shook violently and flipped through the air. The people inside smashed against the barrier. Some vomited blood and some even fainted. What's going on? Wang Mang and the others were dizzy from the impact. Only Long Chen had long since been prepared. His feet had been like nails in the ground. Even Meng Qi and Tang Wan weren't affected. Long Chen, you, said Meng Qi. I don't know anything. What just happened? Asked a dumbfounded Long Chen. Everyone, be careful. It's a 9th-ranked sea demon, shouted Elder Shah. The flying boat once more flipped. A mile-long tentacle had sent it flying. But this time everyone was prepared and was circulating their spiritual yuan in defense, as well as tightly holding onto the flying boat. But they still felt like their organs were flipping within them. Damn, it's even more amazing than I had thought. Long Chen sighed emotionally inside as he looked at that huge tentacle. You scoundrel, as expected, you knew all along, said Tang Wan. Being held by Long Chen, most of the force was blunted by him. Sashi and Meng Qi didn't feel much. They both realized this was definitely something caused by Long Chen. He had probably known all along that they would draw over a 9th-ranked sea demon. Shish. Long Chen made a keep quiet gesture, stealthily pointing to Elder Shah. Meng Qi and Tang Wan were speechless. Long Chen was too evil, intentionally causing trouble for Elder Shah. And Elder Shah was truly unlucky to run into an evil person. Like Long Chen, everyone looked at that tentacle with shock. It suddenly curled and wrapped around the flying boat, making it so it couldn't move. Everyone felt themselves sink. Crap, it's dragging us into the sea. Wang Mang and the others were terrified. They hadn't even seen the form of the 9th-ranked sea demon. Just its huge tentacle was able to cause so much trouble. Brute, are you looking down on me? Elder Shah was finally infuriated. Countless runes lit up on the flying boat, and flying swords shot out at the huge tentacle. That tentacle was sliced apart by countless sharp runic blades. The flying boat escaped its clutches and flew away. Suddenly, the surface of the water rapidly rose. A colossal figure showed up in front of the boat, blocking even the sun. Heavens, what kind of monster is this? How is it so huge? Everyone was horrified. This sea demon was so huge that even the flying boat looked like a toy in comparison. Long Chen managed to see it clearly. It was like an octopus, but it didn't have 8 tentacles. Instead, it had hundreds of them. Black, sticky liquid covered its body. It spread its tentacles, blocking the path of the flying boat. This is a 9th-ranked sea demon. What a terrifying aura, said Guo Ran with shock. Although they were on the flying boat and had a protective formation, the aura of the 9th-ranked sea demon still caused them to shiver. In front of this 9th-ranked sea demon, they seemed as minuscule as ants. Something this big can be eaten for a long time. Wild was drooling as he looked at the huge sea demon. He had never seen such huge rations. Wang Mang and the others almost coughed up blood. Was the only thing on his mind food? They were the ones about to be eaten. Long Chen, don't you think this is a bit too much? Said Meng Qi worriedly. It's fine. With Elder Shah present, this 9th-ranked sea demon should just be the appetizer. Long Chen shook his head. He had been relaxed from the start precisely because of his confidence in Elder Shah. Elder Shah was just about to control the flying boat to retreat when the 9th-ranked sea demon formed a huge net around them with its tentacles. Although it was huge, its speed was shockingly fast. Its tentacles instantly bound the flying boat and pulled them toward it. Heavens, what a terrifying mouth! Cried Tang Wan. The sea demon had opened its mountain-sized mouth. It was filled with teeth that shone with a sharp, cold light. We're going to be eaten. Wang Mang felt despair. Brute, you're asking for it. Elder Shah snorted. It was unknown what he did, but the flying boat suddenly trembled. A huge cannon appeared on the prow. Die, shouted Elder Shah. The flying boat shook intensely, and a huge ray of light shot toward the 9th-ranked sea demon's mouth. Chapter 980. Now it's troublesome. The light engulfed the entire sky, causing it to shake as if the air was about to explode. This attack was one of the flying boat's trump cards. Since the Xuantian Dao sect dared to bring tens of thousands of disciples through the martial heaven sea ring, how could it not have a few tricks? Long Chen had only dared to use the medicinal pill because he had seen through this point. He hadn't expected his luck to be this good. His medicinal pill had actually managed to draw over a 9th-ranked sea demon. The light unleashed by the flying boat's cannon tore through the sea demon's head. It was instantly killed. After killing the sea demon, Elder Shah immediately controlled the flying boat to gather the sea demon's corpse. Haha, amazing, a 9th-rank Niden has fallen into our hands, laughed Long Chen. The 9th-ranked sea demon's corpse was too huge. Despite being a corpse, it gave off a sense of pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. Wang Mang and the others impatiently charged their way into the corpse through the injury. They quickly came out. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, here. A 9th-ranked Niden is a priceless treasure. Wang Mang ignored the blood and gore on it and handed over a fist-sized sphere to Long Chen. The sphere had runes within it, making it seem like it was alive. It continued to release a powerful pressure. This was where the 9th-ranked sea demon's essence was gathered. It contained boundless energy. Long Chen received it. Meng Qi exclaimed, "What powerful water energy fluctuations! And they're so pure. It just so happens that we have a few water attribute warriors in the Dragonblood Legion." After refining the 10,000 spirit blood, there were 7 people that awakened rare water attribute runes. Their combat power had leapt a great deal. I will be keeping this 9th-ranked Niden as I have a few brothers who need it. But I won't let you lose out. As compensation, all the Nidens of the Dragonblood Legion will be yours, said Long Chen. We can't accept that. Don't look down on us. Without you, it would have been impressive for each of us to get a dozen 6th-ranked Nidens. You must take the 9th-ranked Niden. The amount of profit we've gotten now is enough for us to cultivate for a century without worry. Truly, we know when to be satisfied, said Wang Mang. It was under Long Chen's lead that they had gathered close to 1,000 8th-ranked Nidens. As for 7th-ranked Niden, they numbered over 13,000, and there were too many 6th-ranked Nidens to even count. But it was definitely over 100,000. Once they split that equally, the resources they would obtain were enough for them to cultivate for 100 years without running out of resources. They truly did have enough. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, leave us some face. Without you, we wouldn't have gotten anything like this. We've already benefited greatly, so we can't be more greedy, said another disciple. Without the Dragonblood Legion, they'd have long since fled in the face of the terrifying army of sea demons. It was all thanks to the Dragonblood Legion. Seeing their sincere expressions, Long Chen didn't push them. Cupping his fists, he said, "Then I'll thank everyone." Long Chen tossed the 9th-ranked Niden to one of the water attribute Dragonblood warriors. They could absorb the water essence inside to increase the level of their water energy once more. However, the amount of energy inside it was too berserk, and they would need a long amount of time to withdraw that energy. This big fish is mine. I can eat it for a long time. Wild directly put away the huge 9th-ranked sea demon's corpse. He was even more excited than those fellows who had obtained the Nidens. Boom! Suddenly, the sky darkened. A fierce storm containing water chi filled the sky. Damn, this time I might have gone a bit too far. Long Chen hastily looked out and saw 4 huge figures blocking the sun. They were 4 9th-ranked sea demons, charging over and surrounding the flying boat. Wang Mang and the others turned pale. The auras of those 4 sea demons caused them to quiver. Xuantian wave. What comforted them was that Elder Sha was still calm. Without the slightest panic, countless runes lit up on the flying boat. A ripple spread through the air. The ripple struck those huge sea demons, sending them flying back over 1,000 miles. Everyone cheered. This thing's good. Boss, when we get enough money, I want one. Guo Ran's eyes shone as he looked at Elder Sha controlling the flying boat. He was filled with envy. Why bother? This kind of huge flying boat isn't something we can buy with our current wealth. Long Chen knew that this kind of flying boat containing both great offensive and defensive properties had to have a price that could frighten people to death. Furthermore, even if they could buy one, they wouldn't necessarily be able to use it. Long Chen had stealthily investigated it and found that on the bottom levels of the flying boat, there was a sealed space. Although he wasn't able to go inside, he could sense endless spiritual chi in it. The inside had to be packed full of spirit stones, and high-grade ones at that. Whether used for offense or defense, this flying boat had to exhaust an ocean's worth of high-grade spirit stones. Long Chen wouldn't waste his money on such a thing, so he'd rather Guo Ran give up on that thought. Elder Sha had only just sent those 4 sea demons flying when he drove the flying boat away. But this time, the flying boat's speed wasn't very high. It needed more time to accelerate, and as a result, the 4 sea demons quickly caught up. A huge walrus-like sea demon struck the flying boat with its huge tail. Boom! Despite activating its defenses, the flying boat was sent flying into the distance. Everyone's bodies shook, and they almost coughed up blood. Damn brutes! Someone, Come take my place to control the flying boat. I'll go kill them. After saying that, Elder Shah surprisingly left the flying boat, going out on his own to fight those 4 sea demons. Everyone was stunned. Wang Mang stuttered, but none of us know how to drive it. Boom. Everyone let out startled cries as the flying boat was once more struck, and some disciples coughed up blood. Although the boat's defenses were active, some of the power behind the sea demon's attack still managed to get through. The weaker disciples were unable to bear it. They were horrified. The difference between 8th rank and 9th ranked sea demons was immense. Even Ji Yu Yang and the others felt like they wouldn't be able to receive such a terrifying attack. Let me. Guo Ran jumped onto the control platform. Studying the countless runes and lines in front of him, he tried to figure out how to control it. Does he understand how to? Asked Wang Mang. Don't worry, I guarantee he definitely doesn't know, said Ji Yu Yang. At first, Wang Mang's worries were laid down. But once the sentence was finished, he almost coughed up blood. Big brother, don't joke at this time. Life and death are up to fate. What's the point of being afraid? You'll just feel worse, and in your panic, be unable to make the right decisions. Then your last chance at life will be thrown away, said Ji Yu Yang indifferently. Wang Mang was stunned. Only now did he see that while the Dragonblood warriors were startled, their expressions didn't contain the slightest fear or panic. Haha, this should be the divine dragon tail spin, exclaimed Guo Ran suddenly, full of excitement. He slammed his hand on a button. At this time, the attack from a 9th ranked sea demon was coming right at them. Once Guo Ran pushed the button, a huge tail appeared at the end of the flying boat. That tail was like a dragon's tail and was formed of countless runes. And after pressing the button, the flying boat began to rapidly revolve. The huge tail swung like a whip, striking the sea demon. Nice. Guo Ran was delighted. This kind of feeling was amazing. But after sending the sea demon flying, he was unable to stop the flying boat. It continued to rapidly spin, forming a whirlpool in the air. Hurry and stop it. People began to puke. This kind of high-speed spinning was something even the senior disciples found unbearable. I don't know how to stop it. Guo Ran held onto the chair in the control platform. He had lost control of the boat. It was unknown what happened eventually, but as Guo Ran wildly spun through the air, he ended up kicking a mechanism, and the flying boat slowly stopped spinning. Oh, so the button on top was the one to activate it, and the one below was to stop it, said Guo Ran. He finally understood the control mechanism. Long Chen held onto Meng Qi and Tang Wan. Although the two weren't injured, their heads were dizzy from being flung around. Meng Qi was especially pale since she was a soul cultivator. Guo Ran, are you capable of this or not? Scolded Long Chen upon seeing Meng Qi suffering. Don't worry, this time I'll definitely be able to control it. Guo Ran carefully studied the various lines on the control panel. His understanding of some of those immortal characters wasn't very good, but through the layout and patterns, he was able to guess some things. Careful, another one's coming, shouted someone. Another 9th ranked sea demon was coming from behind. Just watch. Guo Ran smashed his hand on the control panel. The stern of the boat opened, revealing a mirror. Countless lines lit up on it. There were thousands of spirit stones embedded on its back, and they were all high-grade spirit stones. At the center of the mirror, there was an especially radiant spirit stone. It was actually an exceedingly rare top-grade spirit stone. The mirror unleashed waves of light. A huge arrow appeared on it, shooting at the 9th ranked sea demon. The instant the arrow appeared, all the spirit stones on the back of the mirror turned dark, cracked, and shattered. As expected, it's a money-burning toy. Long Chen and Guo Ran both saw that clearly. This was something only a rich person could use. The sea beast was unlucky. Its head was right at the boat's stern, and as a result, the arrow pierced its head, causing it to explode. Before anyone could cheer for Guo Ran, a figure appeared within the flying boat and pushed Guo Ran aside, controlling the flying boat to flee. Big trouble. We're running. Chapter 981 Dragon Blood intimidates demons. Flee. Everyone was still confused when the 4 sea demons' corpses were tossed inside the flying boat. Elder Shah had killed the other 3 sea demons before returning, and they had just been too tense to notice that he had killed them. Elder Shah didn't have his previous ease once he had returned. An unprecedented solemn expression was on his face, and he hastily sent the boat flying away. Everyone was startled. Weren't the 4 9th ranked sea demons all killed? Why was he so nervous? What's going on? Tang Wan stealthily whispered to Long Chen. I might have gone a bit too far. We're surrounded. Long Chen felt a bit bad. He hadn't expected matters to develop to this extent. Space suddenly began to tremble, and huge waves soared into the sky. Terrifying pressures crashed down upon them as huge figures flew out of the sea. Heavens, there are actually this many. They found that the flying boat was surrounded. Everything within thousands of miles was blocked off. Those huge figures were all 9th-ranked sea demons, and there were actually around 80 of them. 89th-ranked sea demons covered the entire sky. This was a blockade they couldn't get out of. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We can only charge our way through, shouted Elder Shah. He pressed down on several spots of the control panel. The flying boat suddenly rumbled and spiritual chi erupted. The runes on the flying boat lit up, even the ones on the interior. Although the disciples didn't understand how to operate such a huge flying boat, seeing all its runes lit up, it was clear that the flying boat was about to use its full power. They didn't dare to be careless. They summoned their heavenly Dao runes to protect themselves to avoid being killed by the intense impact. The light from the flying boat's runes suddenly blazed like the sun. Long Chen sensed the spirit stones stored below deck rapidly shatter. Half of their energy vanished in an instant. The flying boat shot off like a cannonball, smashing into the 9th-ranked sea demons in front of it. 2 of them were smashed to death, while the others were blown out of the way. But Elder Shah's expression became uglier. This one impact caused quite a few people inside the flying boat to vomit blood and collapse on that ground. The impact had almost taken their lives. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out. The sea demons split apart, revealing a huge figure floating in the sky. 6-horned sea serpent. Elder Shah couldn't help but let out a startled cry. That huge sea drake had 3 pairs of horns. Its horns were golden and possessed ancient runes on them. The 6-horned sea serpent was different from ordinary sea demons. It possessed its own name. Only a few powerful sea demons possessed the qualifications to be named by the human race's cultivators. Foolish humans, since you wanted to cause trouble in our domain, you can die. Shockingly, this 6-horned sea serpent was capable of human speech. But its voice was like iron scraping against iron. If they didn't listen carefully, there was no way to understand it. Now it's troublesome. Elder Shah's expression was exceedingly ugly. What is it? Can you not handle it? Long Chen walked over to Elder Shah's side. That 6-horned sea serpent isn't an ordinary sea demon. It is exceptionally powerful and possesses its own innate divine abilities. If it was a 1-against-1, perhaps I could defeat it, but right now, we're surrounded. Furthermore, there are not enough spirit stones in the flying boat anymore. If we use them all up, it should be no problem to kill this 6-horned sea serpent, but then the flying boat won't have the energy to fly anymore. We're stuck, sighed Elder Shah. Wang Mang and the others were pale. Elder Shah's meaning was clear. The flying boat only had enough energy to launch one more attack, but if they used it, the flying boat wouldn't be able to move any longer. And using it would only be able to kill the 6-horned sea serpent, not the other 9th-ranked sea demons. In other words, even Elder Shah was helpless now. They would all die here. They despaired. The heavens really knew how to play people, to let them become rich right before dying. How about you let me try something? Asked Long Chen after a moment's thought. You? Elder Shah was startled. Yes, I'm not fully confident, but it's worth a shot. Senior, please transport me outside the flying boat, said Long Chen. Are you sure about this? Asked Elder Shah. Yes. Long Chen saw that the 6-horned sea serpent's scales were starting to glow. It was storing up energy for a powerful attack. In front of everyone's horrified gazes, Long Chen appeared outside the flying boat. Standing at the front, Long Chen icily stared at the 6-horned sea serpent. Heavens, what is boss doing? Ji Yu Yang's jaw dropped. He didn't dare to believe his eyes. Even Elder Shah didn't dare to face this many sea demons. But Long Chen charged out on his own. That was too shocking. An ant's come out. Are you trying to use your pathetic life to appease our anger? Said the 6-horned sea serpent coldly. With its huge body floating in the air, Long Chen truly was as tiny as an ant. Idiot, you're not kneeling in front of your ancestor, shouted Long Chen. His blood chi circulated, and green scales appeared over his skin. A powerful aura erupted, an unspeakable grandeur came from him, and despite being smaller and lower, he seemed to look down on the rest of the world. The 6-horned sea serpent had just been about to launch its attack when Long Chen's new aura struck him. It came to a sudden stop and began to shiver involuntarily. The other sea demons had it even worse, trembling intensely and retreating. Damn, do you see this? This is how domineering boss is. Even sea demons have to part in front of him. This is the highest realm of posing, exclaimed Guo Ran passionately. Even Elder Sha was shocked. More and more, he found he was unable to understand Long Chen. That blood chi should be a spirit blood pressure, but he couldn't understand why the sea demons would be so terrified. What he didn't know was that this wasn't spirit blood pressure, but the bloodline pressure Long Chen could release after refining the green dragon essence blood. His dragon blood had come from a true dragon, a king amongst all beasts. Its bloodline pressure was especially effective against magical beasts and sea demons. Even these 9th-ranked sea demons were terrified and didn't dare to approach him. Scram! Shouted Long Chen, his roar ringing like thunder in the air. An unquestionable will cause the 9th-ranked sea demons to actually retreat even more. Even the 6-horned sea serpent slowly moved to the side, leaving a path open. The blood chi coming from Long Chen's body terrified it. Although it was a bit unwilling, it was unable to resist that pressure. Seeing a shout from Long Chen actually form a path amongst the 9th-ranked sea demons, Elder Sha was delighted. He sent the flying boat forward. Boss says to go slower. Don't show any timidity, said Guo Ran, looking at Long Chen. Long Chen's hands were clasped behind his back, but they were in constant motion, forming signals that only Guo Ran, who was most familiar with Long Chen, understood. When the two of them had nothing else to do, they would come up with some secret signals. Guo Ran was the commander of the Dragonblood Legion, so the two of them needed a secret communication method. Even spiritual messages might be cut off on a battlefield, so the two had come up with a secret communication method. That way, they could silently communicate on the battlefield without anyone else knowing. The flying boat slowly moved forward. With Long Chen standing at the front and his blood chi soaring out of him, the 9th-ranked sea demons just watched, not daring to stop them. Even the 6-horned sea serpent didn't dare despite having an urge to do so several times. That grand aura Long Chen was releasing was so powerful that it seemed to look down on all others, including the 6-horned sea serpent. The more Long Chen expressed his disdain for it, the more it didn't dare to attack. It didn't know what to do, and the other sea demons were waiting for its orders. It didn't know that Long Chen was already starting to sweat. Although he had the pressure of the dragon blood, he was only at sea expansion. This 6-horned sea serpent could probably kill him in one blow. This posing was too dangerous. Fortunately, the pressure from the dragon blood truly did intimidate them. Although Long Chen wasn't looking at the sea demons in order to appear arrogant, his divine sense was constantly roving around. Damn, it's not working. They're going to attack. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. He sensed the 6-horned sea serpent's scales slowly opening. He hastily gave Guo Ran new hand signals. The flying boat suddenly erupted with light, shooting forward like a cannonball and pushing its speed to its peak. The 6-horned sea serpent was almost ready to unleash its attack, but the flying boat had vanished. Chapter 982 Terrifying Existence. The sea demons only reacted once the flying boat escaped. They hastily chased after them. You really are courting death, you damn bastard. You're bullying people too much, cursed the 6-horned sea serpent. It seemed in its fury, it had forgotten it wasn't human. At first, it really had been intimidated by Long Chen's aura. But no matter how strong Long Chen's bloodline power was, his cultivation base was only at sea expansion. Even with the bloodline pressure, it could easily kill Long Chen. By the time it realized this, Long Chen had fled. The most hateful thing was that right before that, Long Chen had conveniently picked up the two 9th-ranked corpses that the flying boat had smashed to death. The 6-horned sea serpent's intelligence was much higher than ordinary sea demons. It knew it had been duped, and with a roar, it led the 9th-ranked sea demons to chase. Some of these sea demons flew through the air, their scales releasing some kind of spatial tearing power. Another portion returned to the sea, where their speed was the greatest. Boss, you actually even brought those two corpses. Guo Ran looked at Long Chen with worship. His boss truly was greedy. Even at this time, he didn't forget to get more profit. Elder Sha, can we increase the speed? Long Chen ignored Guo Ran and asked Elder Sha. The flying boat's too big, and its acceleration is too slow. It'll take at least 15 minutes to reach its top speed. Elder Sha shook his head. This was one of the disadvantages of large flying boats. It wasn't nimble enough, and it required some time to reach its max speed. Heavens, they've caught up already, cried Wang Mang. In the distance, there was a mass of huge figures chasing them, and at the front was the terrifying six-horned sea serpent. Its body swam through the air. Its scales sparkled, and its speed was alarming. "It's over for us," said one of the Eastern Wasteland's disciples. They had wanted to go to that legendary world known as the Central Plains. But before seeing that legendary world, they would die within this sea. Elder Shah, continue accelerating as fast as possible. "I'll stall them," said Long Chen. "You can't. Your bloodline pressure is effective, but your cultivation base is too low. It's not enough to force them off, and they won't fall for it twice. Guo Ran, you come control the boat. I'll go hold them back. Whether or not you can escape will be up to your luck," said Elder Shah. "Elder Shah," everyone let out startled cries. Elder Shah was clearly saying that he would fight the sea demons to stall for them. That way, they would have some hope for surviving, but Elder Shah would definitely die once surrounded by those sea demons. It was unexpected that this indifferent and cold Elder Shah would actually sacrifice himself for them. Everyone felt a sour feeling. "These are the rules. Don't feel bad. Time is pressing, so said Elder Shah. Long Chen shook his head. "It's no use. The six-horned sea serpent's intelligence is comparable to a human's. Even if you sacrifice yourself, it'll order a portion of the sea demons to continue chasing us. Guo Ran isn't familiar with how to use the flying boat, so in the end, not one person will escape like that." "That's the only option," said Elder Shah. "I still have a few tricks. Maybe I can stall for a bit." "Elder Shah, transport me out," said Long Chen. Elder Shah couldn't think of anything else. If Long Chen said he still had some tricks, then the best thing to do was to let him try them. But this time, Long Chen appeared at the back of the ship. At the aft, Long Chen shouted arrogantly at the six-horned sea serpent, "TCH, you foolish fish, you don't even recognize your ancestors' bloodline. Do you want to offend your superior?" Rumor said that the six-horned sea serpent possessed a dragon's bloodline. Although it was extremely faint, it truly existed. Amongst all the sea demons, only it was able to just barely contend against Long Chen's bloodline pressure. But it was unable to suppress the reverence that came from its soul. "Don't try to trick me. You sly, despicable humans, you aren't a true dragon at all. I'll eat you for sullying the true dragon's name," shouted the six-horned sea serpent. Long Chen cursed inside. The six-horned sea serpent had sensed his true dragon essence blood and wanted to eat him to take it. Then perhaps there really would be a chance for it to transform into a dragon. If the six-horned sea serpent wasn't so intelligent, then they would have already managed to escape. But now it was troublesome. The flying boat was accelerating with each passing moment. What they needed most at this time was for Long Chen to stall. "No, you're wrong. Haven't you heard of the true dragon Heavenly Sun?" "That's right, I am the true dragon Heavenly Sun. Although I'm not wearing dragon robes, can you not sense my temperament, my mannerisms? Do you not sense my aura that is like a dragon looking down on the rest of the world? As the saying goes, you can't judge people by their looks. The water of the sea is very cold, very cold." As Long Chen spouted nonsense, he ended up not knowing what to say at the end. The six-horned sea serpent was startled at first by Long Chen's nonsense. But as Long Chen continued to sputter, it ended up not understanding his nonsense. Then it noticed the flying boat was getting faster and faster, and it realized his goal. It opened its mouth, shooting a huge globe of light toward Long Chen. That was one of its innate divine abilities. If struck, Long Chen wouldn't even have a corpse. Suddenly, Long Chen disappeared as he was drawn back inside by Elder Shah. At the same time, Elder Shah pushed the flying boat's defenses as high as possible. Bang! The flying boat shook intensely and shot into the distance. Because of the immense power, the flying boat struck the water and rebounded several times, causing the people inside to vomit blood. Even the Dragonblood warriors weren't able to bear it and were injured. As for the others, many of them fainted. "Are you all right?" cried Tang Wan. Meng Qi was pale, and blood was dripping out of the corner of her mouth. Although Tang Wan was doing her best to protect her, Meng Qi was still injured. "I'm fine," comforted Meng Qi. "Fuck, so it's a case of giving face but not getting face. Elder Shah, send me out." Long Chen once more appeared at the back of the boat. Pointing at the six-horned sea serpent, he cursed, "Bastard, I'll make you pay for that one." Double dragon destruction. Roaring resounded through the air as flames and lightning condensed. Two dragons 3,000 miles long appeared, immediately coiling around each other and forming a dragon twister that struck the six-horned sea serpent. Boom! The six-horned sea serpent was sent flying. Lei Long and Huo Long were no longer the old Lei Long and Huo Long. Lei Long had absorbed an incredible amount of thunder force from the tribulation, while Huo Long had devoured another earth flame. They were both much stronger than before. The six-horned sea serpent first felt its body go numb as thunder force invaded inside and then flames wrapped around it. Even as a 9th-ranked sea demon, its body wasn't able to bear such terrifying flames. A burned smell filled the air, along with the smell of cooked fish. Brother Long, I want to eat it. Wild immediately smelled it and became unbearably hungry. Everyone almost collapsed. What time was it? How could he still want food? The six-horned sea serpent was knocked back, and although it was a bit injured, it wasn't anywhere close to a fatal injury. Long Chen had Lei Long and Huo Long continue circling at the back of the flying boat to protect them. The two of them were extremely large, and even the sea demons had to be afraid of their combination attack. With the two of them at the back of the flying boat, the sea demons were forced back further. Boss is mighty. Guo ran, and the others cheered. Even Elder Shah sighed with relief as he hadn't expected Long Chen to have so many trump cards. The crisis was temporarily held back. Whether it was lightning or flames, each of them could intimidate the water attribute sea demons. The thunder force was especially effective against them, as it came from the 9 heavens tribulation lightning. Bastard! The six-horned sea serpent roared furiously. Seeing the flying boat's speed continuously increasing, it finally went berserk. Its body suddenly swelled, and opening its mouth, a huge globe of light shot out. Boom! The two dragons shattered in the face of this terrifying attack, causing Long Chen's expression to change. However, he also saw that the six-horned sea serpent's scales clearly dimmed slightly after it. This attack must have cost a lot. A good chance. The six-horned sea serpent had only just unleashed this powerful attack, and its aura was still at the bottom. At this moment, the back of the flying boat opened and a huge flying sword shot through its head. It was caught off guard and killed instantly. Its body was pulled into the flying boat, and Long Chen also returned inside because the flying boat's speed was now reaching its peak. The other sea demons were no longer able to get any closer. Furthermore, the flying boat was still accelerating. In other words, they were safe. Boss is badass. Elder Shah is cough. Hail Elder Shah. Guo Ran cheered. Everyone was excited to have escaped certain death. Even Elder Shah had a rare smile on his face. The feeling of escaping calamity was truly a good one. Fuck, we ended up disturbing a terrifying existence. Long Chen was also excited at first. He was just about to tidy up the spoils when his and Elder Shah's expression completely changed. Chapter 983 Azure Dragon Reverse Scale. Long Chen's back suddenly became covered in sweat as a terrifying sensation of death washed over him. This was his second time feeling it. Long Chen. Meng Qi was startled. She had also experienced this kind of terrifying threat. He and Meng Qi had disturbed a terrifying existence in the spirit world. They had both almost died at that time. Now, they both sensed a threat on the same level. Elder Shah's expression was ashen. He had already given up on escaping. Elder Shah. What kind of existence is this? Guo Ran and the others were pale with terror. The aura of a 10th-ranked sea demon. We're powerless to resist, sighed Elder Shah. That was an existence on a higher level than kings. Elder Shah had never imagined that they would be so unlucky as to end up disturbing one of the 10th-ranked sea demons lurking in the depths of the sea. The sunny sky turned pitch black. It was like the end of the world. A 10th-ranked sea demon's power can suppress heaven and earth. For us to be able to see such a manifestation before death, we can die without regrets, sighed Elder Shah emotionally. The void seemed to be tearing. A huge head appeared in the air, looking down on them. Although they were unable to see its body, just its head was the size of a whole city. It felt as if the world had frozen. It appeared like the head of a god. It's another six-horned sea serpent. No wait, it has 8 horns. Ji Yu Yong looked at the huge head with horror. It couldn't be that six-horned sea serpent's dad, could it? Guo Ran's eyes almost popped out of his head. This monstrous head was appalling. The huge head suddenly let out a roar. It was like the heavens were exploding, and the sound waves shattered the flying boat's defenses. The ear-piercing sound was like needles stabbing into their ears. At the same time, a spiritual pressure crashed down on everyone, making them feel like their souls were about to be crushed. Long Chen hastily circulated his bloodline. Power. His blood qi erupted, facing the terrifying spiritual pressure. But in front of that spiritual pressure, he vomited a mouthful of blood. He was too weak in front of a 10th ranked sea demon. Even with his dragon blood, he couldn't resist. Fuck, how could this happen? I can't die yet, there are too many things for me to do. Long Chen cursed inside. He stood at the front, facing the majority of the spiritual pressure. He knew that the others wouldn't be able to resist the pressure and would be crushed alive. But Long Chen's cultivation base was still too low. He constantly vomited blood as he resisted. Long Chen, cried Tang Wan. She held the unconscious Meng Qi in her hand. Elder Sha was only capable of clenching his teeth and enduring. In front of a 10th ranked sea demon, his power wasn't much different than everyone else's. Just as everyone thought they would die, a mouthful of Long Chen's blood fell into the sea. It rapidly dissipated. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out of the sea, lighting up the dark sky. A sacred, divine, irresistible might erupted. This sacred light blew apart the black clouds, lighting up the world. This is a familiar aura. Long Chen was shocked. Following that sacred light, a furious and resentful roar, which also contained fear, rang out. Then everyone felt their bodies lighten as the terrifying pressure disappeared. Heaven and earth returned to normal. The black clouds were gone, the huge head was gone, everything was gone. It was like those moments had just been a dream. But the flying boat's barrier was also gone, and there were thin cracks in some places of the boat. Those told everyone that it hadn't been a dream. Elder Sha was also dumbfounded. Just now, a sacred light had forced back the terrifying 10th ranked sea demon. That light had now vanished as well. Elder Sha didn't even know what was going on. That familiar aura is the aura of dragon blood. It must be. Long Chen's eyes shone. He even sensed a kind of bloodline summoning. It was definitely the dragon blood. Elder Sha, can you wait here for a moment? I'm going down to take a look. Wait, what are you doing? Elder Sha was startled, but Long Chen had already jumped into the sea. Elder Sha's expression sank. Willful brat, he doesn't follow the rules at all. Elder Sha, the flying boat has been damaged in several areas. We should repair it a bit. If you need it, disciple can help. To accomplish what you ask me, I will work with all my might until I die. Guo Ran called out, a fawning expression on his face. Long Chen closed his eyes and sensed where that summoning was coming from. He swam toward the depth of the sea. He was sure there was something he needed down below. That light that had shot out had been absolutely shocking. It was actually able to chase away a 10th ranked sea demon. He had to figure out what was going on. As he went lower, he saw more sea demon corpses. From their appearance, it seemed they had been killed by that light as well. When he was 100 miles deep, he felt the pressure start to get too much. He had no choice but to summon his divine ring. Long Chen wasn't worried about his safety. If even a 10th ranked sea demon could be chased away, then this was probably the safest spot of the entire sea. He had underestimated the depth of the sea. He continued to sink for 3 whole days without reaching the bottom. He also had to summon the 4-star battle armor to resist the pressure. On the 4th day, he finally had to use the green dragon battle armor. Otherwise, he would have been crushed by the pressure. When he summoned the green dragon battle armor, he clearly sensed the summoning intensify. He swam toward a certain direction. He finally saw it. It was a huge scale floating motionlessly. There was actually a vacuum around it that was many miles wide. Another dragon scale. Long Chen looked at it with shock. Sensing the incomparably pure bloodline power coming from it, his heart pounded. A white dragon scale. Could it be an azure dragon's reverse scale? Long Chen couldn't believe his eyes. Legend said that when dragons were born, their scales were green, and so they were called green dragons. Green dragons were their form when they were young. As they grew, they eventually molted to become azure dragons. Their scales would become a silver-white color. They were sometimes called white dragons or silver dragons, but their true name was azure dragons. The only thing remaining of a dragon's molting is its reverse scale. If I can refine it, then according to the dragon blood body tempering art, wouldn't I be able to summon the azure dragon battle armor? Thinking of that dragon might the scale had released that had forced a 10th ranked sea demon to flee, Long Chen almost cried out in excitement. Once he refined the azure dragon essence blood, wouldn't he be able to dominate the central plains? At that time, he would be able to search for his origins without fear. Long Chen slowly approached the dragon scale. It was a mile wide, but it was releasing a divine light that formed a vacuum several dozen miles wide around it. The dragon scale didn't resist as he approached. Instead, Long Chen sensed that it seemed to be drawing him closer. That delighted him. Could it be that this azure dragon reverse scale came from the same dragon as his green dragon reverse scale? Long Chen suddenly thought of that dragon expert from back then. It hadn't said much about itself. But looking at this azure dragon scale, Long Chen thought of it. He thought of that endless starry sky he had seen. Long Chen shook his head, pushing aside those distracting thoughts. What he wanted was to take the azure dragon scale right now. If he could control it, he would be unrivaled. Good, there's no resistance at all. Long Chen slowly got closer. He was extremely patient. Well, the main thing was that he had no choice but to be patient. If it could scare away even a 10th ranked sea demon, then killing him wouldn't take the slightest bit of effort for it. Although he sensed an intimate will from it, he didn't dare to be careless. Fuck, no way. Long Chen suddenly found that when he reached the vacuum region, he was blocked. He wasn't able to enter. Long Chen smashed the vacuum with his fists, he slashed it with his saber, and he even used split the heavens. But that barrier didn't budge. Who cons people like this? Long Chen refused to give up. He not only used his thunder force, but he even used the earth flame. He even tried dripping his essence blood into the barrier and saw the essence blood being absorbed into the scale. That made Long Chen even more sure that this azure dragon reverse scale came from the same dragon as the green dragon reverse scale. However, after absorbing his essence blood, there wasn't much of a reaction. Long Chen tried it several times, but it was still useless. No good, I don't have the power to break this barrier. I can only leave it for later. Long Chen felt his spiritual yuan rapidly running out. Right now, he had his 4-star battle armor and green dragon battle armor on. The exhaustion was too much. If he didn't hurry and leave while he still had enough spiritual yuan, he would be crushed alive. Although he was filled with helplessness, Long Chen could only return to the surface of the sea. All he could do was remember this location and wait until he was strong enough to get it. Haha, boss, you're finally back. The flying boat has been repaired, so we can leave. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised to see that Elder Shah actually gave control of the flying boat to Guo Ran. Guo Ran steered them away toward the Central Plains. Chapter 984. Arriving at the Xuantian Dao sect. The Eastern Wasteland's disciples eventually woke up and saw that they were still alive. They almost wept tears of joy. Only once you walked past the brink of death would you know how beautiful life was. Even the Central Plains experts had never felt so close to death. When they awoke, Long Chen began to divvy up the loot. Wang Mang and the others all expressed that they wouldn't touch the 9th ranked sea demons. They were all Long Chen's. Through this battle, they had all seen that Long Chen and his people would definitely release a blazing light once they arrived in the Xuantian Dao sect. Wang Mang even expressed that he was willing to be Long Chen's subordinate. Although the 9th ranked sea demons were extremely valuable, Wang Mang knew that no matter how great the wealth was, it wasn't worth more than forming a friendly relationship with a limitless potential genius. The latter would only increase in value. So no matter what Long Chen said, he refused to take the 9th ranked sea demons. Long Chen gave up, keeping the 9th ranked sea demons' corpses and Nidans. But he gave all the Nidans at the 8th rank and below to them. Wang Mang and the Eastern Wasteland's disciples couldn't refuse. When they evenly split the Nidans, they found that the huge amount of points they could trade them for would be enough for them to squander for a very long time. Points were the Xuantian Dao sect's tradition that was passed down all the way to the 108th monastery. Long Chen had personally experienced what it meant to possess points. If you had enough points, you could get anything. It had been many years, but now he was returning to that system. As he distributed the Nidans, he intentionally probed Elder Shah. After all, Elder Shah had contributed a lot in slaying these sea demons. Furthermore, the flying boat had been heavily damaged. Although they had put in a hasty repair, once they returned to the sect, it would definitely cost a great deal to fully repair it. But Elder Shah shook his head, saying that it wasn't in accordance with the rules. A disciple's profit was only for disciples. Furthermore, the flying boat was the property of the sect. Since he had only used it to carry out a mission, then even if the boat was destroyed, it would have nothing to do with him. Elder Shah truly was inflexible, so Long Chen could only keep the Nidans. The corpses of the powerful sea beasts were all given to Wild. He was the most excited one on the flying boat. The second most excited one was Guo Ran. He truly had some skill. By sucking up, he had actually won the privilege of operating the flying boat. Apparently, He had helped out a great deal to repair the flying boat. He was quick-witted and had obtained Elder Shah's recognition, and so he had taught him the way to control the flying boat. Guo Ran was in love with the flying boat now. He refused to leave the control panel, and Elder Shah simply left him there. Guo Ran's talent in this regard was truly impressive. In just a few days, his skill with the controls was impeccable. Even Elder Shah was startled by his talent. As a result, Guo Ran continued to operate the flying boat. It sped off, with Elder Shah occasionally telling Guo Ran about some upcoming twists and turns to avoid certain regions. Even Elder Shah had become much more careful after enduring such a terrifying battle. He didn't dare to make the slightest mistake with the route. Fortunately, they didn't run into any more dangers on the journey, and everything went smoothly. Long Chen asked Elder Shah to mark the spot he had found. After that, he began to deal with the Nidans. These Nidans were essentially all water attribute. Only the six-horned sea serpent's Nidan was metal attribute, and that startled Long Chen. But Elder Shah said that the six-horned sea serpent was different from ordinary sea demons. It possessed a powerful bloodline inheritance, similar to some humans. Just because it lived in water didn't mean its Nidan would definitely be water attribute. But over 90% of sea demons' Nidans were of water attribute. The metal attribute Nidan was given to the few Dragonblood warriors with the right attribute. However, there weren't many metal attribute experts amongst them, because they had been able to make a choice when giving birth to an elemental energy. Choosing an element was extremely important. But no matter how heaven-defying 10,000 spirit blood was, if their foundations weren't good enough, then the elemental energy it would birth wouldn't be pure. Rather than condensing an elemental energy, it was better to allow the 10,000 spirit blood to spread its energy to nourish the physical body. Then it would form physical power runes. In truth, each of the Dragonblood warriors liked this kind of feeling of absolute power. As a result, they only had a few elemental warriors. The water attribute warriors ended up profiting greatly, as they once more obtained several 9th-rank Nidans. It could be said that Long Chen's side had profited the most. Long Chen had tried to give some things as compensation, but he had been refused. Long Chen didn't like owing favors, but Wang Mang and the others refused to take it. It was unknown what troubles they might encounter in the future, and Long Chen definitely couldn't just watch to the side. As they continued on their journey, Long Chen focused on nourishing the divine runes in his 27 acupuncture points. The first 9 were already fully condensed. With the assistance of the divine runes, he sensed that split the heavens, power was already several times greater than before. And most mysterious of all, he felt a strange kind of energy supporting him when he used it. It was like a kind of blessing. He could sense it, but he wasn't able to describe it clearly. It was extremely mysterious. Split the heavens, as the treasure of the heaven-splitting battle sect, was perhaps not as simple as he had thought. There were definitely some secrets within. But Long Chen couldn't bother with those. With the first 9 divine runes fully condensed, the first form of Split the Heavens would unleash more power than the second form. That gave him more confidence. In the first few days, Long Chen was unable to calm down and focus. That was because of the Azure Dragon reverse scale. His see a treasure and can't walk away disease was recurring. He reminded himself countless times that he would one day return and that the treasure wouldn't grow legs and run away. He understood that reasoning, but it still made him feel indescribably pained. After a few days, it was unknown if it was because that summoning was too far for him to sense or if his rationality had defeated his disease, but his heart was no longer so pained, and he began to use his time to cultivate. The others were also cultivating. Only Wild was hiding in a corner and eating. The sight of him eating was too frightening for others. Seeing Wild eat a few 7th-ranked sea demons each day shocked even Elder Shah. He had never seen someone who could eat this much. Wild's stomach was practically a bottomless pit. In the end, Elder Shah couldn't watch any longer. He gave Wild an oven, which was a special enchanted item that contained spatial power. It was extremely previous. It was what an expert could use to cook magical beasts. When magical beasts were tossed inside, their size would shrink until they were just a few feet long. After spending a few spirit stones, it was possible to cook it very quickly. But even a king would only be able to eat 2 or 3 bites of this compressed food, because when the food began to be digested, it would return to its original size. If they ate too much, it would make a person explode, and for a mighty king to explode from eating too much was far too laughable. With this special oven, Wild no longer ate his food raw and bloody. He profusely said his thanks to Elder Shah, Time passed quickly and 2 months were gone in a flash. At this moment, they finally saw the other side of the continent. Everyone, including Elder Shah, breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Wang Mang said, there was no storm zone on the side of the central plains. It was no wonder the sea demons would only attack this side and not the other 4 regions. Those storm zones were the 4 regions' natural protections. Without them, they would probably have long since ceased to exist. In these 2 months, they encountered countless attacks from sea demons, but those consisted mostly of 7th-ranked sea demons with occasionally a few 8th rank. Everyone had learned their lesson. While being attacked by those sea demons, they didn't even curse back, let alone kill them. Last time had been too frightening. When the flying boat flew over the land, Elder Shah had Guo Ran release the barrier. Fresh air poured in, allowing everyone to relax. "What dense natural spiritual qi!" exclaimed one of the Eastern Wasteland's disciples. The spiritual qi was several times denser than the area covered by his sect's top spirit gathering formation. Hehe, this is the strongest aspect of the Central Plains. The spiritual qi is incredibly abundant. The martial heaven sea ring is like a barrier locking the Central Plains' spiritual qi inside, not letting it flow to the other 4 regions. So the Central Plains disciples have a huge advantage. Even when they're just babies in the womb, they will be nourished by this dense spiritual qi and blessed with greater talent. Normally, they can reach qi condensation before 5, reach bone forging by 10, and even those who reach Xianxia by 15 are not rare, said Wang Mang. Everyone was startled. They could reach Xianxia by the age of 15. That was too terrifying. They had all been in their 20s when they reached Xianxia. It had to be known that the start was very important for cultivators. It was like a race against time. The younger they broke through the barriers, the greater their potential. But they also couldn't let their foundations grow unsteady. Furthermore, once you enter the sect, you'll find many very young disciples. Furthermore, they're also very lively. Wang Mang bitterly smiled when he said that. HMPH, they just haven't been beaten enough. If they had met my boss, I'd bet they wouldn't be so lively, sneered Guo Ran. He wasn't convinced by all the praise he heard about the Central Plains geniuses. There's no need to be stubborn. Cultivation base isn't everything, and talent cannot change a person's fate. Cultivating is like climbing a mountain. Although those that climb quickly make people envious, they end up missing many sceneries. We climb slower, but we've also gained things that other people neglected. It's impossible to say who is losing and who is winning until both sides reach the peak. Everyone wants to work hard to reach the peak of the martial path. But just how high is the peak? No one can say for sure. So don't be envious, and don't admire them. If there is a gain, there must be a loss. And when you lose things, that's the only time you'll be able to gain certain things. The most forbidden emotion for those struggling on the martial path is envy. It will cause you to lose yourself and be unable to see further down your path, said Long Chen. Elder Shah looked at Long Chen. He hadn't expected Long Chen to understand such principles at such a young age. It was no wonder the Dragonblood Legion was full of such monsters. They had all been led by Long Chen, someone who truly possessed the quality of a general. The flying boat continued onwards, and Long Chen quickly saw some huge constructions. Those were used to block the attacks of sea demons. It was also possible to see some people down below. They should be the guards. He saw layers and layers of defenses. It actually continued for thousands of miles. Once they passed this defensive zone, they reached a huge transportation formation. What startled Long Chen was the fact that the flying boat directly landed on the transportation formation, and it immediately activated. They continued like this for a while until they finally went through the final transportation formation. An empty land appeared in front of them. Hearing Wang Mang's words, Long Chen and the others hastily examined their surroundings. Even with Long Chen's calm, he took in a cold gasp of air. Chapter 985 Discrimination of the Other Regions. What? It's this exaggerated. There were huge mountains around them, all of their peaks piercing through the clouds. 3 other huge flying boats were stopped on the empty land already. But those weren't the important point. The important point was that there were seas of people gathered in front of those flying boats. Hundreds of thousands of disciples were in front of the 3 flying boats. Some were sitting on the grass, some in small groups, some in groups of hundreds. Although they had long since been prepared, Long Chen and the others were deeply shaken. Hundreds of thousands of sea expansion experts were gathered here. That scene was shocking. When Guo Ran stopped the flying boat, Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes looked their way. Those eyes were full of astonishment, because the flying boat Long Chen and the others were on was covered in huge cracks. It looked like it might break down at any moment. Elder Shah, this is. An expert wearing elder robes walked over, looking at their flying boat in shock. Don't mention it. We were incredibly unlucky and almost lost our lives in the Eastern Sea. Elder Shah was clearly familiar with him. He returned to his indifferent and cold self, bitterly smiling and shaking his head. That elder was tactful and didn't continue asking. But once Long Chen and the others walked off the boat, he nervously asked, Elder Shah, this is. That elder was clearly startled by how few people there were from the eastern wasteland. It's hard to explain. Don't ask. Elder Shah once more bitterly smiled. The other two elders also walked over and chatted a bit with Elder Shah. The four of them were clearly very familiar with each other. Speaking with those from the same generation as him, Elder Shah's expression wasn't as icy as before. How many disciples came in total? Asked Elder Shah. There are 876000 from the other three regions. Adding your Eastern Wastelands disciples, there's a total of 876,500, said the first elder. But even he smiled when saying this. All of them couldn't help but smile. This time, there were pitifully few disciples from the Eastern Wasteland. Although the Eastern Wasteland was always last place, it wasn't as exaggerated as this. The other region's disciples looked over. Some were curious, while some displayed their disdain. Some even made provoking gestures. As expected, it really is lively, sneered Guo Ran. Let it go. Is there a point in quibbling with children? It would be better for you to cough, you understand. Long Chen winked at Guo Ran. Ah, that's right, there's definitely going to be a few beautiful girls with this many people. Boss, let's go pick some up together, Iya. Long Chen had been glaring at him as hard as possible, but this fool seemed to have gotten lost in that beautiful dream of his. As a result, he didn't see Long Chen's subtle gestures, and he was kicked by Tang Wan-er. You deserve it. What do I teach you normally? How can your thoughts be so dirty? I was clearly saying that you should exchange pointers with experts and figure out your weaknesses through greater experience. You can't waste the springtime of your youth, but why is your head always full of such nonsense? Long Chen scolded him righteously. Guo Ran wouldn't drag him down this time. Haha, are all the children these days so lively? Laughed one of the elders. Contrary to Elder Shah, this person seemed extremely friendly. Lively, yes, they are truly lively. Elder Shah bitterly smiled. After that huge battle, Elder Shah had thought about it. That ordinary bait they had launched out couldn't even draw over that many 7th-ranked sea demons, let alone 8th-ranked sea demons. Later, he had been able to privately ask Long Chen about this. But Long Chen refused to admit to anything. However, although Elder Shah was inflexible, he wasn't a fool. He knew this matter was definitely caused by him. Now that his peaceful life had returned, when he thought of how he had almost been killed because of Long Chen, he was speechless. But he did admire Long Chen, especially since in that dangerous crisis, he had gone out to face the 10th-ranked sea demon's pressure. Despite knowing that it was certain death, he didn't retreat a single step. That courage was something he admired. So he didn't try to get to the bottom of this matter. He was prepared to keep this secret forever. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we have to leave and report on our mission. This is my address in the outer sect. If you have any instructions, please don't hesitate. Wang Mang handed Long Chen a jade plate which recorded his post. Thus, it would be easy to find him in the future. All right, Long Chen nodded. Wang Mang and the others respectfully bowed to Long Chen before leaving. They were delighted, feeling like they had been blessed. Why? Because other than the Eastern Wasteland, the other regions all had more newcomers than ever. Each one of them had over 200,000 disciples. They would have to spread their hunting profits amongst themselves, so it was uncertain whether any of them could get even a single Niden. Compared to them, Wang Mang and the others felt like a god had specially taken care of them. Seeing this, the other three elders were stunned. They couldn't understand why the senior disciples would address a newcomer as senior apprentice brother. Furthermore, they bowed so respectfully with passion and worship in their eyes. According to reason, the senior disciples were supposed to blunt the newcomers' arrogance, and the newcomers should be afraid of them. How did it end up reversed? This generation of disciples is amazing. Quite a few monstrous geniuses have appeared, and the senior disciples weren't able to fully intimidate them. Perhaps this generation of disciples will be the most difficult one to handle yet. The Xuantian Dao sect is about to be livelier than ever, said that friendly elder. What are you talking about? On your side? Asked Elder Shah. The senior disciples were beaten, and the intimidation didn't work very well. Who would have thought there'd be several rank 5 celestials appearing? The senior disciples were beaten in just one exchange. That's why you see them acting so arrogantly now. We'll have to pay special attention to them. Long Chen and the others heard the elder's words and were startled. Rank 5 celestials had actually appeared. It was just unknown if they were innate or acquired rank 5 celestials. If they were innate, then their combat power would be shocking. Those who could awaken as rank 5 celestials had to have even pure spirit blood. Long Chen, you should be careful. In all the previous generations, the disciples ended up with unending conflicts during the trials. All the youngsters have too much energy. Furthermore, with the discrimination of the other 3 regions, your Eastern Wastelands disciples. Well, you understand, said Elder Shah. The Eastern Wastelands disciples were always the lowest in number and the weakest amongst the 4 regions. They were looked down upon by the other regions. Dogs from the Eastern Wasteland. Just at this moment, a group of people loudly shouted this phrase from the distance. The Eastern Wastelands disciples, expressions sank after hearing this naked insult. The Dragonblood warriors also became a bit angry, killing intent surfacing within their eyes. They icily stared at that group. Ignore them. If you encounter them in the trials, just beat them to death. Remember, our Dragonblood Legion is a whole, and no matter what trouble erupts, I'll be there to handle it. If I can't handle it, then the worst case is that we'll all die together. 18 years later, we'll rise once more as a new group of young men, and we'll reform the Dragonblood Legion. We can die, but we won't submit to anyone, understood? Said Long Chen. Understood, shouted the Dragonblood Legion. They all understood this oath. They could die, but they couldn't lower their heads to anyone. The elders' expressions changed upon hearing this. Long Chen was like a wild horse that refused to be tamed. HMPH, a group of reckless fools. Did you think some stupid shouting could intimidate others? All it proves is that you're nothing more than dogs. A voice rang out from the group closest to them. The closest group came from the Western Desert, while the person speaking was holding a fan and wore a scholar's band. He truly did have a scholar's air, but his gaze was a bit sinister. With a single glance, it was obvious he was a scheming person. Although this person hadn't released his aura, a faint pressure came from his body. He was a powerful rank 4 celestial. This person actually walked out of the crowd to face the Eastern Wastelands people. His insulting tone overflowed from his words. But the elders merely shook their heads with bitter smiles. Can we fight here? Asked Long Chen. Disciples can exchange pointers whenever they want. But killing is forbidden. As long as they're not dead, even crippling them is fine. It's the same as what I said on the way here, said Elder Shah. This rule's not bad. Long Chen nodded. Report your name. Suddenly, Yu Zifeng walked out. Jeering and ridicule came from the crowds when they saw him. Ha ha ha, the Eastern Wasteland is getting worse and worse. Even trash that isn't even a celestial has muddled his way to the Central Plains. With just a glance, he's clearly a plebeian. He must have used money to bribe his way here. This kind of idiot is just a waste of resources. But that's also fine. Once he fails the trials, he won't waste the Xuantian Dao sect's resources. He can become a worker. These people all sensed Yu Zifeng's fluctuations. He didn't have any heavenly Dao energy. Some people jeered at him, but some also felt sympathy for the Eastern Wasteland as the number of their people was pitifully low. It seemed only 500 had come. They felt that this fan-holding man was being too much of a bully. I am Xie Wei. Xie as in thank the heavens and the earth, Wei as shock the heavens and the earth. What, are you pissing yourself from hearing my name? Sneered the fan-holding man. Long Chen and Guo Ran both shook their heads. This kind of posing art without any skill or technique was practically an insult to their own posing arts. The reason I had you report your name is because my sword is never used against the nameless. His sword suddenly unsheathed, and a huge sword image sliced through the air. That sneering Xie Wei's smile instantly vanished. Chapter 986 How can you tell? Golden Scale Shield. Xie Wei was a powerful expert and he didn't panic. He spread his hands, a golden shield appearing before him. That golden scale was formed of countless runes stacked against each other like scales. He was clearly a metal attribute expert. His defensive strength was far above average. But this golden shield was as weak as paper in front of Yu Zifeng's sword chi. It was instantly cut through. Xie Wei was startled, instinctively moving his head aside. The sword chi struck his shoulder and continued down, cutting him in two. Blood splashed everywhere. Only now did Xie Wei let out a miserable scream. It was unknown whether it was because of the pain, or because of terror, but his voice was exceedingly mournful. Yu Zifeng sheathed his sword, his expression cold. It was like this was nothing more than an insignificant event. He has reached the first level of mastery in sword intent. Other than Elder Shah, the other three elders were shocked. Even before entering the immemorial path, Yu Zifeng had condensed an embryonic form of his sword intent. Once he had left, through Ling Yunzi's pointers, he had comprehended the true essence of the Sword Dao. This so-called sword intent was the will of the Sword Dao. There were millions of people who used swords, but less than 1% were actually able to gain insight into the Sword Dao. Only a few were able to firmly pledge their life to the sword and become a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators sacrificed all magical arts and battle skills that didn't focus on the Sword Dao. Their specialization into the sword reached the point of rather dying than wavering. Only such people were qualified to be called sword cultivators. Furthermore, even amongst sword cultivators, over 99% of people were unable to comprehend the true will of the Sword Dao. They were still dithering outside the Sword Dao. Someone who could condense their own sword intent was a genius of the Sword Dao. The most terrifying thing about Yu Zifeng's attack was that Xie Wei was unable to heal it. Even as he used his heavenly Dao energy to paste his body back together, his blood didn't stop pouring out of his injury. There was some kind of bizarre energy ruining his healing, rendering his heavenly Dao energy ineffective. Even Long Chen was shocked by this. The power of Yu Zifeng's Sword Dao was so domineering as to suppress even heavenly Dao energy. It was no wonder Ling Yunzi would turn Yu Zifeng from a celestial into an ordinary cultivator. Within a sword cultivator's destructive power lay an indescribable, miraculous energy. Brother, you should change your name in the future. Your tool for carrying on your ancestral line has been completely crippled. Calling yourself Yang Wei would be more close-fitting, called Guo Ran. He was truly evil to hit him while he was down. Guo Ran's words were an unshakable fact. That treasure used to carry out his ancestral line had been destroyed by Yu Zifeng. With the destructive power contained within his sword, that thing would probably never grow out again. Thinking of how he would be an incomplete man at such a young age, Xie Wei almost passed out from fury. But right now, he couldn't care about that. He was unable to heal, and if this continued, he would eventually die. From blood loss. Normally, a cultivator could stop bleeding with just a thought. Just using some spiritual yuan to suppress it would be fine. But Yu Zifeng's attack had contained a destructive power that made his spiritual yuan useless. Elder, save me, cried Xie Wei. Sigh, young people shouldn't be so impetuous. That kind-hearted elder shook his head and waved his hand. A soft light enveloped Xie Wei. Xie Wei's injury instantly healed as Yu Zifeng's destructive power was completely erased by that light. However, unless Xie Wei ran into a miracle, he would be an incomplete man for the rest of his life. Many thanks, Elder. Xie Wei hastily bowed toward him. As soon as he finished bowing, he turned to Yu Zifeng, his face full of rancor. You bumpkins, how dare you sneak attack me while my guard was down? Truly shameless. Calling you dogs is praising you. You're just a group of pigs. No one had expected that a Grand Rank 4C expansion celestial would actually burst into curses after losing. Even the four elders' expressions sank. How could one of the Grand Xuantian Dao sect's disciples spout obscenities like a crazy man on the street? Clean out your mouth. I don't care how much shit you've eaten, but don't randomly spout it at people. Otherwise, you won't see tomorrow's sunrise, raged Guo Ran. Maliciously killing people is against the rules. You will immediately be expelled, shouted Elder Shah. The punishment is just being expelled. Long Chen's eyes brightened. That made Elder Shah have a bad feeling. And as expected, Long Chen shouted, brothers, if anyone provokes you, don't worry about holding back. In any case, Celestials won't die so easily. And if they do die, we just have to leave and make our own living in the Central Plains. With power, wouldn't we have enough to eat no matter where we go? It's over. Elder Shah regretted opening his mouth. He had been trying to intimidate them, but instead, he had just made the rules clear to them. They would probably be even more unrestrained than ever. He saw many of the Dragonblood warriors clenching their weapons, cold light shining in their eyes. It was like they were leopards eyeing their prey. Brother Zifeng, you can go kill that fake man first. This time, cut him into 8 pieces. shouted Guo Ran, as if worried things weren't chaotic enough. Yu Zifeng slowly reached for the sword on his back, causing Xie Wei's expression to completely change. He hastily retreated into the crowd. Eastern Wasteland people, don't go too far. A cold shout rang out from the western desert's side. A large man walked over. He was extremely tall, with his long hair bound to the back of his head. He wore a waistcoat and straw sandals, and his skin was a deep bronze color. His aura wasn't revealed, but his gaze was electric. I dare to bet that he is an earth attribute expert. Guo Ran closely examined the large man. How can you tell? Song Mingyuan and Li Qi couldn't help but ask. Although they had their suspicions as well, they weren't as sure as Guo Ran. Just look at how dirty his aura is. It's obvious, said Guo Ran. What the fuck? Song Mingyuan and Li Qi were speechless. Guo Ran was becoming more and more shameless. The two of them had been duped. As earth attribute experts, the two of them were extremely sensitive to earth attribute fluctuations. But this large man had something that isolated him from their senses, so they couldn't be sure. Don't go too far. Don't you think it's satirical for such words to come out of your mouth? From the start, it was your people provoking us, said Long Chen indifferently. Although this dirty, large man seemed like a farmer who had just left the fields, Long Chen could sense he was a terrifying earth attribute expert. The reason his aura wasn't revealed was because it was practically merged with the earth. That was a powerful realm. Once he fought, the earth's energy would erupt and aid him. Furthermore, Long Chen sensed another dislikable aura, the will of the heavenly Taos, and it was extremely intense. Long Chen was sure he was a rank 5 celestial. HMPH, the weak don't have the qualifications to cry. People sneer at you because the Eastern Wasteland's branch sect is always trash. Who do you have to blame? Each time, your side has the lowest number of people, and they're always the weakest. You're trash, but you don't want others to call you trash. That just makes you even greater trash. Xie Wei's confidence grew with that large man's support, and he began to curse at Long Chen. Your mouth really is disgusting. No wonder Guo Ran said you eat shit. Long Chen shook his head. He slowly extended a hand. Pow! Everyone's vision blurred, and they seemed to hear a clap of thunder. Long Chen suddenly appeared right beside Xie Wei and slapped him across the face. The sound was resounding and clear. But within that clear sound was a pained snort, as well as the sound of bones breaking. Xie Wei shot back. It seemed that Xie Wei didn't have good relationships with people. No one moved to catch him as he shot past them. Instead, they all moved out of his way, and Xie Wei face planted into the ground. Seeing that, quite a few people felt sympathy for him. Xie Wei's jaw was broken. Although they hadn't personally experienced his pain, their own jaws tingled. Xie Wei fell unconscious from the pain, not even having time to recover. The four elders shook their heads. Xie Wei was truly trash. After losing, he started cursing wildly without end. For him to faint after just suffering a bit of pain, the only thing that could be said was that he had been spoiled rotten and had never experienced any true life and death battles. Otherwise, no matter how much pain you felt, you wouldn't faint. If you were on the battlefield when that happened, you'd have died 100 times. Brat, you're courting death. The large, dirty man roared and the ground began to shake. Earth energy surged toward him, and he seemed like a volcano about to erupt. All the disciples' expressions changed and they retreated. Long Chen stood with his hands clasped behind him, icily staring at the dirty man. Those who tell me I'm courting death have pretty much all died. If you don't believe me, you can try it. The other disciples were all startled. This newcomer from the Eastern Wasteland was this confident. Some of them had been sympathizing with Long Chen and the others over being bullied, but now seeing him display such a domineering attitude, they jumped in shock. Facing this infuriated opponent, Long Chen was completely indifferent. His long hair and black robes danced in the wind, making him appear more handsome than ever. Most moving of all were his clear eyes. That seemingly thin body with its domineering eyes was a powerful visual that caused some women's hearts to sway. The large man's aura continued to rise until the sound of a bell rang out. Heaven and earth turned silent, and a voice rang out within that silence. Everyone, the disciple selection is about to start. Chapter 987 Hanging and beating someone in the air. That crystal clear voice had come from a woman. Everyone hastily looked over to see a group of people walking over. The person at the front was a woman in green robes. She had a beautiful face and figure, and she lightly walked across the ground, giving off a feeling of having merged with heaven and earth. It was a natural and refreshing feeling, as if she was an elf who had walked out of the forest. A wood attribute expert, Long Chen was startled. This woman's aura was very similar to Chu Yao's. It contained boundless life energy. Behind her was a group of men and women. They all wore white robes and gave off a transcendental feeling. Long Chen and the others knew this was a Dao charm formed from cultivating the Xuantian Dao sect-specific cultivation techniques. This aura was similar to the elders. It went without saying that this kind of aura made people feel exceptionally relaxed. It was something pleasing to the eye and heart. These people were all foundation forging experts, and the first thing they did was bow toward the four elders. What Long Chen and the others didn't understand was that the four elders returned a slight bow. The green-robed woman looked at Long Chen and the large man who were about to fight. "Go back to your camps. The trial is about to start." Her voice was soft and gentle without any arrogance. It was like a big sister advising a junior brother. Long Chen nodded and returned. Long Chen might not have said anything, but the large man was unwilling. Long Chen had caused him to lose face, and he shouted, "Brat, taste one of my fists." The ground beneath his feet suddenly became covered with runes. Everyone was shocked, as the aura of his attack was shocking. He hadn't needed to gather any energy at all before launching such a powerful attack. Long Chen frowned. Was this idiot's head also dirt? Did he think that he was going back to his side because he was afraid of him? He was just about to attack when the ground split open and countless vines shot out at the large man. He let out a startled cry and hastily fell back. But it was too late. Those vines instantly bound him and raised him in the air. No matter how he struggled, those vines didn't budge. "I've heard that youngsters have violent tempers. Looks like it's true. How about I help you restrain yourself a bit?" The green-robed woman smiled slightly, a teasing light in her eyes. "Trifling vines, don't think you can bind me, Yan Mochen." "Great earthen armor," roared the large man, runes lighting up on his body. Everyone's gazes became odd. No matter how long they waited, the earthen armor never appeared. "Did you forget your armor at home?" asked Guo Ran. "Idiot, his head really is full of dirt." With his feet off the ground, this senior apprentice sister has severed his connection to the ground. What can he possibly summon? Li Qi shook his head. He and Songming Yuan were also earth attribute experts, so they were profoundly aware of their fatal weak points. They couldn't leave the ground. While crossing the sea, the two of them had been on edge the entire time. Without the support of the earth, they had been nervous. The two of them hadn't participated in the battle over the sea. This woman was clearly taking advantage of his weakness by keeping him hanging in the air. He was easily bound. As for summoning some great earthen armor, that was clearly impossible. Wood spirit binding. A faint smile appeared on the woman's lips. The vines around Yan Mochen's body instantly tightened. The chilling sound of bones breaking rang out. "Ah!" Yan Mochen let out a miserable cry. The vines had actually crushed his bones and were continuing to compress. It felt like they were trying to crush him to death. Everyone cringed. This green-robed woman looked so kind and friendly, but in the blink of an eye, she became a devil. She was so ruthless that it inspired disbelief. That faint smile on her lips made it seem like she was very happy. The four elders were used to this and didn't react at all. They just indifferently watched. As for the men and women behind the green-robed woman, they had mocking smiles. Some of them even covered their mouths and stealthily laughed. "Heavens, this big sister is so strong. This person has become much more slender," said Tang Wan. Long Chen rolled his eyes. "He isn't losing weight, he's losing form. It's the same as a person's bun being squeezed into noodles." In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Yan Mochen was squeezed to the point that he was 50% taller than before. He was truly much more slender. But this body sculpting progress made people quiver. His pained cries and the sound of bones breaking continued to ring out. They looked toward Long Chen. If only Yan Mochen possessed Long Chen's eyesight, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable plight. "Senior apprentice sister, spare me. Junior disciple was wrong." Yan Mochen finally apologized. He now understood that while he could call himself hegemon of the Western Desert, he wasn't even dogshit in front of the experts from the previous generation. Not all the senior disciples were as weak as the ones who had greeted them. Now he had learned his lesson. If you had said that earlier, wouldn't it have been much better? The green-robed woman smiled warmly, once more becoming like a big sister. But this time, no one was tricked by her smile. They were all on guard now. Within the Xuantian Dao sect, no matter what, they couldn't try to be posers, especially not in front of the elite senior disciples. Otherwise, the results would be incomparably miserable. The vines slowly released Yan Mochen. But once he was released, everyone was shocked to see he wasn't the slightest bit injured. Furthermore, his body hadn't changed at all. It was like his previous appearance had been an illusion. "What terrifying healing capabilities!" exclaimed Meng Qi. Long Chen nodded. Yan Mochen was a rank 5 celestial. Just now his bones had been completely crushed and his body had changed form. Such heavy injuries would take at least a few hours to fully recover with heavenly Tao energy. But when that green-robed woman released him, he was silently and instantly healed. "Boss, how about you seduce her to our side? Then we..." Tang Waner sent a kick toward Guo Ran. But even before he was kicked, Long Chen had tightly covered Guo Ran's mouth. "Little Guo Zi, are you trying to get me killed? Don't make such jokes, or someone will die for it," whispered Long Chen through clenched teeth. Guo Ran acted regardless of the law or the heavens. But even if he didn't care about the law or even the heavens, what about this boss of his? He couldn't just con him like this. The green-robed woman could capture Yan Mochen with a wave of her hand. Long Chen didn't dare to fight her right now, as that was just asking to be beaten. After this painful lesson, Yan Mochen behaved much better. He bowed toward the green-robed woman and returned to his camp. But before leaving, he raised a fist at Long Chen. His meaning was clear: "Just wait, my fist will smash you sooner or later." Long Chen ignored him, but Guo Ran also raised his fist, his central finger raised high, a disdainful expression on his face. "All right, everyone calm down," said the green-robed woman. She intentionally looked toward Long Chen's side, causing him and Guo Ran to become a bit guilty. They quickly put on a listening posture. "First, let me introduce myself. I am Mu Qingshan. You can call me Senior Apprentice Sister Qingshan, or you can just directly call me Big Sister Zan. It doesn't really matter, because I'm very easy to talk to. 10 years ago, I stood where you stand and listened to the senior disciples' teachings. Now, 10 years later, I'm reminded of that time as I look at all of you. To tell the truth, I'm very happy and very excited," said Mu Qingshan emotionally. Everyone was speechless. She was happy right now, so she had only crushed Yan Mochen so badly. If she were unhappy, just what kind of state would she have crushed him into? Mu Qingshan continued, "Don't blame me for being violent. There's no way around it, because if I didn't kill a chicken to warn the monkeys, you wouldn't calmly listen to my words." Yan Mochen's expression changed. He felt hatred, but he didn't dare to hate Mu Qingshan. So he hated Long Chen. He was sure that Long Chen had seen through some clues, which was the only reason why he had retreated without a word. As a result, he had been the one to foolishly jump into the trap. Mu Qingshan's words were very clear. Without beating someone, no one else would listen to her seriously. Even if Yan Mochen and Long Chen had avoided this trap, others would have been used as examples. But Yan Mochen was the unlucky one. "I understand you all too well. I still recall how I felt when I first arrived at the Xuantian Dao sect. Proud, arrogant, unwilling to submit, as if I was unrivaled beneath the heavens. Back then, people in my group were also beaten. Hee, back then I was smart and didn't get beaten." Mu Qingshan smiled as she fell back into her memories. Everyone was speechless. They stealthily looked toward Yan Mochen and saw that his face was as ugly as a pig's. "The previous matter was to tell you all a principle: children who don't behave will suffer, while children who do listen will get sweets as rewards. So, listen carefully to my words, because I don't like to repeat myself," said Mu Qingshan a bit gravely, causing everyone's hearts to shake. They hastily began to listen with rapt attention. Chapter 988 All-encompassing. "Before the trial begins, you'll need to register." "That's right, you didn't mishear," said Mu Qingshan. Everyone thought they had misheard since they had already registered before coming here. Why did they have to register again? Your previous registration was just your name. But the registration you're about to do is all-encompassing. Your talent and qualifications will all be recorded in the Xuantian Dao sect's library, which will be very beneficial to you. The Xuantian Dao sect will give you special care depending on your talent, and even if you fail the trials, if a certain aspect of your talent is worthwhile to the Xuantian Dao sect, you can still join the sect. Our Dao sect raises its disciples in line with the disciples' abilities. The goal is to bring out the disciples' potential and raise them into various specialties. That's different from your branch sects. Mu Qingshan intentionally looked over at Long Chen and the others as she continued, because your various branch sects weren't strong enough, there was no way for them to raise special disciples. But in the Central Plains, that kind of thing is of no problem. It seems our Eastern Wastelands branch sect was the poorest of them all. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Just from the other 3 regions' disciples' scornful gazes, it was possible to see that it was the Eastern Wasteland that was as poor as a dog. Was this the basis for their disdain toward Long Chen and the others? Everyone looked toward the Eastern Wastelands group of 500. The other groups had hundreds of thousands of people, so their small group appeared especially conspicuous. Quite a few people had sympathetic expressions, but there were many more expressions of disdain. It was like staring at the Eastern Wastelands disciples could rapidly increase their own superiority and pride. Long Chen ignored them. In his eyes, these people were nothing more than children who had been spoiled rotten. They didn't know the hardships of life, nor did they know what respect and gratitude were. Mu Qingshan continued, the Xuantian Dao sect has many specialties, from forging, refining, magical arts, formations, talismans, etc. In total, there are 360 specialties for you to choose from. Whether you are a body cultivator, magical art cultivator, soul cultivator, sword cultivator, spirit cultivator, no matter what you cultivate, the Xuantian Dao sect has countless tomes for you to study. The Xuantian Dao sect has divine items protecting it known as the Reincarnation Mirror and Xuantian Tower. The Reincarnation Mirror will allow you to study the priceless Xuantian catalog, which will allow you to use the Dao to peer into the heavens and cultivate to the point of being a god or an immortal. Here, as long as you have the talent, you definitely won't be overlooked. Horses dislike narrow paths, and the Great Peng hates the heavens for being too low. But whether you are a horse or a Peng, in the Xuantian Dao sect, you will have limitless room for growth. Mu Qingshan's words rolled off her tongue smoothly. They were passionate and moving, causing hundreds of thousands of disciples to feel as if their blood was boiling. I almost believe her. Long Chen laughed. What? Did she say something wrong? Asked Tang Wan. No, what she said is true. But that reincarnation mirror, Xuantian Tower, Xuantian catalog, it won't have anything to do with us. Just watch. She'll quickly explain, said Long Chen. As if cooperating with Long Chen, Mu Qingshan said, however, these resources are the foundation of the Xuantian Dao sect. Not everyone can enjoy them. Before setting your sights on obtaining these dream-like resources, you should first get some smaller goals. For example, don't fail the upcoming trials. A chortle escaped Tang Wan, and she hastily covered her mouth. This scoundrel Long Chen really had seen through Mu Qingshan's words. That final turn in her words was like a harsh slap in the face to bring everyone back to reality. Seeing everyone's startled gazes and adding on Long Chen's accurate prediction, Tang Wan couldn't hold back her laughter. To put it simply, within the Xuantian Dao sect, there is an ocean's worth of resources. It most likely far surpasses your imagination. So talking too much about it is useless. The only reason why I bring it up is for your own motivation. I hope you'll work hard so you don't live a life of regret. This world has its own rules, and they are bloody and cruel. Resources are things the strong have to work hard to get, while the weak can only watch others eat, or perhaps end up getting eaten by the strong. The Xuantian Dao sect is no exception, so if you want to get special care here, don't hold back. That's all I'll say, so let's start the registration. The disciples behind Mu Qingshan got to work. Everyone was surprised to see them set up a formation. The land shook, and runes appeared in the air. A huge platform appeared with dozens of pieces of equipment. It was unknown what those pieces of equipment did. Everyone, pay attention. When your name is called, hurry onto the platform. If no one comes after being called 3 times, it will be seen as giving up on the trial. You'll have to bear the consequences, shouted a man holding a thick book. The Southern Seas branch sect Shi Yichuo. A man immediately ran out of the Southern Seas group. Looking at that man, people almost laughed when they thought of his name. His name really matches him. Long Chen was almost speechless. That person wasn't very tall, but he was wider than he was tall. He was like a ball of meat as he waddled his way forward. Long Chen, you're being disgusting. Scolded Tang Wan. What are you talking about? I think the person who associates him with certain things would be the truly disgusting one, laughed Long Chen. Wan, you can't beat him. He's evil, so you'll always lose, said Meng Qi somewhat helplessly. Tang Wan would lose. Essentially every time she sparred words with Long Chen. Then physically, she was unable to injure him. HMPH, Long Chen, don't think I can't handle you. If you bully me again, I'll beat Guo Ran. Tang Wan'er was in the midst of wondering how to threaten Long Chen when she suddenly saw Guo Ran laughing evilly. TCH, do you think I'm scared? So what if I bully you? Long Chen immediately took an attitude of being unafraid of heaven or earth. Aiya! Guo Ran let out a miserable cry as he was kicked by Tang Wan'er. HMPH, you dare to beat my brother? Raged Long Chen. Ah, sister-in-law. No, big sister Wan'er, please stop. Guo Ran cried while covering his head. Tang Wan'er, if you really have the ability, then just go ahead and beat him to death. Do you think I'll surrender just like this? Said Long Chen. I don't believe I can't subdue you. Tang Wan'er increased her power. Damn it, stop, don't think I don't see that the two of you are doing this on purpose. Aiya, they shouted my name. Guo Ran hastily escaped from Tang Wan'er's clutches. The announcer had just called out his name. You two are both evil, sighed Meng Qi. Guo Ran had been treated unjustly. Sister Meng Qi, the two of them are always colluding, especially that Guo Ran. He keeps telling Long Chen to seduce more women. Cried Tang Wan'er, aggrieved. Correct, beating him is simply the right thing. He's becoming more and more unbridled. He wanted me to go seduce others right in front of you. He's clearly trying to disturb our peace, cried Long Chen righteously. Hey, why do your words sound so off? So if we weren't here, you could discuss how to seduce women. Demanded Tang Wan'er. Cough, that's nothing more than a misunderstanding. Oh, look, Guo Ran's starting to register. Said Long Chen. Tang Wan'er wasn't so easily distracted, and she was just about to pursue his slip of the tongue when Meng Qi grabbed her hand and shook her head. Only then did Tang Wan'er notice many people were staring at them oddly. There were even some men staring at Long Chen with envy that they didn't bother to mask. She realized she had already brought Long Chen more enemies without knowing it. Sticking out her tongue, she kept silent. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er were peerless beauties who were outstanding even amongst the hundreds of thousands of disciples. In the cultivation world, beautiful women were a sign of a man's status, especially the kind of woman that was both beautiful and powerful. They would be pursued by countless experts. The Eastern Wastelands group was already so conspicuous due to their numbers. Thus, their little scuffle had drawn countless people's attention. Seeing Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er standing so close to Long Chen, displaying that their relationship wasn't ordinary, countless people became envious. There's no need to pay attention to them, nor do you need to have misgivings. Wan'er, you are Tang Wan'er. You can do whatever you want to do. Even if the heavens collapse, I will be there to hold them up for you. Their envy just means that you're beautiful. I like it when others are envious of me but also can't do anything to me, laughed Long Chen. Although a great portion of his words were just a joke, they also contained love and pampering that moved Tang Wan'er's heart. Inside, Long Chen truly did love her, and he wouldn't let her suffer the slightest grievance. He would rather deal with trouble than have her act restrained. Thank you, Long Chen, said Tang Wan'er warmly. No need to thank me. If you act this warmly to me, I'll be too embarrassed to seduce other women, laughed Long Chen. You scoundrel. Tang Wan'er's fury immediately resurfaced, her previous warmth vanishing. Good, just stay in this state. Once Guo Ran returns, we can continue, praised Long Chen, giving her a thumbs up. Just as they were talking, Guo Ran appeared in front of the platform. But there were still 3 people in front of him, so he had to wait a bit. The registration was in batches of 10, and Guo Ran was the last of his batch. Finally, the first 9 were finished and it was his turn. After registering his name, he went onto the platform. Each piece of equipment had a person in charge of it. Open your mouth, said a woman. Guo Ran couldn't believe his ears. Sounds like pile of poop. Think of the emoji. Chapter 989. Not even a celestial. What? Guo Ran couldn't believe his ears. I asked you to open your mouth, the woman repeated. To test if he had misheard, Guo Ran only opened his mouth a bit. He didn't understand what this was for. A bit bigger. Ah, not that big. I can see the inside of your stomach like this. I just need to check your teeth and throat. After the examination of his mouth, Guo Ran continued forward. Even as he went on to the second examination, he didn't understand what the first examination was for. But he quickly realized what it was when the female examiner asked the disciple after him, an ancient race disciple. From which race? The blood scale race. This disciple was a woman wearing blood-red robes. A scarlet scale with the size of a fingernail could be seen on her forehead. Her face was beautiful, and her body was exceptionally moving. Even people from the ancient races could join the Xuantian Dao sect. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. He was already completely hostile with the ancient races, and he didn't know how that would affect the future. The woman registering her wasn't surprised. She registered her as such and moved on. Long Chen saw over 30 people handling the registration. In other words, each person had to go through over 30 examinations, and each one involved different things. The first one was the most simple. First it was the name, then the race, bone age, spirit root, spirit blood, power, soul energy, etc. Each examination was strict with tools specially designed for it. There was no way to cheat. Other than these quantifiable variables, there were other things as well. For example, they would ask the new disciples about their personal strengths, ideologies, their requirements for partners, etc. When asked about his personal strengths, Guo Ran replied that he was a forging master. That made the senior disciple a bit moved. But when asked about his ideology, that senior disciple directly coughed up blood. Guo Ran's response was that his ideology was to be a poser. But Guo Ran's spirit root was dark gold grade, which made the senior disciple nod inside. However, when he then tested his physical strength, he became speechless. His constitution was incredibly weak and unsuited to battle. However, he was only in charge of recording this information. How the Dao sect handled it was their own matter. Nevertheless, none of them had seen a marvel like Guo Ran. In truth, Guo Ran's talent was something created by Long Chen piling a mountain of resources onto him. Guo Ran didn't walk the normal path, so these people naturally couldn't understand him. Through this, Long Chen saw that they split spirit roots into 5 grades: bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, and violet gold. Spirit blood was graded according to its density and split into Huang, Zan, Earth, and Heaven tiers. These 4 tiers were most commonly used in this world. The majority of people's spirit blood was at the lowest Huang tier. Even Guo Ran was the same. But the Huang tier was also split into 3 levels, and he had the high Huang tier spirit blood. However, his spirit blood had no attribute, and to put it frankly, it had almost no use. So it made these senior disciples feel like it was a waste of talent. Other than spirit blood and spirit root, there was another test for the elemental attribute. This was also split into 4 tiers like the spirit blood. Previously, one of the Dragonblood warriors had been called up. He was an earth attribute expert, but his earth energy was only mid-Huang tier. But in the other regions, there were many disciples with high Huang tier elemental energy, and some even had mid-Zan tier ones as well. That made Long Chen see the difference. The Dragonblood Legion was composed of experts he had spent his blood, sweat, and tears to build. Countless resources had been piled onto them for them to reach their current level. But here, the Dragonblood warriors could only count as above average. As for the other disciples from the eastern wasteland, they were the bottom-padding cannon fodder. Long Chen could see their helplessness and dejection. Violet gold spirit root, high earth tier spirit blood, and mid-earth tier water energy. Heavens, a rank 5 celestial, Zhao Zian. Right now everyone was paying attention to the registration. Only through paying attention to the result was it possible to tell who the peak experts of the 4 regions were. This woman from the Southern Sea immediately became the center of attention. Her spirit root, spirit blood, elemental energy, and celestial rank were all top level amongst those who had been tested. What terrifying talent! Tang Wan was shocked. This was her first time seeing a rank 5 celestial. Looking at her beautiful appearance, she warned, Long Chen, you're not allowed to seduce her. Otherwise, I'll never forgive you. Long Chen almost coughed up blood. He had an urge to cry. Sister, you must be overestimating me. Even if I wanted to seduce her, who knows if she'd look favorably upon me. True, she's a rank 5 celestial with countless pursuers. As for you, you aren't even first rank. Tang Wan nodded. It seemed just being handsome was useless in the Xuantian Dao sect. Are you cursing me for having no class? Long Chen's expression darkened. Haha, no, you're overthinking things, laughed Tang Wan. If they weren't in a public place, Long Chen would have definitely given her a fierce bite. People were constantly being named and going up to register. However, it was unknown how they were picked. Without following a set order, everyone had to lend an ear. Boss, I'm back. Guo Ran came over excitedly, a new jade plate on his waist. Long Chen, do you submit? Tang Wan cried suddenly. Long Chen was first startled, but then he realized Tang Wan was looking for an excuse to put Guo Ran away. The little fellow had committed a grievous crime by encouraging him to seduce women right in front of her. Just as Long Chen was wondering whether he should continue conning Guo Ran or not, Guo Ran raised his hands innocently and cried, "Sister Wan I was wrong. Please spare Junior disciple. Junior will never dare to do the same thing again." Seeing this, Tang Wan felt bad for him and reserved herself a bit as well. "What's this thing used for? This energy, it's just like..." Long Chen looked at the jade plate Guo Ran was holding. "It's like a photographic jade. I guess it should be a monitoring tool. While wearing it, your every move and action will be viewed by others," said Meng Qi. "Ah, are they treating us like criminals?" asked Guo Ran. Meng Qi shook her head. "It should be for everyone's safety so that disciples don't try to pull any tricks and kill each other." Meng Qi glanced at Long Chen with worry. "Don't worry, a well-behaved person like me doesn't like fighting and killing. I will use kindness to win others over," said Long Chen with a bashful smile. Let alone Meng Qi and Tang Wan even Guo Ran rarely gave Long Chen such a disdainful look. "Boss, first, let's not talk about whether or not I'd believe you, but do you believe yourself?" Long Chen hadn't expected him to undermine him like this. He raged, "People are all capable of change. Didn't I refrain from killing anyone for many months?" The Dragonblood warriors nodded. Long Chen truly hadn't killed anyone. After all, there hadn't been anyone to kill on the way here. "Fine, I admit my words were a bit exaggerated. So that my good wife Meng Qi doesn't get worried, starting today, I will become someone who subdues others through kindness," swore Long Chen. "Well, do your best then. Taking it easier is good," comforted Meng Qi. She didn't want to change Long Chen, but she did hope for a more peaceful life. This point was a bit different between men and women. Men wanted stimulation, but while women also liked stimulation, they would also feel worry and fear. "Don't worry, I'll take it a bit easier." Long Chen nodded. He knew Meng Qi only said this for his own good, as his current killing intent was indeed too strong. He had killed too many people in the immemorial path and eastern wasteland. Once he fought others, his killing intent would erupt instinctively. Meng Qi hoped he would reserve himself and use his rationality to suppress his desire for slaughter. She didn't want his desire for killing to overpower his rationality. Last time, with her advice, Long Chen had decided not to exterminate the eastern wasteland's righteous path. However, she was worried Long Chen would return to that cruel path bit by bit as he was forced by external pressure. So she took great pains to warn him. Seeing that Long Chen could still open-mindedly accept her opinion in front of everyone, she was gratified. Long Chen was still the old Long Chen. His original heart hadn't changed, which was the most gratifying thing for her. The eastern wasteland's Yu Zifeng. When Yu Zifeng walked up, quite a few people let out startled cries. "He's actually not a celestial." When they tested his heavenly Tao energy, the testing device didn't light up at all. This was something even more shocking than the rank 5 celestial. If he wasn't even a celestial, how could he possess such power? Previously, he had almost killed a rank 4 celestial in one blow. Later, Xie Wei's jaw had been broken by Long Chen, causing him to lose face. However, Xie Wei had already been tested. He was a rank 4 celestial with a dark gold spirit blood and mid-zon tier metal energy. He was clearly a powerful expert. But such a strong person had almost been killed in one blow by Yu Zifeng. Many people thought Yu Zifeng had been hiding his power and was actually a terrifying rank 5 celestial. But now that the truth revealed itself, everyone was shocked. They were unable to accept this result. "Congratulations, junior apprentice brother. The Xuantian Dao sect's gates are already open for you." Suddenly, Mu Qingshan's voice rang out, causing quite a few people's eyes to turn red. Chapter 990 Heaven Tier Soul Energy. People immediately began to raise issues with what Mu Qingshan said. It sounded like she was saying Yu Zifeng could enter the Xuantian Dao sect without going through the trials. Many people were dissatisfied with that. Mu Qingshan smiled slightly and said, "Because there is a rule within the Xuantian Dao sect, disciples with special skills can get special treatment. Why does he meet that standard but not us? How is he special? I don't see anything special about him, and if you don't tell us, it'll be equivalent to him cheating." Raged a disciple. That disciple had just registered. He was a rank 4 celestial with a dark gold spirit root. His other aspects were also excellent, and most importantly, he was only 18 years old. He could truly be described as a genius with limitless prospects. Back then, he had shocked quite a few people. However, even he didn't meet the standard. With his talent and his illustrious status, his words were a bit overbearing. The ground suddenly erupted and a huge vine bound him in a flash, rendering him without the slightest ability to resist. I don't care what status you had in the branch sect. The Central Plains is not the same place, and you'll have to follow our rules. If you have any objections toward the trial procedure, you can politely ask and we will explain it clearly for you. If you still object, you can go to the Elders' Hall for arbitration. But before doing that, the first precondition is that you are a disciple of the Xuantian Dao sect. And right now, you're not. Your conduct has disturbed the proper flow of the trial. Your words are excessive, and you've insulted the Xuantian Dao sect's sacred rules. With my authority as the one in charge of the trial, I strip you of your qualifications to participate in the trial. You will be taken into temporary custody, and once the trial is over, you will be sent out of the Xuantian Dao sect, said Mu Qingshan coldly. Wait, no, you can't do this, shouted that disciple. He hadn't expected that just questioning her would result in such a heavy punishment. I can do this because your words insulted the Xuantian Dao sect's rules. That is a lack of trust in the sect, and since you have no trust, you can go and find something else to trust in the Central Plains, said Mu Qingshan. After saying that, she ignored him and said to the other disciples, rules are rules. They can't be changed, so don't regret your decisions. The Xuantian Dao sect's inheritance stretches back hundreds of thousands of years. There are countless heavenly geniuses within it, and they all have to follow the rules. Don't think that you are above the rules. If you really were strong enough, you'd have long since ascended and never come here. Since you aren't strong enough, then be better behaved. To give you all a good start, I've given you more face than what the last generation has given me. But if others want to take advantage of my kindness, I won't be so kind to them. Continuing where I left off, Yu Zifeng meets the standards to be a special elite disciple. Let me just reiterate that this special elite disciple refers to someone who has reached a pinnacle in one aspect. That's why we ask you about your interests and personal strengths during this registration. If you meet the standards, you can also become a special elite disciple. The people here registering you are all disciples from the previous generation. They are your senior apprentice brothers and senior apprentice sisters. They take their work seriously, and before accepting this mission, they swore to carry out their duty with fairness. If they went against that oath, their cultivation base would never advance an inch ever again. So that person's suspicion was an insult to the Dao sect and us. Once you join the Dao sect, you'll understand how insignificant you currently are. So I'd advise you to cast aside your arrogance and maintain a humble, grateful heart. That will be much better for you. Let the registration continue. Mu Qingshan's long chiding caused everyone's hearts to shake. With how amicable she had been, quite a few people had forgotten Yan Mochen's lesson. Now another person had fallen into that trap. His dejected appearance was another alarm bell to them. They had to act properly, or they would also suffer miserably. If that disciple's tone had been a bit better, he wouldn't have landed in such a miserable strait. But this couldn't be blamed on Mu Qingshan. Some people just refused to give face without a harsh lesson. Senior apprentice Sister Qingshan, I'm very special too. Yes, I'm very, very special. Have a look for yourself, cried Guo Ran. Everyone was startled. Did he not want his life? Or was he trying to get kicked out? His predecessor was still right there. I've already looked over your registration. Your specialty is forging, but it is a broad category and forging is not a rare profession. So no matter how high your forging arts are, you won't be able to become a special elite disciple. But if you pass the trial, you can join the forging hall and you'll get the grooming you need there, said Mu Qingshan. Hearing that Mu Qingshan was so clear on Guo Ran's qualifications, everyone was moved. It seemed she had been telling the truth. To be fair, each person's qualifications went through strict, impartial tests. That was why they had no sympathy for the fellow who had cried out previously. If the roles were reversed and they were in Mu Qingshan's position, they also wouldn't be kind to a person like that. Guo Ran was disappointed. He was the proudest of his forging arts, but the Xuantian Dao sect refused to acknowledge them, treating it as a common skill. Yu Zifeng returned to their group with a special jade plate on his waist. It had a carving of a sword on it, and it was unknown how it was supposed to be used. Don't get jealous. It's not like you can beat him and take it, laughed Ji Yuyong upon seeing Guo Ran's expression. Long Chen also laughed, Sword cultivators are exceptionally rare, so this kind of treatment is normal. Don't worry, the Xuantian Dao sect is different from the branch sect and has plenty of resources for your forging arts. With your talent and perseverance, you'll definitely light up the forging world. Boss, you really are the best. It's been so long since you've praised me like this. Guo Ran emotionally stared at Long Chen. Don't look at me with such a gaze. I have an urge to slap you to death, raged Long Chen. Ji Yu Yong and the others laughed. Guo Ran was the Dragonblood Legion's clown, and when they had nothing to do, he would always cause some laughter. But the person being used by him to make the others laugh wouldn't find it funny. All the disciples not from the 4 regions became much more reserved, no longer acting as arrogantly as before. They treated these senior disciples respectfully. Tang Wan rank 4 celestial, dark gold spirit root, mid-earth tier spirit blood, high earth tier wind energy. What a pity, Mu Qingshan muttered to herself. Senior sister Qingshan, what is a pity? Asked Tang Wan Your wind energy is incomparably pure. If only. There's no need to say so much. Little sister, for you to have such accomplishments in a place as destitute as the Eastern Wasteland is amazing. You must have worked hard. Your big sister is cheering for you. You'll definitely be one of our new generation's top geniuses, encouraged Mu Qingshan. Thank you, senior sister, said Tang Wan cutely. When Tang Wan returned to their side, Long Chen couldn't help but look at her oddly. She irritably demanded, what are you looking at me like that for? I'm just curious. Wan why are you so kind to outsiders, but so fierce toward me? Asked Long Chen. Because you're a typical brat who will start causing trouble if I don't continue beating you. If I treat you too gently, you'll start overturning the heavens, said Tang Wan strictly. The registration continued. There was a huge number of people to go through, but this allowed Long Chen and the others to get a preview of their power. It was no wonder others looked down on them. Other than the Dragonblood Legion, the Eastern Wasteland's disciples were all rank 2. Celestials, or even just rank 1. But in the other 3 regions, around 80% of them were rank 3 Celestials. Another 15% were rank 2 Celestials, and the remaining ones were rank 4 and above. Not even a single rank 1 Celestial appeared from them. That caused a wave of shame to wash over the Eastern Wasteland's rank 1 Celestials. But they were powerless to do anything. Even the Dragonblood Legion, which had been at the peak of power in the Eastern Wasteland, was submerged by the countless rank 3 Celestials. Even rank 4 Celestials like Ji Yu Yong and Li Qi didn't draw much attention. That made Long Chen sigh. The days of being the overlord of the Eastern Wasteland were over, but this also made things more interesting. Eventually, it was Meng Qi's turn. When she appeared, everyone turned silent. They were all infected by her transcendental immortal charm. Wherever she went, it was like the world became a wonderland. This was Meng Qi's special aura. It was like everything around her became transcendental just by being around her. Meng Qi, dark gold spirit root, mid-earth tier spirit blood, low heaven tier soul energy. What terrifying soul energy! Seeing that, Mu Qingshan was shocked. Just like Yu Zifeng, she gave her a special jade plate, but this one had the soul character carved into it. Congratulations, junior sister, your soul energy has reached a level that sparks disbelief. It's also incomparably condensed. That means your control over your soul energy has also reached a pinnacle. You can become a special elite disciple as well. Thank you, senior apprentice sister Qingshan. Meng Qi received that jade plate and respectfully bowed to Mu Qingshan before returning to Long Chen's side. This caused quite a disturbance amongst the others. A third of the people had been registered, but only 2 special elite disciple positions had been given. And those 2 spots were all from the Eastern Wasteland. Next, the Western Desert's Yan Mochen. Hearing this, Yan Mochen snorted coldly and walked up. When he passed by the Eastern Wasteland's people, he extended his thumb and dipped it down, infuriating Guo Ran and the others. Chapter 991 Crush you like a dog. Brother Long, let me smash him. Yan Mochen had continuously provoked them, making even the well-behaved wild irritated. Don't be so violent. Fighting and killing all day isn't good. I've promised Meng Qi to restrain my temper and be a good disciple. Long Chen shook his head. Brother Long. Wild scratched his head, not understanding. Sometimes, you don't need to kill people to vent your anger. In the future, my motto in the Xuantian Dao sect will be, if I can play you to death, I definitely won't beat you to death. Fighting is so barbaric. It has no technique, nor is it fun to watch. It's boring. Now that we're in the Central Plains, we're people with status. We can't be like villagers fighting all day. We should play more high-class games, laughed Long Chen. Tang Wan noticed Long Chen's wicked smile and that familiar naughty light in his eyes. He looked just like his previous self from when he had just joined the 108th monastery. Boss, how should we play? Asked Guo Ran. There's no set routine to this game. Just act according to the situation. Use all the resources and rules you can use to beat the crap out of everyone who dares to bother you. And best of all, there's no punishment since it's within the rules. To sum it up, just wait. Once the registration is over, they'll definitely go over the rules, so everyone listen closely. Rules are very interesting things. As long as there are rules, there are loopholes, and I'm handing the task of finding those loopholes to you. Guo Ran, your head is good, so don't disappoint me. Long Chen patted him on the shoulder, his words sincere and heartfelt. I definitely won't fail you, boss, said Guo Ran confidently. This was one of his favorite things to do. Meng Qi was speechless, but if this could hold him back from killing people, she felt like it was more than worth it. Long Chen was never someone whose mind was easy to change. Therefore, seeing him concede on this point comforted her a great deal. Yan Mochen smiled at the Dragonblood warrior's infuriated expressions. Dragging his straw sandals against the ground, he went up to register. Just a ground beetle. Guo Ran shook his head. With his sleeveless waistcoat, wide underpants, and straw sandals, there was no other way to describe him. Yan Mochen. Violet Gold Spirit Root, High Earth Tier Spirit Blood, High Earth Tier Earth Energy, Rank 5 Celestial. Yan Mochen's stats didn't cause too much of a disturbance, as his obstinate act from before had proven his power. He was clearly the Western Desert's top expert, but Yan Mochen was a bit disappointed to only obtain an ordinary jade plate. Now there were two rank 5 celestials, Zhao Zian from the Southern Sea and the ground beetle Yan Mochen. Wei Changhai, Violet Gold Spirit Root, High Earth Tier Spirit Blood, Mid-Earth Tier Water Energy, Rank 5 Celestial. Finally, a third rank 5 Celestial appeared. He was very handsome, but he also gave off a kind of feminine feeling. This rank 5 Celestial also came from the Southern Sea. For one region to produce two rank 5 Celestials was shocking. Wei Changhai also didn't get a special elite disciple jade plate. That made the man who had complained about not receiving one have an urge to slap himself. But it was too late for anything. Wei Changhai returned to the Southern Seas group. He said something to Zhao Zian, but she merely gave him a curt, polite reply before ignoring him. Wei Changhai smiled slightly, not caring about this soft rejection. Hypocrite. Just looking at his smile, it's easy to tell he's thinking about some evil scheme. Someone like him wants to pursue a woman. That beautiful sister was right to ignore him, or it would truly be like a flower being stuck into a pile of manure, said Tang Wan coldly as she stared at his fake smile. Wan don't get involved in other people's matters, said Meng Qi speechlessly. I just dislike him. I'm sure that man isn't a good person, said Tang Wan. How can you tell? Sighed Meng Qi. Compare him to Long Chen and you'll understand, said Tang Wan looking at Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help but feel gratified as Tang Wan rarely praised him. He unconsciously stood a bit straighter. That person's gaze is hiding his perverted desires inside so that others get fooled by his outside appearance, but he can't fool anyone. Then look at Long Chen. He never bothers hiding his despicable thoughts, continued Tang Wan. Long Chen's face immediately turned dark. He had actually vainly thought Tang Wan character had changed. Now he felt himself to be too naive. But for Tang Wan to see through Wei Changhai's hypocritical nature with just a glance was quite rare. Long Chen could only tell other people's feelings because he had the 9-star hegemon body art. The Eastern Wasteland's wild. The other branch sects had many people with similar or even identical names, so they had to listen closely. But the Eastern Wasteland had it easy, as the chances of similar names were quite low. Wild, wake up, it's your turn. Ji Yuyong pushed Wild a few times, trying to wake him. Wild drowsily walked over to register. When he opened his mouth for the examination, that disciple's expression changed. You, senior apprentice Sister Qingshan, please come and have a look. That disciple was completely bewildered upon examining Wild's mouth. Mu Qingshan came over to confirm what he saw. His teeth had faint lines of blood, like divine runes, and are capable of being as hard as metal or as soft as cotton. This is the mark of the legendary barbarian race. But Didn't the barbarian race go extinct a long time ago? Mu Qingshan was also bewildered. Hearing this, Long Chen was shocked. The Central Plains were truly impressive. Even these disciples knew so much about the barbarian race. Wild's teeth truly were terrifying. Any magical beast's hide was easily torn through, and even their bones would be crushed. Ever since Elder Shah had given him that spatial oven, he would eat 5 or 6 sea demons at a time. Because of the spatial power, the sea demons were compressed into snacks. But just because their size was smaller didn't mean the strength of their flesh diminished. Such powerful sea demons were easily swallowed by Wild, and he didn't even spit out their teeth. Back then, people had laughed, saying his teeth were comparable to king items. Leave this spot empty for now. Go to the next. Mu Qingshan shook her head, not daring to say anything for sure. That disciple wrote, unable to confirm, on the spot for race. Then below that, in smaller words, he wrote, suspected to be one of the legendary barbarian race. His spirit root is variant. When testing his spirit root, that disciple let out a startled cry. Everyone was startled. They didn't even understand what a variant spirit root was supposed to mean. The testing stone should have had one of its 5 colors light up, but now its 5 colors were all lighting up at random frequencies. Mu Qingshan and the 4 elders examined the testing stone at the same time. They were all delighted, and after a moment's thought, one of them exclaimed, an innate variant spirit root actually appeared in this generation. This is amazing. Quick, alert the higher-ups. No, there's no need, I'll bring him over myself. The 4 elders directly pulled a dumbfounded Wild away, disappearing from everyone's sight. Mu Qingshan also took a long time to recover from her shock. To Long Chen and the others, she said, congratulations. This brother of yours will probably be soaring like a shooting star. His future accomplishments will be something even we have to look up to. Long Chen was reminded of another matter involving a variant spirit root. That scene had 2 rough hands tenderly holding a baby. Ha ha ha, the dragon roars at the heavens, looking down arrogantly on the mortal world of dust. My son Long Chen possesses a variant spirit root, a divine spirit bone, and supreme spirit blood. He'll definitely become a peak figure above the 9 heavens, one who will arrogantly look down on all else. Long Chen was sure that the baby was him and the laughing man was his biological father. Then there had been a soft, pampering voice of which should be his mother's. Now that he heard the words variant spirit root again, he immediately thought of many possibilities. He hastily asked Mu Qingshan, senior apprentice sister Qingshan, can I ask what a variant spirit root is? Does it have some kind of special origin? Variant spirit roots, I don't know much about them, but most spirit roots can be classified as bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, and violet gold. Above these 5 grades are variant spirit roots. These variant spirit roots are supposedly split into many different kinds, but those who possess such spirit roots are very, very rare, sighed Mu Qingshan. How rare is very rare? Asked someone. That was a genius from the western desert, and he was clearly jealous. Let me put it this way. They are rare to the point that one might not even appear within decades or even a century. On the Martial Heaven continent, said Mu Qingshan. That deeply shook everyone. The Martial Heaven continent had innumerable cultivators, but someone with a variant spirit root might not appear even once a century. That was too exaggerated. Of course, this only refers to innate variant spirit roots. There are also some who, after having their spirit root reach the violet gold grade, can once more evolve it into a variant spirit root. But there's no way for such a spirit root to compare to an innate one. That's why the 4 elders rushed off so hastily. Such a huge matter will shake the entire Xuantian Dao sect. Hee, I'm sure they'll be bestowing him quite a few rewards. Wild's appearance had caused Mu Qingshan to have quite a bit of delight, and she returned to her friendly attitude. Haha, that's great. With Wild looking after us, we can be as domineering as we want, laughed Guo Ran. Junior brother, your happiness is premature. The Xuantian Dao sect's rankings are very clear. If you aren't talented enough, you might never see him again in your lifetime, said Mu Qingshan. What? Guo Ran was stunned. Hee, you'll quickly realize the Xuantian Dao sect isn't something you're capable of imagining. After saying that, Mu Qingshan moved on, continuing with the registration. The northern source's Han Yunshan. A white-robed man walked out. When he passed the eastern wasteland's disciples, he suddenly stopped and icily glared at Long Chen. You should be Long Chen, correct? I will crush you like a dog. Chapter 992 Divine Ice Palace. Did you eat too much dog food for such dogshit to come out of your mouth? When did I ever provoke you? Long Chen icily stared back at him, furious. Had all these idiots forgotten to take their medicine? Why did they always have to target him? He didn't even know who this Han Yunshan was, but he immediately provoked him. Did he look so unlikable? Unbearably rude trash. Just wait, when the trial is over, I'll make you kneel and beg for forgiveness, said Han Yunshan before ignoring him and going to report his name. Do these people have some mental illness? I really want to kill these idiots. How did they become so stupid? Cursed Guo ran. The initial discrimination was understandable, as the Eastern Wastelands side was truly much weaker and couldn't compare to the others. But this idiot from the northern source immediately targeted Long Chen, enraging all of them. As long as Long Chen gave the word, they would cut this fellow to pieces. His tone seemed to be resentful. He should have had some kind of past dealings with Long Chen, or he wouldn't have targeted him like this, said Meng Qi, looked at Han Yunshan's back. I've never seen him before. How could we have had any past dealings? Long Chen shook his head. Isn't the northern source where Sister Ziqiu is? Could it be? Tang Waner suddenly came to a comprehension. No way. Long Chen also became suspicious. Could it really have something to do with Yi Ziqiu? Han Yunshan. Violet Gold Spirit Root, High Earth Tier Spirit Blood, High Earth Tier Ice Energy, Rank 5 Celestial. Another Rank 5 Celestial, and he was actually so powerful. Quite a few people pitifully looked at Long Chen. The trial hadn't even begun, and two top geniuses had set their sights on him. Previously, he and Yan Mochen had almost started fighting. Now Han Yunshan was even more hostile toward him, directly saying he would personally crush Long Chen. He was truly unlucky. However, only a small portion of people actually felt pity for him, and most of those were women. The majority of the others looked at him with delight for his misfortune. They showed contempt for the Eastern Wasteland, and after seeing special elite disciples arise amongst them, they looked forward to seeing the rest be suppressed. However, the curious thing was that Han Yunshan possessed such high-quality ice energy, but didn't receive a special elite disciple jade plate. Why is this? Han Yunshan was a bit dissatisfied. The ice attribute was rare, so he was unconvinced. The ice attribute might be rare in other places, but the northern source is the land of ice cultivators, and so it's not rare there. Similarly, there are plenty of people here with similar constitutions, so you can't count as special, said Mu Qingshan indifferently. Her words were polite, but her meaning was clear. Don't think of yourself as so special. In the Central Plains, you are nothing. Han Yunshan didn't dare to argue with her. He returned to his side, but as he passed by the Eastern Wastelands people, he received some fiery cheering. Ha 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 ha. The Dragonblood warriors didn't say a thing. They were just looking and laughing at Han Yunshan. Han Yunshan was already irritated, and adding on that mocking laughter, his powerful ice energy immediately filled the air. Don't force me to take action, warned Mu Qingshan. The Dragonblood warriors continued to laugh. They didn't use words. Just by laughing, they were successful in infuriating Han Yunshan completely, while he didn't dare to attack. Idiot, now he's finally paying a price for his arrogance. It's so refreshing, said Guo Ran, enjoying the sight of Han Yunshan grinding his teeth. It's senior apprentice brother Long Chen, right? The registration continued, and an hour later, a maiden from the northern source who had just registered came over to Long Chen's side. Is something the matter? Asked Long Chen. I have a relationship with senior apprentice sister Ziqiu and was once saved by her in the immemorial path. I don't want to be ungrateful, so I came to tell you a few things about her, said the maiden. Everyone was delighted to hear this. They precisely wanted to learn how Yi Ziqiu was recently, because Long Chen had sensed her in the immemorial path, but hadn't actually seen her. Is she still alright? Asked Tang Wan. She is very well. She has a very rare innate ice body, and her spirit root is also variant. Her talent is unprecedented, and she is claimed to be the top genius of the Northern Source in the past 10,000 years. In the Northern Source's chilling ice palace, she had countless pursuers and worshippers, but she once said that the person she loved was in the Eastern Wasteland. As long as that person doesn't die, her love will not perish either. At first, people thought she was just making an excuse to refuse the suitors, but later, she said your name, and even made your image public to make some people give up. However, some continued to pester her, and one of them was senior apprentice brother Han Yunshan. He was originally Sister Ziqiu's senior apprentice brother, but he once insulted you with his words, and as a result, senior apprentice Sister Ziqiu almost took his life. The palace master had to stop her, and despite that, it wasn't possible to mediate things. Senior apprentice sister Zichiu said that if he stayed, she would go. As a result, senior apprentice brother Han Yunshan was expelled from the Chilling Ice Palace. That's also why he had to join the Xuantian Dao sect with us, instead of going to the Central Plains Divine Ice Palace. Wow, Sister Zichiu is so powerful. I really want to see her again. Sometimes, I'll dream about how she and this scoundrel snatched the profound spirit fruit in the 108th monastery, said Tang Wan-er. Long Chen was also moved. He asked, how far is the Divine Ice Palace from here? If we have the chance, we'll definitely go and see her. Long Chen fell into his memories of her. That final smile that bloomed on her face before falling was still etched in his heart. Although he knew Yi Zichiu was still alive, without seeing her, his heart was unable to be at ease. Keep dreaming. An ant like you doesn't have the qualifications to go to the Divine Ice Palace, called out the distant Han Yunshan. He had clearly been paying attention this entire time. Still, using soul energy to eavesdrop was a taboo. Han Yunshan, raged Guo Ran. What are you going to do? Bite me, sneered Han Yunshan. Fuck your mother, cursed Guo Ran. Everyone turned silent. Even the senior disciples in charge of the registration frowned. The trash from the eastern wasteland becomes coarser with each passing year, sneered a disciple from the northern source. Guo Ran, ignore them. Once we enter the trial, we'll teach them why flowers are red. Long Chen patted Guo Ran on the shoulder. Fine, if boss is handling it, then I'm fine with it. Guo Ran nodded. Guo Ran understood Long Chen's methods the most. If Long Chen promised to teach them a lesson, he was at ease. Sister, do you know where the Divine Ice Palace is? Asked Meng Qi. The maiden shook her head. I don't know, because in the northern source, the branch Xuantian Dao sect is only one of the several great powers. Other than the Xuantian Dao sect and the Chilling Ice Palace, there are several others from the Central Plains that established branch sects in the northern source, and they rarely mention anything about the Central Plains. Hearing that, Long Chen and the others sighed. Now they realized why the Eastern Wastelands branch sect had dominated their region. It was because other powers didn't care about a place as destitute as the Eastern Wasteland. They were also shocked by how great the difference was between them and the other four outer regions. The disciples coming from there had gone to several different sects, but there were still hundreds of thousands of disciples who came to the Xuantian Dao sect. That kind of power was truly shocking. Compared to the other three regions, the Eastern Wasteland was truly like a rural village. If senior apprentice brother Long Chen doesn't have anything left to say, I'll take my leave. The maiden bowed slightly. Ah, may I ask your name? Asked Long Chen. I am Bai Ling. Bai Ling, that was a common name, and was the same as the Bai Ling he had encountered in the Huayan sect. He had heard she had continued to rise with Zheng Wenlong, and she was now his wife. She was no longer constantly rushing around taking risks. Alright, if you have any problems in the future, you can come and find me. If anyone dares to intentionally make things hard on you, I'll beat their heads until their heads start farting, promised Long Chen. He intentionally said this for Han Yunshan. His meaning was that he could come at him, but he shouldn't be petty and bully her. In any case, Han Yunshan was someone with his own prestige, so he wouldn't have many opportunities to target someone like Bai Ling. Bai Ling gratefully looked at Long Chen before returning to the northern source's side. But there were clearly quite a few people who retreated as she passed. The registration continued. Long Chen was surprised to see two more rank 5 celestials appear. However, these two were weaker than the others. Long Chen thought about it and guessed that it was the result of others pouring resources into them. They probably should have been stuck as rank 4 celestials, but had been forcibly raised to rank 5 celestials. They clearly weren't as strong as Zhao Ziyan, Yan Mochen, Wei Changhai, and Han Yunshan. But they were definitely much stronger than a rank 4 celestial. There aren't many people left. Boss, could they had forgotten you? Wondered Guo Ran as he saw only a few dozen people left. The Eastern Wastelands Long Chen. Boss, let them see what a true heavenly genius is. Show them how foolish it is to be arrogant in front of you. Cheered Guo Ran. The other Dragonblood warriors also cheered in anticipation. Long Chen grumbled inside. He knew he was probably about to embarrass himself. After registering his identity and race, he arrived in front of a huge stone. The stone released a gentle light that enveloped him, and a fluctuation spread toward his dantian. Chapter 993 Astonishment and Shock. What is going on? The senior disciple in charge of this examination stared blankly at the stone. After waiting for a long time, none of the expected 5 colors lit up. Is the equipment broken? No, that's impossible. That disciple once more activated it. The light once more examined Long Chen, proving there was no problem. But no color appeared. Now, not only he was dumbfounded, but everyone else also. There's no need to keep trying. I don't have a spirit root. Long Chen bitterly smiled. This tool investigated a person's root chi, but without his spirit root, the only thing at the position of his dantian was the primal chaos bead, and that light didn't seem to be able to sense it. The fact that the primal chaos bead wasn't exposed made Long Chen much more at ease. That was his greatest secret, and he couldn't expose it no matter what. That's impossible. Do you think I'm an idiot? Without root chi, how did you condense a dantian? Asked the stupefied senior disciple. Luo Yan, that question is not in accordance with the rules. We can't ask such things, chided Mu Qingshan. She also didn't quite believe what she was seeing, but the Xuantian Dao sect's rules didn't allow them to pry into disciples' personal secrets. But, then, what am I supposed to write down? Asked the senior disciple. He couldn't possibly write, no dantian. If the elders learned of that, they would probably slap him. To cultivate without a dantian, was that a joke? Just write down that there's no way to confirm anything, said Mu Qingshan. She had also never heard of someone capable of cultivating without a dantian. If she didn't say anything, Luo Yan wouldn't dare to write anything. He was afraid of the responsibility. So he only began to write once Mu Qingshan nodded. As a result, the word, uncertain was written where the quality of Long Chen's spirit root was supposed to go. TCH, he doesn't even have a spirit root. He's probably another bumpkin who bribed his way in. He's not even worth dogshit, sneered some people. Without a dantian, Long Chen had probably cultivated some kind of unorthodox power. But that was a heretical path, and in the end, he wouldn't have any accomplishments. Drip a bit of blood on the plate. The next test was for the density of his spirit blood. This was an important statistic as it would say how much potential he had. Long Chen helplessly dripped a drop of blood onto the plate, which was very large and had countless ancient marks on it. When Long Chen's blood landed on it, the plate shook intensely, and a faint dragon roar came from it. Boom! The ancient plate exploded, shocking everyone. Your essence blood isn't human. Raged the disciple. Ah, what happened? Asked Long Chen. Fuck, I'm going to go crazy. If you didn't have human essence blood, why didn't you say so earlier? Raged that disciple. You didn't say anything. Long Chen raged back. That disciple immediately had an urge to cry. Looking at the shattered testing plate, tears almost leaked out of his eyes. It's okay, it's not your fault. I also have responsibility for this, so I'll help you pay for this testing plate. Don't feel bad, sighed Mu Qingshan. Senior apprentice sister Qingshan, did junior disciple do something wrong? Asked Long Chen. Mu Qingshan shook her head. You didn't do anything wrong. We were just careless, or perhaps it would be better to say we were unlucky. Normally, we should have first asked about your essence blood, and that would avoid this kind of awkward situation. This testing plate is only for testing human spirit blood, and it rejects other races' blood. There is a chance of it exploding, but normally, the testing plate will show signs of rejection first, and we would stop the test so it doesn't explode. But this time, it just instantly exploded. Furthermore, according to the sect's rules, if something happens to the equipment as a result of our negligence, the examiner in charge of it must pay the price. Ah, sorry, said Long Chen. It was no wonder that disciple looked like his wife had just died. He would probably be broke for a long while. Long Chen had clearly seen ancient race disciples use this testing plate without causing problems, so he had felt he would be fine too. But in reality, the ancient race experts also contained the human race's blood. Their blood was special, but the testing plate didn't reject them. The replacement has arrived. Be careful. Suddenly, an elder appeared in the air and took out a new testing plate. Many thanks, elder. We'll definitely be careful and not allow such a thing to happen twice. Mu Qingshan quickly bowed. Just now, she had alerted the higher-ups to send a new testing plate. You should be Long Chen, correct? Come over and drip a drop of blood on this testing plate. This one is special and is something I brought out for you, said the elder. Long Chen went forward and dripped his blood on it. The testing plate blossomed with blinding light. What dense essence blood energy! But why is the tier so low? The elder was astonished. What tier is it? Asked Long Chen. Lo Huang tier. What? Long Chen's eyes almost popped out. His essence blood was a true dragon's essence blood. How could its tier be so low? Yes, it truly is odd. Such powerful essence blood energy is actually only Lo Huang tier. Although there's always some error in any equipment, the error couldn't possibly be this large. Your spirit blood is truly Lo Huang tier, said the elder. Ha ha ha, as expected, trash. Who knows what dumpster he pulled a drop of essence blood out of? He probably didn't even find out if it was expired or not before refining it. Fool, sneered someone. Most cultivators, essence blood was inherited from their ancestors. There were also some who changed their essence blood intentionally, but very few people would refine magical beast, demonic beast, or Zon beast essence blood. A human's essence blood could be changed, but once someone refined another race's essence blood, there was no way to change it again. It would become their new, permanent spirit blood. So unless it was absolutely peak grade, no one would refine a beast's essence blood. Furthermore, doing so was extremely dangerous. For Long Chen to have such low-tier essence blood, the majority thought he was doomed for the rest of his life. Expired. Long Chen suddenly realized what the problem was. The testing plate tested the density of a person's spirit blood, not the energy. They were of different concepts. The dragon blood flowing through his veins had come from a dragon scale that had existed for countless years. It had lost a great deal of energy, until the only thing remaining was a trace. Just a trace. That trace had been enough to cause him to almost explode. However, it wasn't a great amount, so the testing tool rated it as the lowest level. Compared to the amount of essence blood a true dragon possessed, this little trace was truly not very dense. Looking at the idiots sneering at him, Long Chen thought to himself that they would be much better behaved once he slapped them a few times. This test actually made Long Chen even more confident. With such a thin density of dragon blood, he already possessed such power. Once he obtained the Azure Dragon reverse scale, Long Chen was excited about it, but also worried. The Azure Dragon scale would contain even purer essence blood, and without enough power, he wouldn't be able to refine it. If he rashly tried, he would instantly explode. Long Chen, don't worry. A couple of statistics aren't enough to determine a person's potential. Continue to the next test, said Mu Qingshan, thinking that his confidence had been given a blow because of his lost expression. Long Chen smiled slightly and nodded. This senior apprentice sister was quite kind, a stark difference compared to the idiots outside. He continued onwards. The next test was a gate. He had seen others go through it, but there was no one in charge of this equipment, and he didn't know what it was used for. He had only just gone through when an unprecedented disturbance came from the gate. Its countless runes lit up, and Mu Qingshan's expression became ecstatic. But that ecstatic expression quickly became that of astonishment, because after the gate's runes lit up, they turned dark again. Only 4 runes appeared. Seeing those 4 runes, most people were lost. Those characters weren't immortal characters, nor were they the current era's characters. Of everyone present, only Mu Qingshan had the authority to know what those runes meant. Spirit bone has been removed. Most people didn't have a spirit bone. Those who had spirit bones were even rarer than those geniuses with variant spirit roots, as it was related to the secret of becoming a god or immortal. However, the gate's runes said that Long Chen had once possessed a spirit bone, but now it was gone. Mu Qingshan was bewildered. Thinking of the oddities with his spirit root and spirit blood, she thought of many things she hadn't dared to think before. However, she didn't say anything. Long Chen was unaware that the secret of his excavated spirit bone was already exposed. He moved on to the next test. Flame energy. Low heaven tier. When Long Chen walked onto a stage, the flame dragon on his arm involuntarily released a fluctuation. Long Chen was shocked by this testing instrument. He was unable to conceal anything even if he wanted to. Thunder force. High heaven tier. Spiritual strength. Low heaven tier. Looking at those 3 statistics, everyone was silent. Even Mu Qingshan was unable to say anything for a long time. 3 of his attributes have reached the heaven tier. Impossible. Everyone was dumbfounded. When Long Chen and the remaining others finished the complete registration, Mu Qingshan left with all the registrations. Chapter 994 The Patriarch Speaks. No spirit root, spirit blood from an unknown origin, and a spirit bone that has been excavated. However, he possesses such powerful spiritual strength, and is able to control an earth flame and tribulation lightning. Furthermore, his thunder force has reached the high heaven tier. It's completely incomprehensible. Within one of the palaces of the Xuantian Dao sect, a lean elder carefully looked through the jade plate Mu Qingxian had offered him. There were over 10 elders present as well, all of them solemn. They were frowning, incapable of explaining this. Without a spirit root or a dantian, it is still possible to nourish spiritual qi within the body's 360 acupuncture points. Once activated, it is possible for the acupuncture points to take the place of the dantian to store spiritual yuan. However, this process requires an extremely powerful expert to spend countless time and attention on you to reforge your entire body. It seems that there's no such existence within the Eastern Wasteland. Furthermore, even in this case, a person wouldn't possess much cultivation talent or ability, said one of them. The first lean elder asked, Li Changfeng, you're the only one to come into contact with this Long Chen. Do you have any opinion? Li Changfeng was the one who had gone to the Eastern Wasteland to handle Long Chen's matter. In the end, he had been forced to capture Lu Minghan and bring him away. Reporting to Hall Master, your subordinate was incompetent and had no chance to talk much with him. But the Law Enforcement Hall, said Li Changfeng. This lean elder was the Elder Hall's leader and was called the Elder Hall Master. He shook his head and said, this matter isn't your fault. The past few years, the Law Enforcement Hall's hands and legs have stretched further than ever, and they're even starting to infringe on our Elder Hall's matters. By directly capturing him and bringing him back, you've caused the Law Enforcement Hall to lose face, but that's not a bad thing. There's no need to blame yourself over that, so speak more about Long Chen. Li Changfeng was silent for a moment before cautiously saying, I investigated him. He comes from poor origins, and should have obtained some opportunity to suddenly soar like a shooting star. He is intelligent but decisively kills people and dares to cause trouble for himself. He treats death indifferently, but he treats the people by his side extremely well with absolute sincerity. He possesses a great deal of charisma. Looking at his past, he should have obtained many lucky opportunities and is hiding many secrets. That's why Lu Minghan would still recklessly attack him. As a result, while Lu Minghan's guard was down, Long Chen caused him to lose in their brief battle. Furthermore, in front of countless Eastern Wasteland disciples, he tried to forcibly suppress Long Chen. That caused a worrisome impact, and that's why I had no choice but to capture him. The Hall Master nodded. Geniuses all possess karmic luck and are supported by the heavenly Taos. But this Long Chen isn't a celestial. That's strange. According to reason, we should give him special treatment and support him, but according to the sect's rules, it seems that he hasn't met the requirements. That puts us in a difficult spot. Although Long Chen hasn't joined the Xuantian Dao sect yet, if this decision of ours ends up impacting our disciple's life, we'll have committed a sin. The Elder Hall was in charge of discovering and raising geniuses. They were the department with the greatest authority in the Xuantian Dao sect, which was why all their elders possessed both integrity and skill. They carefully and meticulously handled things. Whether it was Long Chen's spiritual strength, flame energy, or thunder force, any of them was enough to let him become a special elite disciple that would receive exceptional care. But he had no spirit blood or spirit root, which wasn't in accordance with the rules. He was like a skyscraper that had no foundation and might collapse at any time. The spirit root and spirit blood were the foundation for a cultivator. Do not intentionally make things easier on Long Chen, and do not intentionally make things hard on him. Let everything come naturally. This matter is restricted to just the people within this room and is not to be transmitted out. An aged voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. It was like a divine voice that penetrated to the core of their hearts, and everyone hastily jumped. Everyone, including the Hall Master, knelt on the ground. Understood, Patriarch. After that, the voice didn't say any more, and only then did everyone slowly rise. Mu Qingxian was completely pale as that voice had deeply shaken her. In front of that voice, she felt herself to be wholly insignificant. I didn't expect this matter to disturb the Patriarch. Then let Long Chen go through the sect naturally. It seems the Patriarch has long since sensed him and we don't need to worry. Qingxian, go back. Remember not to mention this to anyone, said the Hall Master. Yes, disciple understands. Mu Qingxian bowed and left. Once she was gone, an elder sighed, Hall Master, this Long Chen has had conflicts with the Law Enforcement Hall. Shouldn't we? The Hall Master shook his head. The Patriarch's orders have already arrived. There's no need for us to be worried. We can just mind our own business. The next day after the registration, all the disciples were gathered up once more. But Meng Qi and Yu Zifeng had also been taken away as they didn't need to participate in this trial. They had their own special trial. The only senior disciple present now was Mu Qingshan. She announced, "The registration is over, so whether or not you can walk through the Xuantian Dao sect's gate is up to you. I'm sure you're all clear on a few of the taboos within the trial, so I won't waste too many words. All I'll say is that this place is about 3 million miles from the Xuantian Dao sect. The trial is to traverse these 3 million miles. 3 million miles. Everyone was startled by this immense distance. Ignoring their shock, Mu Qingshan continued, "It is forbidden to fly in this region, and there is a special formation present to ensure it. Other than jumping through the air, you won't be able to do anything else. You'll need to rely on your 2 feet, but don't complain. The scenery is enchanting, like a painting filled with luscious hills, crystal clear water, and thriving fauna. It's almost like a dream. Yes, that's how my senior disciples explained it to me back then. Whether this description is apt is something you'll personally experience. Alright, I won't say any more. The trial for becoming an outer sect disciple starts now. Junior brothers, junior sisters, I wish you good luck." Long Chen suddenly felt his body sink as if he had fallen into an abyss. The space around him completely changed, and he found himself by a mountain stream. Mu Qingshan had disappeared, and so had the surrounding people. Long Chen hastily looked around, only seeing a few isolated figures also apprising their surroundings. It was clear they had all been transported within a formation. Although this place wasn't the core of the Xuantian Dao sect, just this outer region was treated importantly by the Dao sect. Everything that occurred within this region would be clearly seen by the sect. This was what it meant to have a foundation. This outer territory was practically boundless. There's fish swimming in the water and birds flying in the sky. Long Chen yawned and stretched his waist, feeling refreshed. He felt the same as when he had first been joining the Xuantian monastery. At that time, he had just been a blood condensation rookie. Now he had set foot on the playing field of heavenly geniuses, the Central Plains. From one world, he had stepped into another. Today everything started again, but it was no longer the same. He felt an indescribable excitement. He continued forward. After traveling a few dozen miles, he suddenly found that something was wrong. Forming hand seals, his spiritual strength erupted. Break. Following his low shout, the scenery changed. He was no longer walked over verdant grass, but a small brook. The water was running past his feet. TCH, what a con. Break again. Long Chen's spiritual strength erupted again. He appeared in a desert with a fiery sun. How incessant. Break, break, break. Long Chen's spiritual strength erupted over and over. He had realized he was in an illusion formation, and this formation was extremely immoral. It actually had several layers, making it so people couldn't tell illusion from reality. Just as Mu Qingshan had said, it was like a dream. If someone were to be lost in the illusion formation, they would just constantly roam around, never able to reach the Xuantian Dao sect. This formation's greatest aspect was its ability to overlap reality and illusion. After walking a bit, the illusion might fade, and then after walking some more, it might reappear without you noticing. That fellow Ji Yu Yang is probably doomed. Hopefully, his head is bright enough to light up the world so others can find him. Otherwise, he'll just be monkeying around. Long Chen said a prayer for him. That spiritual idiot would definitely end up stuck here if he only relied on his own strength. After traveling a bit more, Long Chen suddenly saw a man with a dagger inserted into his shoulder. He realized he was using pain to keep himself extricated from the illusions. Once lost inside this illusion formation, a person's senses would become slower, and pain would fade away. This fellow was quite smart. Once the pain faded, he would realize he was in an illusion. Long Chen didn't need to do so. Since he knew this was an illusion formation, he wouldn't fall for it a second time. Long Chen saw quite a few people roaming with their eyes closed, and he knew they had to be lost in formations. Damn, this is definitely a legendary pervert. Long Chen suddenly saw a man standing motionless, a lecherous light in his eyes. His hands were outstretched, and at this moment, a woman with her eyes closed walked over, sending her soft parts right into his hands. She let out a startled cry and instantly awoke from the illusion. That man also let out a startled cry, but somehow, that cry sounded incredibly perverted. Acting like he had awoken from an illusion, the man hastily apologized profusely to the woman. If it hadn't been for her startled cry, he might have been forever lost in the illusions. The woman believed him. Completely red, she left. After seeing her walk away, the man deeply smelled his hands and made 2 groping motions with them, as if reliving that beautiful feeling. This is an option. As expected, there are all kinds of geniuses, said Long Chen with praise. Should I try it? Long Chen was somewhat enticed, but then glancing at the jade plate on his waist, he awoke from that fantasy. He solemnly continued on his way. Long Chen, I've finally found you. I've said that I'll crush you like a dog. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Up in a tree, Han Yunshan coldly looked down on Long Chen. Chapter 995 Fighting Han Yunshan. This person was the Northern Source's top genius, Han Yunshan. Jumping down from the tree, he glared sinisterly at Long Chen. I've been looking for you for 3 days. The heavens have eyes and finally let me find you. Long Chen, I'll make you live a life worse than death to erase the hatred in my heart. Looking at Han Yunshan, whose eyes looked like they were about to spit flames, a pitiful expression appeared on Long Chen's face. Shaking his head, he said, looking at you, I'm reminded of those idiots I killed before. How is your face thick enough to pursue Yi Ziqiu with conduct such as yours? Do you not realize what kind of trash you are? What bullshit, whether it is talent or cultivation base, aren't I 100 times stronger than you? And when it comes to status, I'm 1,000 times better. Why does she only like you and won't give me a chance? Roared Han Yunshan. Let it go. Just looking at your eyes, I can see you're just a petty child. I already got tired of this kind of jealous posing in my youth. Due to your low intelligence, I don't care to quibble with you. Fuck off instead of being a dog blocking the way, said Long Chen. At first, Long Chen really had been angry at Han Yunshan's provocations. But now he realized that although Han Yunshan's talent was high, he was just a pampered greenhouse flower. He was accustomed to thinking of himself as amazing, thinking the world should be his, as if everyone only lived for him. Most likely, his entire life had been smooth sailing. But he had met his greatest setback when pursuing Yi Ziqiu. Instead of receiving her favor, he was kicked out of his sect. That was a heavy impact on him. The truth was that a great part of the reason he had joined the Xuantian Dao sect was because of Long Chen. He wanted to trample Long Chen to prove to himself that he was thousands of times better than him, and it was just Yi Ziqiu who was blind. Fool, did you think I'd let you off so easily? The humiliation Yi Ziqiu gave me will all be returned to you today. Furthermore, if we both end up in the Xuantian Dao sect, don't think about having any accomplishments. I will forever suppress you, sneered Han Yunshan, ignoring Long Chen's warning. He was clearly furious. His roar was so loud that anyone within 1,000 miles could hear him. There were even some disciples stuck in illusions who were awoken. Then what do you want to do? If you want to be my enemy, you'd better think it through, advised Long Chen. He never liked spoiled brats. He disliked such people, but he felt that dealing with them seriously was like bullying idiots. Winning such an unfair battle didn't have any glory to it. You think you're fit to be my enemy? I said that I'd crush you like a dog. Unless you die, you'll be crushed the entire time, sneered Han Yunshan. Fine, looks like you're sure, so I won't say any more. Come, let me see just how much skill you have. I'm looking forward to someone in the same realm crushing me, said Long Chen. Within the same realm, a person who could crush him hadn't been born. Fool, you have no spirit root, and your spirit blood is garbage. Do you think your dog shit luck that let you miraculously control flame energy and thunder force would make you unrivaled? Hee, my ice energy specializes in restricting your flame and lightning energy. Ha ha ha, even the heavens look down on you and want me to put you away. Trash, you. Long Chen finally couldn't bear it any longer and delivered a slap to Han Yunshan's face. The two of them were so close that Han Yunshan hadn't even realized what was happening before being sent flying. You really have a lot of bullshit bottled up. Are we fighting or not? Demanded Long Chen impatiently. You dare to hit me? All, raged Han Yunshan. Are you stupid? How is my luck so bad that I run into an idiot like you? Now Long Chen really was infuriated. How had the heavens created someone so stupid? This guy wanted to crush him, but apparently he wasn't supposed to hit him. Furthermore, looking at his furious expression, it was like Long Chen had committed some kind of hateful crime like executing all his relatives. Long Chen slapped him a couple more times, making the numbers of slaps 4. Han Yunshan's nose was bleeding, and his mouth was split open. The thing that made Long Chen speechless was that his reaction speed was far too slow. When he was slapped, he didn't even circulate his spiritual yuan to defend. If Long Chen wanted to kill him, he would only need to increase his power by the slightest bit. His combat experience was essentially zero. Bastard. Die. True ice chi, ice seals heaven and earth. Han Yunshan didn't react at first after being slapped. Only after a long moment did he recover from his shock and roar furiously. 5-colored runes filled the world. The air trembled, and most terrifying of all, those runes were like ice flowers. When they appeared, the entire world seemed to become encased in ice. The flowers and trees were frozen, being turned into ice sculptures. Long Chen could sense that he was also being encased in ice. The ice forming over him had countless runes circulating within it. He tried a few times but was unable to escape. While their fight broke out, within Elder Hall, there were thousands of experts gathered. Each one of them was holding a formation disc and paying close attention to it. The formation discs had countless spots of light. Those were the disciples in the trial. These experts were in charge of looking after them. There were far too many disciples in the trial. Thousands of elders were busy keeping watch, making sure no disciples broke the rules. People are fighting again, said an elder. Numbers? Asked the hall master. 9,527 and 12,580. Those seem to be two rather powerful disciples. I have some memory of them. The hall master frowned slightly. 9,527 is Han Yunshan, and 12,580 is Long Chen, replied Mu Qingshan. She was also in Elder Hall, keeping watch over everything. Oh, then we should watch closely. Switch over to their fight, said the hall master excitedly. A screen at the front of the palace changed, revealing two figures facing each other. Han Yunshan's expression was twisted as he cursed at Long Chen. Seeing that, the elders shook their heads. One sighed, this person's temperament is impatient, and he lacks control. He has little experience. Such good talent is wasted. Looking at Han Yunshan's immature conduct caused them to be disappointed. The higher your cultivation base, the greater the requirements for a person's mental realm and comprehension. This manner of Han Yunshan was unexpected. I hear this person comes from an ancient family of extremely high status in the northern source. He seems to be the current Han family master's grandson. The Han family really was stupid to dote on him like this. They turned a genius into this, sighed someone. Who do you think will win, Long Chen or Han Yunshan? Asked an elder. Although they were all elders, they had a childish aspect too. They liked to make guesses like this. Are you guys taking bets again? Elder son, to dare take bets in front of the hall master, you're becoming more and more daring, laughed another elder. It's fine as long as you let me participate as well. Even the hall master joined in. Really? Great, I'll handle the bets, exclaimed that elder son. Alright, then I bet 10,000 points on Long Chen. Mu Qingshan was the first to bet. I'll bet 1 million, said the hall master. Elder son immediately became dejected. Looks like my gambling hall has to declare bankruptcy. Everyone laughed. The atmosphere in Elder Hall was very relaxed and harmonious. The hall master was also amiable. Ah, they're fighting, cried someone, but people's expressions quickly became odd. Elder son celebrated. Good thing I declared bankruptcy so quickly, or I wouldn't turn a profit even if given 1,000 years. That Han Yunshan really is useless. After being slapped so many times, he doesn't even know how to fight back. Watching him being beaten like a child by Long Chen, the elders were speechless. Have you noticed, although it's just a face slap, Long Chen's speed, angle, strength, and control are all perfect. And there's absolutely no sign before he attacks. His movement is so natural and impeccable that it's clear that it's a move he's tempered hundreds and thousands of times, praised an elder. Li Changfeng said, Long Chen is a true expert. Everything he has, he had to risk his life for. Outsiders can't imagine the price he had to pay. His battle experience is on a completely different level than Han Yunshan's. Everyone nodded. If it was a true life and death battle, Long Chen could take Han Yunshan's life with a single blow. No matter how good his talent was, now that he had been raised into his current state, he was useless. Han Yunshan truly was peak grade. If he didn't have strong close-range combat abilities, why did he get so close to his opponent? And he even repeatedly said he would crush his opponent like a dog. Just how much medicine would he need to take to cure this illness? Han Yunshan has finally released his power. Now there should be a good show to watch. Han Yunshan had managed to encase Long Chen in ice. It seemed there really would be a good show. Seeing that Long Chen was trapped and unable to escape his ice lock, Han Yunshan smiled arrogantly. But as soon as he smiled, the cut to his mouth reopened and he felt a burst of pain. You trash Long Chen, all. Suddenly, a 3,000-meter divine ring appeared, and the ice covering Long Chen's body blew apart. After breaking the ice, Long Chen once more slapped Han Yunshan in the face. At the same time, a foot kicked Han Yunshan in the crotch, causing him to let out a miserable scream. Fuck, I really can't handle your posing. Long Chen smashed a fist against Han Yunshan's nose, and Han Yunshan fainted. Chapter 996 Playing a stimulating game. You clearly have no power, but you still try to be a poser. Are you trying to irritate me? Long Chen grabbed Han Yunshan's hair, dragging him like a dead dog. Long Chen cursed as he walked. Originally, he had thought to experience a rank 5 Celestial's power, which was the only reason he had allowed himself to be encased in the ice. Then he had wanted to see an ice expert's attacks. But this idiot really thought he could defeat him with just this one move and began being a poser again. Long Chen was unable to endure any longer. If he endured any more, he would go crazy. Long Chen had vast experience, and he had seen all kinds of people. But Han Yunshan's existence caused him to sigh in amazement at how vast the world was. There really were all kinds of marvels. He had lost interest in exchanging blows with this idiot, and he was worried about killing him accidentally in his fury. That wouldn't be worth it. As Long Chen dragged him along, quite a few people saw them. At first, they looked at him contemptuously, but when they saw that the person he was dragging along was Han Yunshan, their jaws almost touched the ground. They didn't dare to believe their eyes. Oh, there's actually an ironhorn scaled bull. As Long Chen advanced, he saw a magical beast drinking water from a creek. It was a third-rank magical beast. It wasn't matured yet, and as soon as it saw Long Chen, it turned tail and fled. But Long Chen knocked it unconscious with a single blow. Hee, little fellow, don't be in such a rush. Your big bro will send you a gift, laughed Long Chen. Long Chen stripped Han Yunshan of everything he had and used his hair to tie him to the ironhorn scaled bull's tail. He then bound his hands so he couldn't form hand seals. Then thinking about it, he took out a long string of firecrackers he had in the primal chaos space. These were mementos from the Phoenix Cry Empire. When he had left Phoenix Cry, he had been worried about missing home, so he had bought many local products before leaving. One of those was these firecrackers. Back then, he had been extremely rich and had bought the highest quality ones. And by highest quality, he meant the kind that made the most noise. After wrapping the firecrackers around Han Yunshan's waist and legs several times, there were still several feet left. Brother, wake up, let's play a stimulating game. Long Chen patted Han Yunshan's face. His spiritual strength forcibly roused him. You, Long Chen, you're asking for it. I'll kill your whole family, roared Han Yunshan as soon as he realized what state he was in. Fuck, your illness still hasn't been cured. Time for your medicine. Long Chen looked around and saw a nice and warm pile of stuff. It was a fresh gift from the ironhorn scaled bull. You like to spout crap, so I've prepared some delicacies for you, said Long Chen, pulled open Han Yunshan's mouth and stuffing the delicacy in. Han Yunshan struggled all out, but his spiritual yuan was sealed by Long Chen. He was unable to use his power, and with Long Chen's efforts, his entire mouth became full of bull crap. Long Chen still wasn't satisfied, and taking out a bat, he shoved it into Han Yunshan's mouth, and then pushed, and pushed some more until Han Yunshan's belly was swelling. Only when he was finally unable to shove down any more did he stop. Going to the creek and washing his hands, he looked at the infuriated Han Yunshan. The veins on his forehead were bulging, but now he was unable to threaten or curse Long Chen. Since you like spouting shit, I'm helping you stay full. That way, when you start bullshitting others, it'll be stronger than ever. There's no need to thank me, I can only help you so much. After saying that, Long Chen gave the ironhorn scaled bull a kick, rousing it from its slumber. Before it could understand what was happening, explosive sounds started ringing behind its butt, frightening it out of its mind. It immediately charged off, ignoring the fact that it was dragging Han Yunshan behind it. The originally peaceful forest immediately became lively as the firecrackers went off, and the terrified ironhorn scaled bull fled for its life. Is that a human tied to its tail? Aiya, he's not wearing any clothes. Pervert, heavens, am I blind, or that is the Northern Source's heavenly genius, Han Yunshan. The string of firecrackers was very long. It continued going off for half an incense stick's worth of time. During that time, the frightened bull fled far into the distance, allowing countless people to see it. Those people didn't dare to believe their eyes. The female disciples didn't dare to look since this person was naked, so it was the men who clearly saw it was Han Yunshan. A generation's heavenly genius, a rank 5 celestial, an unrivaled existence, had been stripped naked and tied to a bull's tail. This scene was shocking. Seeing the bull flee into the distance, Long Chen reluctantly waved his hand. "Brother, I'll miss you. But that's okay, I trust we have fate and will quickly meet again." After saying that, Long Chen tidied up and continued forward. At that very moment, the Elder Hall was completely silent. Mu Qingshan was focused on the formation plate, not daring to look at the screen. "Elder Li Changfeng, this is the mature, intelligent youth you described." "I'm sorry, but I have to express my doubts," laughed an elder. Li Changfeng didn't get angry. He bitterly smiled, saying, "I also never thought Long Chen was this senseless." With the formations, they could all clearly see what was happening outside. Originally, Li Changfeng had described Long Chen as a man who had experienced countless hardships and fully matured as a result. But Long Chen's current conduct made him speechless. He's already in his 20s, but he still is like a child." "Having some childishness isn't bad," laughed an elder. "All right, go back to focusing on your own people." This time was a bit disappointing. If we had known the disciples this time would be so strong, we would have sent stronger disciples to greet them. Now the disciples are too arrogant and hard to handle. We have to be firm with them, so our responsibility is heavier than ever. Otherwise, the law enforcement hall is going to criticize us, sighed the hall master. "Yes, hall master," said everyone. The elder hall was in charge of raising the Xuantian Dao sect's geniuses. The missions, the release of resources, the guidance, it was all on them, which made their burden very heavy. As for the law enforcement hall, it was also its own department in charge of the Xuantian Dao sect. Both the disciples and elders were within the scope of their supervision, giving them a great deal of authority. In the past few years, more and more disciples had joined the law enforcement hall, causing them to grow stronger than ever. They had begun to interfere with the elder hall's matters. However, those things weren't expressly stipulated that they had to be handled by the elder hall. The elder hall was in a position to handle them, and the law enforcement hall was the same. For example, the matter in the Eastern Wasteland should have originally been handled by the elder hall. But the law enforcement hall had forcibly sent Lu Minghan with the guise of overseeing and investigating the Eastern Wasteland's disciples. Because of Long Chen's matter, Li Changfeng had suppressed Lu Minghan, making the law enforcement hall lose face. But Lu Minghan had truly gone too far and left himself vulnerable, making it so they had no choice but to accept things as they were. The higher-ups didn't wish for the elder hall and the law enforcement hall's conflict to grow any greater, so this time, the elders who had gone to greet the disciples were all picked by the sect-protecting pavilion. The sect-protecting pavilion was also a powerful department, similar to a nation's army. They had the greatest power in the Xuantian Dao sect and were in charge of protecting the sect and fighting its battles. Elder Shah and the others were all from the sect-protecting pavilion. Their position was special as others didn't dare to have any objections to what they did. This was the only way to maintain the balance. While the elder hall's people were busy keeping watch over the disciples, Long Chen continued forward. He saw quite a few people on the way, and saw many who had easily escaped the illusion formation and continued forward. Furthermore, they had all kinds of methods for escaping the illusion formation, which made him think of a crude expression, just like how birds had their own way to crap, everyone has their own Daos. But his journey forward wasn't very peaceful. It should be described as extremely lively, because he saw quite a few battles. But those battles were like scuffles between children. Some people would begin to bawl after losing, saying their opponent had cheated. Long Chen almost passed out from watching. But then thinking about it, his guess was that the righteous path where they were was probably extremely strong and able to suppress the corrupt path. Perhaps they had no enemies, causing the quality of their experts to drop. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter a single Dragonblood warrior on the way, or even a disciple from the Eastern Wasteland. The pitiful numbers of the Eastern Wasteland had been completely drowned out by the other 3 regions' people. Continuing forward another day, a sea of mist appeared before him. This wasn't an illusion, but true mist, a special kind that suppressed his soul, making it so he couldn't investigate what was happening inside with his divine sense. The mist was endless, and it was impossible to see the end. But his jade plate continued to indicate the direction and point directly through the mist. When Long Chen first stepped into the mist, he was unable to see anything. He was only able to faintly sense what direction he was going. Fortunately, the jade plate continued to indicate the direction for him, so he wouldn't get lost. As he carefully advanced, his elbow suddenly struck something, and extending a hand, he felt a soft round lump. A woman's startled cry rang out. "Rogue, do you know who I am? You want to take advantage of me? Do you believe when I say I'll sever your ability to carry on your ancestral line?" Raged a woman. Long Chen hadn't even understood what he had touched when a round of cursing rained down on him. Hearing her arrogance, he roared back, "Do you believe me when I say I'll start carrying on my ancestral line right now?" That woman let out a startled cry. It was unknown if she had been frightened away or if someone else had touched her as well. Her voice rang out hundreds of meters away. "No, something's wrong. There's a strange formation in this fog. I have to move carefully. Being touched by a woman wouldn't be bad, but being touched by a man would be bad. Gotta be careful." Long Chen began to circulate his flame energy, forming a flame barrier around him. The high temperature would allow others to sense him and avoid any accidental perverted encounters. After advancing a bit further, Long Chen's warning sense went off. A large hand whistled toward his back. The immense power behind it caused Long Chen's heart to shake. Chapter 997, a rare commodity. Long Chen's fist smashed into a large hand. However, he found that it wasn't a human hand, but a wooden hand. As soon as he blocked it, another whistling attack came for the back of his head. He hastily reached his other hand out, using his fingers as claws to catch it. After catching this hand, he realized that its owner was an extremely refined wooden puppet. The details on its fingers were perfect, and it even had fingerprints. Although it was a wooden puppet, it was as hard as metal, and as Long Chen caught its fist, it rapidly retreated. Suddenly, it sent a downward kick toward Long Chen's shoulder. Long Chen snorted and also gave it a kick, striking its leg. This time, Long Chen used 80% of his power, and he blew apart its leg. But he also felt a burst of pain in his foot and grumbled inside about how hard it was. His current physical body was extremely powerful, to the point where even treasure items would find it difficult to injure him. However, kicking this wooden puppet caused him a burst of pain. It was extraordinary. The wooden puppet rapidly fell back again after its other leg kicked at Long Chen. He was startled, as this didn't make sense. With both its legs off the ground, how was it retreating? Long Chen smashed apart its other foot and realized what it was. There was a rod supporting the puppet's body beneath its butt. There should be some mechanism below that controlled its attacks. Even as Long Chen smashed the puppet and grabbed the rod, it continued to move around him rapidly. So the mechanism is activated once you walk into a set range, at which point the wooden puppet will attack you from the front, back, left, and right. Hehe, there are a total of 4 attacks, and they all come from different directions. Interesting. With his hand on the rod, feeling it move around, he gradually came to understand the puppet's function. It truly was interesting. The person who had set it up had calculated the person's retreat path, so these 4 attacks could all cause quite a bit of damage. If a person blocked the first attack from the front, they would assume their enemy was at the front, and then it would be easy to fall for the next attack. Just at this moment, a miserable scream rang out and a figure flew by Long Chen's body. After being in the mist for so long, he had gotten accustomed and could now see things within a few meters. He saw a man whose shoulder had been destroyed. As this man shot past him, it was clear he probably hadn't understood what was happening before being sent flying by a wooden puppet. That injury on his shoulder was exactly where the wooden puppet had first tried to hit Long Chen. This fellow had probably been struck without sensing anything. This level of spiritual perception toward danger is truly amazing. Long Chen was speechless. Although the puppet's attack was sudden, the surrounding space was essentially still. The puppet would cause quite a disturbance when it attacked, but this person hadn't been able to sense it. Truly marvelous. He was sure that any Dragonblood warrior would be able to dodge all the wooden puppet's attacks. That was due to their experience from life and death battles. He continued forward for several miles. Suddenly, he heard the sound of digging. What was going on? Was someone trying to bury the evidence of killing someone? That was far too brazen. Guo Ran, what do you think you're doing? But when he got closer, he saw that it was Guo Ran digging. Boss, the core of the mechanism is down below. I want to go study it, said Guo Ran. Why waste the effort? Once you pass, you'll have plenty of things to study and research. Long Chen was speechless. Boss, you just don't understand. If I don't figure it out, I won't be able to sleep at night. Ah, boss, I hear that Han Yunshan was stripped naked, and his little ding-ding was blown off by a firecracker. It was done by you, right? Said Guo Ran. His little ding-ding is so weak. Long Chen was startled, but then he quickly realized that with his spiritual yuan sealed, Han Yunshan hadn't been able to protect himself. As for his life rod, that place was naturally weaker. Then that really was possible. Damn, you really know how to work. When I heard that news, I almost died of laughter. That idiot deserves to be played to death, said Guo Ran excitedly. Are you really planning on digging more? It might be very deep, or maybe someone will stop you before you get there. Don't waste the effort. Long Chen didn't have a high opinion of Guo Ran's choice. I have to dig more. I just can't drop this matter, said Guo Ran. All right then, go ahead. I'm moving on. Long Chen didn't bother him any longer. In truth, Guo Ran was a very passionate fellow. His talent and passion toward forging arts and mechanisms were incomparable. Since he had decided on this, Long Chen didn't force him to stop. He could do what he wanted. 3 days later, Guo Ran finally dug his way to the core. But what dumbfounded him was that the underground core was one complete piece, and he was unable to break it open to see the secrets within. Just as he was preparing to break a piece of it to see inside, an elder appeared and harshly berated him, warning him not to break public property. Only then had Guo Ran left, almost crying. But that was something that happened later. Long Chen continued onwards. He suddenly saw some disciples rushing forward without any misgivings. They weren't afraid of activating the mechanisms at all, startling him. Wow, there are some smart fellows. Long Chen saw a certain thing in their hands. It appeared to be a seed. Sometimes those people would suddenly stop and slowly detour before continue to rush off. Startled, Long Chen tested it by walking into those spots. As expected, he met a puppet's attacks. That made him a bit depressed. Where had they obtained those seeds? Don't miss this opportunity. The divine seed capable of sensing the attacking puppets is here. With this divine seed, you'll be able to pass this trial easily, safely, quickly, and painlessly. Quick, come take a look. They're almost sold out. Long Chen suddenly heard shouting. He rushed over and saw a slim but shrewd-looking man shouting. Seeing Long Chen arrive, his eyes lit up. Oh, senior apprentice brother Long Chen, hello. I've long since heard of your great name. Do you want to buy a divine seed? I know that a peerless hero like you doesn't need such a thing, but I trust that the people by your side will need it. How is it, do you want to buy any for your people? He asked. Long Chen laughed. This fellow really knew how to talk. Worried Long Chen would refuse because of his prestige, he immediately gave him a way to purchase it without losing face. What kind of seed is it? What's the price? Asked Long Chen. Even I don't know this seed's name. I came up with its name myself, but if I say it, I'm afraid you'll laugh at me, so I won't say it. As for its price, I sold it to others for 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, no haggling at all. But for you, I'll only charge 800. How about it? He looked sincerely at Long Chen. Haha, do you think I'm an idiot? Just now, there was someone who said they bought it for 100 middle-grade spirit stones. For you to sell it to me for 800, do you dare to raise the price even more? Demanded Long Chen. Ah, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Don't get angry. I probably sold it for the wrong price. Since that's the case, I'll punish myself and give it to you for only 80, no, 50 middle-grade spirit stones. What do you think? He said hastily. Long Chen almost laughed. He really had no integrity. He came up with the prices on the spot. I'll buy one. Long Chen was extremely curious about what this seed was, and he didn't care about the price. But he didn't want others to treat him as a cash cow. After receiving the money, that person was delighted and hastily gave Long Chen a small seed. The seed was the size of a pistachio. Its shell was slightly opened, and there was a layer of dust over it. Little fellow, you really have some skill. Seeds from the tree demon kai fruit are sold by the dozens for low-grade spirit stones, but you're selling them for 50 middle-grade ones. Not bad, laughed Long Chen. That person's expression immediately changed. He hadn't expected Long Chen to recognize this extremely unknown fruit. He thought he was about to become hostile. Don't panic, I'm just praising your business sense. This tree demon kai seed has been infected by the Marvel carp camphor flowers powder. It makes the seed very sensitive. Any trace of wood energy will make it germinate a bit, and that way it's possible to sense where the wooden puppets are. Not bad, praised Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is erudite and easily saw through junior disciple's methods, he said. He hadn't expected this trick of his to be easily seen through. The reason why he dared to sell this so openly was because basically no one recognized those two things. The former was no precious medicine, while the latter was a very neglected item. You should know how to refine pills, correct? Asked Long Chen. I'm just an amateur who can refine rank 4 medicinal pills. My talent was too low in that regard, so I had no more room to grow. That's why I changed to the money-making path. I worked hard to gather as many resources as possible and spend them on myself, and that's the only way I managed to muddle my way to the Central Plains, answered that man. He was smiling, but his voice was clearly a bit bitter and helpless. There had to be some unspoken grievances within his story. There are no high or low paths to getting stronger. To rely on your own smarts to make money isn't embarrassing. It's much better than those idiots who are just a waste of food, laughed Long Chen. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. This man hadn't expected Long Chen to praise him instead of looking down on him. It had to be known that in his eyes, Long Chen was the true heavenly genius. He had never thought such a person would look favorably upon him. What's your name? Asked Long Chen. Junior brother is Qian Duoduo. It's not that I really have so much money, but that my surname is Qian, and my parents hoped I wouldn't have to worry about money, so they gave me that name, he hastily explained. Not bad. People who stand on their own 2 feet are all worthy of respect. But this kind of business method is a bit lacking. Long Chen shook his head. Please give me pointers, senior apprentice brother, asked Qian Duoduo respectfully. Long Chen looked around, and coincidentally seeing a fellow walking past, he shouted, little fellow, come over. Qian equals money duo equals lots. Chapter 998 Once more fighting Han Yunshan. That person was just about to detour a bit further away, but hearing Long Chen call him, he winced and came over. Does senior apprentice brother need anything? He asked. Of course. Seeing your forehead full and your bones out of alignment, I can tell you must have been beaten quite a bit. Aiya, even your head is swelling. I have a seed from a divine tree god that can let you find luck and avoid calamity, allowing you to safely pass this part of the trial. This kind of seed is something I just bought from this brother. Back then, I spent 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones, but I find that with my power, I don't need this thing. So I want to trade it. How is it? Do you want it? Asked Long Chen. You're selling it to me. Hearing this, that person immediately ran through some calculations. He shrewdly said, this seed is now secondhand, so I'll offer at most 1,500. But doesn't that mean I'll lose 500? Asked Long Chen. Let's forget about it. I'll continue onwards. Perhaps this region comes to an end in just a bit, said that man, faking that he was about to leave. Fine, I'll take the loss. I'll treat it as half selling and half giving, said Long Chen with a pained expression. That shrewd person excitedly left with the seed. His appearance was like he had just made a fortune, making Qian Duoduo dumbfounded. Everyone likes to get things for cheap. It's about how you can take advantage of that. Although there are many other factors in business, this is definitely a simple one. If you add it to your marketing techniques, your profit will definitely multiply. You can't do business too rigidly, laughed Long Chen as he turned to leave. He had already figured out the origin of the seed, so there was no need to waste any more time here. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen called out Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo clenched his teeth and asked, Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you are a dragon amongst men. I don't know if you think highly of this junior brother, but junior brother is willing to become your dog, your horse, whatever you need. You want to join me, correct? It just so happens I need someone like you who knows business. But first, think of a way to avoid washing out, laughed Long Chen, waving his hand in goodbye. Qian Duoduo was pretty smart, and it seemed he also had some experience. Long Chen would be at ease with such a person handling things. If he gave him an opportunity, he would cherish it more than others. Long Chen truly needed someone like him. The Xuantian Dao sect was huge, and he would be busy. He needed someone to handle these things. Although he didn't bother with business, he knew money was the #1 requirement for cultivators. Without money, no matter how great your talent was, you would still starve to death. The Dragonblood Legion needed to grow, and they needed great financial ability behind them, Upon arriving here, he saw that everyone's talent could only count as average. Any sect would focus their resources on the peak geniuses, and Long Chen didn't want the Dragonblood Legion to become unevenly matched and eventually fracture. That was the situation he wanted to avoid the most. If they couldn't obtain enough resources from the sect, then they would need to prepare. Zheng Wenlong was only able to give him a few resources, and he couldn't rely too much on him. After all, distant water couldn't be drunk. Before Zheng Wenlong fully established himself in Central Plains, he needed to rely on himself for resources. He had to allow the Dragonblood warriors to grow at least as quickly as the top disciples, or if they were thrown too far into the distance, the amount of resources they would get would shrink as well. Then it would just be an unending cycle. The Dragonblood warriors needed to focus on cultivating, and he himself couldn't be running around all day. So he needed someone skilled in this regard to help him handle things. Qian Duoduo's appearance gave Long Chen a pleasant surprise. He was smart enough, and as a person, he also seemed good. He'd think it over and see if he was worth grooming. As he continued forward, he directly summoned the divine ring, and whenever he encountered one of the wooden puppets, he would smash it apart before moving on. A few days later, he finally escaped from the mist. What was in front of him was a huge lake. The water was completely still and clear, looking like a mirror. It was beautiful and enchanting. The lake was unimaginably huge, so huge that the other end could not be seen. There were quite a few people in front of it, unable to find a solution. "Boss, you've come." There were thousands of disciples in front of the lake, racking their brains for a solution. One of them was a Dragonblood warrior. "What's going on? Why aren't you crossing?" asked Long Chen. "The lake is very strange. There's no way to swim or to fly across it," he said. He explained how people who tried to go over the air immediately fell, and people who tried to swim immediately sank into the depths of the lake, unable to float. Some people had tried to cross the lake, and right now, they were at the bottom of the lake, waving at them. A few disciples were now using a long rope to pull them back to the shore. Originally, they had thought that if they couldn't fly or swim, they could walk across the bottom. But after just a few meters, they found that the water began to condense around them. There was no way to continue forward, and as a result of going too far, there was no way back either. "Were there people who crossed before?" asked Long Chen. "If all the people had failed to cross, there shouldn't be this few people here." Senior apprentice brother Yan Mochen created a bridge with his earth energy and brought a group of people over. But after they crossed, the bridge collapsed. "The foundation is right there." A disciple pointed to a pile of dirt. "I hear senior apprentice sister Zhao Zian created a water bridge over the surface of the lake and brought a group of people over as well." "The water bridge just disappeared after," sighed another. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you're so strong. You can bring us over, right?" asked a cute maiden, charmingly looking at him. "No, I'm not a rank 5 celestial, I don't have such abilities. It'll be hard enough to get myself across." Long Chen naturally wouldn't fall for such a thing. Furthermore, she wasn't even that pretty. Everyone was disappointed. They were unable to come up with anything for crossing this lake. "HMPH, I just knew the Eastern Wastelands dogs were useless," sneered someone within the crowd. This person was crafty, and his voice was dispersed through the air so they couldn't tell who was speaking. Everyone's expressions changed. "Idiot, your spiritual fluctuations sell you out." Long Chen waved his hand, directly pulling out the person who had spoken. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Don't blame the wrong person," cried that fellow. "Good luck." Long Chen tossed him over the lake. That person fell after just a few hundred meters, sinking right to the bottom. Long Chen frowned. As expected, this lake was strange. With his power, that person should have flown hundreds of miles, not meters. Some unknown force was present. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, he'll die like this. Then you'll have killed someone," warned a kind-hearted stranger. "It's fine, he can definitely hold on for a couple of months. Once the trial is over, someone will naturally come and save him. And if no one saves him, he'll have died after the trial. In other words, I wouldn't have killed anyone during the trial. His death has nothing to do with me," said Long Chen. Everyone felt a chill as well as some sympathy for that fellow. What was the point of having such a wretched mouth? Now he had done it. If no one saved him, he would die in the water. That was a terrifying death. It was almost impossible to move in that water. If he wasn't crushed to death by the water, he would starve to death. Within this water, there was no way to absorb spiritual qi, and so he could only wait for death. Even if someone saved him, it would be after the trial, and he would have lost his chance to join the Xuantian Dao sect. Why bother? Looking at this lake, Long Chen thought to himself that there was no way for him to cross it. He remembered back in the Xuantian monastery, there had also been a river blocking the way. That river had been filled with man-eating fish, and he had used a catapult to fling him across. But that move wouldn't work here. This lake was too strange. He had a thought to summon Huolong and fly across with the Dragonblood warrior, but there were so many people watching him and he felt embarrassed to go on his own. Furthermore, he didn't know if it would work. Long Chen, I've finally found you. Die. Just as Long Chen was racking his brain, a furious shout rang out. The air became icy as if it had suddenly become winter. Han Yunshan charged over, runes revolving around him. An ice sword appeared in his hands, and he slashed it at Long Chen. Die. Freezing ice terror slash, roared Han Yunshan. His sword suddenly exploded in size, and the ice chi emitting from it seemed like it could freeze a person's soul. This was one of his most powerful moves. Long Chen had tortured him and caused his family jewels to be destroyed. Even heavenly Dao energy wasn't fully effective at healing injuries there. Thus, his family line really might be severed. Furthermore, many people had seen him naked and dragged along by a bull. Even if he made huge accomplishments in the future, it wouldn't wash away that stain. His hatred for Long Chen had reached a peak, and he immediately attacked with his full power, not caring if he killed him. Double Dragon Destruction. Long Chen formed hand seals, and two dragons blew apart the huge ice sword. Millions of diamond-like crystals filled the air, appearing beautiful and gorgeous. Han Yunshan was stunned. He had thought that this move of his would at least heavily injure Long Chen, if not kill him. But instead of seeing Long Chen on his last breaths, a fist smashed into his nose, breaking his bones once more. Han Yunshan's face caved in and he fainted. Everyone present only came to their senses now. They had only seen two dragons in a large explosion before everything ended. Han Yunshan was like a chicken in Long Chen's hand. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Chapter 999 Ferry Boat. A Grand Rank 5 Celestial had been captured in just one move. This toppled all their understanding of heavenly geniuses. In truth, this result was not because Long Chen was too powerful, but simply that Han Yunshan was too stupid. Long Chen practically hadn't had to do anything. Han Yunshan's ice blade truly had been powerful, practically capable of freezing even space. It was on the same level as the Double Dragon Destruction, which was enough to show how powerful it was. But this idiot had no battle experience at all. After releasing this one move, he had just waited in anticipation to see Long Chen on his last breaths. As a result, Long Chen knocked him unconscious with a single punch. For a cultivator to be this stupid, Long Chen's eyes were truly open to the world. It was his first time admiring someone so much. Everyone, prepare to cross the lake. We have a boat now. Long Chen dragged the unconscious Han Yunshan over to the lake. With one foot on his dantian, ice chi rapidly condensed over the lake. Under the control of Long Chen's spiritual strength, a 300-meter ice boat rapidly formed over the lake. It floated calmly on the surface of the water, and Han Yunshan was the core at the bottom of the boat. Come, there's no time to explain. Get on. Long Chen was the first to jump onto the ice boat. This boat was condensed of ice, so it didn't sink into the water. It was very safe. Everyone's jaw dropped. Han Yunshan was actually being used as a tool to ferry everyone across. Long Chen really had some crazy ideas. But seeing Long Chen jump onto the boat, they clenched their teeth and jumped on as well. A few people took out some tools to use as oars, and the ice boat began to smoothly advance. Aiya! Suddenly, a woman's frightened scream rang out, causing everyone to jump. They thought that water had invaded the ship, and their souls almost fled in terror. But when they looked around, they didn't see anything odd. They glared at that woman. She blushed and pointed to the bottom of the boat. Everyone looked and saw that Han Yunshan had woken. He was now looking at them through the translucent boat. They then looked at the woman who was wearing a skirt and came to a sudden comprehension. Don't worry, his meridians have been sealed by me. He won't be able to break that seal without 10 to 15 days. As for your problem, well, he's helping us so much, so you're not losing out by letting him have a peek, joked Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you're evil. The woman was completely red. She jumped to the end of the boat. Just thinking of that pair of eyes staring at her, she felt goosebumps. Cough, there are quite a few sisters with skirts. It's best to stay covered. A woman took out a beast fur blanket that covered the entire surface of the boat, completely blocking Han Yunshin's line of sight. They were much more at ease after that. They were worried Han Yunshin would remember them. Although the main offender was Long Chen, they were now benefiting from Han Yunshin's misery. If he soared in the future, it would be troublesome for them. If Long Chen had known he would be so blessed as to look up at them, Long Chen would have turned him downwards. The ice boat safely glided into the opposing shore eventually, and thanking Long Chen, they all jumped off and left. Once everyone else was gone, Long Chen tasked the Dragonblood warrior with being a ferryman. If any other Dragonblood warriors had to cross, he could bring them over. Of course, he could also conveniently take in a ferry fee from others as well. The price wasn't high, just 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Long Chen's guess was that 2/3 of the people had already crossed by now. The others who hadn't crossed had limited power, causing them to waste more time. So this ferry project would definitely rack in quite a bit of profit. 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones for one person wasn't that much. Anyone was capable of coughing up that price, and it also wasn't enough to make people greedy. It was safe and quick money. If 1/3 of the people really hadn't made it yet, then that meant there were over 200,000 disciples. Then assuming 1/4 of them were stuck in the illusions or dealing with the wooden puppets, that meant maybe 150,000 disciples would arrive. If each one of them ended up paying, then that would bring in 150 million middle-grade spirit stones. That sum was a shocking amount. Damn, I didn't even know it would be this much before calculating. This is definitely a good project. Once he calculated the possible profit, Long Chen jumped in shock. Most of his money had been left behind in the Xuantian Dao sect. Its reconstruction had cost a fortune, and there were many aspects that needed continued financial support. Long Chen had intentionally left behind all that wealth so that Ouyang Chuyu and Shui Wuan could build up the strongest possible sect. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about them. No good, if there's this much profit to be made, we have to be careful. Here, I'll put some makeup on you, and you pretend to be one of the sect's elders. Just stay here with a bamboo hat and a fake identity plate. There's no need to go too far, and remember to act noble. Only once they kneel down and beg will you feel forced into accepting their money, understood? Asked Long Chen. You really are our boss. You come up with the craziest ideas to make money, said the Dragonblood warrior. There's no choice but to do that. It's against the rules to rob people during the trial, or I'd have taken everything from this idiot. However, this little fellow isn't that bad. He can help us make some money, so we have to properly take advantage of it. In the future, we'll need money for so many things. Our family's big, and there are so many people to support. You have to always be on the lookout for ways to make some money, said Long Chen. Don't worry, boss. The Dragonblood warrior patted his chest confidently. Long Chen found an extremely strange set of robes for him to wear, and with some special makeup, he changed the Dragonblood warrior's appearance. In an instant, he became a stern-looking elder. He truly did appear intimidating, and after adding some details, it wasn't easy to see through his disguise. He warned him that the seal would only last for 10 days. This ferry business could only continue for 9 days, and after that, he should toss Han Yunshin aside to avoid him breaking out of the seal and attacking whoever was conducting the ship. If he felt too unwilling to give up this business, he could sell the boat for a steal so others could become the ferrymen. That Dragonblood warrior almost prostrated himself in admiration when he heard that. All right, I'll be leaving now. After telling him all this, Long Chen took his leave to avoid others seeing through some clues. The Dragonblood warrior lazily took a nap on the ice boat, patiently waiting for his customers to arrive. He didn't know that Han Yunshin had heard everything from the bottom of the boat and had fainted from fury. Long Chen continued onwards. After hundreds of miles, he suddenly heard a roaring sound. There were people fighting in the distance. He rushed over to take a look and saw 5 disciples fighting an 8th rank magical beast. It was a scarlet blaze lizard. From its aura, it should be at the mid-8th rank. This scarlet blaze lizard is on an even lower level than the earth dragon. The amount of dragon blood inside it is essentially negligible. In the eastern wasteland, the scarlet blaze lizard would at most be able to grow to the 6th rank. This one doesn't have anything special about it, and its bloodline is also very impure, but it has reached the 8th rank. It seems the dense spiritual qi in the central plains allows magical beasts to grow to even greater heights, muttered Long Chen to himself. It seemed the density of spiritual qi in different regions affected magical beasts a great deal. But then its effect on humans should be even greater. Just at this moment, a woman amongst the group of 5 was sent flying by a swat from the scarlet blaze lizard. Her blood splattered as one of her arms blew apart. Careful, the other 4 all cried out, because the scarlet blaze lizard's huge tail was now smashing toward her. They were all aware of how powerful that tail was. If she was struck in her current state, she would instantly be blown apart and killed. What? You can actually lose your life in this trial. There should be someone who will save her, right? Long Chen was startled. There was no way the woman could block this attack on her own. Based on the previous parts of the trial, this should just be a very foundational test, and there shouldn't be any danger to anyone's life. Thus, Long Chen didn't immediately interfere and just watched instead. But when that tail was just about to strike her body, he had no choice but to go out personally. Debris exploded into the air. The other 4 all thought she had died, and they were stunned that there was danger of dying in this trial. But when the dust settled, they saw someone standing in front of that woman, still in his punching posture. Many thanks. That woman had thought she was dead for sure, so realizing she wasn't, she was ecstatic. She was just about to say her thanks when a blood-colored light shot out and directly cut off the scarlet blaze lizard's head. This terrifying scarlet blaze lizard was killed in one move, making the 5 of them dumbfounded. It took them a while before one of them reacted and hastily bowed. Many thanks for saving our lives, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Although Long Chen had not reached the ranks of the rank 5 celestials, everyone from the 4 regions knew this miraculous figure. It was nothing, but if you knew you were going to die, why didn't you crush your jade plate? Then someone would come to save you. Why throw away your life? Long Chen curiously asked that woman. A trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. She shook her head, saying, I have a blood debt I have to repay, but I was powerless to kill my opponents. If I can't grow in the central plains, I won't be able to get revenge, and then my life won't have any meaning. Many thanks for saving me, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. So a woman with her own story. But then again, everyone has their own stories, Long Chen thought to himself. He nodded and said, the 5 of you lack battle experience and aren't ruthless enough. You should bring in a few people to strengthen your force before continuing onwards. People have to have goals, but as long as you are alive, there is hope. Even if that hope is very remote, that hope will disappear once you die. Throwing your life away is running away from responsibility. Death is easy, but living is hard. However, just because something is hard doesn't mean it's impossible. That woman's eyes lit up and she said, thank you for the reminder. I understand. Long Chen nodded. Taking away the scarlet blaze lizard's corpse, he continued onwards. This experience gave Long Chen a warning. The Xuantian Dao sect's trial wasn't as simple as he had thought. Chapter 1000. Just kill him. As Long Chen continued forward, he saw mountains and valleys, as well as quite a few signs of battle. He even saw some severed limbs. He frowned. Perhaps the true trial only started now. Thinking of those fellows he hadn't seen yet, he shook his head. There was an old saying, if a person had to suffer, they should suffer as early as possible. This was entirely correct. Only once you suffered enough could you avoid even greater suffering. If you treated your disciples with too much pampering, refusing to allow them to suffer at all, then in the future, they would eventually suffer immensely. Now that the true trial was starting, it was unknown how many disciples were dying here. This was the price of pampering. A loud booming sound came from ahead and Long Chen rushed over to see a huge mountain pass. The 2 mountains extended far to the sides, making this the only way through. The mountains were precipitous here, with the sides practically vertical. The cliffside was sleek and smooth. The runes on it clearly showed it was set up intentionally this way so no one could climb it. This mountain pass was guarded by a huge magical beast. It was a Zon turtle. Its entire body was covered in scales, and its shell sparkled with ancient runes. It was like a mountain blocking the pass, and currently, a group of people were fighting against it. Seeing that, Long Chen frowned. He ran back and returned to the place where he had just killed a magical beast. He saw that another magical beast had appeared there. So that's what it is. Once a magical beast is killed and the people who kill it pass, they'll send another magical beast to guard that place. It seems there's a special formation restricting the magical beasts from roaming. It was no wonder Long Chen had felt like something was wrong. The people at the front should have already killed all the magical beasts, so wouldn't the latter people be able to safely pass? But there were people were secretly controlling things behind the scenes, replacing the slain magical beasts to maintain the difficulty of the trial. Only then did Long Chen return to the mountain pass where hundreds of disciples were fighting the Zon turtle. The Zon turtle was extremely large, and he didn't know what breed it was. As the runes on its shell revolved, a faint layer of light appeared over it, blocking all these people's attacks. When it opened its mouth, a terrifying water arrow would shoot out, sending hundreds of disciples flying. Quite a few of them vomited blood. If it weren't for the treasure items protecting their bodies, there would have been casualties. Seeing over 700 disciples shouting loudly as they fought all out against this 8th-rank magical beast, Long Chen couldn't help but find it laughable. He sat down at a mountaintop and just watched them besieging the magical beast. Although 2 magical beasts could both be in the mid-8th rank, some had special bloodlines or abilities. For example, this Zon turtle's defensive power was perfect without any opening. Although there were quite a few rank 4 celestials amongst this group, they were still unable to break its defense. This intense fight continued for a long while. Startled cries and furious roars intertwined along with cursing and grumbling. Fortunately for them, the Zon turtle's attacks weren't very sharp. As long as these people focused, they would only be injured and not killed. Is Brother Long just going to sit here and watch the show? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Long Chen, startling him. He actually hadn't sensed this person approaching him. Oh, so it's Sister Xian. How coincidental. Long Chen hadn't expected to run into the rank 5 celestial Zhao Xian here. This was Zhao Xian's first time seeing someone like this. Long Chen didn't stand up, cup his fists, or even bow at all. He greeted her like she was an old friend, giving off a very intimate feeling. It was like in Long Chen's eyes, everyone was the same, not worth looking up to and not worth looking down upon. This surprised her. Zhao Xian was very beautiful, but in Long Chen's eyes, she hadn't reached the level of Meng Qi, Tang Wan and his other women. He had experienced a great deal in the past few years, and now, he found himself indifferent to many more things than before. He was past the age of being unable to control himself around a beauty. Brother Long's bearing is out of the ordinary, a hero amongst people. Zhao Xian smiled slightly. What did you say? Asked Long Chen. I said Brother Long's bearing is out of the ordinary, a hero amongst people, repeated Zhao Xian. Ah, actually, I heard you the first time, but I always like to hear people complimenting me more, laughed Long Chen. Zhao Xian was stunned for a moment, clearly not used to this way of talking. Looking at his smile, she shook her head. Brother Long's way of talking really is interesting. Hee, my people are all villagers who like to just talk directly. We'll listen to nice words multiple times, but we'll pretend not to hear bad words. That's how we maintain a good mood as we face more challenges, said Long Chen indifferently. This way of thinking is novel. Zhao Xian smiled slightly. Raising her dress slightly, she sat on the rock beside him. Long Chen politely scooted over a bit, asking, with your power, you should be at the very front. Why are you here, lagging behind? Long Chen was curious. An expert like Zhao Xian should be at the very front. After all, top experts all like to strive for first place. Of course, a marvel like Han Yunshan didn't count. He was still being a good ferry boat and helping him make money. Don't you also have the power to charge to the front but are staying here instead? Zhao Xian didn't reply. Pushing back a stray hair, she returned the question to him. Me, I was held back by an idiot, or I'd have long since run to the front. But now that I'm already behind, I'm too lazy to chase you all. Just looking at the nice scenery here is good. Oh, it couldn't be that Sister Xian also fell behind because of an idiot. Could it be? Long Chen suddenly looked at Zhao Xian. Brother Long, you're overthinking things. An unnatural expression appeared on Zhao Xian's face. Long Chen shook his head. What do you mean overthinking things? Just from your expression and Wei Chenghai's appearance, I can tell everything. His perverted gaze completely sells him out. His mouth is slanted, his nose is crooked, his forehead is wide, his jaw is narrow, his face is as long as a sea. Nonsense, how could it be so exaggerated? Laughed Zhao Xian. Let me tell you, I'm very proficient in face reading. Wei Chenghai's shovel-like, big chin face is a special case. In the field of physiognomy, there's a special name for it, reclusiverts. You might not have heard of such people, but surely you've heard of introverts. They're not very social, right? Well, reclusiverts take it to a new level. They're antisocial, and have taken it to the point that their characters have become twisted. Due to the shadow over their hearts, they can't have any companions. There are records in ancient tomes of reclusiverts having their minds clouded by anger and jealousy. Consumed by desire, they tear themselves apart, said Long Chen. Although he was just spouting nonsense, he was extremely sensitive to other people's negative emotions from the 9-star hegemon body art. He might not be right on the mark, but he should be pretty close. You really have heaven-peering arts? Zhao Ziyan was shocked. That was because having come from the southern sea with Wei Changhai, she was very familiar with his past. He was truly a troublesome and unreasonable person. Although Long Chen's words were cryptic, many aspects of them were correct. In truth, the reason his words were cryptic was because fortune-telling was just holding up a mirror for someone else. That person could see whatever they wanted to see. Giving too many details made it easy to see through, so being cryptic and spouting nonsense that sounded right was the best way to avoid being suspected. Long Chen was clearly experienced in this regard, and he had completely tricked Zhao Ziyan. I know a bit, said Long Chen profoundly. Brother Long, since you know heaven-peering arts, can you tell me how to deal with that person? Asked Zhao Ziyan. As expected, Zhao Ziyan had intentionally fallen back to avoid Wei Changhai. The two had definitely had some interactions before. After all, not just any power could raise a rank 5 celestial. Perhaps their two powers had intended for the two of them to marry, and that way, the two powers would become one and dominate the southern sea. But it seemed Zhao Ziyan intensely disliked Wei Changhai. Of course, that couldn't be blamed on her. From his looks, it was clear he was not a good person. And if you looked closely, well, it would be better to have just glanced quickly. His face had water fluctuations over it. It was a kind of beautifying effect, but Long Chen saw through that guise in an instant. In fact, even Tang Wan was able to see through it easily. In truth, if you think this problem is difficult, then it's difficult. But if you think it's easy, then it's easy. The only thing you need to do is... Long Chen extended a hand and then suddenly stopped. Long Chen immediately felt embarrassed. He had gotten used to being a businessman and had just been about to offer a price, but he caught himself before he said anything. I understand. You mean I should grasp control of my fate with my own hands and break free of all restrictions to make the decisions I want to make, right? Zhao Ziyan's eyes brightened with understanding. Long Chen shook his head. No, what I meant was that if he keeps bothering you, just slap him in the face and kill the bastard. Zhao Ziyan looked oddly at Long Chen. Chapter 1001 Seducing My Woman. Zhao Ziyan looked at Long Chen oddly. His words had sounded so logical to her, but that evil light in his eyes could not be concealed. She wasn't able to tell whether Long Chen was being serious or not. Brother Long, I'm being serious, but you? Zhao Ziyan shook her head. I'm also being serious. Let me tell you, I've seen many people. With just a glance, I can see through the disguise of someone like Wei Changhai. He's the kind of person who can't be saved. Even if his master was a saint, he couldn't be changed. So if you want to handle him, either kill him, or scare him witless. Don't give him any opportunity or hope, otherwise, well, just enjoy having him running after you all the time, said Long Chen lazily. He had seen this kind of situation far too many times. Zhao Ziyan loathed Wei Changhai, but she also didn't want to completely break things off by hurting his feelings. She hoped Wei Changhai would figure it out and back off on his own. But how could that be possible? In any case, he had already laid out the facts in front of her, and he couldn't be bothered to say any more. Whether or not she wanted to listen was up to her. It didn't have one spirit stone's relation to him. With his hands on the back of his head, he lay lazily on the rock. Looking up at the floating clouds in the sky, he suddenly felt himself to be much older than before. If someone as beautiful and gentle as Zhao Ziyan had been placed in front of him a few years ago, he'd have definitely wanted to pursue her. But now he didn't dare to touch such matters. Seeing Long Chen ignore her, Zhao Ziyan frowned slightly. But that expression on his face seemed extremely natural. In fact, he seemed to merge with heaven and earth without the slightest discord. Is this the legendary realm of being one with the Tao? But that's impossible, he couldn't have reached such a high realm at his age. Zhao Ziyan's heart shook, but she quickly brushed aside that idea. Long Chen fundamentally wasn't someone that could be on that level. Brother Long, have you always been this unconstrained? She asked. Pretty much. No one knows when they'll die, so why bother being overcautious? My brothers and I prefer the feeling of being free. Long Chen picked a blade of grass from the ground and stuck it in his mouth, randomly chewing on it. Brother Long truly is unique. In all my years, I've never seen anyone else like you. Zhao Ziyan's mouth curled into a small smile. His appearance of not caring about anyone or anything, that free and unconstrained manner, was novel to her. Long Chen shook his head. During the registration, I saw that your bone age is 21 years. Although you're only 1 year younger than me, in my eyes, all of you are just children. Are you mocking me for being immature? Zhao Ziyan frowned. Since Brother Long has nothing to say to me, I'll say my goodbyes, said Zhao Ziyan angrily. She immediately got up and walked away. Long Chen didn't apologize or say anything. He just indifferently watched the battle involving over 1,000 people now. It was definitely lively. Long Chen, tell me, just how am I immature? Zhao Ziyan had walked far away, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She was kind to others, and she was also beautiful. No one had ever evaluated her this way. She felt a bit unwilling and she returned. Long Chen almost laughed. Looking at her, he asked, don't you feel like your current conduct is very immature? Zhao Ziyan blushed. She truly did feel like her current actions were a bit immature. She didn't know just how to retort. She couldn't leave, and she couldn't stay. Being called immature isn't a bad thing. What's wrong about being immature? People like me don't have the qualifications to be immature, so you should feel blessed, said Long Chen. What are you talking about? Long Chen looked at Zhao Ziyan. Seeing her curious expression combined with her beauty, his heart jumped and he looked away. Zhao Ziyan was truly beautiful, but she didn't give him that special feeling. He decided not to tease her anymore. Seeing Long Chen's expression suddenly change and his eyes look away, Zhao Ziyan quickly understood what had happened and smiled. Brother Long, it seems you haven't answered me yet. There's no need to answer. You can guess it. If I was immature, I would lose my life, so you're much more blessed than me. When I call you immature, I almost feel envious, sighed Long Chen. That forlorn tone of his caused Zhao Ziyan to laugh. She found that talking to him was very interesting. He seemed like a magnanimous person who she didn't need to have any taboos around when talking to. Although sometimes his words were so direct that she was unwilling to accept them, it was still interesting. It should be my turn to ask you some questions, right? Asked Long Chen suddenly. If you have anything you'd like to ask, go ahead. Then tell me, what's the power balance like in the Southern Sea? Are there righteous and corrupt paths? Do you have large fights, or? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen was truly curious about this. During the registration, he had seen that the hundreds of thousands of disciples from the other regions were nothing more than unreliable brats. There were few real experts. Just how had such people survived the battles between the righteous and corrupt paths? It was inconceivable. As a result, Zhao Ziyan's reply made him dumbfounded. In reality, the Southern Sea, Western Desert, and Northern Source had too many powerful sects for the corrupt path to handle. Taking the Southern Sea as an example, there were 7 sects no weaker than the branch Xuantian Dao sect there. Although they had some conflicts with the corrupt path, there weren't many large-scale battles. The corrupt path was heavily suppressed by the righteous path, and they were only able to make some stealthy moves. As soon as the righteous path sensed them, they would flee. A large battle between the two sides rarely occurred. It might be decades before such a battle occurred, and their generation hadn't risen during that time. There hadn't been any battles for them to accumulate experience. All their battles were on the martial stage and not the battlefield. When Long Chen asked about the immemorial path, Zhao Ziyan said that there had been a few battles inside. However, everyone had been focused on searching for treasures and opportunities, and no full-blown war had started. Long Chen was dumbfounded, so the rest of the world was so peaceful. Then it was no wonder all these disciples were laughably immature. What's with that look? Asked Zhao Ziyan upon seeing Long Chen's bitter smile. It's nothing, I just feel like life is bitter. Sister Ziyan, how much do you know about the Central Plains? Do you know about any peak powers? Asked Long Chen. Perhaps one of these peak powers might be related to his origins. Zhao Ziyan shook her head. I'm ashamed to say that I don't know much. All I've heard of is the 7 danger zones, 6 great alliances, 5 divine halls, 4 gates, 3 sects, 2 palaces, and 1 valley. There's this many. Is the Xuantian Dao sect one of those 3 sects? Long Chen's eyes almost popped out of his head. How could there be this many powers? Well, this is all that I've heard of. I'm not sure about the exact truth. The Central Plains is just too big, sighed Zhao Ziyan. According to Zhao Ziyan, that was nothing more than a phrase she had heard. Now that they had come to the Xuantian Dao sect, they had confirmed its existence, but the others' powers were nothing more than stories to her. At their current level, they weren't strong enough to learn such things. In fact, just the Xuantian Dao sect was a power that countless geniuses longed to join. The Central Plains was just too big. Long Chen took a deep breath. He knew he still had a long way to go. What he needed to do was continue getting stronger. The peak of the martial path was even further than he had thought. Originally, he had thought that after arriving at the Xuantian Dao sect, he wouldn't be that far off from the secret of his origins. But Zhao Ziyan's words were like a bucket of ice water falling over his head. He had been too naive. Brother Long, what is it? Asked Zhao Ziyan. Long Chen rubbed his face and shook his head. He sighed, it's nothing. I just realized it will probably take a few years for me to dominate the Central Plains. Zhao Ziyan almost laughed. Anyone who could say they would dominate the Central Plains was definitely crazy. He hadn't even passed the trial to join the sect. Long Chen laughed, it's best to have dreams. After all, what if you achieve it? Fine, I won't laugh at a madman like you, laughed Zhao Ziyan. I've had plenty of people laughing at me. As long as they don't touch my reverse scale, they can laugh all they want. I have my own thoughts and targets. Each little bit of effort brings me one step closer to my goal. I'll reach that height sooner or later, said Long Chen confidently. I will be on my way. Do you want to come with me, or? Zhao Ziyan didn't want to keep arguing over this problem with Long Chen. After waiting this long, Wei Changhai should be far ahead. She should start moving. After talking to Long Chen this much, her worries had lessened a great deal. Although she hadn't thought of how exactly she would handle Wei Changhai, she didn't feel as vexed as before. That was why she asked Long Chen if he wanted to come with her. She felt like he was an interesting person, and going together should be even more interesting. Long Chen, you Eastern Wasteland dog, how dare you seduce my woman? Long Chen was just about to decline her invitation when a furious roar rang out. A figure charged over from the distance. That person was Wei Changhai. He had been searching for Zhao Ziyan this entire time so they could talk, but Zhao Ziyan had been intentionally hiding from him. Just as he was searching, he saw Zhao Ziyan smiling and talking with a man on a distant mountain top. His fury immediately soared. Furthermore, when he saw that it was a pretty boy like Long Chen, his fury soared even higher. Wei Changhai, what are you doing? Shouted Zhao Ziyan upon seeing him charging over. Scram, I'll kill this bastard, roared Wei Changhai. Water chi erupted out of him, forming waves in the air. With a furious roar, he sent a palm at Long Chen. In front of Zhao Ziyan's stunned eyes, a hand viciously struck Wei Changhai's face. Chapter 1002 Direct Slap. Long Chen had attacked second but struck first. His movements were smooth and graceful, complementing the especially resounding sound. Wei Changhai smashed into a mountain, causing it to crumble. Long Chen had seen 100 openings in Wei Changhai's attack. It was like Wei Changhai was asking to be slapped. If he didn't help him out, he'd feel bad. Talent was not the same as power. He had such immense power, but had no idea how to use it and still acted arrogantly. In Long Chen's eyes, whether it was Han Yunshan or Wei Changhai, they were nothing more than foolish fatties fumbling around. They looked big and strong, but were actually just fat and dumb, unable to release their own power. Let alone Long Chen, even people like Shui Yu and Yu Chenghao would have been able to kill them in one blow had they been alive. These were greenhouse flowers, existences that couldn't compare to bamboo growing in the wild. In the righteous and corrupt battles, such idiots would have long since reincarnated. The disciples fighting the magical beast were all startled and retreated. They looked over just in time to see Wei Changhai blast his way out of the mountain and roar, Long Chen, die. As Wei Changhai formed hand seals, endless water energy began to circulate. Ripple-like fluctuations appeared in the air. Wei Changhai had erupted with a rank 5 celestial's power. 5 colored runes intertwined, forming a huge curtain of water that enveloped Long Chen. At the same time, a wave of energy roared toward him. That wasn't truly water, but something created from water runes. This attack contained terrifying destructive power. As soon as Wei Changhai attacked, a terrifying pressure caused all the disciples to turn pale. In that instant, they felt a slight stabbing pain in their souls. Their bodies involuntarily trembled, and the lower their celestial rank, the more intense that feeling was. That was a kind of heavenly Tao suppression. If two celestials of different ranks fought, then the one with the greater rank would have a powerful suppressive effect on the other. And the greater the rank difference, the greater the suppression. A rank 3 celestial would be fundamentally unable to release their full power against a rank 5 celestial. Unless the cultivation base of the former far surpassed the latter, they would stay as far away as possible. In Wei Changhai's fury, he had even released the power of his spirit blood. He was clearly intent on killing Long Chen, causing Zhao Ziyan's expression to change. She knew that Long Chen was powerful, but he wasn't a celestial. Worried that he would be killed in one blow, she was just about to interfere. Suddenly, a light rumble rang out. Long Chen vanished, startling Zhao Ziyan. Wei Changhai's attack had clearly locked him down. When she saw him once more, Long Chen had used some unknown method to escape Wei Changhai's suppression and charged toward him. Idiot, I'll teach you two things. 1. If you want to lock down others, either your aura or your spiritual strength has to be greater. 2. Not everyone will just stupidly take your attacks head on. If you were on the battlefield, you'd have long since been killed. With thunder force around him, Long Chen was like a bolt of lightning, appearing right in front of Wei Changhai and giving him another slap in the face. Long Chen almost found it inconceivable. When this idiot had attacked, he hadn't held anything back at all. In other words, all his energy had been wasted on a missed attack, while he had kept nothing back for defense or dodging. His slap landed solidly on Wei Changhai's uncomprehending face. Perhaps this result wasn't even completely in Long Chen's expectations either. His attack was extremely vicious, and the sound of Wei Changhai's bones breaking rang out. Half his face caved in, and he was once more sent flying. He smashed straight through a huge mountain and then continued for a dozen miles before stopping. After stopping, he didn't move again. He had fainted. This was the result of Long Chen holding back, or his head would have exploded. Although Long Chen looked down on these people, he didn't particularly care about them. However, having this idiot call him an Eastern Wasteland dog had irritated him. People with such vile mouths should definitely be slapped. Everyone looked from the unmoving Wei Changhai to the indifferent Long Chen. They were stunned. Just what kind of monster was Long Chen? That Wei Changhai was a rank 5 celestial, a peak heavenly genius amongst them. But he was knocked unconscious with 2 slaps to the face. This couldn't even count as a battle. It felt more like beating a child. Even Zhao Ziyan was shocked. At first, she had been worried for Long Chen. But now she found she really had worried too much. Or perhaps she should have been worried for Wei Changhai. How unlucky, from the start of the day to the end of the day, I always encounter these idiots. Long Chen was speechless. He had been preparing to properly raise his strength in the Xuantian Dao sect, focusing on cultivating. He didn't want to provoke others, but there was always an unending stream of idiots coming to provoke him. As soon as he arrived at the Central Plains, he had to face other people's discrimination and mocking. Even with a good temper, he'd find it unbearable. Furthermore, his temper had never been good. First, he received provocation from Yan Mochen, then he had Han Yunshan trying to get revenge on him, and now he had this fool who thought he was trying to seduce his woman. With his temper in the Eastern Wasteland, he'd have long since put them in the ground. But he had newfound restraint, and although he couldn't kill them now, he definitely wouldn't let them get used to bullying him. Sorry, I implicated you, apologized Zhao Ziyan. It has nothing to do with you. This is fate. Wei Changhai must have committed many wicked deeds to run into me, said Long Chen. Or perhaps, it was he who had committed too many wicked deeds in his past life. When the heavens were bored, why would they toss some trash his way? Did they want to disgust him to death? Time was of the essence. He wanted to quickly get used to the Xuantian Dao sect in the Central Plains. He had no time for this nonsense. Since that's the case, I won't bother Brother Long any longer. Zhao Ziyan bowed slightly. All right, but really, this matter has nothing to do with you, said Long Chen. Zhao Ziyan nodded gratefully and rushed off to the mountain peak. There was still a powerful 8th rank magical beast guarding there. Water Spirit Prison. That Zon turtle was tightly bound by runic chains, becoming unable to move. What refined control. It's at least a bit stronger than Wei Changhai. However, there are still too many flaws. It's alright to use it against a magical beast. But on a battlefield, it would just be a joke. Long Chen was speechless inside. As soon as she used a move, he could tell her true power and experience. He actually felt that life really was fair. The Dragonblood Legion's path had been filled with pitfalls, but now each one of them was a true expert. Compared to the other 3 regions' disciples, they were the true warriors. As for those talented disciples, they ended up like children. For them to become true experts would require a long time. Even in a group battle against such an ordinary 8th rank magical beast, they were constantly injured. The difference was truly immense. Zhao Ziyan didn't kill the Zon turtle after capturing it. Instead, she brought those people past it while it was captured. Those people were incomparably excited and repeatedly thanked her. Once Zhao Ziyan left, the Zon turtle escaped from its bindings and roared, releasing its fury. "Shut up, provoke me and I'll kill you," said Long Chen. The Zon turtle's roar stopped abruptly as if it became too terrified to make a sound. An 8th rank magical beast had some intelligence, and their sense of danger was quite strong. A single order from Long Chen made it silent. Long Chen didn't continue onwards. He waited for 3 days. On the 3rd day, Wei Chenghai finally awoke. When he saw Long Chen, he glared furiously. But Long Chen ignored him. As long as he dared to come at him, he would just send him flying with another slap in the face. Wei Chenghai's eyes were spitting flames, but in the end, he didn't dare to attack Long Chen again. He chose to continue onwards. During these 3 days, another mass of people accumulated before the mountain valley. But right now, they only numbered 300. They tried several times, but they were unable to get past the Zon turtle's blockade. These disciples had been lagging behind, meaning they were also weaker. Wei Chenghai was heartless, binding the Zon turtle and walking past by himself. He immediately released it so no one else could pass. Those people glared hatefully at him, but they were powerless. The Zon turtle was too strong, and 2 people had almost been killed when they had tried to get past it. They didn't dare to try again and were just waiting. After another day, the person Long Chen had been waiting for finally arrived. It was the Dragonblood warrior he had left behind as a ferryman. Other than him, there were 2 other Dragonblood warriors. Long Chen asked, "How was it?" "Hee, we're rich. I also sold off the boat for a high price. In total, I got over 130 million middle-grade spirit stones." That Dragonblood warrior handed Long Chen a spatial ring. Long Chen nodded. That was around what he had predicted, and a slight difference was very normal. He then asked about Ji Yu Yong. "The 2 of us lagged behind to search for Big Brother Ji Yu Yong in the mist region, but after going through the whole area, we couldn't find him. He should have long since left," said one of the other 2 Dragonblood warriors. Their spiritual strength was not bad, and so they weren't impacted by the illusion formation. If they hadn't found Ji Yu Yong after all this time, it meant he had gotten out on his own. "Good, then I'm at ease. Let's continue onwards." Long Chen nodded and led the 3 of them toward the mountain pass. When Long Chen arrived, those anxious disciples' eyes lit up. Chapter 1003 Darkwing Tiger. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, please bring us along." Seeing Long Chen go directly toward that powerful 8th rank magical beasts, the other disciples were delighted. A maiden cutely begged for help. That was the benefit of being a woman, especially the kind of woman that knew how to look pitiful. Long Chen's voice caused her expression to sink, as well as everyone else's expressions. She began to cry. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, what are you all waiting for? Hurry and follow," said one of the Dragonblood warriors. Only then did everyone realize Long Chen had already arrived at the terrifying Zon turtle. His shout caused it to immediately flee to the side. Not only that, it retreated into its shell, not daring to move. People were shocked to find that it was even trembling in fear. Only then did they realize Long Chen's shout hadn't been toward them. They were ecstatic and they all hastily followed. Seeing Long Chen terrify an 8th rank magical beast with just a shout, they were all full of reverence for him. Even Wei Chenghai and Zhao Ziyan had been forced to bind the Zon turtle to pass. What they didn't know was that although the Zon turtle was a magical beast, its intelligence was comparatively higher than other magical beasts of the same rank. It knew what people it could bully and what people it couldn't. Long Chen had sent Wei Chenghai flying twice with slaps to the face. Although it didn't quite understand what had happened, it could tell who was stronger. It couldn't even stop Wei Chenghai, so there was no point in trying to stop Long Chen. Furthermore, Long Chen had something that terrified it greatly. It was this little intelligence that saved its life now. As Long Chen walked by, the others quickly followed. As he advanced, more magical beasts appeared to block his path. Sometimes, he would just give them a shout and they would obediently get out of the way, but some blind fellows refused. Due to that, they were killed by him. Everyone was shocked to see terrifying 8th rank magical beasts being killed with just a single punch from Long Chen. Those 8th rank magical beasts didn't have the slightest ability to resist. The Dragonblood warriors behind him were indifferent to this. They had long since grown accustomed, which made everyone else feel like they were monsters as well. Long Chen's display now completely toppled their preconception that the Eastern Wasteland was the weakest of the 4 regions. In previous generations, the Eastern Wasteland's people were nothing more than extras joining in on the fun. But now they learned what domineering was. As Long Chen advanced, his footsteps didn't pause once. They all cheered inside, because Long Chen brought them through dozens of passes. With the magical beasts growing stronger and stronger, there were also more and more people stuck at them. However, all those blockades were nothing to Long Chen. A shout drove many away, and those that didn't flee were killed with one punch. As they advanced, they came to realize the terrain of this region. This was a funnel. In the beginning, there were many more entrances, but after a couple of passes, the disciples began to gather in larger groups. Toward the end, each pass had more and more disciples in front of it, with the magical beasts guarding the pass too strong for them to get by. By now, there were tens of thousands of people following Long Chen. Each time he got past a level, another group of people would join. Like a rolling snowball, the number of people rapidly grew. Within this group, Long Chen saw many people who had once looked down upon the Eastern Wasteland. They had once insulted his people, but he didn't feel proper excluding them from the group, so he just acted like he didn't see them. More Dragonblood warriors also appeared. Now, he had over 30 of them by his side. Finally, he encountered a terrifying late 8th rank magical beast called the Darkwing Tiger. It possessed an ancient bloodline, and had inherited a flying beast's bloodline that gave it great speed. Although it was also an 8th rank magical beast, it was much stronger than the previous ones. It was a perfect embodiment of the phrase, like a tiger that has grown wings. It was a combination of both speed and power. But strangely, Long Chen didn't do anything against the Darkwing Tiger. Instead, he had the Dragonblood warriors go out. When everyone heard that, they all jumped in fright. The ordinary Dragonblood warriors were just rank 3 celestials. Amongst them, their talent was only average. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, "This is too dangerous," said a beautiful woman who worshipped him. "It is precisely because it is dangerous that it has a meaning. If it wasn't dangerous, I'd have already killed it," said Long Chen. Quote. Everyone was stunned. Looking at the lost expressions of these elites, he sighed inside. Being on different levels made communication difficult. It was because the Darkwing Tiger was strong enough to threaten the Dragonblood warriors' lives that Long Chen had them deal with it. A cultivator was like a blade. A blade wasn't born sharp. It needed constant tempering. If a blade was set aside for too long, it would easily rust. It needed constant sharpening to stay in a battle-ready state. If you only went to sharpen it when your enemies came, it would be too late. Although the previous magical beasts had been strong, they hadn't been strong enough to threaten them. Thus, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste his time until now. Now they had run into a suitable magical beast. The Darkwing Tiger roared, and a huge claw slashed toward one of the Dragonblood warriors. Boom! The Dragonblood warrior was sent flying, vomiting blood. The Darkwing Tiger was incredibly powerful, and an ordinary rank 3 celestial would be blown apart by its attack. But by forcibly taking its attack, that Dragonblood warrior created an opening for the others. They charged forward, but they were blown back by its huge wings. "This is too unfair. The Darkwing Tiger can fly, while we can't go into the air," said someone indignantly. They all thought of how sullen their own battles here had been. Because they were unable to fly, there were many moves they couldn't use or could only use with limited power. Long Chen ignored them. He had encountered many unfair things, and if he got angry about every single one of them, he'd have long since died from anger. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you're a different kind of expert from the ones I've seen. Can you give us a few pointers?" asked a rank 4 celestial respectfully. He had been thinking these words for a long time, and he finally summoned the courage to speak. "Yes, please tell us." They now saw that these 30-something Dragonblood warriors were able to fight evenly against the powerful Darkwing Tiger. The power they unleashed and their fierceness caused these disciples' hearts to tremble. Most importantly, their talent wasn't particularly high, but their combat power was miles ahead of them. They made all these disciples turn to look at the one they called boss. They didn't conceal their worship and respect for this figure at all. Long Chen frowned slightly. He didn't want to reply to such a childish question, but seeing so many people expectantly looking at him, he said, "The reason they are strong is because they had no choice but to be strong. If they were weaker, they'd have died. Unlike for you, life is like a merciless whip striking right behind us. If even one of our steps is too slow, our flesh will be lacerated and we might even die. We had no one to shield the rain for us, so we needed to run as fast as we could. You had backers to rely on, while we could only rely on ourselves." "So profound," muttered a disciple. Long Chen almost coughed up blood. He had explained it so simply, but it was still profound. Did they even have a brain? "Senior apprentice brother, are you saying that experts are forced to become experts? You're saying our parents and seniors spoiled us and made things too easy for us?" asked someone who understood. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, what should we do? If you want to become stronger, you have to be prepared to lose your life at any time. If you're afraid of death, then give up on that dream. You might as well return home and continue your peaceful life," said Long Chen. "I want to get stronger," said a disciple with a determined expression. "Then let me ask you, why do you want to get stronger?" asked Long Chen, looking at that person. If you don't even know why you have to get stronger, then when you're forced to the brink of death, your determination will instantly crumble. Terror will strike your heart. You don't become an expert by talking about it. If you want to get strong, first look for a dependable reason, and turn that reason into your conviction. Only then can you become a true expert. Otherwise, no matter how high your cultivation base, how amazing your talent, how powerful you become, you'll be nothing more than a paper tiger. When pushed to desperate straits, you'll instantly crumble," said Long Chen. "Then senior apprentice brother Long Chen, what is your reason for becoming stronger?" My reason for becoming stronger is them." Long Chen pointed with his head. Everyone looked in that direction to see the Dragonblood warriors fiercely fighting. Chapter 1004 Unexpected. "They are my brothers, my conviction, my belief. I will pay any price to protect them." Long Chen smiled warmly as he looked at those Dragonblood warriors. Each one of them was his brother. They worshipped him and were willing to give up anything for him. He was also willing to sacrifice his life for them. This kind of feeling was something others couldn't comprehend. Many people might scoff at it, but only they were able to understand this feeling between brothers. The blood of the covenant was thicker than the water of the womb. His words caused these people to feel lost. They felt like they understood what he was saying, but they were unable to understand that realm, because they had never come into contact with something like that. Qi Feng, Yu Yong, led a few people to draw its attention. The others formed two wings for protection. "Luo Fei, work with me to kill it in one blow," shouted one of the Dragonblood warriors. The others rapidly took their positions, with people attacking it to the front and people disturbing it to the sides. After fighting against it for so long, they had already come to understand the Darkwing Tiger's attack patterns. But it was still too strong for them, and they had to try a combination attack. The Dragonblood warriors at the front unleashed powerful attacks as they activated their treasure items, true bodies. They actually managed to force the Darkwing Tiger back. It let out a furious roar, and the runes on its wings suddenly lit up. This was the preparation for one of its powerful moves. But just at this moment, the Dragonblood warriors at the side launched all-out attacks, forcing the Darkwing Tiger to use its wings to cover its body. Their treasure items caused metallic ringing when they struck its wings, unable to break its defense. The Darkwing Tiger hadn't been able to release its powerful attack and had been forced into a defensive posture. Just at that moment, two figures stealthily slipped into one of its blind spots. Two sabers slashed down consecutively. The first one broke its tough hide and left a huge cut, and then the second one came. It precisely landed on the cut, and a huge head flew into the air, grabbing its attention, forcing it to switch to defense, and then the launch of a sudden, decisive attack. All of it was completely seamlessly. Instead of being different parts, the Dragonblood warriors were like one inseparable whole. In truth, the Darkwing Tiger's defense was shockingly great. Even this sudden attack would normally be unable to break its tough outer hide, and even if it did, it wouldn't cause such a huge injury. The only reason it had worked was because the Darkwing Tiger had gathered all its defensive energy to its wings. The huge head rolling on the ground deeply shook the disciples' hearts. They didn't dare to believe that these 30-some people had actually killed this late 8th-ranked Darkwing Tiger. Nice. The two Dragonblood warriors that had launched the final attack high-fived, celebrating this perfect cooperation. Watch out! Suddenly, someone cried out. Just as they cheered, one of the headless Darkwing Tiger's wings raised into the air and slammed down toward them. For the headless corpse to suddenly unleash such a fierce attack, everyone was shocked. This attack was even more terrifying than all its previous attacks. Its power caused space to twist around it, and if it landed, these two would definitely die. A huge blood-red saber image slashed onto that terrifying wing. When the two collided, it caused a heaven-shaking explosion. The ground shook intensely, and the powerful chi wave blew away all the Dragonblood warriors. They vomited blood as they flew through the air. The distant disciples were all struck by the chi wave as well. They were blown back dozens of miles before managing to stabilize themselves. When they once more looked toward the mountain pass, they saw Long Chen surrounded by astral winds that tore at his robes. He was like an unmoving mountain, his saber lazily resting on his shoulder. There was a huge hole in front of Long Chen, and within that hole, the Darkwing Tiger's corpse lay motionless. One of its wings had vanished. Blooddrinker's power has once more increased. According to the Eastern Wasteland Bell, if I continue nourishing it like this, it will quickly reach the king item level. Long Chen was startled. He had always been nourishing Blooddrinker according to the method the Eastern Wasteland Bell had taught him. According to the Eastern Wasteland Bell, although Blooddrinker was only a peak-grade treasure item, the material it was made of was special, and even the way it had been forged was excellent. Although it had once been injured, through the Phoenix Blood Black Gold, its quality had increased from its previous peak. Not only that, but through this constant nourishment, Long Chen's connection with Blooddrinker's item spirit grew greater by the day. When he attacked, Blooddrinker would make adjustments according to his move. Their cooperation caused their power to increase again. Boss. Two miserable figures dug their way out of the ground. It was the two Dragonblood warriors that had cut off the Darkwing Tiger's head. They were both ashamed. Not bad. Your cooperation was basically perfect. Long Chen smiled and put away Blooddrinker, patting them on the shoulder. Boss, don't comfort us. If it weren't for you, we'd be dead, said one of them bitterly. That attack at the end had been incredibly terrifying. The other Dragonblood warriors came over. They surrounded the Darkwing Tiger's corpse, making sure it was truly dead. Don't blame yourselves. You've already done very well. It was just a bit of an accident, but this does show that you still don't have enough battle experience. Although it was a magical beast, and 99% of magical beasts have crystal cores, there are always some exceptions. For example, this Darkwing Tiger. All its energy was in its Nidin. If you had paid more attention in battle, you'd have seen that when the Darkwing Tiger attacked, its runes began to light up from its abdomen and not its head, said Long Chen. It seems that really was the case. When magical beasts launch their attacks, their energy normally starts in their crystal core. It looks instantaneous, but the runes start from the head. It's just that many people don't pay attention to that detail. As for the Darkwing Tiger, its energy stems from its Nidin. Even once its head is cut off, it won't immediately die. It will have one last breath to unleash all its Nidin's energy in one sudden explosion to bring down its killer, said Long Chen. The Dragonblood warriors were all ashamed. This small detail had almost taken their lives. At this time, the other disciples who had been blown away returned. They couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Experts truly were experts. Just this vision left them far in the dust. Sorry boss, we didn't pay enough attention before attacking. There's no need to say such words between brothers. Since I dared to let you take this risk, everything was within my control. This was nothing more than a game, so don't take it so seriously. Gaining some experience isn't a bad thing. There are countless oddities in this world, and although they're rare, if you're unlucky, you'll end up running into them. So remember, when you attack, your guts have to be big, but you also have to be meticulous. You can't be lacking either one. There are some mistakes that we can't afford to make. Meng Qi told me that some magical beasts can even have both crystal cores and Nidins. To sum it up, there are all kinds of varieties, so just be careful. Long Chen didn't blame them. At first, he had felt the Darkwing Tiger to be a bit odd, and then he had seen through some clues. Nonetheless, he trusted that after this experience, they would pay much more attention. He often told them that they couldn't make the same mistake twice. Seeing all this, the other 3 regions' disciples were all ashamed. This little mistake wasn't even a mistake in their eyes. It seemed that in Long Chen's eyes, everything they did was full of mistakes. For the Dragonblood warriors to care so much about this tiny little mistake, they thought of Long Chen's previous words: the reason they were strong was because they had no choice but to get stronger. If they were weaker, they would have long since died. This had been a good example. Their battle just now had practically reached the realm of perfection, but they had still almost lost their lives. Now they understood why the Dragonblood warriors were so strong. They looked worshipfully at them. After putting away the corpse, they continued forward. But curiously, even after 2 days, no more blockades appeared. If they weren't sure about the direction, they would have assumed that they were lost. On the 3rd day, as they were crossing a mountain, they suddenly heard an intense battle going on ahead. Long Chen's expression changed slightly. He heard a very familiar voice and he rushed off. Reaching the peak of another mountain, he saw a barren land with 2 people fighting each other on it. Chapter 1005. You're too filthy. There was a sea of people ahead. Hundreds of thousands of disciples were watching an intense battle. Sand and stone tore through the air alongside the powerful winds. There were 2 figures on the battlefield. One was a beautiful figure surrounded by whirling wind blades. Like a celestial goddess, she was Tang Wan. The one she was facing was a man in thick armor. That armor had runes the color of the ground, and powerful earth energy continuously surged towards him. It was the Western Desert's heavenly genius, Yan Mochen. Its sister Wan. Boss, let's go cut down that ground beetle, raged one of the Dragonblood warriors. Hey, what did I tell you guys before? This place is not the Eastern Wasteland. Don't think about fighting and killing all day. Use kindness to subdue others. Furthermore, Wan isn't losing. She hasn't fought in a long time, so fighting a bit is good. Maybe then she won't want to fight me all day. Let's go find a good place to watch. Long Chen didn't plan on immediately interfering. He wasn't worried for Tang Wan at all. She had obtained a powerful inheritance in the immemorial path. Combined with her refining the 10,000 spirit blood, her power was extremely great. Most importantly, she was someone who had faced death with him several times and was a true expert forged through many great battles. The wind blades around her surged and crashed like a tsunami. With 2 wind blades in her hands, she forced Yan Mochen to retreat miserably over and over again. Fortunately for Yan Mochen, that thick armor around him was the great earthen armor condensed from his core runes. It was his strongest defense, and the wind blades were all blown back when they struck it. However, the wind blades also possessed immense destructive power, leaving countless nicks in his earth armor. He was forced to constantly draw out earth energy to repair those nicks, or his earth armor would have long since shattered. All the experts watching were stunned. They had never imagined that a rank 4 celestial like Tang Wan would be able to repeatedly force back the rank 5 celestial Yan Mochen. Sister Wan is mighty. There was a group of people that were constantly cheering. When Long Chen looked over, he couldn't help but laugh. Who could the person leading that group be other than Guo Ran? Long Chen immediately saw Ji Yu Yang's bright head behind him. He was relieved to see him, and he brought his group over. Haha, boss, you've come too. That Yan Mochen was such a damn poser, saying that he could challenge the entire Eastern Wasteland. Thus, Sister Wan decided to teach him a lesson, explained Guo Ran with a smile. Did you manage to obtain the secrets of the wooden puppets? Long Chen suddenly thought of the last time he had seen him. It's too depressing to talk about. The only thing I got was my own tears, said Guo Ran sorrowfully. Ji Yu Yang, how did you manage to get out of the illusion formation? Asked Long Chen. Ji Yu Yang blushed, causing Long Chen to be stunned. This little fellow paid someone to bring him out, ha ha ha. Laughed Guo Ran, his gloom vanishing in an instant. Ji Yu Yang rubbed his head, embarrassed. There was no way around it. Otherwise, I'd have failed on the first part. Even that's an option. Not bad, not bad. In truth, there are many things that money can solve. Sometimes it's even more effective than martial strength, so it's not embarrassing, laughed Long Chen. Oh, boss, look, our ferryboat has also come. He's even looking worshipfully at you, exclaimed the Dragonblood warrior who had spent a few days acting as a ferryman. Long Chen quickly saw a pair of eyes filled with rancor glaring at him. That gaze clearly said he wanted to bite Long Chen to death. How was it worshipful? That person was precisely the person who had been viciously put in his place twice, Han Yunshan. I wonder if the brother who bought him managed to make back his money. Laughed the Dragonblood warrior. Long Chen ignored Han Yunshan. That idiot was nothing to him, unable to pose the slightest threat. Han Yunshan was gathered with the Northern Source's disciples. Although the people here looked to be in disarray, they were actually split into 4 regions. Long Chen quickly saw a beautiful woman in the southern sea's side waving slightly at him. She was Zhao Zian. Long Chen smiled slightly and nodded toward her, which could count as a greeting. Guo Ran was shocked and worshipfully said, "Boss, you really are the boss. No matter who she is, any woman ends up captured in your hands. When it comes to seducing." A hand clamped onto Guo Ran's throat. Long Chen raged, "Brat, when are you going to reserve yourself a bit? I almost got killed several times because of you. Do you know how many times Tang Wan beat me in private because of your blabbing mouth? If you want to die, can you not bring me down with you?" Long Chen's fury immediately erupted. Because of Guo Ran, he had been interrogated by Tang Wan many times when no one else had been watching. Thinking of that, he ground his teeth. It was just a misunderstanding, boss. Furthermore, Sister Meng Qi and Wan aren't here. Guo Ran begged for forgiveness. Only then did Long Chen release him. He wasn't afraid of a god-like opponent, but he was afraid of a pig-like ally. He had been implicated by Guo Ran far too many times. Reporting to boss, "That Wei Chenghai is glaring at you," said Guo Ran immediately after being released. "Ignore him, they're all just idiots." "Is the entire Dragonblood Legion present?" asked Long Chen. "Yes, they're all here. But there are over 70 brothers that came with us that didn't manage to pass," said Guo Ran. "Over 70, Long Chen sighed. Only 500 people had come from the eastern wasteland, and the Dragonblood Legion had taken up most of those spots. Now that 70 had been taken from their number, it really was pitifully low. For over 70 people to be unable to pass such a simple trial, the power difference was truly immense." Long Chen looked around. Doing a rough estimate, he'd say there were less than 750,000 people. Of 876,000 disciples, only over 100,000 of them had been washed out. The failure rate wasn't very high. Long Chen had originally thought that at least half of them would fail. Boom! Tang Wan suddenly summoned a huge wind blade and exchanged a head-on blow with Yan Mochen. Both sides fell back. "Sister Wan is mighty. Beat this ground beetle," cried Guo Ran. Ji Yu Yong and the others also cheered along. Although this exchange had ended in a draw, everyone could clearly see that it was Yan Mochen who was at a disadvantage. Tang Wan attacks were too agile and drifting. She could attack from any angle with great destructive power. As for Yan Mochen, he had only managed to keep up thanks to an Earth attribute expert's great defensive power. If this continued, then the attacking Tang Wan would have much higher odds of winning. As for Yan Mochen, he wouldn't even have a chance to counterattack and would only be able to stall for time. This result was unacceptable to the Western Desert's people. It was they who had mocked the Eastern Wasteland the most, calling them dogs. But now Yan Mochen, their top expert, a grand rank 5 Celestial, was at a disadvantage against a rank 4 Celestial. Their faces were burning hot as if they had just been slapped. HMPH, Yan Mochen refuses to use his full power against a woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to last even 100 exchanges. Cried one of the Western Desert's disciples. "You're still alive." Guo Ran was stunned. That person was the one who had come out to insult the Eastern Wasteland's disciples first, Xie Wei. On that day, he had almost been killed by a single slash of Yu Zifeng's sword. If it hadn't been for an elder saving him, he'd have died. Then, Long Chen had slapped him so hard that he had fainted in front of everyone. HMPH, of course I'm still alive. You think an insignificant trial of this difficulty can stop me? Sneered Xie Wei. No, you misunderstand. What I meant was, you're not embarrassed to stay alive. You lost so much face that day that anyone else would have killed themselves out of shame. I admire your bravery, praised Guo Ran. You, Xie Wei almost coughed up blood. Guo Ran was intentionally picking at his scab. Thinking of how much face he had lost that day, he clenched his teeth but was unable to retort. He could only endure. Don't be like this, I'm not trying to humiliate you. I really admire you. This is praise. Yes, it's praise, said Guo Ran. Although he said it was praise, that evil smile made it so no one could believe him. Yan Mochen, Next time you want to say such big words, you should consider your own power first. Don't spout whatever you want, or you can come and try me any time, said Tang Wan'er indifferently before ignoring him and returning to her side. Sister Wan'er is mighty, cheered the Dragonblood warriors. Seeing Long Chen looking at her with a mischievous smile, Tang Wan'er blushed slightly. She rebuked, "What are you looking at me like that for? Did I do something wrong?" "You didn't do anything wrong, but you said something wrong. Your words were too filthy." "Filthy? How? Just look at how big he is. You want him to appraise his power before speaking. Don't you think that it's too filthy?" Tang Wan'er didn't understand for a long time, but seeing Guo Ran and Ji Yuyong smiling, she suddenly realized what he was saying. "Long Chen, you're disgusting." Long Chen's words truly were disgusting. Tang Wan'er couldn't bear it, but the Dragonblood warriors all laughed. As for Yan Mochen, his expression sank. Suddenly, space shook, and a majestic pressure descended, causing everyone's hearts to shake. This is a pun on Fen Liang and Fen Liang, which sound the same, but Tang Wan'er says power, while Long Chen says crap. So in Long Chen's words, Tang Wan'er said, "Next time you want to say such big words, you should first appraise your crap." Chapter 1006 Terrifying Pressure. Everyone quickly turned around, their expressions changing. A large mountain had suddenly appeared in front of them. On it, there was a long staircase that led to a huge gate. The gate was a mile high, and its roof continued into the clouds. That grand and sacred majesty caused all of them to feel reverence. On the gate was a huge immortal character, Zan. It was written gracefully and almost seemed to move. It was full of Dao charm. "We've passed. We got into the Xuantian Dao sect." Seeing this gate, quite a few people began to weep tears of joy. They were sure this was the gate to the Xuantian Dao sect. Seeing this scene, Long Chen's mouth curled, but he didn't say anything. According to his experience, things probably wouldn't be as simple as they thought. If they really had passed, they would be standing right in front of the gate, not at the bottom of this huge staircase. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared at the top of the stairs. It was Mu Qingshan. Looking at all of them, she smiled, and in their current state, the disciples felt like they were being bathed by spring wind. "Senior apprentice Sister Qingshan, you've come to receive us. Qingshan, you're beautiful. I love you." "Senior apprentice Sister Qingshan, I'll work hard to be your Dao companion." Qingshan's arrival caused a burst of passion, making them go a bit out of control. The excited disciples began to spout some brazen words. "Haha, thank you all for looking favorably upon me. Now I don't know how to say what I have to say." Mu Qingshan's expression grew a bit bitter. Guo Ran and the others looked at each other. As expected, it definitely wouldn't be so simple. Even now, people hadn't recovered from their excitement. But some people did hear the clue in her words. "Everyone, shut up. The Xuantian Dao sect is somewhere only elites amongst elites can join. Not just any trash can muddle their way in," shouted a rank 4 celestial, his words like ice water. Long Chen looked over. Although that person was a rank 4 celestial, his aura was extremely condensed. His strength was not bad. The atmosphere immediately sank. Quite a few people were angry and about to curse him when Mu Qingshan's voice rang out. "Everyone, please calm down and listen." An unwilling expression appeared in her eyes, but she took a deep breath and said, "Cultivation is cruel and merciless. 10 years ago, I stood here just like you and saw many of my companions cheering, and some even cried. But when we heard the next bit of news, our excitement vanished. Before truly entering the Xuantian Dao sect and becoming one of its disciples, you still have to go through another cruel trial. To tell the truth, your generation's talent is much greater than mine, but your actual strength is much weaker. This next test is merciless, and it's likely over half of you will wash out here. In fact, this number will very likely be even greater." Mu Qingshan's voice was heavy. It was like a hammer striking their hearts. Over half will wash out." Those excited people's smiles instantly vanished to be replaced with disbelief. Looking at those expressions, Mu Qingshan was a bit unwilling, but she had no choice. Cultivation is just that cruel. There are no emotions to speak of. The strong want to get stronger, so all your resources have to be fought for by yourselves. That's why you see the strong get stronger, because the resources that should have been split to the weak were taken by them. Don't grumble about it being unfair, because there was never anything known as fairness in this world. If you want to become strong, you have to go all out to fight. I've said everything that is it to be said. Let the final trial begin. This trial is very simple. All you have to do is climb the 999 stairs to reach my position. Suddenly, the void shook. Two huge figures appeared at the top of the staircase, and everyone's hair stood on end, a sudden chill pervading to their bones. 10th rank Zon beasts. Long Chen was shocked, because he had experienced this terrifying pressure twice before. He knew what kind of existence it was from. These were two 3,000-mile serpents. Their entire bodies were covered in golden scales with ancient runes flickering on them. Their powerful pressure made it seem like heaven and earth would be compressed. On their heads were golden horns with runes revolving around them that caused space to quiver. They aren't serpents, nor are they pythons. They should be the legendary drakes. Long Chen's heart pounded. Serpents, pythons, drakes, and dragons. Legend said that this was how serpents evolved to become dragons. But everyone thought that this was just nonsense. A serpent was a serpent. Even if it cultivated for a lifetime, in the end, it would just be a bigger serpent. It didn't have the slightest relation to a dragon. But some people also thought that this theory was correct. The process of a serpent evolving into a dragon was the same as humans reaching the peak of their cultivation, becoming a god or immortal. Today, Long Chen was excited and shocked to see these true drakes. One reason was because he could now confirm their existence, while the other reason was the fact that the Xuantian Dao sect had the power to possess such terrifying Zon beasts. Long Chen had it good since this wasn't the first time he was facing this kind of terrifying existence. As for the Dragonblood warriors, their expressions changed slightly. Although they had once faced the pressure of a 10th-ranked sea demon, it hadn't been at such close range. Their hair stood on end. As for the other disciples, they were pale, barely able to breathe. Some were even on the verge of collapse. Two 10th-ranked Zon beasts' pressure scared them out of their wits. "Thank you for your trouble, seniors." Mu Qingshan respectfully bowed toward the two of them. "It's fine. Let the trial begin. We're waiting to return to cultivate," said one of the drakes, shocking quite a few people. They immediately collapsed on the ground. Beasts could speak human words. This was unimaginable in the eyes of countless cultivators. "Yes." Mu Qingshan waved her hand, and the staircase's runes lit up before once more fading as if nothing had happened. But Long Chen could sense some kind of energy present within them now. "All right, the final trial begins here. As long as you can reach the 999th stair, you'll pass," said Mu Qingshan. Just as Mu Qingshan activated the trial, within the Elder Hall, all the elders were watching this scene as well. Their expressions were complicated. There was pity, expectation, and unwillingness. One of the elders sighed, "It's the strongest generation but also the weakest." Everyone else was silent, understanding what he meant. In terms of talent, this generation was outstanding, but their actual strength was the weakest in all of history. It was ironic. As the elders watched them reach this point, they had all cursed the people who had raised them. What bastards had raised such talented disciples into sheep? All they did was raise their talent and cultivation base, but they didn't raise their mental realm or will. That was basically raising wolves into sheep. Their fangs were about to completely recede. No matter how strong they were, what was the point? Were they supposed to feed their enemies until they died? This had infuriated the elders to the extreme. Such good disciples had been ruined, a waste of natural treasures. Originally, I wanted to bet on what percentage of them would pass. But now, sighed an elder. Don't be angry. We shouldn't judge them with the Central Plains standard. After all, the situation in those desolate places isn't good. The fact that they could raise this many talented disciples is already quite amazing. My guess is that there was a sudden influx of geniuses, and in their delight, they didn't want to lose any. But at least the Eastern Wastelands disciples are good. Those Dragonblood Legion fellows are all amazing, said the Hall Master. It truly is rare. Their talent is just ordinary, but their combat power and experience are shocking. Especially that Long Chen, he's practically a monster. He defeated Han Yunshan and Wei Chenghai like they were children, and even used Han Yunshan as a boat to make money. The elders had all been paying attention to Long Chen. When they had seen him turn Han Yunshan into a tool to cross the lake and make money, they had all been speechless. As expected, Long Chen's head was different from an ordinary person. Would an ordinary person ever think of such a crazy thing? Hall Master, with your vision, how many people do you think will pass? Asked an elder. This question of yours is quite evil. First you praise me, and then if I'm wrong, it'll be like a slap in my face, laughed the Hall Master. That elder immediately turned red, while the others laughed. The Hall Master thought about it for a while. Looking at the scene before him, he said, under the pressure of the two Drake race seniors, there is no way for them to hide the weakness in their hearts. The first 333 stairs test their ability to face terror, the middle 333 stairs test their will, and the last 333 stairs are the most difficult. They attack their negative emotions. Most of these disciples have been pampered and never experienced any life and death trials. And unfortunately, this Xuantian staircase is a test of their heart, not their talent. I won't make a guess, but I think you should pray for them. While the elders were worrying about them, all the disciples in front of the Xuantian staircase didn't dare to move. No one was making a sound. I'll go first. The rest of you, keep up, said Long Chen. In front of the hundreds of thousands of gazes, he directly walked over to the staircase. Chapter 1007 Walking Alone Amongst Geniuses. Long Chen was the first to walk onto the staircase. Tang Wan and the others maintained a set distance from him as they followed. This caused everyone's attention to fall on Long Chen. He became the focal point for hundreds of thousands of people. HMPH, what a show-off. Who does he think he is? How could the final trial be so simple? He's just embarrassing himself, sneered someone, feeling like Long Chen would definitely suffer for trying to take the spotlight. Idiot, do you think a rank 4 celestial like you could comprehend senior apprentice brother Long Chen's capabilities? Before criticizing others, consider whether you have the qualifications or not. Retorted someone else. The person who was speaking for Long Chen was one of the disciples who had passed because of him. He had personally seen how domineering Long Chen was. 8th rank 8 magical beasts had been blown back by a single punch of his. Furthermore, Long Chen never put on airs with him or the others. Only later had he understood a certain principle. Truly badass people never had to be posers, because there was no need. Those people who liked to be posers were normally just people who felt inferior and were afraid that others would think they were insignificant if they weren't posers. To put it bluntly, those show-offs only showed off to find meaning for their own existence. People with real skills didn't need to do that, or perhaps they were already tired of being everyone else's focus point. That kind of mannerism was something possessed by people who felt lonely at the top. That was truly badass. You're also from the northern source, so why speak for the eastern wasteland? What did he bribe you with to make you submit to him? Raged that person. Fuck off, I look down on you useless people, who only like to criticize others to feel like you exist, the most. If you have any ability, why don't you go up there as well? Why shout from here, and why are you hiding in such a dark spot? The other person also wasn't a kind-hearted person and cursed back. Don't cause a ruckus or you'll lose your qualifications to participate in the trial, ordered Mu Qingshan coldly. At this time, Long Chen had stepped onto the first stair. Her complete attention was on him. But there was no reaction at all when he stepped onto it. It was like he had just stepped onto an ordinary stair. He didn't even bat an eye. How is that possible? Mu Qingshan was stunned. She was from the previous generation of disciples, and she was well aware of how terrifying the Xuantian staircase was. The first 333 stairs tested how well a person could handle terror. This formation plus the pressure of 2 10th rank Zon beasts would make a person scared out of their wits. But Long Chen didn't have the slightest reaction to it. It wasn't just Mu Qingshan who was shocked. All the elders in the elders' hall were shocked. Does Long Chen not have the slightest fear in his heart? Impossible. The 2 10th rank Zon beasts looked at Long Chen. One of them said, the aura of the ancestors. Yes, for a human to receive the care of the ancestors, he must be extraordinary, said the other. The two of them were communicating with a secret art, others were unable to hear them. From the surface, it didn't even seem like they were communicating. In truth, when Long Chen stepped onto the first stair, he truly did feel a strange fluctuation. However, he didn't do anything to resist and allowed it to wash over him instead. He had no fear in his heart. He was immune to this energy, because this terror was nothing more than child's play to him, someone who had experienced countless life and death battles. It wasn't just Long Chen. Even the Dragonblood warriors were barely affected. They only frowned slightly, recognizing that this was a trial that amplified their feeling of terror before continuing onwards. What? So it was fake. Seeing that the Dragonblood warriors had reached the 100th step without any reaction, a disciple sighed and walked over to the staircase. But when he stepped onto the first stair, he immediately turned pale, endless terror in his eyes as his body involuntarily trembled. I actually thought there was a problem with the Xuantian staircase. Now I'm relieved, sighed Mu Qingshan. That disciple seemed to be struggling with a nightmare. He let out a furious roar, and the terror in his eyes was forced back slightly. Clenching his teeth, he continued onwards. But when he reached the 10th step, he knelt on it, his whole body quivering, unable to move any further. A ray of light eventually sent him off. "You've failed the trial," said Mu Qingshan. That disciple was ashen. Her words meant he had no destiny with the Xuantian Dao sect. "Brother, what happened?" Someone helped this person up, curious about his experience. 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. That person was still quivering, but he managed to spit out his price. "What the fuck? Why don't you go and try robbing people directly instead?" Raged the other person. "If you don't give me the money, don't even think about getting my secret. I've failed the trial, and I want to use some money to make up for the pain of failure." So what? Everyone thought about it. This person was truly pitiful. Giving him some money could count as consolation. "Fine, I'll give you 10,000. Here," said a rich fellow, tossing him 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. "I'll only tell whoever pays me. You can't share it with anyone else." That person's eyes brightened. "Courting death. Do you believe me when I say I'll crush you right here?" Roared everyone. That person's heart shook. "Afraid of being beaten," he said, "the staircase has some kind of formation. It's very frightening." "Fuck, are you asking to be beaten?" That explanation didn't appease them at all. What kind of answer was this? It wasn't worth a damn, let alone 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. A few of them were just about to teach him a lesson. "Don't hit me, don't hit me. It's the truth, it's very frightening," cried that person. "Don't make things hard on him. It should be a kind of formation that causes terror to the soul." Everyone's concept of terror is different, so there's no way for him to explain it clearly, said Zhao Ziyan. Since Zhao Ziyan had spoken, they released him. One of them said, "But Long Chen and the others? Perhaps they don't have any fear." Zhao Ziyan looked at those free and easygoing figures on the staircase and sighed, a complicated expression in her eyes. "Previously, when I was with senior apprentice brother Long Chen, he said that the reason experts are experts is because they have the determination to get stronger. They have to know why they want to get stronger and find their own motivation. That becomes their conviction, and once they find their conviction, they can completely stabilize their Dao heart and become fearless," said someone. "What useless words. It's just a problem of big or small guts. Those afraid of death shouldn't come," said one person icily. Infuriated, the other person was just about to curse that person when he saw that the person talking was the Western Desert's Yan Mochen. He swallowed his words. "It's just a stupid staircase, but you brought up such useless principles. Warriors from the Western Desert, let's go. Let them see that everything else is nonsense in front of true power." Yan Mochen sneered and led the Western Desert's people onto the staircase. But when he stepped onto the first one, his body clearly shuddered. He hid it well, but everyone saw his expression change for a moment. However, Yan Mochen was truly powerful. He quickly got used to the feeling and continued onwards. But the people behind him were clearly unable to keep up with him. Although they had been prepared, they were pale and clearly felt climbing the staircase to be extremely taxing. But after getting used to it for a while, they continued onwards. Following the Western Desert's movements, Zhao Ziyan also went up the stairs, followed by Wei Changhai. Zhao Ziyan frowned irritably and quickened her steps. Han Yunshan had no choice but to follow with all the experts starting to move. But many people found the climbing to be extremely difficult. Some people only lasted for a couple dozen steps before becoming unable to move and being sent out. Only once they truly stepped onto the staircase did they understand its terror. It was like each step up was another step closer to death. Illusions appeared in their minds. It was like they were seeing a mountain of blades and a sea of fire in front of them, as though if they kept going forward, the Grim Reaper's sickle would fall on their necks. Although they could clearly tell themselves it was fake, that they were just illusions, that it was just a trial, this was a terror that came from the depths of their soul. They were unable to resist. Quite a few disciples were constantly being sent off the staircase. Once they failed, they couldn't try again. But no one laughed at them. All the disciples on the staircase had no idea how much longer they would be able to endure either. As they advanced, the feeling of terror grew even stronger. Many of them were starting to buckle, their legs not listening to their orders. But looking at the Dragonblood warriors at the front, they clenched their teeth and persevered. How unexpected. Perhaps a few more disciples can pass like this. Mu Qingshan smiled. Seeing other people succeeding would promote more confidence, which allowed new people to succeed as well. The 300th stair. All the elders were focused on Long Chen. The Dragonblood warriors behind him were exactly 10 steps behind him, just like they had been from the start. They hadn't fallen even one step behind. The 334th stair. When Long Chen stepped onto the 334th stair, the entire Elder Hall's palace became silent. Chapters 1008. Information about the Skywood Divine Palace. Long Chen's foot landed on the 334th step. In that instant, he felt space suddenly twist, and time seemed to grow slow. In that instant, everything suddenly became distant and indistinct. Each step seemed like an uncrossable cliff. This is a test of will. Long Chen smiled slightly. He had experienced this kind of trial already in the Eastern Wasteland. He trusted that everyone had experienced that trial as well. But compared to the original Netherworld Heaven staircase in the Eastern Wasteland, this trial was many times stronger. Furthermore, each step brought them closer to the two terrifying drakes. That made it so people didn't dare to advance. This was a test of mettle, will, and toughness. But this still wasn't enough to stop Long Chen. The difficulty of these steps was far from enough to slow him down. What? No reaction at all. The elders watching were all shocked. Long Chen's rhythm didn't change in the slightest. His will is frighteningly firm. It isn't disturbed in the slightest by outer forces, said the Hall Master. With the trial of the steps along with the pressure of the powerful Zon beasts, a person's will would easily crumble. It truly is terrifying. Previously, no matter how strong the genius was, they would at least need a few breaths to get accustomed before continuing, sighed an elder. In the fight amongst heavenly geniuses, there are red flowers and green leaves that set each other off. But as for who is the flower and who is the leaf, there are many variables, said the Hall Master. You mean that Long Chen could? Probed one of the elders. Everything's too early to say. Just calmly watch, said the Hall Master. The elders turned silent. They understood the Hall Master's meaning, but was that really possible? No matter how big the leaf was, it couldn't bloom. Long Chen's footsteps didn't change, but behind him, Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, and the others all paused for an instant. Their bodies swayed. Big bro Ji Yuyong, I'll entrust myself to you. Treat me well, and after this, junior brother will definitely repay your kindness 1,000 times over. It's regretful that I was born a man, or I would definitely give my heart to you. Guo Ran was covered in sweat, and he tightly held Ji Yuyang's hand. Guo Ran, I will toss you aside if you continue. Raged Tang Wan Guo Ran's constitution was the weakest. No, he was the weakest of all of them in terms of almost everything. Having followed them to this point was his limit. Don't worry, go in peace. Ji Yuyong knocked Guo Ran unconscious and carried him on his back as he continued onwards. Cheating. I wish to report an egregious violation of the rules. Seeing Ji Yuyong use this method to let someone pass, quite a few people were filled with rage and shouted. This isn't against the rules. If you feel like it's cheating, you can cheat as well. But let me tell you, if you carry someone, the difficulty will double, said Mu Qingshan. Those people immediately had to shut their mouths and sadly continue. Long Chen was the furthest up the Xuantian staircase. As for Tang Wan and the others, they were originally 10 steps behind him, but now they were over 30 behind. By this level, they also felt immense pressure and could no longer advance as easily before. Their speed dropped slightly. When Long Chen reached the 666th step, they were over 50 steps behind him. As for the other 3 regions' heavenly geniuses, they were all stuck behind the Dragonblood warriors, unable to close the distance at all. This final test wasn't something they could pass through talent. Their advantage had vanished, while their weaknesses were completely exposed. Yan Mochen, Han Yunshan, and Wei Chenghai were green with fury. They had originally been thinking to move out later but still reach the top before Long Chen in order to show the others that they were far above him. But who would have thought that, let alone surpassing Long Chen, they were unable to even catch up to the ordinary Dragonblood warriors. They could only watch their butts as they advanced. Quite a few disciples had washed out and were listlessly watching. Long Chen's figure was far too conspicuous on the Xuantian staircase. He only got further ahead of the others, his speed stayed the same the entire time. Long Chen's foot released a light sound as he stepped onto the 667th step. Immediately after that, his other foot raised and he continued forward. This is definitely impossible. The previous deathly silence of the elders was completely broken now. The third part tests their negative emotions. It's a battle against themselves. How could it be so easy? They didn't dare to believe their eyes. Does he not have any negative emotions? Proposed one of the elders brazenly. How could that be possible? Let alone humans, even gods have negative emotions. Someone directly tore apart that theory. I'm going insane. This makes no sense. The elders were incapable of understanding this. There were a few of them were lost in thought though. Those elders were the ones who had been present when the patriarch had sent out the orders. They were all thinking that perhaps only someone like this was capable of drawing the patriarch's attention. But the majority of the elders hadn't been present for that. They were unable to explain what was happening, as this matter surpassed their understanding. Hall Master, an erudite person like you must understand what's happening. Please explain it to us, begged the elders. This situation has never occurred before, so I can't explain it either. But I have once heard of an extremely monstrous trial back in the Immortal Era, said the Hall Master. A monstrous trial from the Immortal Era? Are you talking about? Yes, legend is that there was a monstrous trial known as the True Self Trial. The odds of success were less than 1 in a million. Perhaps some of you haven't heard about it, but the trial is to defeat yourself in a battle. And most monstrous of all, the you that the trial creates will be slightly stronger than you, possesses all your techniques and experience, and their spiritual yuan will never run out, said the Hall Master. Then how is that any different than suicide? To challenge someone you couldn't possibly defeat, wouldn't you be an idiot? Was it fun to kill yourself? There's pretty much no difference. Perhaps there were too many geniuses in the Immortal Era, so they used this method to con a few of them into dying. But I have heard that anyone who defeats a stronger version of themselves will have their soul sublimate and will never be suppressed by their negative emotions. Their Tao hearts are incomparably firm and will not waver, said the Hall Master. Could it be that Long Chen? It's not very likely. Even if he had the urge to kill himself like that, he would need to find such a trial first. Where would he find such trials nowadays? That's not certain. Have you forgotten about the immemorial path? Perhaps he found such a trial in there. Long Chen had to focus to sense his negative emotions as he advanced. He sensed laziness, negativity, despair, exhaustion, and he even seemed to be able to hear voices telling him to give up. But those feelings were very weak. If he didn't intentionally try to sense them, he wouldn't feel them at all. To him, this third part wasn't even as strong as the previous 2 parts. He smiled slightly. He understood the true meaning of the Schwantian staircase. The destruction of the mind was far more effective than pressure to the physical body, and also much more frightful. But he wasn't worried about the Dragonblood warriors. Each one of them had experienced countless brushes past the Grim Reaper. This trial wasn't able to cause them much trouble. However, it would be troublesome for the other disciples. Their movements were extremely slow now. As time passed, their drive would slowly diminish. Then when they reached the part testing their negative emotions, they would be unable to see hope and completely break apart. Long Chen's foot finally stepped onto the 999th stair. He stood right in front of Mu Qingshan. From here, the huge gate overflowed with an ancient charm, and that Zan character on it seemed to contain the secrets of the universe. He saw the most profound principles of heaven and earth within it, but then when he looked closer, he couldn't see any of it at all. Congratulations on passing. Junior apprentice brother Long Chen's power is worthy of admiration, said Mu Qingshan. She had seen Long Chen climb up as if this was just an ordinary staircase. Although she couldn't comprehend this, she knew he had definitely passed through with his own strength. In front of these 2 terrifying 10th-rank Zan beasts, no one could cheat. It was just luck, said Long Chen humbly. Senior apprentice sister Qingshan, have you heard of the Skywood Divine Palace? Mu Qingshan smiled. Of course I've heard of it. The Skywood Divine Palace is extremely famous in the Central Plains. If it weren't for a dislikable fellow, perhaps I'd already be a disciple of the Skywood Divine Palace. Long Chen was delighted to hear this. A gentle figure appeared in his mind, and his heart blazed. Then how far is the Skywood Divine Palace from the Schwantian Dao sect? It's not that far, but you couldn't be thinking about moving sects, right? Let me warn you, the Skywood Divine Palace only accepts wood attribute disciples, laughed Mu Qingshan. Senior apprentice sister is joking. In truth, I have a lover in the Skywood Divine Palace. We've been apart for a long time already, and I miss her. Just thinking about Chu Yao made Long Chen's heart ache. He wondered how she had been during these past few years. It's nice that you care, but I feel like you should first think of a way to establish yourself in the Xuantian Dao sect before thinking about other things, advised Mu Qingxian. Many thanks for your reminder. Junior brother understands. Long Chen cupped his hands in thanks. Having obtained some information about the Skywood Divine Palace, his spirits were raised. Yao just wait. I'll quickly find you. Chapter 1009 Rejecting a Beautiful Woman. Seeing Long Chen reach the top gave countless people hope. They did their best to climb, but some didn't even manage to reach the second part before being sent out. There were people failing with each passing moment. Currently, 300,000 people were still persevering on the Xuantian staircase, and the majority of them had reached the middle section. As for the Dragonblood warriors, they were past the 800th step, but their speed was clearly much slower. However, their footsteps never paused. In truth, there's no need to go all out like this. As long as they keep advancing, slowing down will save energy. Mu Qingxian shook her head as she watched the Dragonblood warriors climbing while sparing no effort. They know that, said Long Chen. If they know, why bother? They aren't fighting against the Xuantian staircase but against themselves. That's why they are climbing so quickly, to push themselves to their limits. Our talent is only average, and our origins are low. To reach our current height, we had to bleed and sweat. We have to go all out like this. Every day, to not give up any chance to improve ourselves. This kind of trial that has no threat to our lives is especially perfect. We can push ourselves to our limits, and then break those limits again and again. Only then can we increase the chances of our survival the most. Mu Qingxian was startled. Long Chen's words were spoken carefully, but she could tell how much pain the Dragonblood Legion had endured. All of you are true warriors, praised Mu Qingxian. Well, there was no other choice. To live, we could only get stronger. Long Chen bitterly smiled. The Dragonblood warriors didn't hold back at all, climbing as fast as they could. They felt weary, but they did that on purpose. The wearier they were, the more they could excavate their potential. They were using their powerful negative emotions to encourage themselves. Yan Mochen, Wei Chenghai, and Han Yunshan were being thrown further and further into the distance despite doing their best. Originally, they were only 50 steps behind. But now that they were over 100 steps behind, causing them to clench their teeth in fury. The three of them were rank 5 Celestials, but they were actually unable to catch up. Instead, the distance only grew larger. This was a silent slap in the face. At this time, Zhao Ziyan slowly surpassed and created an uncrossable distance between them, infuriating them even more. How stupid. Afraid their own negative emotions weren't enough, they added envy on as well, said Long Chen. They truly are a bit foolish. Mu Qingxian was unable to retort against that. During the final section, a person's negative emotions would burst out and rapidly grow. The more envious they were, the more furious they became and the more difficult it would be to advance. Perhaps the three of them had still yet to understand the meaning of the Xuantian staircase. A beautiful figure stepped onto the 999th stair. It was Tang Wan. Her face was a bit pale, and she was covered in sweat. But within her weariness was excitement. It's been hard on you. Long Chen smiled and used a handkerchief to gently wipe away her sweat, startling her. Long Chen. Tang Wan was moved. This was the first time Long Chen treated her so warmly, even publicly pampering her like this. I can do it myself. She took the handkerchief and dabbed at her sweat. But while stealthily blocking Long Chen's sight, she dabbed away a few tears. Perhaps I should be kinder to her, thought Long Chen. Although Tang Wan hid her movements well, she couldn't hide them from him. He felt a profound sense of self-blame. Tang Wan was always fiery, direct and unyielding. Because she cared about him, she intentionally displayed some disdain for his conduct. But in truth, she needed care as well. However, she didn't want Long Chen to see her as weak, so she acted fiercely like a mother tigress. Long Chen had misunderstood her. She was a staunch woman, and this inadvertent movement caused him to see another side to her. Wan I'm sorry. I haven't looked after you enough. Long Chen sincerely apologized and pulled Tang Wan into his embrace. Tang Wan jumped in surprise. You've gone crazy. There are so many people here. You'll be laughed at, she rebuked. She quickly escaped from his grasp, and while her face was red, she had a warm smile. Let me see who dares to laugh. I'll curse them to never find a woman in their lifetime, said Long Chen grandly. Then it's fortunate that I'm not afraid of this curse. I'm not looking for women, laughed Mu Qingxian from the side. Cough, Senior apprentice sister, naturally you don't count, laughed Long Chen awkwardly. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out with a bang. Guo Ran had been tossed to the ground. You really worked me to death. Ji Yu Yong was, soaked in sweat, looking like he had just climbed out of a pool. Even the stone beneath his feet was wet. Carrying Guo Ran had completely exhausted him. Brother, it's been hard on you. Junior brother must repay your kindness. Shut up. It'd be better for you to pour me some water and prove your gratefulness with your actions instead of your glib words. Ji Yu Yong sat on the ground. Guo Ran hastily prepared some tea. If it hadn't been for Ji Yu Yong, he wouldn't have been able to reach this point even if he exhausted himself to death. He had to quickly repay this favor. The other Dragonblood warriors arrived one by one. Each one of them was weary to the bone, but their eyes were full of pride. They were the first ones to reach the top of the Xuantian staircase, leaving even rank 5 celestials in their dust. That was an honor. Furthermore, they had obtained a new status now that they had climbed the staircase, disciples of the Xuantian Dao sect. This was their first step in establishing their footing in the Central Plains. 6 hours later, Zhao Zian also arrived. But she clearly wasn't as tired as them. In fact, she seemed like it had been quite effortless. Congratulations. In the future, we'll be part of the same sect, so I'll have to ask you to look after me. Long Chen greeted Zhao Zian once she arrived. Brother Long overpraises me. It should be you looking after me. Is the Dragonblood Legion accepting new people? Do I have the qualifications to join? Zhao Zian smiled. Long Chen was startled, never having expected her to ask such a question. The Dragonblood Legion wasn't something just anyone could join. This question made him feel awkward. If he flatly refused, it would be too awkward. Junior sister was just joking. Brother Long, don't take it seriously. I'm tired, so I'll go rest. Zhao Zian laughed and said goodbye, finding an isolated place to sit. Once Zhao Zian left, Tang Wan whispered, this sister is angry. What are you talking about? I don't see any anger, said Long Chen. I'm a woman, and this is my woman's intuition, said Tang Wan. Seeing Long Chen ignore her, she continued, if a beautiful woman wants to join, why would you decline? Don't you like beautiful women the most? Exactly. Guo Ran hastily shut his mouth when Long Chen glared at him. Our Dragonblood Legion is a complete whole, and we've all saved each other's lives. Others can't join just because their cultivation base is high, their talent is good, or they're beautiful. The reason we're so strong together is because we're united and can trust each other. A stranger joining in would bring danger to the entire legion, so how could I let an outsider join so easily? Said Long Chen. Seeing how solemn he was, Tang Wan stopped speaking. Guo Ran also kept a hand clamped over his mouth. They understood. Although Tang Wan's words had been partly a joke to tease Long Chen, she hadn't expected Long Chen to be thinking so much. He couldn't bring danger to the entire Dragonblood Legion because he wanted to pick up girls. 2 hours later, Han Yunshan and the others also finally reached the top. Their expressions were exceedingly ugly, and they were panting for breath, appearing extremely miserable. Due to their envy and hatred for Long Chen, their path had been even more difficult. That had made them waste even more time and energy. More and more disciples began to arrive. Some of them directly fainted upon reaching the top and relaxing. Currently, only 30,000 people passed. Over 400,000 people had washed out, and there were still many people persevering on the staircase. Suddenly, a huge hourglass appeared at the top of the staircase. Mu Qingshan announced, there are still 3 days left. The people, still on the staircase should work hard. Seeing that hourglass, quite a few people's expressions changed. Their power was limited, and they were climbing at a snail's pace right now. Now that there was a time limit, the pressure immediately increased. As a result, quite a few disciples immediately gave up once the hourglass appeared. They knelt on the stairs, and were directly sent off the Xuantian staircase. This hourglass caused many people's confidence to shatter. They felt like there was no hope, and continuing to fight had no meaning. One after another, figures were sent off the Xuantian staircase. Only 10,000 people were still persevering. The majority of them were around the 800th stair, with a small portion around the 700th stair. As for the 600th stair, only a few dozen people were still bitterly enduring, unwilling to give up. Idiots, I gave up and I was already on the 700th stair. For them to stupidly continue at the 600th stair, there's no hope at all, mocked someone. But Long Chen couldn't help but nod when he saw those few people still bitterly enduring despite there being no hope. As long as the results weren't in, the opportunities were still in your hands. The only way to lose was to give up. Even if it was just the slightest, ephemeral bit, it was still an opportunity. Not giving up was in itself a remarkable drive. Time's up, announced Mu Qingxian as the final grain of sand fell. Chapter 10:10 Quell them through viciousness. The few people still persevering on the Xuantian staircase all had a sad glimmer in their eyes when Mu Qingxian's voice rang out. As for the people who had long since given up, their derision increased. The mission is accomplished. We're leaving. The two huge figures suddenly disappeared from their sight. The terrifying pressure instantly vanished with them. It was like a huge boulder had been lifted from everyone's hearts. They relaxed, feeling like the sky had become brighter. Once both of the 10th ranked Zon beasts had left, Mu Qingxian smiled at the disciples sitting on the stairs. Congratulations. According to the rules, any disciples who are on the 500th stair and above when the time is up pass. Everyone was startled, not daring to believe their ears. That was especially true of those disciples who had reached past the 700th stair before giving up. The 10,000 disciples that were on the Xuantian staircase began to weep tears of joy and excitement. Some even wailed and repeatedly kissed the staircase. Now there were over 90,000 disciples who had passed. 10,000 of those were people who had refused to give up despite already despairing. They had also known there was no hope, but they hadn't been able to give up. This is unfair. Why didn't you say this beforehand? You were conning people. Some people began to furiously roar. The disciples who had failed the trial immediately erupted in fury, feeling like they had been cheated. That was especially true of those talented rank 4 celestials. Their shouting was the most ferocious. Some even spouted the wildest profanities, crying about how this was cheating and that they wanted to take the trial again. Everyone, calm down, shouted Mu Qingxian. But she was unable to control such a chaotic scene. It's unfair. Why didn't you state the rules at the beginning? The trial must be held again. Exactly, restart the trial. There's definitely something fishy, or how could those Eastern Wasteland dogs climb up so easily? That's right, they were clearly cheating. The Eastern Wasteland dogs were cheating, so the trial must be held again. The screaming only grew more and more intense. Mu Qingxian panicked as things went completely out of her control. The elders watched this chaotic scene with dark expressions. How were this year's disciples so shameful? Hall Master, send a few people to suppress them. Mu Qingxian is still too young and can't handle it, said an elder. No need. Young people need trials to grow. This child Qingxian is a steady person, but she's not bold enough and needs to toughen up. Anyway, a group of children is unable to cause any ripples, said the Hall Master. Hearing the Hall Master's orders, the elders stayed quiet. The scene they were watching was completely chaotic. Charge. If those despicable Eastern Wasteland dogs can cheat their way into becoming the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples, then we can too. Suddenly, a person shouted and charged onto the staircase with a sinister smile. He was the one Long Chen had slapped before, Xie Wei. The formation had been deactivated, and the pressure of the Zon beasts had vanished as well, allowing them to charge up easily. It was true that from the start, Long Chen had passed through the trials easily. It could look like cheating. Furthermore, even the Dragonblood warriors had so easily passed this trial, with even rank 5 celestials thrown behind them. With the urging shouts of some people, some of them began to believe more and more that the Eastern Wastelands people had cheated. You. Stop, otherwise, I won't be courteous. Mu Qingxian was startled and infuriated. But in front of this tide-like charge of furious disciples, she found herself at a loss for what to do. If you have any guts, just try and kill us all. You think you can open the back door to the Eastern Wasteland dogs while not allowing us to retort? We want justice, sneered Xie Wei as he led everyone charging forward. You. Mu Qingxian was so infuriated she turned deathly pale. She formed hand seals, but even after a long time, no attack was released. Long Chen shook his head and pointed his finger. A bolt of lightning shot out at the one at the very front, Xie Wei. Xie Wei had never imagined that Long Chen would dare to attack him. He had no time to block with his weapon, and he hastily summoned a runic barrier around him. But it was instantly torn through by the bolt of lightning, and he was blown apart into bloody mist. With one attack, a rank 4 celestial at the very front had been killed, shocking everyone. Bastard, you dare to kill people. I don't believe you dare to kill us all. A person shouting in the crowd didn't even manage to finish speaking before being killed by a lightning arrow. His soul was destroyed, and his corpse non-existent. Everyone stopped. Mu Qingxian jumped in fright, as even she didn't have the authority to kill people. "Kill all those who cursed us," said Long Chen coldly. "Boss, those were the words I was waiting for." A crossbow appeared in Guo Ran's hands, and golden arrows shot out like bolts of lightning. With each attack, a person in the crowd would explode. "Stop," shouted Mu Qingxian, but Guo Ran ignored her. His crossbow continued to launch arrow after arrow, eliciting miserable cries from the crowd. Those overbearing, aggressive people immediately panicked. People amongst them continued to explode, splattering them with blood. "Boss, there were 57 people who cursed us. They've all been handled." Guo Ran put away his golden crossbow. Everyone was deathly silent, looking in horror at the emotionless Long Chen and the pleased Guo Ran. They were unable to say anything. Seeing that Guo Ran's killing had stunned the disciples who had been washed out, Long Chen icily said, "If anyone else wants to question the power of my Eastern Wastelands disciples, please go ahead." "Long Chen, how could you be so vicious to those from the same sect? You've gone too far," shouted Yan Mochen. "Idiot, who said they were from the same sect? They've already failed, so they aren't disciples of the Xuantian Dao sect," sneered Long Chen. But they're still disciples of the branch sects. How could you be so vicious and merciless to them?" Han Yunshan also stood out. "Exactly, whether or not they were disciples of the branch sects, they are still humans. How can you kill them without the slightest pity?" demanded Wei Changhai. The three of them were clearly standing together to target Long Chen. The disciples who had failed once more began to curse at him when they saw the three of them support their cause. "Exactly, Eastern Wasteland dogs." A person who had barely opened their mouth was killed by Guo Ran. Guo Ran's crossbow was constantly being upgraded as his forging skills improved, and at this distance, there was no stopping it. "Continue." Guo Ran pointed his crossbow at those people below. With such a terrifying crossbow pointing at them, their scalps turned numb. Although they had seen Guo Ran shoot several arrows, they were appalled to find that they were unable to even see the arrows, only able to faintly see a golden light before another person was killed. It was too fast for them to react, let alone dodge or block. These disciples instantly turned pale, not daring to speak. They looked from the crossbow to the pools of blood on the ground. "Long Chen, how dare you order your subordinate to kill people?" "You," shouted Yan Mochen. "A nation has a nation's laws, a family has a family's rules, and a sect has a sect's rules. Right now, they've washed out but dare to charge onto the important land of the Xuantian Dao sect. They've broken the rules of the trial and gravely harmed the prestige of the sect. Even if I killed them all, there would be nothing wrong with it. You say they are the sect's disciples. For the sect's disciples to break the sect's rules, discriminate against a region's disciples, incite inner strife in the sect, and try to destroy the sect from the inside, they deserve death all the more. You should rejoice. If it weren't for a promise I made to one my beauties to control my temper, well, if it was me from a year ago, you'd have long since gone into the path of reincarnation," said Long Chen. You're just twisting words." Yan Mochen was unable to find a way to retort Long Chen's words. When it came to eloquence, even 10 of him weren't a match for Long Chen. "Don't play such childish games with me. I don't have time for such senseless things. If you make me lose my patience, I'll kill all of you." Long Chen's gaze swept over the three of them, his killing intent suddenly surging. In that instant, the three of them felt like space had frozen around them. A fierce sensation of death made all their hair stand on end. Let alone the three of them, even Mu Qingxian was affected. She had never come into contact with such a terrifying killing intent. It was like just his killing intent could take a person's life. Long Chen was truly angry now. Although he had promised Meng Qi not to cause trouble and rein in his temper, that didn't mean he would just grin and bear everything. He wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble. But if someone wanted to try to bully him, well, there was no way he was going to endure it. This was Long Chen's final warning to them. If the three of them still tried to find trouble for him and slow down his growth, then he wouldn't hesitate to pay any price to cut the three of them down. Everyone was deathly silent, because they were within the range of that terrifying killing intent. They didn't dare to move, feeling like a death god's scythe was pressed against their necks. "Long Chen, as a disciple of the Xuantian Dao sect, you dare to indiscriminately kill the innocent. Just who gave you that authority?" Suddenly, a A cold shout rang out. Space twisted, and two new figures appeared in the sky. Those two figures wore black robes and had long chains in their hands. The jade plate on their waists had the law character written on them. Long Chen's eyes narrowed upon one of them. That was a familiar face. Lu Minghan, long time no see. I'm relieved to see your head has reattached so seamlessly. Chapter 10-11 Contest of Strength. Only Mu Qingxian was aware of Long Chen's past interaction with Lu Minghan. In the eastern wasteland, he had once cut off Lu Minghan's head. Of course, that was just because Lu Minghan had been careless. It didn't truly represent Long Chen had the power to fight against kings. The other disciples present were unaware of this. Through his words, it seemed that he knew this elder and had also once cut off his head. They doubted his words at first, but Lu Minghan's furious expression verified his words. That scared them witless. What kind of monster was Long Chen? Long Chen, you're courting death. Raged Lu Minghan, killing intent erupting out of him. I don't know whether or not I'm courting death, but I do know that you definitely are. If I could cut off your head once, I can cut it off again. And this time, I guarantee I won't give you any chance to reconnect it, said Long Chen. Originally, Long Chen had no intention of infuriating Lu Minghan, as that wasn't a smart move. But thinking of how this bastard had been greedy for his treasures and tried to use soul search on him, his hatred got the better of him. If he was stronger, he'd definitely go all out to kill him right now and then flee from the Xuantian Dao sect. But right now, he was too weak and could only endure. However, he wouldn't give up any chance to humiliate his opponents. His words caused everyone to suck in a cold breath of air. Their guess was right, he had truly once cut off the head of a king. That made their hair stand on end, especially those disciples who had failed the trial and tried to charge up by saying Long Chen had cheated. Their thought was that the law was unable to punish so many people and that no one would dare to do anything to them. And by saying that the Eastern Wastelands people had cheated, there was a high chance they would be able to muddle their way into the Xuantian Dao sect. Now they realized how wrong they were. Long Chen was someone who dared to cut off the head of a king, so of course he dared to kill them. Thinking of that, they felt that life was a blessing. Just now, they had truly brushed past a death god. Even Yan Mochen, Wei Changhai, and Han Yunshan's expressions changed, their faces pale as paper. They hadn't known Long Chen had such a terrifying history. That was especially true of Han Yunshan and Wei Changhai. They had exchanged blows with Long Chen. No, that was wrong, they hadn't exchanged blows, they had been beaten like children. As soon as they had attacked, Long Chen had knocked them unconscious with a slap to the face. Little brute, you want to offend your superiors. You've slaughtered innocent people, so you need to be brought to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment. Lu Minghan's face was ashen with rage. The other person who had come with him was a stern-looking man. With a cold snort, the chain in his hand flew toward Long Chen. The chain was like a bolt of lightning. A terrifying pressure descended, one that froze space and made it so none of them could move. This was the irresistible pressure of a king. The disciples felt like an invisible hand was wrapped around them, and it was like they would be crushed to death with just a thought. Furthermore, what they were enduring was just some aftershocks. Long Chen was the one the pressure was focused upon. The chain seemed to fill heaven and earth. It possessed some bizarre law that made it impossible to dodge. Despite knowing he couldn't block it, Long Chen was just about to go all out. But suddenly, a large hand caught it. Matters of the disciple trials aren't for the law enforcement hall to interfere with. An elder appeared in front of Long Chen. Li Changfang. Lu Minghan ground his teeth furiously. He was still infuriated about being suppressed by him last time. He had been unable to retaliate because all the evidence said that he was the one who had been in the wrong. Li Changfang waved a hand, and the person who had sent out the chain immediately felt a powerful force knock him back dozens of steps. That person shouted, "The disciples' trials are under the purview of the elders' hall, but now someone has broken the rules and willfully slaughtered innocent people. It has exceeded the scope of the elders' hall's responsibility and must be handled by the law enforcement hall. Today, Long Chen, as well as the killer using the crossbow, must be brought away by us." As expected, no matter where he went, there were always muddied waters. Looking at Lu Minghan clenching his teeth as well, that sanctimonious fellow, Long Chen sneered inside. His delight in arriving in the Central Plains had diminished a great deal. To him, the Central Plains was a battlefield even crueler than the last. As for the Xuantian Dao sect, it would very likely just be a starting point. How did he break the rules and slaughter the innocent? Killing those people wasn't against the rules, but protecting the rules. Long Chen saw that Mu Qingxian's hands were tied and she had lost control of the situation, so he had no choice but to quell the uprising. Otherwise, there would have been even greater casualties. There was nothing wrong with Long Chen's actions. Furthermore, those people weren't innocent. They failed the trial, and because of their resentment, they wanted to break the rules of the Xuantian Dao sect's trial. Each time we hold this trial, it is an opportunity to bring in fresh blood to the Xuantian Dao sect, and that makes it an important event that decides whether the sect will rise or decline. How could people trying to ruin that important event be called innocent? Said Li Changfeng. Although his tone was calm, his words seemed to possess blades, making his opposition unable to say a word in retort. Li Changfeng's mouth was indeed the sharpest. Even so, Long Chen can't just kill people of his own discretion, he doesn't have that authority. If everyone was like that, the Xuantian Dao sect would become completely chaotic. He was simply acting in accordance with the situation, and in order to protect the sect, he had no choice but to be vicious. That requires bravery and courage. The hall master himself said that his conduct should be rewarded. If someone worked so hard for the sect but was punished instead of being rewarded, don't you think it would bitterly disappoint the sect's members? Said Li Changfeng. You're just spouting sophistry, inverting right and wrong. Raged Lu Minghan's fellow expert. Somehow killing people had become something just and to be rewarded. He was clearly twisting his words. I think that's enough. This matter can be handled by the Elders' Hall on its own. There's no need for the Law Enforcement Hall to waste the effort. If you dislike this, you can go register a complaint at the Xuantian Tower instead of shouting here and ruining the image of the sect. Leave now, and don't disturb the trial's process again, or we'll be the ones to register a complaint, said Li Changfeng coldly. Now his words contained no courtesy at all. He was expelling them like two dogs. In truth, Li Changfeng's arrival here was set up by the hall master. The Law Enforcement Hall's hands had stretched too far in the past few years. It dissatisfied the hall master, and he was no longer planning on enduring it. Good, Li Changfeng, just you wait. And you Long Chen, pray you don't land in my hands, otherwise, hee. Lu Minghan glared at Long Chen. Long Chen smiled and said, hurry up and fuck off. Threats won't show your dignity, instead, it'll just expose your idiocy and treachery. For a law enforcement elder to be so petty as to threaten a disciple of the Dao sect for personal reasons, you really are trash. I wonder, what kind of place is the Law Enforcement Hall for it to raise such a tyrannical and selfish blockhead like you? If people like you were to enforce the law, well, I don't believe you wouldn't harbor any selfish intentions. You'd frame and entrap people if it was to your benefit. How are you supposed to carry out the law fairly? Long Chen's words were even less courteous than Li Changfeng's. They were like slaps in the face. Long Chen, let's just wait and see then. Lu Minghan ground his teeth. He had no choice but to leave with the other law enforcement elder. Once the two of them left, Li Changfeng looked over everyone, and his gaze landed on Long Chen in the end. Take care of how far you go, warned Li Changfeng. Many thanks for the reminder, elder. Long Chen bowed slightly. He understood what he meant. He was telling him not to overstep. As long as he didn't go too far, the Elders' Hall would protect him. But once he went too far, he would have exposed an opening to the Law Enforcement Hall, and then it would be troublesome. Long Chen now realized something. He was being used in a competition of strength between the Law Enforcement Hall and the Elder Hall. He had become the Elders' Hall's weapon. But he didn't mind. When joining a tangled and complicated power, you had to choose a side. Wanting to offend no one was a fool's dream. The most important thing was to choose the right supporter. Having completely destroyed his bridges with Lu Minghan, the Elder Hall was the best choice. Furthermore, through the characters of Li Changfeng and Lu Minghan, he was almost sure that the Elder Hall was much friendlier than the Law Enforcement Hall. The trial is to continue. If anyone else dares to wildly make accusations, they'll be executed immediately, said Li Changfeng before vanishing from their sight. Those disciples that had failed didn't dare to make a sound. Their indignation was completely quelled. Mu Qingxian finally had a chance to say, the disciples that failed the trial have two options. You can return to your old sect, or you can stay in the Xuantian Dao sect. We can stay. They were delighted and surprised. Yes, but if you do, you will not have the status or treatment of disciples. You'll be workers who are paid with cultivation resources. The bad news is that those resources will be very limited, and your room for growth will be minimal. It might be better for you to return to your original sect and be a tyrant there. The good news is that as long as you stay in the Central Plains, anything is possible. So ask yourselves if you're willing to bet your lives on a chance. That's all. Someone will come to get you in a bit. As for whether you want to stay or leave, think carefully. Your fates will be in your own hands. Mu Qingshan led away the people who had passed. Amongst the disciples who had failed, the ones who had been spoiled didn't want to stay as workers. They felt it to be too embarrassing, and it would be better to return to their old homes and live out a glorious life. It was the ones who had come from poorer origins that wished to stay behind. Even if they returned, they wouldn't be able to become tyrants at their level. Congratulations on passing. Follow me. Welcome to the Xuantian Dao sect, said Mu Qingshan. The huge stone gate slowly opened, the sound shaking their eardrums. Incredibly dense spiritual qi crashed over them. Chapter 10-12 Inner Sect Trial. The spiritual qi was like a sea pouring over them. All their pores opened and greedily absorbed it. Long Chen was shocked to find that the spiritual qi in the Xuantian Dao sect wasn't just dense, it also seemed to contain something he had never felt before. He was unable to describe it. Seeing this huge gate open before them, the 100,000 disciples were incomparably excited. They followed Mu Qingshan inside. As for the disciples outside, they could only watch as those figures disappeared within the sect. Then the thick gate closed tightly. Long Chen and the others followed Mu Qingshan along a long path. The sides of the paths were lined with ancient trees thrumming with vitality. Dozens of miles in, a plaza appeared. The plaza was huge, several times bigger than the entire branch sect of the Eastern Wasteland. It was also much grander. At the center was a huge statue of a man. It was simple and majestic, seeming like a god overlooking the sky. They were surprised that the sea of people they had expected to see inside never appeared. Instead, there was only a single, long-haired man in the plaza. He stood there like a javelin planted in the ground, patiently waiting for them to get closer. His expression was icy, and faint runes were revolving in his eyes. Standing there, he gave off a dark feeling despite not having any of his aura leak. Greetings, senior apprentice brother Su Mo. Mu Qingshan bowed slightly. It's been hard on you, junior apprentice sister Qingshan. Leave the rest to me. The man called Su Mo returned the bow. His tone was refined and courteous, but also felt a bit icy. A faint killing intent pervaded the air around him. This is a true expert. Long Chen's pupils shrank. He sensed immense pressure from this person, a pressure that was even greater than what he felt from the elders. Although Long Chen couldn't sense his aura, he was able to sense the foundation forging realm's spiritual fluctuations. However, the reason why Long Chen felt that this man had to be incredibly powerful was because of the killing intent resting within the depths of his soul. He had to be an expert who had slaughtered countless people. His killing intent permeated every single one of his cells. Even when he spoke calmly, his killing intent leaked out. Mu Qingshan said, "Then I'll leave it up to you. I'll take my leave." After saying that, she waved her hand and left them all blankly standing there. Su Mo looked over them and shook his head. A fleeting emotion flashed in his eyes for too short of a time to see clearly, but Long Chen knew it was a kind of pity. However, when Su Mo's gaze swept over the Dragonblood Legion, his eyes brightened slightly. His gaze suddenly stopped on Long Chen, and his eyes were like sharp blades that could see through his heart. Despite his electric gaze, Long Chen simply looked back at him without revealing the slightest emotion. Su Mo's icy mouth curled into a smile. He nodded slightly. Not bad, there are at least a few decent ones. Everyone was startled, not understanding what he was saying. But the pressure they felt from him made it so they didn't dare to ask. Let me introduce myself. I am Su Mo, a disciple from the previous generation. 10 years ago, I stood here just like you. Looking at you, I remember countless faces full of anticipation and hope. However, now that 10 years have passed and I stand here once more, the majority of those people have been buried beneath the ground. Said Su Mo. Ignoring their shocked expressions, he continued, "First, let me congratulate you. You've passed the initial trials and become a disciple of the Xuantian Dao sect. Some of you relied on your talent to pass, and some relied on luck. But either way, those are still your strengths and there's nothing wrong about either. However, this is just the first step. The trials you've passed are for the outer sect, so right now, you are outer sect disciples. My mission is to lead you to the next trial, the trial for the inner sect." The inner sect trial. All the disciples were excited, especially those disciples who were more talented. They almost couldn't wait. Looking at those excited expressions, the pity in Su Mo's eyes increased. Inner sect disciples are treated 100 times better than outer sect disciples. But meat pies don't fall from the sky, and even if they did, you'd need the power to receive them. Without that power, if you force it, the result is that you'll be smashed apart by that meat pie. As expected, the trial for the inner sect was much more difficult. Although Wang Mang had refused to tell Long Chen anything on the journey here from the eastern wasteland because it was forbidden according to the rules, just from his tone, Long Chen had been able to guess a few things. Su Mo continued, to put it in an ugly way, outer sect disciples are just some high-grade workers. They help the sect handle many complicated things, but they're much better than the ordinary workers. They not only get greater rewards, but they have a set amount of time reserved for cultivation and also have limited access to some cultivation regions. However, outer sect disciples are unable to completely focus on rapidly cultivating because they have to work to get their cultivation resources. Only inner sect disciples get free resources regardless of what they contribute to the sect. If those free resources aren't enough, they can accomplish missions for more points and exchange those for resources. Certain cultivation regions are open to them all year round. He's probably about to get to the bad part. Long Chen sighed inside. Now that the benefits had been described, it was time for the other side of things. As if cooperating with him, Su Mo said, however, let me say it again, if you want to eat the meat pie, you need the power to do so. You also need courage, as well as luck. That's because the inner sect trial is completely different from the outer sect trial. The outer sect trial was just a game for children with little danger, while the inner sect trial is true battle. The two words, true battle, struck like hammers in their hearts. When said in Su Mo's dark and gloomy voice, it caused them all to feel a chill. When Su Mo said these two words, they were full of bloodiness. The inner sect trial takes place on a bloody battlefield. Life is like a fragile flower there that can wither in an instant. The sect had me explain this to you so that you know that this trial is very cruel, and very bloody. The chances of losing your life are extremely high. It's a battlefield only true experts can survive, so carefully consider whether you want to attempt it. Although outer sect disciples have worse treatment, if your display is outstanding, you will still have a chance to enter the inner sect. But if you fail the inner sect trial, you won't have any chance at all. His words resounded in their minds. The treatment that inner sect disciples received had filled them with anticipation, but now it was like a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads. If you want to become an inner sect disciple, the first thing you'll need to do is to be prepared to give up your life. If you can't do that, then the chances of you surviving in the trial are less than 1 in 1,000. As your senior apprentice brother, I've seen many of my companions fall. I've seen their powerless struggle in the face of death. Once you enter that battlefield, don't vainly think that the people by your side will be able to save you. If people try to save you, they'll be placing themselves in danger and cutting their own chances of surviving. So, I am very bluntly advising all of you not to try it without thinking it over. Consider it carefully, warned Su Mo. The air was tense, and it was like a stone was pressing against their hearts. They were deathly silent, and some people were almost unable to breathe. They were facing the excitement of being an inner sect disciple, as well as the threat of death. They struggled over this decision. Long Chen sighed. Su Mo was being kind. These greenhouse flowers would definitely die in droves once they entered a true battlefield. That couldn't be blamed on them. The only ones that could be blamed were their sects that didn't understand that people couldn't be pampered. Now their disciples had a difficult decision before them. I've said everything I have to say. As for what you choose, it's up to you. If you want to participate in the inner sect trial, advance forward. If you don't want to, retreat, said Su Mo. Following his words, the majority of people stepped forward. Only a few stepped back. Those people were the weakest, as well as the smartest. They felt content just being outer sect disciples. The majority of those who retreated were rank 3 celestials. Many of them were those who had bitterly struggled to the end on the Xuantian staircase and only passed because of luck. Just that rudimentary trial had made them powerless, so they had no hope at all for the next one. The absolute majority advanced, while a small portion retreated. There was also a small portion that were still hesitating. Their talent was not bad, and they were stronger than average. They were unwilling to give up, but then thinking of how difficult the Xuantian staircase had been to climb. The next trial would be even crueler and more difficult. Sumo didn't rush them, just calmly waiting for their decision. What they were experiencing, he had also experienced. So he wasn't the slightest bit impatient. Finally, after an hour, everyone had made their decision. There were 20,000 people who chose to give up, and 80,000 that chose to continue to the intersect trial. Seeing this many people still wanted to participate in the intersect trial, a helpless expression appeared in Sumo's eyes. But he didn't say anything. People quickly came to lead the disciples who had given up away. They should be setting up their residences and positions. Once the outer sect disciples were led away, Sumo said, "Since you've chosen to participate in the intersect trial, then as your senior apprentice brother, I can only wish you good luck. But before the trial, you have to meet a few people. Perhaps they can save your life on the battlefield." Countless runes on the floor tiles beneath their feet lit up. The space around them twisted, and they suddenly appeared in a dark and damp environment. Chapter 10:13 merged with heaven and earth. Everyone found that they had been transported to a dark and damp environment. An aura of decay and death filled the air. They jumped in shock. Before they could clearly examine their surroundings, they were deeply shaken by the group of people in front of them. There was a sea of people staring coldly at them. A rough estimate put them at over 300,000. There were men and women amongst them, and they were all young. Although they were also sea expansion experts, they gave off heavy pressure just by standing there. They were like immovable mountains. True experts. Even Long Chen's heart shook. These people's auras weren't just condensed to the pinnacle, but their eyes were like blades. These people were completely different from the three outer regions' disciples. They were real experts who had seen blood before. Several people amongst them gave even Long Chen a sensation of heavy pressure. That made him understand something. "Let me introduce you. The ones in front of you are disciples from the same generation as you. However, they are disciples from the Central Plains," said Sumo. That shook the four regions' disciples. Although they had long since prepared themselves, having their guess confirmed still shocked them. That was because even though they were all at sea expansion, they could clearly sense immense pressure from these people, a pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. They definitely weren't on the same level. The Central Plains disciples looked at the bewildered disciples from the other four regions. Different emotions appeared in their eyes. Some were curious, some were disdainful, and some were icy. The four regions' disciples didn't know what to think. Looking at those complicated expressions, Sumo said, "I'm sure you feel a great deal of pressure, but you don't need to feel inferior. It's not your fault, it's the fault of your sects. In order to achieve the highest results, your sects focused on the quantity of disciples, slightly neglecting quality. Thus, your power is a bit empty. This is also due to the Xuantian Dao sect's practices. The sect sends resources in accordance with how many disciples the branch sects can send to participate in the trial. So after making sure you were fat and plump, they sent you over. Because they were worried about losing out, they pampered you 100 ways, not letting you participate in life and death battles. If you are shelved weapons that have rotted in storage, then these Central Plains disciples are weapons that have gone through countless temperings and begun to release their light." Hearing Sumo's cold and frank words, Long Chen couldn't help but nod. Sumo was worthy of being a true expert. His vision was sharp, and he dared to say whatever he wanted. In front of these disciples, he dared to criticize the Xuantian Dao sect's practices. That required a certain amount of courage. Furthermore, his words were absolutely correct. Other than the Eastern Wasteland, the other four regions were too peaceful. They naturally wouldn't need to risk their lives. There was no way around it for the Eastern Wasteland. Many good sprouts fell during the battles between righteous and corrupt paths. Even whole sects might be attacked, so there was no way to preserve the lives of their disciples. The Eastern Wasteland's disciples had no choice but to put their lives on the line, because if they didn't, they wouldn't have lives any longer. But the other three regions had it too good, and there was no reason for them to risk their lives. Now that Sumo said this, the three regions' disciples couldn't help but become a bit angry. They felt like their sects had limited their growth. But you shouldn't complain. Complaining is forever the helpless display of the weak. The reason the strong become strong is because they are always searching for their own reason to get stronger. The reason the weak become weak is because they are always searching for excuses for their own laziness. Hard work is never late, and in the Xuantian Dao sect, as long as you are talented and work your hardest, you will eventually be able to release your light. However, your previous laziness and peace have overdrafted your luck. Now that you've decided to participate in the intersect trial, the heavens will be taking everything that you owe. I tried to advise you not to participate, but you all still chose to try it. I don't know whether I should praise you for your courage or your foolishness. As your senior apprentice brother, I'll be ruthless and give you another blow. In your current state, it would be a miracle if even a third of you managed to survive the intersect trial. Sumo shook his head. Hearing this, all their expressions changed. Although they had felt the intersect trial would be difficult, this terrifying mortality rate caused their hearts to sink. Of every 3 of them, only one would survive, and those that survived had to be both strong and lucky. It is too late for regret. I'll direct you to a smart path right now. If you want to live, join one of the factions of the Central Plains Disciples. When the Central Plains Disciples arrive at the Xuantian Dao sect, they don't need to participate in the outer sect trial. They can directly participate in the inner sect trial. They were originally elites, and each one of them has experienced over 10 life and death battles. You can't compare to their battle experience. In terms of talent, you might be around the same, but when it comes to combat strength, they are 10 times stronger than you. If you want to keep your lives, abandon your dignity and try to join them. The 4 regions' disciples didn't know what to say. Looking at those icy Central Plains disciples, it felt like they were wagging their tails pitifully. They were geniuses, not beggars. Most importantly, even if someone did give up all their face, what if they refused you? Would you not feel ashamed to even keep on living? Sumo said to the Central Plains disciples, in the Xuantian Dao sect, you have to establish your own factions, so this is the best way to expand. Gold will eventually release its light, but once it does, it will quickly be taken away by others. This is now a test of your ability to see who is gold. The 4 regions' disciples have unsteady foundations, but their talent is still high. They've passed the Xuantian staircase, so their will is also firm enough. They aren't actually inferior to you, they're just lacking an opportunity to rise. So whether you're recruiting or joining, this is a good opportunity for you. Grab hold of it yourselves. Senior apprentice brother Sumo, can we form our own faction? We have the power to protect others, said Yan Mochen. At the same time, Han Yunshan and Wei Chenghai also stood with him. Quite a few disciples were following them. Long Chen shook his head. Yan Mochen's intent was clear. As a rank 5 celestial, he definitely wouldn't lower his head to anyone. He wanted to work together with Han Yunshan and Wei Chenghai to form their own faction. TCH, with your little power, just protecting yourself would be difficult enough. How do you have the power to protect others? A tall and skinny man from the Central Plains disciples suddenly walked out. As soon as he did, the other 4 regions' disciples were shocked. There were no fluctuations coming from him, but the space around him was constantly twisting. Heaven and earth seemed to ripple like he was standing in water. Some faint runes flickered around him, but that wasn't intentional or conscious. The realm of being merged with heaven and earth. Han Yunshan, Yan Mochen, and Wei Chenghai were all shocked. Others might not know, but they knew that this was a level only possible when one's heavenly Dao runes were condensed to a pinnacle. A portion of their runes would merge with heaven and earth. That was a realm only innate rank 5 celestials had the qualifications to reach. And even though the 3 of them were also innate rank 5 celestials, reaching the realm of merging their heavenly Dao runes with heaven and earth wasn't just a matter of talent. It also required comprehension. Correct. If a celestial hasn't even reached the realm of merging with heaven and earth, then they're no more than a dabbler celestial. Only once you reach this realm can you control heavenly Dao energy with just a thought. You're still a far cry from this point, said that man. But, even if I haven't reached that realm, it's just a matter of time. Even if I don't possess that ability, I'm still a rank 5 celestial. I have the power to protect myself, as well as the power to protect others. Cried Yan Mochen. Is that so? Then let's test that. I'll be your opponent. See if you can protect yourself. After saying that, no one even saw him bend his knees or raise his feet before he moved like a phantom. There was no sign at all, and by the time people realized he had moved, he was standing right in front of Yan Mochen. Yan Mochen was startled, and he let out a punch. His earth runes covered his fist, and still not feeling reassured, he summoned his great earthen armor. Shockingly, when Yan Mochen's fist struck that thin man's body, his body exploded in an instant. What speed? Long Chen's eyes narrowed. Perhaps others hadn't seen, but the instant that man had been about to be struck by Yan Mochen's fist, his feet had taken a strange step, and he had vanished. To others, it looked like his body had been destroyed by Yan Mochen's fist, but he was just too fast. What was struck was just an afterimage. An icy sword pressed against Yan Mochen's neck, its sharp edge easily going through Yan Mochen's runic armor. Blood slowly seeped down the sword. For a moment, everyone was deathly silent. An icy voice rang out behind Yan Mochen. Now tell me, how are you supposed to protect yourself, let alone others? Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.